In a world of global awakening, you were filled with anticipation on the day of your ceremony, only to become an enchanter. The hope your parents sacrificed their lives for shattered in an instant, leaving your heart as cold as ash. Yet, in the depths of despair, a system's voice rang out, ding! Suitable host found. System binding successful. At 3:45 a.m. today, the Eagle Nation conquered a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate and successfully sealed it. A disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate suddenly appeared in the capital of Neon. A massive influx of monsters invaded, and 1/10 of the city has been leveled. Major departments have been bolstered by a large number of awakened, strengthening various monster defense lines. It is hoped that in the coming days, more Tier 8 and Tier 9 powerhouses will emerge, or even King Tier individuals. Emo flipped through the TV channels, all of which were filled with information regarding the gate. He glanced at the calendar. It was already June 6, year 299 of the new era, and he had turned 18. Starting today is the day for the collective awakening of all youths who have reached the age of 18, and it is also the most important day in the world. The awakening lasts for a total of 3 days and is conducted in batches. Emo went into the second bedroom and took a box of incense from the cabinet drawer. "Mom, Dad, please bless your son to awaken a good class so that I can avenge you." Looking at the black and white photograph on the wall, Mo's eyes welled with tears. 3 years ago, a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate suddenly appeared on the streets of Fongjing City. As members of the local garrison, his parents headed to the front lines without hesitation to face the emerging monsters. It is important to know that the monsters appearing from the calamity were B rank at the very least, while the primary combat forces consisted of A rank and Special A rank monsters. The area within a 1,000-meter radius of the gate was reduced to ruins, and his parents perished in that battle. Emo did not complain. Since the gates first appeared 300 years ago, death has come to be seen by many as perhaps a form of liberation. Only those with common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic ranks would complain. In his heart, there was only one thought: to slay more monsters and avenge his parents. Now that he had turned 18, it was time for his awakening. In his heart, he hoped to awaken a powerful combat class. He didn't dare dream of an SSS rank class. After all, both of his parents had B rank classes, so he only hoped to be no lower than them. Emo inserted the lit incense into the burner and bowed once more. "Bless me." Turning around, he left the room. He went downstairs and boarded a bus, heading for the awakening hall in the city center. According to written records, before the gates descended, awakening stones fell from the sky. A voice echoed in the ears of all humanity, stating that anyone who reached the age of 18 could undergo awakening through an awakening stone. Classes are categorized into combat, support, subclasses, and miscellaneous. Among them, the combat and support classes are capable of serving on the front lines, while the subclass acts as the logistics for the former two. As for the miscellaneous category, they are better off joining society and finding a job. Painters, anglers, gardeners, and the like are all categorized as miscellaneous. It is virtually impossible for these classes to contribute to the defense of the gate. In Mo's heart, the primary goal is to awaken a combat class, with the secondary goal being a support class. These two classes offer the best chance of reaching the front lines. Even if you awaken an F rank class, there is still a chance. It just means you won't be able to step onto the highest battlefields. I hope I can awaken an SSS rank lightning type class. Pfft, you're dreaming. An A rank lightning class might be possible, but we might not see an SSS rank once in several years. I'm different. I want to awaken a support type class. I heard all the supports are girls. Damn, you loser. Women only slow down the speed of your blade. Hearing the last person's remark, Emo looked up to see a man weighing well over 200 pounds. However, he found himself agreeing with the sentiment: if you want to hunt monsters, you cannot let yourself be swayed by outside influences. Before long, the bus arrived in the city center. Now arriving at Class Awakening Hall, Emo followed the crowd in front of him and stepped off the bus. Looking at the building across the street that seemed so out of place, he felt a sense of trepidation. Following the crowd, Emo arrived inside the Awakening Hall.
There were still 10 minutes until 9 o'clock. As soon as the clock struck 9, the awakening would begin.
Mo scanned the room. The entire hall was nearly packed with people.
There were about 2,000 individuals present, and this was only the morning session.
The awakening would last for a total of 3 days, with approximately 7,000 people expected to attend. Keep in mind that this represents the population of an entire province compared to a national population of less than 500 million. This figure is already remarkably high. Over the course of 300 years, the population of the Dragon Kingdom plummeted from 1.5 billion to 500 million, and it has remained stable at 500 million for many years since. The populations of other countries are far smaller than this.
9 o'clock.
A middle-aged man stepped onto the high platform above.
Silence.
Everyone undergoing awakening, please line up.
The clamor died down.
Everyone stood in place, with Mo positioned relatively toward the back. It didn't matter where one stood anyway, as everything followed the assigned numbers. As the numbers were called out from above, people stepped forward one by one to undergo awakening. However, the classes awakened by most people are quite poor, with miscellaneous classes being the majority.
The few combat classes that did appear were all E rank or F rank. Wanting to head to the front lines would clearly take a significant amount of time. Suddenly, a commotion broke out ahead.
Under normal circumstances, no one would bother with such a situation.
Holy crap! This thing looks badass. What class is this? An uproar broke out ahead.
A sturdy young man stood before the awakening stone. The stone beneath his hand glowed with a dazzling light, and a shield etched with mysterious patterns materialized above it.
Is this the Aegis warrior?
Several elderly men sitting nearby watched the scene with excitement.
Aegis warrior represents a formidable combat force, capable of withstanding both physical and magical attacks.
At higher levels, they can even deploy shields powerful enough to protect an entire town or city, making them one of the most potent protection classes. Join our Phantom Corps, and I will provide you with the finest resources.
What good is that?
You should join our border guard instead. We'll ensure you enjoy the best possible treatment.
No, you should come to our garrison force. Protecting the city and its people is the best path for you.
The people above were arguing until they were red in the face. After all, this was the first A-rank class of the day.
Mo looked at the sturdy boy on stage with a hint of envy. Could it be that physical build was related to one's class? On second thought, it made sense.
Priests always seemed thin and frail, while shield warriors were mostly robust and well-built.
Mo looked at his own height of 175 centimeters and weight of less than 55 kilograms. He was indeed excessively thin. He wondered what kind of class he would awakening.
Support class priest.
Combat class wind mage. Combat support class battle priest.
Some were filled with joy, while others were overcome with sorrow. Soon it was Mo's turn, and he placed his hand upon the awakening stone. Behind him emerged a mechanical construct of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson, etched with mysterious symbols. Subclass, B rank iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchanter.
Very good. I hope you can become a great enchanter in the future.
The person in charge of the awakening spoke a few words of encouragement.
Mo was stunned.
One of his parents belonged to a combat class and the other to a support class, yet he had somehow ended up as a subclass. Although it was B rank, he possessed virtually no combat capability beyond relying on his weapons. From start to finish, he had only one skill, enchant.
How could he possibly step onto the battlefield like this?
For a moment, Mo felt a sense of despondency. His dream was now beyond reach.
However, a voice suddenly rang out, causing Mo to look around in bewilderment. Ding! Suitable host found. System binding successful. Alright, you can step down now. Others are waiting for their awakening. Looking at the disoriented Mo, the person in charge of the awakening couldn't help but frown. I'm sorry, teacher. I'll head down right away. Mo hurried down from the stage.
P.S. Gate disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine 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 disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine.
Mo found a dark corner and stepped into it.
If one didn't look closely, it was impossible to tell someone was there.
Mo felt certain he had heard a voice just now. Could it have been a hallucination? Ding! The newbie gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? Mo looked around. Where was this voice coming from? Host, you only need to speak to me in your mind. System? How did you appear in my head? Mo was somewhat bewildered by the voice appearing in his mind. Surely he wasn't having a mental breakdown. I will tell you when the time is right. Rest assured, you are not losing your mind. Mo breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the problem wasn't with him, everything was fine. Ding! The newbie gift pack has been issued. Would you like to open it? Open it. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Enchant Monitor Soulbound.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 points.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unique skill, EXP Leech.
The entire starter pack contained only 3 items.
Enchant Monitor. Every time you enchant an item, the success rate will automatically be displayed in your mind. EXP Leech. When others use weapons enchanted by the host to kill monsters, the host will receive a certain percentage of experience points, up to a maximum of 10%.
Mo looked at the descriptions of the 2 items, his face flushed with excitement.
What enchanters fear most is the success rate. Even though he possesses iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanting forges, there is still a possibility of failure when enchanting beyond +6. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchanting forge enchanter. This is because their base enchantment levels are significantly higher. An enchanter's enchanting forge is categorized into 5 colors: black, silver, violet, gold, and red. The base 100% success rate corresponds to levels 5 through 9, after which the success rate decreases with each subsequent enchantment. The highest known enchantment level for a weapon is Enchant +16, currently held by a Tier 9 powerhouse in the form of a long spear. As for where the limit lies, no one knows. Mo took a deep breath, but sensed that this was likely far from enough. System, what must I do if I want to increase the enchant success rate to 100%? He didn't believe the system was limited to only this one function. The first method is to take the item out and put it back in to refresh the success rate. The second involves sandwiching other equipment in between to adjust the probability of the next attempt. The third is the simplest and most convenient method, using points. The host may explore the specifics of this on their own. I see. So that's what points are for. Then how do I obtain points? The host receives 100% of the points for kills made personally. For monsters killed by the host's weapons, the host receives 5% to 50% of the points. Therefore, the more weapons the host enchants, the more points are earned. The higher the enchant level, the more points are earned. Mo looked excited. This system was absolutely incredible. Didn't this mean that when others used weapons he had enchanted, he would gain both experience and points? Perhaps in the future, he would become the first ever Tier 9 enchanter with a 100% success rate. One must realize that the highest level enchanters known were only Tier 4, and they leveled up simply to maintain a healthy body. Most enchanters, however, were only Tier 2 or Tier 3. This system feels as if it were tailor-made specifically for him. Everyone has successfully completed their awakening this morning. All awakened individuals, please exit the main hall. I wish you all great success in your respective fields. Let us work together for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. The closed doors swung open, and everyone exited in an orderly fashion. Sigh, what's the point of trying? I awakened as a chef. Does that even require an awakening? Are you kidding? Chefs are amazing. The food they make can stop bleeding, restore physical stamina, and even recover energy.
But how many years of study would that take? My family can't afford to support my education for that long. Forget it, I'm just a gardener. I only have one ability ripening, and using it once leaves me drained for an entire day. Throughout the assessment grounds, many were dissatisfied with their class. After all, not everyone is lucky enough to awakening a combat or support class. Mo followed the crowd onto the bus and returned home. He sat down on the sofa and opened the system. A transparent status window appeared before his eyes. Mo clicked on his personal information. Host Mo. Age, 18. Points 100. Skill, EXP Leech. And that's it? Mo stared at the minimalist status window before him, feeling a bit lost. Was it really this simple? System, did you forget to display something? Why are there only 4 items? Host, I am a system, not an invincible system. Displaying points is sufficient. Fair enough. As long as it works, there's no need to be so demanding. Closing the system status window, Mo focused his mind, and a blue status window distinct from the system's appeared. Name, Mo. Class Enchanter. Potential, B rank. Level, Tier 0010. Attributes, Strength, 9. Stamina, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Average for a normal person is 10. Allocatable points, 0. Skill Enchant. General skill, none. After awakening, everyone possesses a status window like this, visible only to themselves. In addition, various pieces of equipment also possess data. This is contingent on the equipment being infused with materials from the gates. Without such materials, no data will be generated. It is widely speculated that this phenomenon is most likely due to the influence brought about by the gates. Mo stared at his own data, lost in thought. It's true that he isn't exactly the athletic type. He prefers lounging in bed, indulging in junk food, and chugging fatty otaku water coke. But what on earth does it mean that his stats don't even reach the level of a common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic human? No matter how you slice it, he is still a spirited 18-year-old youth, for crying out loud. After 18 years of being single and flying solo, shouldn't his agility be a bit higher? Shouldn't his stamina be better? There must be some mistake. He couldn't possibly be that weak. Mo glanced at the dust-covered dumbbells on the floor, walked over, and picked one up gently to inspect it. 10 kilograms, let's give it a try. He began lifting it, alternating his hands up and down. However, after 10 reps, Mo's face turned red. After 20 reps, Mo was gasping for breath. At 22 reps, Mo gave up. I'm just an enchanter. What do I need such great physical fitness for? Put. Mo sat back on the sofa with a clear conscience, using his foot to lightly nudge the dumbbell backward. He opened his mobile banking app and glanced at his account. The balance was exactly 2 million, the remaining pension left by his parents. Mom, Dad, your son has become an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchanter. Don't worry, your son values his life very much. I'll only head into the gate to fight once I'm absolutely certain of my success. Looking at the money in his hand, Mo put on his clothes and prepared to head out. How could an enchanter not have a shop of his own? The residential complex where Mo lived was quite new, having been built only 7 or 8 years ago. It was a property purchased by his parents. The complex was located near the East 2nd Ring Road, which could be considered a prime location. Arriving downstairs, he found the streets bustling with pedestrians. Mo strolled leisurely into a real estate agency. He had no choice. Trying to find a shop on his own would simply take too much time. While an agency would charge a commission, it made finding the right property significantly easier. Ding-ling. Welcome. Are you looking to rent or buy, sir? An agent hurried over to greet him. Regardless of whether a deal was made, it was always best to leave a good first impression. Hello, I'm looking to buy a small storefront. I'm planning to open an enchantment shop. The agent was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected the ordinary-looking youth before him to be an awakened. And a highly profitable awakened at that. You have to realize that even for a bronze-level enchanter, a single enchantment session costs $500.
Even the consumable enchantment stones are provided by the customers themselves, making it a guaranteed profitable business. The agent sized up Mo standing at just over 1.7 meters. He was considered somewhat short for this era. With a common appearance and common clothing, it was quite surprising that he could actually afford a house. Then again, it made sense with the population declining. Real estate prices had plummeted countless times over. He remembered reading in a book that in the year 20XX, housing prices were at their absolute peak. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic real estate prices in first-tier cities could reach around 18,000 per square meter, which was simply unimaginable. There is a commercial street nearby where awakened frequently go to purchase goods. However, there are already 2 enchant shops there. I'm not sure if you'd be interested, but it's only about 200 meters away. If you don't want to be situated near other enchant shops, your only option would be those common, superior, rare, epic, mythic areas. But very few awakened visit those places, and as for doing business, I'm sure you understand the implications. Awakened prefer to cluster their shops together after all, that is the only way to draw a crowd. Unless your shop is highly renowned, where customers will actively seek you out regardless of the location. But clearly, Mo did not fall into that category. How much do the shops on the commercial street cost? The prices here are still quite cheap, only 8,000 per square meter. There is a shop located on the side at the end of the street. To be precise, the building isn't actually on the commercial street itself. But you must understand, the properties on the commercial street were sold out the moment they appeared. They are impossible to buy now. Mo furrowed his brows. If it wasn't inside the street, business would certainly be poor. However, there was no other choice. Outside the end of the street? It wasn't entirely unacceptable. Let's go take a look first. Alright then, sir, you can call me Wang. May I ask your surname? My surname is Lin. 10 minutes later. The two arrived at a commercial street 200 meters away. Aside from a few eateries and beverage shops, the rest of the street was filled with stores catering to awakened individuals. Blacksmiths, tailors, pharmacies, enchant shops, and so on. Mo even spotted a shop offering fortune-telling for luck and omens. Mr. Lin, we are currently at the very end of the commercial street. As you can see, this is essentially a side road. There are very few pedestrians or vehicles, and the foot traffic for the surrounding shops isn't particularly high either. Although Juan was eager to sell the property, he didn't want any trouble later on, so he figured it was better to lay everything out clearly from the start. Mo looked at the fourth storefront from the end of the commercial street. In truth, the location wasn't all that bad. During the 10 minutes he spent there, Mo had already spotted 3 or 4 awakened passing by. It was just that most of the customers had already been snatched up by the 2 enchantment shops located further inside the commercial street. And one more thing. Let's just do it here. Let's sign the contract, Mo said with a wave of his hand. Huh? Signing already? Yeah. The apartment was 60 square meters at 8,000 per square meter, bringing the price to 480,000. With various fees included, it would be 550,000 at most, and with renovations, it would come to just over 600,000 at the very most. It was within Mo's range of acceptance. Wang did not expect it to succeed on the first try. He had originally planned to take Mo to several other commercial streets further away. The prices there were even cheaper than here, though the foot traffic was lighter due to the distance. As the two walked through the commercial street again, Mo spotted that enchant shop. Hanging on the side of the storefront was an enchanting forge sign displaying iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson, indicating to everyone that this was the shop of an iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanter. Another shop nearby also displayed an enchanting forge sign for iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson. If Mo were to open a shop, he could only display the signs for iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson. That afternoon at the real estate agency, Missouri paid in full for that small 60 square meter shop. He hired a renovation company and spent a week remodeling the premises. A brand new shop was thus handed over to Mo. Mo stood inside the shop. The counters were currently empty,
as were the shelves behind them.
The merchandise in the enchant shop is actually quite similar to that of the blacksmith shop. The only difference is that the blacksmith shop sells equipment forged by the smiths themselves. The enchant shop, on the other hand, sells equipment that has already been enchanted. Generally speaking, the enchantment levels of the items in an enchant shop are not particularly high, as they are unwilling to bear the risk of potential losses. Consequently, the equipment displayed in those two shops on the commercial street is typically +7, and even their most prized treasures of the store are merely +9 items. Mo strongly suspected that they had purchased them directly from enchanters who possessed iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanting forges. None of this mattered to Mo, because he truly could see the success rates.
In the workspace, Mo unleashed his ability.
An enchanting forge shimmering with the hues of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson manifested on the ground.
Mo then placed a long saber into the forge. Mo suspected that the interior of the enchanting forge was a dimensional space. Although the long saber was clearly larger than the forge itself, it could be tucked inside with ease.
Enchanting item, shattered standard issue long saber.
Success rate, 100%. Proceed with enchantment? In Mo's eyes, a transparent status window appeared. He clicked enchant, and a +1 longsword appeared. As enchantment stones were placed into it one by one, the longsword in the enchanting forge reached +6. Enchant item, shattered standard greatsword +6. Success rate, 100%. Proceed with enchantment?
Whether it's true or not all comes down to this.
Mo clicked enchant. With a crisp ding, the longsword inside was upgraded to +7.
This proved that the enchant success rate was genuine.
Mo did not take the longsword out. Instead, he prepared to continue the enchantment.
Enchant item, broken standard longsword +7.
Success rate, 70%. Proceed with enchantment?
Although the current success rate was already quite high, Mo still wanted to test whether the success rate could truly be adjusted as the system claimed.
So, Mo took out the +7 longsword and placed it back in.
The success rate changed from 70% to 30%.
It actually works.
After going back and forth 4 or 5 times, the success rate reached 100%.
Mo clicked enchant, and a +8 long knife appeared in the enchanting forge.
Mo was in no hurry to start the next enchant. Instead, he took the long knife out, preparing to check its attributes. Weapon, shattered standard long knife +8. Shattered standard longsword +8 common, superior, rare, epic, mythic.
Equipment level, LV1. Durability, 10-10. Damage, 4-7 +8. Additional effects, none. Mo rubbed his chin. This enchantment didn't seem very useful. Does each enchantment level only increase it by 1?
After a moment of thought, he placed the long blade into the enchanting forge once again. Following numerous adjustments and half an hour of effort, the weapon finally reached +13. It wasn't that he didn't want to push further, but rather that the time required for subsequent upgrades was increasing exponentially, making it no longer cost-effective. Shattered standard longsword +13 common, superior, rare, epic, mythic.
Equipment level, LV1. Durability, 10-10. Damage, 4-7 +17. Bonus, attack power +10%.
The damage has increased by 17 points, and there is an additional bonus attribute. It seems that the more times it is enchanted, the better the attributes become. It was only because the equipment used was such utter trash that it appeared to be subpar. It's no big deal. Once people start coming to his door in the future, there will be plenty of opportunities for testing. It wasn't that Mo didn't want to use high-quality equipment for testing. It was partly because good gear was too expensive, and partly because the current success rate was already very low unless he spent points.
It simply wasn't worth the cost.
Seeing the attributes of this weapon, Mo's heart was filled with hope. As long as I level up and equip myself with a full set of gear enhanced to +20 or higher, entering a gate for combat wouldn't be impossible. The following day, a shop named 100% Success Enchant Shop opened its doors at the far end of the commercial district. Every passerby ridiculed the establishment. Even an enchanter with an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanting forge wouldn't dare claim a 100% success rate. This guy has some nerve, he must be looking to go out of business. Probably just another person driven mad by greed. Only a fool would go there. It's likely one of those shops that closes down after making a quick buck. There are far too many of those shops nowadays. I don't know why the market regulators don't do something about it. It is important to know that once an enchant goes past +10, the difficulty increases exponentially. Furthermore, there is a limit to how many times a weapon can fail an enchant. The more times an enchant fails, the higher the probability of the weapon breaking. Generally, it will break after 2 failures, and it might even become impossible to enchant ever again. The amount of money required to repair such a weapon is substantial, so no one would gamble lightly. Mo was unaware of the situation outside. He was inside the shop, writing something on a blackboard. I need to rely on weapon upgrades. For the first 3 days, I'll just charge the cost of an enchantment stone. If they bring their own, it'll be free. I hope this allows me to enchant more pieces of equipment. As long as there are more weapons being enchanted, I'll have more opportunities to level up and gain more points. I'm a goddamn genius. After finishing the last stroke, Mo placed the blackboard at the entrance. Passers-by who saw the text felt a flicker of interest, but unfortunately, no one had actually walked through the door yet. Written on the blackboard was: Grand opening, bring your own enchantment stones for free enchanting. If the enchantment fails, we will compensate you with 10 times the amount of enchantment stones. Throughout the entire morning, Mo didn't encounter a single customer. Watching the pedestrians passing by the window from time to time, he couldn't help but wonder. Could it be that what he wrote wasn't enough? Forget it, just wait and see. After finishing lunch, Mo continued to wait. Finally, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, someone walked in. Ding-ling. Hello, is what you wrote outside actually true? A woman with fiery red hair, dressed in leather armor, stepped inside. Mo took a quick glance, noting that she really did have a fantastic figure. It's absolutely true. May I ask which piece of equipment you would like to enchant? The woman hesitated for a moment before pulling out a longbow and placing it on the counter. Are you able to enchant this weapon to +11 for me? Mo picked up the longbow and gave it a once-over. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 2832. Damage, 2130. Additional, agility +8. Strength +12. Not bad at all. It actually turns out to be a piece of common, superior, rare, epic, mythic equipment. This is great stuff. Now that this woman is using a weapon I've enchanted, I'll be gaining quite a bit of experience from her hunting monsters. Do you have any enchantment stones? If not, blue enchantment stones are 100 each. Enchanting equipment of different levels requires different colored enchantment stones, which is one of the reasons why high-quality enchanted gear is so rare. I brought them. The woman directly took out 30 blue-quality enchantment stones. Enchantment stones are not only the fundamental material for enchanting equipment but also a crucial material for increasing the success rate of the enchantment. The only pity was that a maximum of only 2 stones could be placed at once. If more could be added, high enchantment equipment would be everywhere. The woman was actually feeling quite apprehensive. If she weren't so short on money right now, she would have certainly chosen an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanter. Mo placed the weapon into the enchanting forge and clicked enchant. Once the enchantment reached +6, the woman's eyes remained fixed on the machine. She watched as Mo repeatedly withdrew and reinserted the weapon, each enchantment succeeding. One moment he would take out a different weapon to enchant, and the next he would put her weapon back in for another successful enhancement. Then she saw Mo swapping weapons back and forth, occasionally putting in other pieces of equipment to enchant while bypassing hers entirely. Though she couldn't understand the logic behind it, her longbow had already succeeded 9 times. Her eyes lit up. This person seemed rather interesting, actually managing to increase the enchant success rate through such a method. What a true genius! 100% enchant success? Could it really be true?
An hour later, Mo retrieved the longbow from the machine. Plus 11 common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 2832. Damage, 2130 plus 21. Additional, agility plus 8. Strength plus 12. Attack power plus 20%. Looking at these attributes, Mo roughly calculated the enchantment gains. For enchantments under level 10, attack power increases by 6%, 8% after level 10, the increase is around 10%. However, the specifics will still depend on the status of other equipment later on. He now hoped to have a high-level weapon to test his theories. As for the extra bonuses, they likely appear once the enchantment level exceeds 10. He wasn't sure if one is granted for every 10 enchantment levels or if other conditions are required. He couldn't quite figure it out. Here you go, beautiful. Seeing that Mo had truly enchanted the weapon to plus 11, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. Perhaps this really could work. Hello, let's get acquainted. I'm Jade. Mo. The two shook hands, and Mo waited for her to continue. There must be a reason why the other parties suddenly introduced themselves. I'd like to ask, what is the highest level you can enchant to? Jade asked with a serious expression. To be honest, he hesitated. Even though they were both humans, there are always scoundrels among mankind. If he said he could enchant infinitely, would he end up being captured? Even if he weren't taken away by the woman before him, if others were to catch wind of this news, would he be seized or perhaps placed under house arrest? It wasn't as if such things hadn't happened before. Perhaps sensing Mo's apprehension, Jade pulled an identification card from her pocket and handed it to him. Name, Jade. Rank, Colonel. Affiliation, Garrison Force Headquarters. To think that someone from the Garrison Force Headquarters would actually show up in a colonel, no less. Should he trust her? Even though she was from Kyoto, there was no telling what someone was truly thinking. My credentials are all right here. What else are you worried about? Jade looked at Mo with a face full of helplessness. She had already visited 4 shops today, and this was the 5th. At the previous 4 shops, they had answered whatever she asked, but why was this person being so cautious here? She was an official representative, after all. Was this really necessary? May I ask what you intend to do? Mo asked after a moment of hesitation. So what if she was with the authorities? Those low-level officials weren't always so kind to ordinary folks like them. I am simply looking for exceptional enchanters to collaborate with. As long as the requirements are met, weapons and equipment from this region and even other cities will be sent here for enchanting. This is one of the methods chosen to combat monsters, though this measure has only been in implementation for less than 10 years. No wonder he had no recollection of it. It turned out to be a policy introduced within the last 10 years. In the library, there is a book specifically dedicated to recording various policies, covering everything from the arrival of the gate to the present. However, not even 1% of those policies are actually useful. After all, when dealing with monsters, many things are simply not applicable. Consequently, people only gave subsequent policies a cursory glance. They might pay more attention if it concerned them personally, but most people forgot about anything that didn't affect them directly. A policy only truly becomes well known after it yields significant results. Clearly, the so-called official partnership with the enchanter did not produce very good results. In Mo's view, only those who were iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson and iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson stood a chance. As for everyone else, their chances were virtually zero. But I'm only an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson tier enchanter. I probably don't meet your requirements. Mo actually wanted to cooperate. After all, his leveling experience and enchanting points could only be obtained by hunting monsters with enchanted weapons. I thought the same thing when I first came in. I was just here with a give-it-a-try mindset. I just didn't expect you could actually enchant to level 11. That caught me off guard, which is why I wanted to ask you. Zhang Yuling felt like she had done more explaining today than in the entire past week combined. But after witnessing Mo's recent performance, she truly felt that this man might be capable. Then let me ask, what is the highest level the top enchanters can reach right now?
An iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson tier enchanter in Fongjing has about a 60% chance of enchanting a weapon to level 14, but as for level 15, the success rate is only 20%. And as for plus 16, there was only that one single piece. Jade's eyes remained fixed on Mo. She didn't see a hint of surprise, but rather a trace of disdain. As expected, this Mo definitely had a way to increase the enchant success rate, she just didn't know what level he could reach. Actually, the level I can successfully enchant to isn't that high. I only have a 70% success rate for level 13, and only 40% for level 14. Mo looked genuinely embarrassed. Jade's mouth twitched. If she hadn't seen his expression just now, she might have actually believed him. Fair enough. As a silver rank, you've already done quite well. Register your information, and I'll arrange for someone to get in touch with you when the time comes. Jade took a notebook out of her backpack and handed it to Mo. When Mo opened it, there was no information recorded inside. However, seeing the traces where pages had been torn out from the middle, he understood she likely didn't want to leak the information of those individuals. After Mo filled in the information, he handed it back to her. He was certainly willing to cooperate, but he still needed to retain some means of self-protection. It wouldn't be too late to lay his cards on the table once he had a full set of highly enchanted gear. Jade saw the message and couldn't help but let a slight smile play across her lips. Gotcha, you won't be getting away this time. Then I'll be heading out first, someone will be coming over in a few days. Mo nodded, watching Jade leave. Once she was gone, Mo breathed a sigh of relief, having nearly let the secret slip. Having walked some distance away, Jade turned back to glance at Mo's shop and pulled her phone from her clothes. Hello, send someone over to this shop. Use high-quality equipment and have them test it. As for the enchant level, let's go with level 15. Let them name their price. Hanging up the phone, Jade stood in the distance, eyeing Mo's shop. I'll find out soon enough exactly what enchant level you're capable of. It's the first time I've met someone so suspicious of me. Just what has this man been through? It seems Fongjing needs a thorough investigation. Some people are really starting to think too highly of themselves. This wasn't the first or second time she had been met with suspicion over the past few days. She simply hadn't paid much mind at first. Over the last 2 days, and especially today, things had escalated. Of the 4 people she approached this morning, 2 looked at her with blatant doubt and refused to cooperate no matter what she said. Mo's experience had been much the same. If they didn't take action now, it would be impossible to justify. Jade made a quick call to her superior and then vanished from the street. Mo sat in the shop, scrolling through her phone in search of information. After a great deal of effort, Mo finally tracked down that policy, the guiding document on collaborating with enchanters to create the strongest enchanted weapon unit. TSK, I didn't expect it to actually exist. Mo gave it a quick scan. It was more or less what Jade had described. However, his own situation was somewhat unique. According to the system, as long as things were handled correctly, reaching enchant level 16 was just the beginning. Even levels 30 or 40 would be no problem at all. As long as he had enough points, maintaining a 100% enchant success rate indefinitely would be no issue. It's a pity that I only have 100 points on hand right now. It's nowhere near enough to get anything done. As for enchanting his own weapons, it wasn't that Mo hadn't considered it. However, combat classes possess at least some offensive capabilities, and support classes can still team up with them. But as a subclass, who would ever want to party up with him? He could only rely on himself. So he was in no rush for the time being. He planned to wait until he reached level 10 before making a move. Just as Mo was lost in thought, the door was pushed open once again. A man in his 20s walked in. What are your rates for enchanting here? For the first 3 days of opening, I'm only charging for the enchantment stones. If you bring your own enchantment stones, it's free. I do have enchantment stones, but I want to enchant to level 15. I wonder if that's possible. Mo frowned, sizing the man up from head to toe. Enchanting to level 15? Why would you choose to do it here? The man had long expected Mo to ask this. Isn't your shop named 100% success? Besides, your sign out front says if the enchantment fails, you'll compensate 10 times the enchantment stones.
Either way, I don't see how I lose. Then, the man had a sudden realization. Oh, I see. You're just incompetent, aren't you? It's all a gimmick. You can't actually reach that level at all. So that's how it is.
After speaking, the man shook his head from time to time, muttering to himself that he was a fool for actually wanting to believe it.
Hand over the weapon.
However, the free enchant only goes up to +10. Anything further will cost money.
Mo hadn't originally planned to charge anything, as he relied on this process to gain experience and points. But he really didn't like the way this man was talking.
Here, take it.
It must succeed, okay? Otherwise, you won't be able to afford the compensation.
Mo looked at the weapon and the enchantment stone on the table, his mouth twitching slightly. He could actually afford to pay for it, but it would be a significant financial blow.
Mo reached out and placed his hand on the weapon. Snap!
His hand was held down. You haven't mentioned how much the follow-up will cost yet.
I need to see if I have enough money on hand.
The man stared straight at Mo, as if trying to see right through him.
Mo withdrew his hand, feeling deeply uncomfortable under the scrutiny.
The look in this man's eyes was somewhat terrifying.
As for the price,
Mo thought for a moment, realizing his price shouldn't be too high, yet not too cheap either.
Starting from level 11, it's 10,000 per level.
The man looked at Mo with a face full of disdain. Your price is even more expensive than an enchanter who owns an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanting forge. You're actually charging the same as an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanter. You really are a profiteer.
Mo's forehead was covered in black lines.
If it weren't for this guy's constant yapping, he would have performed the enchantment for free. Once his reputation grew, he planned to set his prices even higher than those of the iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters. After all, charging 100,000 for a 100% enchantment success rate is reasonable, and a price of 10 million for a private customization is also fair.
The prerequisite for private customization is that his strength must also be improved. The man pulled out a bank card. Swipe it. If it doesn't reach +15, you'll have to compensate me 550,000.
Wait, how did it become 550,000? At most, I'll compensate you with 10 times the enchantment stones and refund the money you paid.
Tisk didn't fall for it.
I'll try another shop next time, the man whispered to himself.
Mo's mouth twitched. What kind of people were these?
He took out the card reader and collected 50,000 yuan from the man.
If you want me to pay damages, you're dreaming.
Mo reached out and took the weapon into his hand. It was indeed a fine piece of equipment. Excellent knight's longsword, iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson.
Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 3440. Damage, 356 411. Additional, light attribute attack. Strength +40. Critical rate +20%. Damage to humanoid monsters +50%.
With 4 additional attributes, it truly lives up to its status as iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson quality equipment. It's on a completely different level. Without a word, Mo placed the weapon into the enchanting forge and began the enchantment process immediately. The young man didn't care in the slightest about the first 6 enchantments. The young man's name was Zach, a teammate called over by Jade. His purpose for coming was to see if Mo could successfully enchant a weapon to +15 in one go. If Mo could truly pull it off, their mission could finally be completed. So far this year in Fongjing, they had only found 1 or 2 individuals who could consistently enchant up to +13. Most claims of a 60% success rate for reaching +14 were nothing more than empty boasts. Reaching +13 was already a rare feat, especially considering that person was an enchanter of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson rank.
Mo quickly finished the first 6 enchantments.
Seeing this, Zack sharpened his focus and watched Mo's every move.
Mo simply took the weapon out and put it back in, and just like that, it was enchanted to +8. Then, by repeatedly cycling other pieces of equipment in and out, the weapon reached +11. What on earth was the logic behind this?
Zack shared Jade's confusion. Neither of them could fathom how he was pulling this off.
When he first received the call from Jade, Zack hadn't wanted to come.
But since the other party outranked him, he had no choice but to show up. But looking at this now, he felt that this trip had been well worth it.
Mo looked at the prompt before his eyes and couldn't help but frown. It seems this is going to take some time.
Enchant item, Superior Knight's Greatsword Iron, Silver, Violet, Gold, Crimson plus 11.
Success rate, 45%. Proceed with enchantment? In fact, starting from enchant plus 10, Mo's pace had already slowed down. Repeatedly bringing out the weapon, the success rate displayed on it kept fluctuating between 40% and 80%.
It is important to note that each enchantment stone increases the success rate by 5%. Even so, it was impossible to reach 100%.
Mo did not want to fail.
After all, a failure would mean paying 10 times the compensation, and the value of a single iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchantment stone was 500 apiece. I'm down to just over $1 million in cash right now, which isn't enough to do much of anything. Just buying the level 40 iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson gear I have on hand would cost at least $400,000.
However, once the enchantment is successful, selling them for $2 million wouldn't be a problem at all.
Without even turning his head, Mo said, "This might take a while.
Why don't you head out for now and come back at 7 p.m. It was already past 3 o'clock, and Mo estimated it would take at least 4 hours.
Of course, if he were to use points, the speed would actually be quite fast.
However, Mo did not intend to use them until he had a stable source of points.
Time was the one thing he had in abundance. At worst, he could just take it slow and grind it out. With good luck, he might not even need all 7 points.
No need, I'll just wait here.
How could Zack possibly leave? His mission this time was specifically to see just how far he could go. Mo felt a bit puzzled. There was something strange about this person. Normally, anyone else would have gone to take care of their own business first.
Could he be worried that I might pocket his weapon?
At that thought, Mo curled his lip in disdain. Half an hour later, the weapon reached enchant plus 12. By 4:30, the weapon had been enchanted to plus 13. At 6 o'clock, the weapon's enchantment reached plus 14.
Mo glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already nearly 6:30.
This was proving to be quite difficult indeed. At this point, he was tempted to use points to directly enchant the weapon to plus 15 just to get this man to leave as soon as possible. Mainly, he was hungry now and wanted to eat. Enchant item, Excellent Knight's Greatsword Iron, Silver, Violet, Gold, Crimson plus 14. Success rate, 80%.
Proceed with enchantment?
This is already the highest enchantment value encountered in the last half hour.
Should I call it a day?
Mo placed 2 more enchantment stones inside, and the success rate climbed to 90%.
Seeing this, Zack was visibly shaken. Could it actually succeed?
Zack had been watching for so long that he had picked up on some of Mo's patterns. As long as he placed the enchantment stone inside, it meant the next attempt was guaranteed to succeed. As for putting other pieces of equipment in, although he didn't know why, he assumed they served a specific purpose.
But right now, success seemed imminent.
Even though it was quite time-consuming, the success rate was a full 100%.
One must realize that a single failure would result in irreversible damage to the equipment.
Mo looked at the values before him, steeled his resolve, and directly invested 10 points, bringing the success rate to 100%.
Enchant. The sooner this ends, the sooner I can go home for dinner.
With a sharp ding, it was a success.
Mo retrieved the weapon from the enchanting forge.
Excellent Knight's Greatsword Iron, Silver, Violet, Gold, Crimson plus 15.
Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 3440. Damage, 356 411 plus 601. Additional, light attribute attack. Strength plus 40. Agility plus 50. Critical rate plus 20%. Damage to humanoid monsters plus 50%. Hiss.
So the damage increase was actually this significant. Mo recorded the numerical values added from enchant 1 to enchant 15 and roughly calculated the damage increase. There truly is a discernible pattern. I just don't know if the stats will change again upon reaching plus 16. Looking at these stats, Mo couldn't help but think that with a full set of plus 20 enchanted gear, leveling up should be incredibly fast. Here, for you. Zack swallowed hard as he took the weapon, his eyes instantly widening. Holy crap! P.S. Enchanting Forge iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson 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 iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic common, superior, rare, epic, mythic common, superior, rare, epic, mythic iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson. Enchantment Stone 50100 iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson 500 iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson 1000 iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson 5000. Zack was inwardly shocked when he saw the weapon's stats. Even though he had watched Mo enchant it and knew it was a success. Actually holding it in his hands, he was truly stunned. It should be noted that the highest known enchantment level is 16, though some unknown weapons and equipment might exist. This was the first time Zack had ever held one in his own hands. He also possessed an enchanted weapon of his own, but its level only reached plus 10. Even that was achieved by seeking out iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters, and it took breaking 2 weapons to finally succeed. Zack didn't dare go any higher than that. At this moment, the look in his eyes as he stared at Mo was burning with intensity. Seeing this, Mo hurriedly retreated. What are you doing? I'm an enchanter, I sell my skills, not my body. Zack's mouth twitched. What the hell did he mean by selling skills, not his body? He glanced at the weapon in his hand. If it weren't for the mission he was on, he would have wanted to hand his weapon over to Mo right then and there. And have him enchant it to plus 16. I've given you the weapon. I'm closing up shop now. Mo rubbed his stomach, he was truly starving. Ah, okay, thank you. Zack put his weapon away, pushed the door open, and left. Mo shook his head. What a strange person. He couldn't help but think of Jade from before. Surely there was no connection between the two? Mo wasn't entirely sure after all. Someone coming in and immediately asking for a plus 15 enchantment was somewhat suspicious. After all, a normal person visiting a silver level enchanter would typically only go up to plus 6 at most, while those looking to take a gamble might push for plus 8. It couldn't be helped. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchanter 70%. 1% iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson 8% iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson 3% iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson 1%. These were the official statistics. Furthermore, the fees charged varied for each level. Charging 10,000 for a plus 10 MO enchant is considered quite expensive for a white enchanter, as that is typically the price point for iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters. Whether the enchantment succeeds or fails, the fee remains 10,000, simply because he has the credentials to command such a price. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchanter 2. Some might think this price is a bargain, but in reality, it is anything but cheap. One must realize that iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters are never short of weapons to enchant. They can easily rake in millions in a single day. Sigh, I need to keep grinding. Hopefully, more people will show up tomorrow. There were only 2 people today, and Mo was not satisfied. His advantages could only be fully realized when there was a large crowd. Logically speaking, a white tier enchanter shouldn't be lacking in foot traffic. But there was no helping it, he had chosen a poor location for himself. With 2 nearby enchanters possessing iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanting forges, it would be a miracle if he could compete with them. It is said that these 2 shops have been here since the commercial street was first built, over 10 years ago. Unless he moves elsewhere, to a place with fewer enchant shops. What a pity, no money.
Zack quickly returned to the team with the weapons. "Captain, take a look." The moment he returned, he handed the weapon over to Jade. Since returning to the team, Jade's first priority was to report the situation in Fongjing City. The higher-ups would be sending an investigation team down for an inspection tomorrow. It was estimated that within 2 or 3 days, a group of people would be ousted, making their work much easier when the time came. Jade took the weapon and felt a jolt run through her. It really was an enchant plus 15 weapon. As expected, Mo had lied to her. Are plus 15 enchanted weapons common? Actually, there are quite a few of them. As long as you have enough money, you can always obtain a plus 15 enchanted weapon. However, the price of a single plus 15 enchanted weapon is enough to buy 10 plus 14 weapons, perhaps even 20. Of course, if you have terrible luck, you could easily burn through the cost of 100 weapons without success. "Captain, what should we do now? Should we sign the contract immediately, or report the situation to our superiors?" "Mo, this enchanter is truly bizarre. It really just succeeded in an instant." "No, have others try it tomorrow, but don't aim for plus 15 right away. Try everything from plus 8 to plus 15. Remember to tell them to act casual and keep their expressions relaxed," Jade instructed. "Also, request some personnel from the local garrison force. Send 10 people over every day. Only require them to enchant to plus 8, and have them record the success rates, whether it succeeded on the first try and if there were any failures." Jade added one more point. She was worried that all the items had high enchant values and feared Mo might become suspicious. "Alright, I'll get right on it." Over the following week, Mo was very happy. "Who says this location is bad? It's absolutely wonderful here." People started showing up as soon as he woke up in the morning, even if they were only there for the freebies. But Mo didn't care at all. He could already see the experience points and points beckoning to him. Mo even went as far as continuing to offer the service for free. As long as there were enchantment stones, he would perform the enchantment. It's just that these values are simply too low. Ding! Experience plus 0.1, points plus 0.5. Ding! EXP plus 0.5, points plus 0.25. Ding! EXP plus 2, points plus 10. It might be a small amount, but it adds up if there's enough of it. In Mo's system backend, over a dozen notifications were popping up almost every minute. As the number of enchants increased, the notifications popped up even more frequently. After a week had passed, the data in Mo's status window had changed. Name, Mo. Class Enchanter. Potential, B rank. Level, 0 tier, level 56100. Attributes, Strength, 9. Stamina, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Allocatable points, 25. Skill Enchant. General skill, none. With his points climbing to over 500, Mo suddenly felt a surge of confidence and no longer hesitated to spend them. As for the stat points, Mo left them untouched. After all, he hadn't decided how to distribute them yet. He was an enchanter, not a combat class. Therefore, he had no specific attribute preferences. He had a general idea in mind, but the actual implementation would depend on his weapons and equipment. After the last customer left, Mo pulled a longbow out from under the counter. Hunter's longbow common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 16. Equipment level, LV 10. Durability, 2231. Damage, 5157 plus 101. Additional, agility plus 12. Penetration plus 5. 150 damage. This is incredibly close to the damage output of a level 20 common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic blade, and far exceeds the damage of a level 10 common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic blade. And that is just the bow itself, without even factoring in the damage from the arrows. Good stuff. I'll be able to use it in a little while. It wasn't that Mo didn't want to use high-quality gear, it was simply that he was broke and couldn't afford it. After all, he had been doing free enchantments lately and hadn't made a dime. Otherwise, he definitely would have bought iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson grade equipment.
As for the level, it didn't matter as long as the attributes were good, he could use it even if it was only level 5. At worst, he would just keep enchanting it indefinitely.
Mo placed the longbow back under the counter and took out his phone, preparing to close up shop. Ding! A notification popped up, and Mo clicked on it out of habit. Mo was somewhat surprised upon seeing the headline.
87 key government officials in Fongjing City under investigation, the task force.
Mo skimmed through the report. Several of them were high-ranking officials.
This was a remarkably heavy-handed crackdown. It seemed the environment was about to improve significantly. At the very least, no one should be causing any trouble for the next 2 years.
Mo closed the shop door and glanced at the time.
It's really late today, already 7 o'clock. Even owning your own shop doesn't mean you can rest early. Being a worker is truly miserable.
Feeling exhausted, Mo decided to treat himself.
So he went to the barbecue restaurant near his home and ordered a sumptuous spread of food.
Hey, did you see the news today? So many people were dealt with.
If you ask me, the investigation team should have come sooner.
Just look at what the environment here has turned into. Well, they're gone now, so it's perfect timing. Now that the environment has improved, I finally dare to go all out.
You have no idea, back then, I managed to craft a piece of plus 13 enchanted armor, only for it to be forcibly taken away.
Mo ate while listening to the conversation of the people behind him.
As expected, we are all just ordinary people at the bottom. Enchanter is a highly popular class, provided your reputation is significant enough to earn that popularity.
Otherwise, who would even know you?
Mo shook his head, dismissing the thought it had nothing to do with him anyway.
I've received all the data. Are you certain?
Positive. This week I arranged for 87 people to come in for enchanting, and the success rate was 100%. Jade stared at the television on the wall, her face flushed with excitement. The middle-aged man on the screen couldn't help but look visibly moved. That is a 100% success rate, a feat no one has been able to achieve until now. Even the most skilled practitioners among the common folk only reach a 70% success rate. The higher the enchantment level, the greater the likelihood of failure. Even among the officially recruited enchanters, the highest success rate is a mere 78%. I will report this matter to my superiors.
In the meantime, go and get in touch with him.
It would be ideal if he could join the national team, but if he is unwilling, do not force the issue.
Jade thought back to Mo's attitude that day and couldn't help but hesitate. What's wrong? Is there a problem?
The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He is skeptical of my identity, and I can tell he might harbor some resentment toward officials, so this task is somewhat difficult.
If the higher-ups truly value this, could someone of a higher rank speak with him? Mo, don't talk nonsense. In fact, Mo was more than eager to have a stable clientele. He was simply worried about his own safety.
I will go there myself tomorrow, the middle-aged man said in a low, solemn voice. Jade's eyes widened. She had expected it to be someone at her supervisor's level, but she never imagined it would be the department's highest-ranking official. This was simply far beyond any reasonable scale.
What, do you think this is overkill?
You still don't understand the strategic significance of this individual. If your captain were here, he would certainly understand.
Jade gave a wry smile. How could she possibly compare herself to him?
That was the captain, after all.
Sir, I will come to pick you up tomorrow then.
No need, just wait for me at your office. Waking up early, holding up my pants to head to the latrine. Ugh, bah, bah.
Waking up early, embracing the sun, full of positive energy. A new day has begun. I hope there will be more people today.
Having had a taste of success, Missouri now hoped that more and more people would come to enchant. He glanced at his status window. Hey, guess what? I leveled up again just by sleeping. That's how awesome I am.
Inside the shop. The entire morning passed just like that. Mo lay on the recliner, staring at the door with a look of utter helplessness.
Not a single soul was encountered throughout the entire morning. Even though it was known that today was Monday, a workday.
But, what the hell kind of workday does an awakened even have?
Forget it, maybe I should just put the blackboard back out there. Mo looked at the blackboard on the ground, wondering if he should offer his services for free for a while longer, taking a loss just to get his name out there.
After lunch,
Mo set up a screen by the back counter. Behind it was where he kept his enchanting forge. Over the course of the past week, Mo had realized that his method of enchanting was far too likely to cause a stir. Therefore, he decided to put up a wooden partition to block the view.
In fact, Mo had originally considered using frosted glass, but later decided a screen would be more convenient, as it could simply be stood up.
He then took a leather armor top from the cabinet and placed it into the enchanting forge. Since no one was around anyway, he decided to gear himself up with a set of armor first.
Half an hour later, the +10 enhancement was complete.
Just as Mo was about to continue, the shop door opened.
Ding-alling. Mo poked his head out from behind the screen.
Ha!
Oh, it's you. What are we enchanting today?
Mo said as he pulled out a piece of leather armor and casually stuffed it into a nearby cabinet.
Remember what I mentioned last time? The government wants to collaborate with top-tier enchanters.
Every enchanter will receive corresponding orders, which could come from both local and out-of-town clients.
Hearing this, Mo felt a literal pang of annoyance. Interested in a partnership?
Of course. It's a guaranteed win-win deal.
As long as these items are equipped, he can continuously earn experience points and points.
However, he still has concerns. Even though Jade is from the Kyoto headquarters, he wonders if she might have an ulterior motive.
Most importantly, Mo hasn't heard of anyone successfully establishing a partnership with the government yet.
He doubted the authenticity of the matter. Even though he had seen the policy from years ago, God only knew if it was still being implemented today.
May I ask, do you make this kind of information public?
Jade shook her head.
We don't announce things like this unless it's at the enchanter's request. Mo looked conflicted, torn over whether or not to agree.
This is tough. If he were truly a genius in his own right, he wouldn't be so conflicted. Everything he has now was given to him by the system. What if some mad scientist were to set their sights on him? Most importantly, he can perform enchants up to level 20, 30, or even 100.
You don't need to answer right away. A heavyweight figure will be coming over in person shortly. I expect you'll recognize them.
Anyone who follows the news would have seen it more or less.
Ding-ling.
The director had already agreed with her that he would only enter if she hadn't come out after half an hour.
Jade, how was the chat? A robust middle-aged man walked in. Director, Mo might require you to communicate with him personally. All right, you may head out now. Mo was completely stunned at this point.
This wasn't just some heavyweight, this was a figure of national significance.
Hello, let me introduce myself.
My name is Chen, and I am the director of Aegis Command. Aegis Command was the successor to the Dragon Kingdom's military department, having changed its name after the arrival of the Gate. This was because their primary enemies had shifted from humans to the monsters within the Gate. The Demon Suppression Division oversees 4 departments: the Secret Mobile Unit, the Border Guard, the Garrison Force, and the lesser-known Demon Extermination Army.
Director Chen, welcome, welcome. Please excuse our humble surroundings. Why don't you take a seat here? I hope you don't mind.
It was no wonder Mo was being so respectful. Chen had truly contributed immensely to the Dragon Kingdom. Despite his relatively young age, his strength was formidable. In his youth, he led his troops to clear countless gates across the country.
You're very welcome. Let's just talk while we stand.
Regarding the partnership with the enchanter, please feel free to voice any concerns you may have directly, and we can discuss them.
Chen looked at Mo kindly.
As for this young man's situation, he had carefully reviewed the materials Jade provided yesterday. He had also reported it to his superiors. The directive from above was clear: they must satisfy his every requirement. Equipment enchanted to level 15 is truly rare, and it is even more exceptional when achieved at such a low cost. Even if an enchantment level cost 200,000 apiece, it would still be a bargain.
A partnership?
Of course. Especially since it's with the state, there's no problem at all. Ha! Chen had planned to prepare a persuasive argument for Mo, but the man had agreed immediately. This wasn't so difficult after all. Jade. Since you've agreed, let us know if you have any specific requirements on your end. We can include them all in the cooperation agreement. Regarding this partnership, it was of paramount importance at the national level. As for using forceful military means to compel compliance, the higher-ups hadn't even considered it. They weren't like the Eagle Nation, they couldn't bring themselves to do such a thing. Moreover, that approach was simply not viable. If an enchanter puts in the time but not the effort, it is far too easy for them to sabotage the equipment during the enchanting process. Can I charge for this? After all, he still needed to make a living, so he had to accept payment. Of course you should charge. There's no way we'd let you work for free. Mo hesitated for a moment. How about this, for the first 10 levels, I won't ask for much, 500 per level. For levels 11 to 13, it's 10,000 per level. For levels 14 to 15, it's 50,000 per level, and for level 16, it's 500,000. However, you must provide all the enchantment stones. I can't possibly produce that many on my own. Enchantment stones were items dropped by killing monsters, and low-level enchantment stones existed in countless quantities. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchantment stone, common, superior, rare, epic, mythic enchantment stone. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchantment stone. Chen's breathing grew heavy. Even at over 40 years old, he found it impossible to remain calm. What did he just hear? Enchant 1650. The amount of money didn't matter, but the fact that the other party said it meant they were confident. Up until now, Mo was the first one who dared to ask for such a price. Even the person who had already successfully enchanted level 16 equipment only dared to guarantee up to level 15. Are you saying you can reach level 16 in enchanting? Chen looked at Mo with a face full of excitement. Yeah, actually, I wanted to ask you something. How is your health? Ha? My health is fine. Every awakened has a pretty solid physical constitution. No, I mean, do you have any heart conditions, high blood pressure, or anything like that? Mo asked, his expression cautious. Chen looked at Mo with a hint of confusion. Could the secret of enchanting be related to one's physical fitness? Or was he saying that this partnership required a medical checkup? No, I'm in perfectly good health. I see, that's a relief then. Director Chen, since you've come personally, I certainly trust you. So, just listen to what I'm about to say next, but you must keep it strictly confidential. Mo nodded. As long as there was no illness, everything was fine. Rest assured, your file will be upgraded to S rank. By then only a select few high-level officials in the country will have access to it. Actually, I can enchant weapons up to level 21, also with a 100% success rate provided, of course, that I have enough time. The main issue was that points were simply too important to Mo, and he was reluctant to use too many of them lightly. He generally only uses it when he sees a success rate of over 80%. What did you say? Enchant. Chen's face was an unnatural shade of red, and his entire hand was trembling. Mo's expression shifted drastically. Didn't you say you weren't sick? You can't just kick the bucket on me. If you die, I'll never be able to clear my name. He hurriedly ran out the front door. Jade! Jade! At Mo's shouting, 3 people rushed out of the car parked in front of the door, one of whom was Jade. What's wrong? Director Chen is in there, and he's about to collapse. The expressions of the 3 changed drastically as they rushed into the room. They saw Chen trembling all over, his face flushed deep red and his lips quivering. The 3 were somewhat bewildered. This didn't look like an illness, but rather extreme agitation. What on earth had been said to work him up into such a state? But now was not the time for that. 2 of the men rushed forward to support Chen and help him catch his breath. Jade walked over to Mo, looking at him with a face full of suspicion. If she hadn't seen that Chen's condition was stable, she would have suspected that Mo had drugged him. What did you just do? What happened to Director Chen? Mo looked aggrieved. What did this have to do with him?
He had even asked the man if he had any medical conditions. I didn't even do anything, I just said. Never mind. You all can head out now. Mo also fell silent.
The three of them exchanged glances, and after confirming that Chen was alright, they filed out of the shop one by one.
Mo, was what you just said really true?
At the thought of what Mo had said about enchanting to 21, Chen's heart still could not settle. His voice was still trembling as he spoke.
Of course it's true. I happen to have a piece of plus 16 enchanted equipment right here to demonstrate for you.
However, it takes a bit of time, so you'll need to wait a moment.
No problem at all, I have plenty of time.
Even if he hadn't had the time, everything else would have to make way for this right now. If it really could be enchanted to plus 21, it wouldn't just be an S-rank file anymore, it could be upgraded directly to SSS rank.
Even to the point where Mo took out the longbow and casually tossed it into the enchanting forge.
Separated by a screen, Shin couldn't see anything, but he wasn't in a hurry, he would be able to see it soon enough.
This time it was very fast. Mo finished everything in just 1 hour. However, it did consume quite a lot of points.
Mo didn't look at the specific data, seeing that it was a success, he simply handed it over to Chen.
Director Chen, please take a look.
When he saw the Enchant 21 notation following the name, Chen felt a surge of excitement. Fortunately, this time he wasn't so overwhelmed that he lost his voice.
However, as he looked closer, he noticed that the name of the weapon was displayed in blue.
Blue. What a total waste of resources. When he saw the level, he felt his blood pressure spike even further.
What exactly was he looking at? A level 10 blue common, superior, rare, epic, mythic piece of equipment that had been enchanted to plus 21? Is this something a human is even capable of?
Chen felt a pang of distress, but he looked at the attributes nonetheless. Hunter's longbow common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 21.
Equipment level, LV 10. Durability, 2231.
Damage, 5157 plus 197. Additional, agility plus 12.
Penetration plus 5. Critical rate plus 20%.
Staring at the text displayed above, Chen's eyes instantly widened. For years, he had mastered the art of remaining unshaken even if Mount Tai were to crumble before his eyes. Yet today, he had lost his composure more times than he could count. Even back in his days as a captain, battling within the gates, his expression had never wavered like this.
Good, truly magnificent.
Chen stroked the longbow in his hands as if it were something far more precious than a mere blue-quality weapon.
Watching the way the man looked at the weapon, Mo couldn't help but shudder, wondering if he had some kind of fetish. Mo, let's get the contract signed then. To avoid any complications from a long delay, Chen was ready to sign the contract immediately.
He had even planned to arrange for members of the secret mobile squad to protect Mo in the vicinity as soon as he returned.
Sure.
Mo was also delighted in his heart. This meant he wouldn't have to spend a dime of his own money on either the weapons or the enchantment stones. Furthermore, his own level could also be increased.
He couldn't help but check his status window. He was already level 7. These people certainly moved fast.
In just 3 more levels, he would be able to equip this weapon. Unsure of which button Chen had pressed, the 3 people outside walked in and placed a contract on top of the counter.
Here is the contract, take a look.
The content of this contract wasn't very long, consisting of only 2 pages. As for whether it met the criteria of a standard contract, no one cared as long as there were no issues with the content, both parties would abide by it.
After all, it was beneficial to both sides. Mo examined it carefully and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Is there something inappropriate?
We can make changes, Jade said hurriedly. There are indeed a few points that need to be adjusted. First is the equipment I'll be enchanting. My idea is for 80% to be weapons, with the remainder being armor and accessories.
After all, Mo needed to rely on enchanted weapons to kill. Armor likely wouldn't suffice.
Of course, he hadn't tested this yet, so he wasn't entirely sure.
That's not a problem at all.
In fact, they would have preferred it if Mo enchanted nothing but weapons. Secondly, I only perform enchanting 5 days a week. The remaining 2 days are reserved for enchanting for the locals. Mo did not want to lose this market, as there was no telling where these pieces of equipment would end up once they were taken out. If they were delivered into the hands of Tier 8 or Tier 9 powerhouses, they might not even kill a single monster in a month, which would be a huge loss for him. The low-tier demographic was his most important target at his current tier. That is not a problem, but we would also like to make a request. We need at least 4 pieces of Enchant 15 and 1 piece of Enchant 16 equipment per month.
Do you think you can agree to this? Jade looked at Mo with anticipation. This agreement was not written into the contract. After all, in the beginning, they only knew that he could enchant up to plus 15. The contract merely stipulated 4 pieces of plus 14 enchanted equipment and 1 piece of plus 15 enchanted equipment per month. Mo shook his head. That won't be a problem.
Although it would consume some of his points, he no longer cared about such points now.
With 300 to 400 coming in every day, that figure is only going to keep growing.
Jade's expression brightened with joy as she hurried to the printer to reprint the contract. However, before hitting print, Jade paused to ask one more thing.
Do you have any other requirements on your end? Actually, there is one more thing. Could you find me a set of high-quality level 10 gear?
For armor, I need leather, and for the weapon, I'm looking for a longbow or some kind of ranged weapon.
That won't be a problem.
We can even provide you with whatever weapons and equipment you desire, provided that you are the one using them.
Chen agreed immediately. He had a rough idea that Mo intended to use weaponry to compensate for his inability to use skills.
Then there's no issue.
Jade printed out the new contract and handed it to Mo. Can I ask where you got this printer from?
Huh?
You mean this? It's backpack equipment, obtained by killing monsters.
The smallest backpack only has 5 slots, and the largest has 20. As she spoke, Jade took a small backpack off her person and handed it to Mo. The contents inside had long since been emptied.
The moment Mo took it in his hands, he naturally understood how to use it. No wonder.
He had been wondering why, since everything was gamified, there was no such thing as a backpack. As it turns out, they have to be dropped by mobs. That explains how those people were taking weapons out of thin air and how they were equipping their armor.
By the way, this thing can also be enchanted.
Each enchant increases the number of slots by the same initial amount. In other words, enchanting the one in your hand once will add 5 more slots.
Mo nodded. This point was quite satisfactory. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract.
From now on, there would be no need to worry about having nothing to enchant. He hoped they would hunt as many monsters as possible. Since the cooperation has been established, I'll take my leave now, Shen said with a smile. After returning this time, he intended to first approach the higher-ups to raise the confidentiality level of Mo's file.
Send someone over later. Since Mo wants to upgrade, just let these people accompany him. I'll see you out. Mo accompanied them out the front gate. Jade, you don't need to return to Kyoto, just stay here with Mo. If he needs help with anything, give him a hand. I'm granting you full authority. Mo, here is my phone number. If any problems arise that she can't resolve, you can call me directly. Chen gave his private number to Mo. As for Jade Chen, she was simply ignored. In any case, Jade and Mo had met a few times, so they were at least on speaking terms. After all, the members of the secret mobile unit were all incredibly arrogant by nature. However, they never resisted orders, so no issues were expected to arise. On this point, Chen was quite confident. After all, the first stealth force was created by his own hand. In terms of strength, only the demon-slaying army could stand as a worthy rival. However, of the 2 teams, one is versatile in various combat scenarios, while the other specializes specifically in gates. Once Chen's car had driven away, Mo turned around and headed back into the shop. Jade let out a sigh and returned to the shop. How about you head back to your team? Mo didn't really need someone like this staying here. No can do. Since Director Chen made the arrangement, he must have his reasons. Besides, with me around,
you'll have fewer hassles to deal with.
Jade shook her head. Fine then.
Mo couldn't care less about hassles or lack thereof. He picked up the backpack he had just received and headed to the back to begin the enchanting process. After enchanting to +10, Mo stopped working.
Because a 110 slot backpack was already sufficient. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic +10. Equipment level, none. Durability, 100. Additional, 110 slots.
Furthermore, its appearance had changed, transforming from a tattered crossbody cloth bag into an armband pouch. This was also an effect brought about by Enchant 10. When Jade saw it, she couldn't help but be amazed. After all, no one would ever enchant a white quality backpack to level 10. Even for backpacks of other qualities, reaching level 5 or 6 is usually considered more than enough. It was the first time she had ever known that this thing could actually change its shape.
The next day, Mo opened the shop doors at 8:50.
At 9 o'clock sharp, Jade appeared, followed by 5 men.
Mo cast a curious glance at them. Mo, let me introduce you.
These 5 are from the secret mobile unit. I won't specify which squad. The 5 men stepped forward in unison, led by a man with a stern, humorless expression.
Hello, my name is Ling Chi, a Tier 8 Level 1 Lancer. Mo's mouth twitched slightly. The name Ling Chi was certainly something. Hello.
Mo extended his right hand to shake his. These are my team members: Taisun, a Tier 8 Level 0 Shield Warrior Chang Ziyu, a Tier 8 Level 1 Priest Zhang Ziyu, a Tier 7 Level 8 Fire Mage and Gu Nua, a Tier 7 Level 9 Assassin.
We are under orders to protect you. If you have any requests, please let us know. As Ling Chi spoke, his entire demeanor remained solemn and professional.
On the other hand, the other 4 teammates were quite pleasant. At least they seemed like people with flesh and blood. Our captain is just like that, please don't take offense.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll get used to it once we've spent some time together. The others stepped forward one by one to shake hands, trying to win a good impression on behalf of their captain.
It's fine, really. I think he's quite alright.
Aside from his somewhat cold expression, he had no other flaws.
Ding ling.
A man pushed open the door, but his expression faltered the moment he saw so many people standing inside.
Did the owner of this shop get into some kind of trouble? Could it be that his enchanting skills are actually terrible? I'm in the wrong place, sorry.
The man turned around, opened the door, and bolted out.
Mo looked at the group before him, feeling helpless. Everyone, perhaps you should find a place to rest? Standing here like this seems a bit inappropriate.
At the time, he thought this 60 square meter room would be more than enough for himself. He just hadn't expected so many people to show up.
The 4 of you go next door. I will stay here with Jade. Mo opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated.
In truth, he would have much preferred the captain to go next door and let the other 4 stay. Forget it, after all, they were assigned by the higher-ups.
Captain, if you ask me, why don't we just apply for the floor above?
If we're up there, we can head down even faster.
No need.
We'll just knock a door through this wall when the time comes, Ling Chi said, pointing to the wall on the left.
Mo watched them go back and forth, unable to get a single word in. Shouldn't you ask me, the owner, before you go around knocking doors through walls? Mo, do you think this is feasible? It's feasible, of course it's feasible. There was no point in objecting. What if they decided to dig a basement right under his floor instead? It was better to just let them stay next door. The group moved efficiently.
The 4 of them headed straight next door, while Ling Chi came over to Mo's side and stood by the wall. Mo looked up at Ling Chi, who stood over 190 centimeters tall, and then glanced at his own height of just over 170 centimeters. He looked at the other man's robust physique, then back at his own frail frame.
Sigh.
What a disparity. As for Jade, she watched the scene with amusement before stepping behind a counter.
There are chairs over there, please have a seat. If you don't sit down, I'll feel awkward too.
The 2 hesitated for a moment before taking their seats. Jade seemed relaxed enough, but Ling Chi sat with his hands on his knees and his back perfectly straight. No matter how you looked at him, he appeared to be from a regular military background rather than someone from a covert mobile unit.
Brother Zhang, you're from the secret mobile force, but isn't your posture a bit too conspicuous?
Mr. M.O., to be honest, I don't usually carry myself this way when I'm out on other missions.
Then just treat it like any other mission. You're being far too tense.
Also, just call me M.O. There's no need for Sir.
M.O. said with a hint of helplessness.
This wasn't quite the mobile force he had imagined. Seeing this, Ling Chi relaxed his posture, and his overall demeanor became less solemn.
M.O. gave a soft sigh. I suppose this will do.
Thinking of the people who had just left, he couldn't help but sigh again. The cooked duck had flown away.
Feeling bored, M.O. opened his status window. This feels great. Name, M.O. Class Enchanter. Potential, B rank.
Level, Tier 1, Level 045 1000.
Attributes, Strength, 9. Stamina, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Allocatable points, 50. Skill Enchant. General skill, none.
The points have even reached 3,400.
With enchanting, what is there to fear? Enchanting a full set of plus 20 gear would be a walk in the park.
According to his calculations, reaching plus 12 could be done almost without spending any points. Using about 400 points here and there afterward would be more than enough to hit plus 20.
Hiss.
Calculating it this way, these points are only enough for 8 pieces of equipment.
It doesn't seem like that much.
My mood was originally quite good, but it calmed right back down after doing the math. All that excitement for nothing. M.O. thought it over carefully. Armor consists of 5 parts: shoulder pads, top, pants, shoes, and belt, primarily designed to boost defense and attributes.
Accessories are composed of 2 rings, 2 bracelets, and a necklace.
There are 2 slots for weapons, but most people only use one in combat. Secondary weapons are rarely carried by the average person. And then there is the special equipment that everyone carries, the Eye of the Mind, a unique piece of gear that prevents one's mind from being corrupted by monsters. The Eye of the Mind has no level requirements and no quality rating. The method of obtaining it is quite simple. A blacksmith forges it using a monster's body, and it can be used as a mind's eye simply by infusing it into any object. By that calculation, M.O. would need to enchant at least 12 pieces of equipment, meaning he would require at least 5,000 points.
Hiss. I'm so broke. Brother Ling Chi, could you let me take a look at your mind's eye?
He had originally intended to ask Jade for hers, but then he remembered she was a girl. There was no telling what form she might have forged her mind's eye into. In the end, having no other choice, I still asked Ling Chi for it. Ling Chi removed a faded brooch from his collar and handed it to M.O. M.O. looked at the design and raised an eyebrow. This method wasn't bad at all, and he could make one for himself when the time came.
Mind's eye plus 12. Equipment level, none. Durability, 44-100. Bonus, demonic energy suppression radius plus 12m. Demonic energy purification speed plus 120%. Is this how the purification of the mind's eye is calculated? If I had an item with enchant plus 100, wouldn't that mean a 1000% increase in purification speed and a radius of 100 meters? Thinking about it that way, it's actually quite impressive. M.O. handed the mind's eye back to Ling Chi and turned his gaze toward Jade. Miss Zhang.
Just call me Sister Zhang. Drop the miss, Jade said, sounding exasperated.
My apologies. Sister Zhang, I wanted to ask when my equipment will arrive.
However, before Jade could respond, Ling Chi, who was standing nearby, spoke up. The equipment level you're looking for is quite low. I'm currently searching for a suitable match.
Jade looked at the two of them helplessly. Good grief, this one didn't know how to talk either. Director Chen, you'd better just transfer me away. I can't stay in this place anymore. M.O. smacked his lips, understanding the situation to some extent.
After all, what he wanted was high-quality level 10 equipment. It's just that. By the time they find it, I'll probably have already reached level 20.
Thinking about it this way, it feels like I'm getting a bit of a raw deal.
Mo turned his gaze back to his status window. As for the system status window, he only used it to check his points. On the status window, his attributes remained unchanged, which was different from what he had expected. Wasn't there supposed to be a fixed growth with every level up? Why are there only free attribute points? I have a question regarding personal attributes. When the level increases, do attribute points grow with each level up? Also, how many free points are given per level? Ling Qi looked at Mo with a face full of surprise. Logistics subclasses have almost no attribute point growth. Even when leveling up, it's just a symbolic 5 free points. As for why, it's probably because they don't need to fight. Mo's mouth twitched. Even though I am indeed a logistics class, you didn't have to say it out loud. Even though Ling Qi corrected himself, Mo could still tell that he truly meant what he said. Attribute growth is tied to talent. The total growth range for the 4 primary attributes is between 5 and 20, followed by 5 free attribute points. At Tier 2, Level 0, there is a First Awakening, which grants 50 free attribute points. At Tier 6, Level 0, there is a Second Awakening, which grants 100 free attribute points. However, this only applies to combat and support classes. Other classes do not receive this. Hearing this, Mo's heart ached. One must realize that even if he reached the maximum level of Tier 10, he would only have 500 points in total. Look at them, they get 650 free points right off the bat, plus the fixed points given at every level up. Even with the worst talent, they could reach 1,300 points. Sigh. The subclass is simply too difficult. Fortunately, however, he has the system. Otherwise, he might not have been able to realize his desires or fulfill the promise he made to his parents. Of course, besides that, the more important thing is to gain experience and points. Obtaining this through one's own hands yields far more than getting it through others. Actually, you don't need to stress too much over levels. They just have a few more skills, that's all. You can enchant equipment, and the boosts provided by enchanting gear are not inferior to attributes at all. At this point, a hint of envy appeared in Jade's eyes. Before coming here, Chen had told her that the Mo standing before her was capable of reaching enchant plus 21, though the price was somewhat steep. But compared to the power boost it provided, what did that small amount of money matter? Mo nodded in agreement. Agreement, my foot. Those are skills. What did he have besides enchanting? Common skills. There weren't many useful common skills either. You couldn't expect him, an enchanter, to use a sliding tackle, could you? Sister Jade, can you help me find a handgun or a sniper rifle, and maybe some grenade equipment? No matter how you look at it, a bow and arrow is still a primitive weapon. For someone like him who possessed 0 skills, using a bow was simply too difficult. It might be better to use some firearms that way. I might actually stand a chance. Yes, there is equipment for the launcher class. Fongjing Base has some in stock. I'll go get them for you right now. 1 hour later. Jade placed a pistol, a sniper rifle, 5 grenades, and a pile of bullets on the counter? Wait, do guns still require bullets? Of course they do. After all, these are man-made objects, just with monster components added into them. With current technology, we can't move away from bullets yet, Jade said, looking puzzled. It's not that they don't exist, it's just that weapons that don't require ammunition aren't sold to the public. They're used in special departments, but their performance is quite mediocre. Ling Qi added. Fine, what else could he say? Mo picked up the pistol. Thunderbolt pistol, common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45-45. Damage, 71-93. Additional, lightning attribute attack. Crit rate plus 5%. This is great stuff. A weapon with elemental attack attributes is a rare find indeed. It'll be more than enough to last until level 20. He then picked up the bullets and grenades. These items were mostly of common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic grades. They are all white tier equipment, and the attack power bonus is very low. Bullet common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. Durability, 1-1. Damage, 100. G10 common, superior, rare, epic, mythic.
Durability, 1-1. Damage, 500. Bonus, kill radius 5m. How should I put it? It's very mediocre. Presumably, because the results were underwhelming, they didn't bother manufacturing any high-powered ammunition either.
Then MO picked up the sniper rifle. G110 common, superior, rare, epic, mythic.
Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45-45. Damage, 98-120. Bonus, penetration plus 50. Bleed plus 5. It could be said that MO really liked these two weapons, one for melee and one for ranged combat.
The only pity was that his marksmanship was poor. If someone like me, who hasn't been trained and isn't of the gunner class, uses this weapon, what would the hit rate be roughly? MO was somewhat curious after all, weapons didn't have class restrictions. In fact, even equipment of various kinds had no class restrictions. The only thing restricted by class was skills. However, most skills were abilities one comprehended on their own after leveling up. To learn a skill, one needed to hunt powerful monsters to obtain it. And that kind of skill was clearly not easy to come by. At any rate, MO hadn't heard of many people possessing such a skill. To be honest, for an ordinary person to hit a monster within 10 meters with a pistol is quite simple. At 20 meters, a 50% chance is about right. At 30 meters, I'd suggest just letting them come closer. As for the sniper rifle, there's an 80% chance at 200 meters, 50% at 500 meters, and 20% at 800 meters. After all, under the influence of various factors, accuracy still requires skill. Actually, Jade was being quite conservative. It also had something to do with the individual. Some people could miss a target even at 10 meters with a pistol, and missing someone at 100 meters with a sniper rifle was a common occurrence. However, she didn't want to discourage MO. Moreover, with Ling Chi around, wouldn't teaching MO be more than easy? MO rubbed his chin. Is that so? Should he try a round of enchanting first? Maybe he could get a decent additional attribute. No sooner said than done. MO stood up, picked up the sniper rifle, went behind the screen, and began to enchant it. Ling Chi came over to Jade's side. Is he going to enchant that sniper rifle? Probably. From what he meant yesterday, he wants to go out and hunt monsters. He likely wants to use enchanted weapons to make up for his own shortcomings, though I don't know to what extent he will enchant the weapon. To be honest, Jade was truly envious. Setting aside an enchant 20 weapon, even having an enchant 15 weapon would be something one could brag about. I wonder if I could ask him to enchant my weapon, but I'm a bit worried it might take up a quota. It probably won't. You can ask him. After spending over 2 hours, MO finally managed to get the pistol to enchant 20. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 20. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45-45. Damage, 7193 plus 236.2. Additional, lightning attribute attack. Penetration plus 10. Crit rate plus 5% plus 10. MO nodded with satisfaction. As expected of gear with iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson quality once enchanted to plus 20, the damage boost was immense. The additional attributes, however, were just average. As for the rest, MO didn't plan on enchanting them for the time being. He could just do it whenever the need arose. Mainly, it was just too time-consuming. MO, do you think you could enchant my weapon for me? We can negotiate the price. Ling Chi rubbed his hands together, looking nothing like the cold and serious person he had been moments ago. MO wanted to laugh inwardly. See? This was the allure of weapon enchanting. No matter who you were, you had to force a smile in front of an enchanter with a high success rate. Even if you didn't know how to smile, you had to try. Initially, MO didn't want to enchant anything for Ling Chi. After all, the man was currently guarding him, so enchanting his gear wouldn't be of much use to MO himself. But regardless, the man was protecting him, so he could consider this a form of payment. In any case, all it cost MO was a few points.
No problem, give me the weapon. Thank you.
Ling Chi hurriedly pulled a long spear from his spatial backpack.
I just had someone craft this recently. I haven't had the chance to enchant it yet.
The grade is actually quite high, so I didn't dare risk it lightly. More importantly, there was a chance the item could break, and high-level gear like this wasn't easy to come by.
Mo took it in his hand and looked. Good grief, it was actually a level 80 piece of equipment. Its base damage was absolutely off the charts. How high do you want to enchant it? Let me say up front, I won't be charging a low price.
Of course. The money must be paid. I won't take no for an answer.
Could I get it to plus 20? If you think that's too difficult, plus 15 is fine too.
In truth, he really wanted to reach plus 21, which was the highest success level Mo was known for. However, he felt too embarrassed to ask. He was already feeling self-conscious asking for plus 20, but since the words were already out, he had to stick with it.
Mo chuckled. He certainly wasn't one to turn away money. If this had been back when it was free, Mo probably wouldn't have done it. But now that he was collaborating with the state, he was no longer afraid. Even if something went wrong, the government would back him up. Level 20 is no problem. Let me do the math. Mo pulled out a calculator, tapping away rapidly. That will be 3,135,000. I'll round it down for you and just make it 3.13 million. Jade's mouth twitched. Talk about a literal rounding down. However, more than anything, there was envy that Ling Chi was about to possess a plus 20 enchanted weapon. Excluding the weapon in Mo's own hands, this would be the very first plus 20 enchanted weapon in the entire world. Without a second thought, Ling Chi swiped his bank card to pay, terrified that Mo might change his mind. Watching the money hit his account, Mo felt a sense of relief. He was finally seeing a return on his efforts. It hadn't been easy. Then again, there would likely be even more money in the future. Sigh, a life spent making money is truly dull. The enchanting process lasted until 12:30 p.m., which was actually quite fast. Unfortunately, throughout the entire morning, not a single customer had shown up besides the man who had been scared off earlier. Mo began to wonder if he would be better off moving to a different location. But things weren't too bad for now. People dropped by occasionally, and he had the government's weapons to enchant. The volume would certainly be significant. He didn't plan on enchanting for others on Saturdays and Sundays anyway. Instead, he intended to head out and level up. Now that the opportunity was in his hands, he had to make the most of it. He was the man who was going to become the king of the gates. Here you go. See if you're satisfied. Ling Chi took the spear and checked the stats. Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic plus 20. Equipment level, LV 80. Durability, 5155. Damage, 701,823 plus 2,318. Additional, Strength plus 55 plus 50. Bleed plus 100. Crit rate plus 10%. Ling Chi's hands trembled. The damage had increased by a full 2,300, and the additional attributes had risen as well. With this weapon, he would have a fighting chance even when facing a tier 9 monster. It was simply too powerful. He took a deep breath and gave Mo a formal salute. With someone like you in our country, many more soldiers will be able to return home alive from the battlefield in the future. Thank you. Ling Chi's sudden seriousness caught Mo completely off guard. Don't do that. You paid for this. There's no need for such gestures. Besides, the state is paying too. This is just a mutually beneficial transaction. Mo truly hadn't thought that far ahead. He simply hoped that more people would take his weapons to kill monsters. Humanity's living space had been drastically compressed. Beyond the isolation walls lay the territories where monsters gathered. And those places were once where humans called home. It's not the same. You deserve this salute. This is truly vital for those soldiers on the front lines. Whether they were civilians or official military personnel. They all had to fight monsters, and their weapons and gear were their only lifeline. The better the equipment, the higher the survival rate. There was no questioning that.
There was a reason why every enchanter capable of reaching +10 on weapons and gear was held in such high esteem. They charged for it, but it was justified.
Mo rubbed his chin, thinking that he was being put on quite a pedestal.
However, the bills still had to be paid.
Mo glanced at his phone. It was Friday. Now that he had the equipment, shouldn't he head out into the wild to take a look? Though he only had a weapon, it was enough. With them around anyway, he wouldn't get hurt.
As for the armor and other gear, he'd wait until the items arrived.
Tomorrow is Saturday. I'm planning to go into the wild to hunt monsters. What do you think?
Since Ling Chi and his team were sent here, they must serve a purpose.
I'll have someone make the arrangements right away. We should focus our targets on F rank and E rank monsters.
These monsters are all level 20 or below, so with your level and equipment, you should have no problem handling them. Besides, you have us if things get tough. We can wear them down to near death and leave the finishing blow to you. These circumstances had been anticipated before their arrival, so in addition to this covert mobile unit, there was another garrison force unit on standby. While Ling Chi was responsible for protection, they were tasked with clearing out a monster battlefield specifically for MOS use. The higher-ups had also conducted an investigation into MOS' family background. They had speculated about his psychological state and concluded there was a high probability he would head to the front lines to hunt monsters or even attempt to close gates. All of this had been factored into their considerations. In fact, from the perspective of the authorities, it would be best if Mo stayed in the safe rear and avoided the front lines entirely.
Ideally, he wouldn't even engage in combat with the lowest F rank monsters.
One must realize that when a monster harms someone, it isn't just through physical attacks, but also through demonic chi contamination. A small amount of contamination might only affect one's temperament, which the mind SI could clear over time. However, being corrupted by a common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic monster is not something that can be resolved quickly. Failure to cleanse it in time could lead to unpredictable dangers.
Ding ling. Excuse me, can equipment really be enchanted here with a 100% success rate?
A girl about 1.6 meters tall, wearing iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson combat gear, walked in, her voice sounding soft and sweet.
Of course. If the enchant fails, all enchantment stones will be refunded tenfold.
This was the first customer of the day. He had to make sure she stayed.
Then could you see if you can enchant this for me?
A scepter suddenly appeared in the girl's hand, inlaid with a white gemstone.
A priest or a paladin?
Judging by her physique, she was likely a priest.
No problem. To what level do you want to enchant it? Have you brought your own enchantment stones? Mo didn't have many enchantment stones prepared after all. He hadn't had much money before and usually bought them as needed. Can it be enchanted to +10? I've already prepared the enchantment stones.
As she spoke, the woman placed 20 enchantment stones on the table. They were iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson stones.
That will be 5,000, please.
Mo immediately produced a card reader and held it out in front of her. The woman's expression stiffened. It was her first time seeing someone collect payment before doing the work.
Wasn't it usually pay on delivery? However, she didn't hesitate and paid the amount directly. Mo took the scepter into his hands and saw the status window appearing above it. It was a level 40 crimson equipment, quite a high level. Enchanting it to +10 was far too simple for him. In less than 20 minutes, a +10 enchanted weapon was finished.
Here you go.
So soon?
The woman was somewhat surprised. In her estimation, it should have taken at least an hour. When she had visited that crimson enchanter's shop before, the man there had fussed over the timing and scrutinized the weapon meticulously. She hadn't expected that here, the person would finish it so casually.
But the enchantment was indeed successful.
She couldn't help but wonder if she should try for a few more levels. Yet she held back. If the enchantment failed and broke the item, she didn't have another crimson quality scepter. Ancient Star Sea Scepter Mythic +10.
Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 3241. Damage, 335 412 plus 266.
Bonus, 5% chance per attack to trigger star power, dealing 20% intelligence damage.
Intelligence plus 75. Healing effect plus 10%.
The woman nodded in satisfaction. It really was enchanted to plus 10, and the stats were excellent.
Even the bonus attributes perfectly matched her class. Thank you, shopkeeper.
I'll introduce my teammates to come here when they have time.
Then I must thank you in advance. Here is my business card.
By the way, I'm generally only open Monday through Friday. Saturdays depend on the situation, and Sundays are always for rest. Having people referred was a good thing. It was exactly what he wanted. Word of mouth would ensure his shop never lacked customers. On Saturdays and Sundays, he planned to go into the wilderness. That was a routine he wouldn't change much. However, if there were enough customers, setting aside Saturday would still be possible. As for official equipment, the speed is decent for enchantments under 10. It only becomes time-consuming once you go above 13. After the woman left, Mo sat in his chair, lost in thought.
Is the system really only capable of this much? That shouldn't be the case. Just adding damage and bonus attributes, is there nothing else? Anyway, he didn't believe it. However, he didn't have enough points on hand. Otherwise, he would have tried enchanting to 50 at once to see if he could uncover any clues. The next day, Saturday. The location has been chosen. The grounds there have been cordoned off, so we can start as soon as we arrive. Ling Qi was driving, with Chang Ziyu and Tai Sun sitting on either side of Mo to provide immediate protection. Jade was in the passenger seat. Another car followed behind them with 2 more team members. The 2 vehicles headed north, eventually arriving at the foot of a hill. Atop that hill stood a massive iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson gate, its frame covered in intricate patterns. In the center of the gate was a shimmering, rippling black mist. Is that the gate? Mo asked, pointing toward the distant portal. Yes, that is a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. It contains a large number of F-rank and E-rank monsters, a small number of D-rank monsters, and very few C-rank monsters. It's considered one of the safest gates and releases monsters once a week. These types of gates were common all over the world, and people generally didn't pay them much mind. After all, besides the monsters, the materials found inside were also very important. Most of the components added to the weapons and gear used by the Awakened come from here. It is precisely because of these additions that weapons are imbued with attributes. Initially, people hadn't realized this. It was only after the demonic energy from the gates contaminated the weapons that they made the discovery. However, that original batch of weapons has since been suppressed, as weapons invaded by demonic energy are not something an ordinary person can handle. On the distant grass, some low-level monsters were already moving around, though they didn't seem particularly aggressive. Take this. You'll need it to hunt monsters. Ling Qi handed over an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson piece of metal, a mind's eye. Unfortunately, it hadn't been enchanted, but Mo didn't really mind since he had brought a handgun and a sniper rifle this time. He casually slipped the mind's eye into his pocket and pulled the sniper rifle out of his bag. Mo lay flat on the ground with the sniper rifle's current power. Taking out monsters one by one wouldn't be much of an issue. Ling Qi and the others scattered, staying no more than 10 meters away from Mo. Bang! A gunshot rang out, followed by a 411 damage indicator in iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson colors. The struck monster collapsed, and the others immediately tried to scatter, only to be driven back into the clearing by the people surrounding them. Ding! Killed level 1 F-rank monster, experience plus 10, points plus 10. Mo shook his head. This increase was far too meager. Glancing into the distance at a cluster of monsters, Mo did a rough count and estimated there were about 20 to 30 monsters within range. It should work, though I don't know exactly how strong these things are. Cruel Demi-Demon LV, 17. The tallest monster among them appeared in Mo's field of vision. 3 skulls. It certainly looked dangerous enough. After all, his own attributes were very low. He hadn't even assigned his attribute points yet. Of course, even if he had, it wouldn't have made much difference. At the same level, the gap between him and others was still far too wide. But none of that mattered. A grenade suddenly appeared in his hand. Indeed, it was the one Jade had given him that day. Except he had slightly enchanted it yesterday. G10 Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic plus 12. Durability, 1-1. Damage, 500 plus 577. Additional, kill radius 5m plus 10. He had only used enchantment stones, without spending a single point. Mo found these stats very satisfying. Then, he pulled the pin, leaned back, and threw fire in the hole. An iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson object traced a perfect arc through the air, landing 2 or 3 meters in front of the monsters. Oops, threw it short. Missed by a bit. Ling Chi and the others glanced at each other. Grenades had high lethality, but their blast radius was simply too small. Those monsters were gathered relatively closely, but they were still spread across a wide area. Killing 2 or 3 would be considered a good result. Tai Sun, next time you go and break those monsters' legs, then let Mo finish them off. However, with a thunderous boom, a visible shockwave rippled out from the center of the field as a massive mushroom cloud of smoke rose into the air. Only one thought occupied everyone's mind: this is absolutely impossible. It wasn't as if they hadn't used these grenades before. How could they possibly possess such immense power? Regardless of what the others thought, Mo's mouth was twisted into a wide grin of pure joy. Ding! Killed level 1 F grade monster, EXP plus 10, points plus 10. Ding! Killed level 6 F grade monster, EXP plus 63, points plus 63. Ding! Killed level 17 E grade monster, EXP plus 174, points plus 174. About 20 notifications popped up at once. The few creatures on the outermost edge had not been killed. After all, the blast radius was only so large, and with so many monsters acting as meat shields, it was normal for some to survive. Mo pulled out a sniper rifle and began picking them off one by one like children. Since they were already collapsed on the ground, it would be strange if he couldn't kill them now. Mo glanced at his stats. He had leveled up again. What a pity. It would be great if there was an auto-aim function. He wondered if there were any similar abilities among the general skills. Otherwise, using a sniper rifle only to shoot nearby monsters felt like a bit of a waste. Mo, was that grenade you just used enchanted? Even though he already knew the answer, Ling Chi still wanted to hear it from Mo's own mouth. Yeah, but I only enchanted one. It's a real waste of time. I'm not asking for the item. I want to know what level you enchanted that grenade to for it to achieve this kind of effect. Level 12, I think. Ling Chi looked at the pensive Mo, his mouth twitching. You actually enchanted a consumable piece of equipment to level 12? How are other enchanters supposed to live with themselves? How are those awakened who don't even have plus 10 gear supposed to feel? 50% of awakened only have enchant plus 5 gear. After all, black iron enchanters are everywhere. They become scarcer at silver rank and above. You have to wait in line if you want an enchantment. Furthermore, many enchanters won't take on gear that has already been enchanted. Who knows if your weapon has suffered an enchantment failure before? After all, an enchantment failure results in a drop in the enchantment level, though it doesn't reset it to 0. In severe cases, structural damage can even occur. If the weapon breaks completely during an enchantment while in their hands, whose fault is it? Whatever makes you happy. Ling Chi patted Mo's shoulder and turned back to his position. Though he really wanted to suggest enchanting other equipment instead and that he was willing to pay for it. But since it was Mo's own idea, he had no right to interfere. He just felt a bit of heartache. Mo looked at the departing Ling Chi with confusion. What was wrong with this guy? He watched the monsters roaming in the distance, picked up his gun, and continued sniping. In the distance, Jade came up to Ling Chi's side. Were you just about to tell him to enchant his weapons? To not waste enchantments on disposable gear? Ling Chi hesitated for a moment and nodded. I was indeed thinking that just now, but I didn't say it. Jade breathed a sigh of relief. It's good you didn't. You need to understand his importance, otherwise, they wouldn't have sent your squad here. My rank isn't lower than yours, yet didn't I end up staying here to follow Mo's orders? This shows his importance, so don't meddle in certain things. We are in a partnership, not a superior-subordinate relationship. Even if he wants to enchant a rock to level 20, that's his prerogative. Besides, Director Chen is planning to set his file to S rank, so you understand? Jade was unaware of the SSS rank file status. If she knew it was SSS rank, she wouldn't just be following orders, she wouldn't even mind warming his bed. Since the gates first appeared all those years ago, how many SSS rank files have there been? No more than 5.
And that information was only made public years after those individuals had passed away. Every one of them was someone who made massive contributions to the country. Warming the bed for someone like that is the kind of thing you'd write into the family genealogy.
I understand.
I didn't say anything just now, Ling Qi said with a serious expression. By the way, that gear for him should arrive tomorrow, 12 pieces in total. However, regarding the weapon, I think he might prefer this sniper rifle. He probably won't like the bow and arrow.
It doesn't matter as long as we protect him, that's enough. It seems his level has increased again. Why didn't I get this kind of treatment back then? Otherwise, I wouldn't be stuck at just over tier 5 now. Jade was truly envious of Mo.
Thinking back to her own past, she only had the option of teaming up to hunt monsters. She never had an opportunity like this.
How can you even compare? Like you said, this Mo is a treasure now.
Even in the future, Mo's status will definitely not be lacking. The highest enchant level in history is only 16. It has never even reached 17.
It's so difficult. At noon, Mo took a break and had a simple meal with the group. Members of the garrison force went to herd the monsters into the encirclement so that Mo could kill them shortly. Since these monsters were relatively low level, they lacked the ability to sense danger. They stayed quietly within the encirclement, left to be slaughtered at will. After finishing his meal, Mo continued the hunt. Mo's points and experience kept growing steadily. As expected, the experience gained from dealing the finishing blow myself is higher. But there's no rush. Once I have more enchanted weapons, I won't need to do the work myself anymore. Massive amounts of data suddenly burst forth from Mo's system background. Ding! Experience plus 3, points plus 15. Ding! Experience plus 4.4, points plus 22. Ding! Experience plus 3.6, points plus 18. Boom! Boom! The data was accompanied by the sound of roaring explosions. Ling Qi, take your people and leave immediately. An outbreak has occurred at the Divine Gate 20 kilometers ahead. It has started releasing monsters at an unscheduled time. Many D rank and C rank monsters have escaped. While they may not pose a problem for you, Mo is not a combat class after all. After Jade hung up the phone, she shouted hurriedly. One must realize that the garrison force sent this time was only tier 3. After all, it was just a divine gate. There was usually no need for high-level awakened. However, there are B-rank monsters within the divine gate, and there might even be A-rank monsters. If the numbers are too great, it won't be something they can handle. Mainly, they are worried about accidents. Alright, we're leaving now. While Mo was still wondering where the rumbling sound was coming from, he was suddenly hoisted onto someone's shoulder and whisked away from the scene at high speed. It took less than a minute from the moment his feet left the ground to the moment he was settled in the car. He was completely dazed. The speed was simply too fast, with the scenery on both sides blurring past and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Only when the car started moving did Mo finally manage to compose himself. The thought of being carried on Tai-sun's shoulder was just quite embarrassing. Actually, I'm a pretty fast runner. I can run on my own next time, Mo said, looking at Tai-sun with a deadpan expression. Next time for sure, Tai-sun nodded earnestly. As for which next time it would be, that was hard to say. After all, in terms of attributes alone, Mo was still far too weak. The car drove all the way toward the city center. Not far from the urban area, Mo saw monsters fleeing from the nearby woods from time to time. When he saw the display above, he couldn't help but gasp. Violent Predator LV, 52. Perhaps it was because his attributes were too low,
but the danger level was simply ridiculous. Mo looked at his points and the sniper rifle in his hand. If he enchanted it to plus 50, he should be able to kill it, but unfortunately, it would be too much of a waste of time. However, seeing various level 30-40 monsters appearing from time to time, Mo felt a bit restless and tempted.
Can we wait here for a bit? Find a safe spot, I want to enchant my equipment.
Initially, Mo was worried that exposing himself would bring unnecessary trouble, but after cooperating with the state, that concern was effectively gone.
He finally dared to take bold action.
Ling Qi and the others looked at each other and nodded.
No problem.
The 5 of them formed a circle to surround Mo, while Jade was not with them. She was still responsible for the work over at the garrison force. Without a word, Mo released his enchanting forge onto the ground, then took out a pile of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchantment stones from his backpack. Although it was a bit painful to use them on level 10 equipment, the level 52 monster in the distance was simply too enticing. Mo no longer agonized over the enchantment points at most, he would use them twice and then refill them with points.
Points 80. Points 90. Points 76.
The cost made Mo's teeth ache with regret. But watching the enchantment numbers on the display steadily climb, Mo eventually made peace with it.
You can't catch the wolf without baiting the trap. Let's do this.
In half an hour, Mo finished enchanting the sniper rifle in his hand at top speed, instantly burning through 2,400 of his newly acquired points. However, Mo only felt the sting for a moment, because in that same half hour, his points had actually increased by more than 20,000.
It's only 2,000, small change.
If it weren't for someone constantly providing him with points, Mo wouldn't have dared to squander them like this. As the iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchanting forge vanished, Mo looked at the weapon data and couldn't help but gulp.
Fine beads of sweat even formed on his forehead. Wasn't this damage a bit too high?
But thinking about how this was enchant 50 equipment, he felt relieved.
If Ling Qi's weapon were enchanted to 50, wouldn't the damage exceed 50,000 or even 100,000?
The mere thought was terrifying. G110 iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson plus 50.
Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45-45. Damage, 98-120 plus 7,218. Additional, penetration plus 50 plus 100. Damage plus 10%. Hit plus 50. Strength plus 100.
Special, let the bullets fly. The longer the bullet flies, the higher the damage increase range 5% 20%.
Mo looked at the last column in confusion. He had never seen this on equipment before.
Perhaps it was because he hadn't encountered much gear, but none of his previous weapons had this.
Or was this something that could only be obtained through enchanting? Ding!
Congratulations to the host for owning their first enchant 50 piece of equipment.
System level increased.
Unfortunately, he didn't have time to check it now.
Half an hour had passed, and many monsters had already run off. If he didn't make a move soon, there would truly be nothing left. I'm done enchanting. Let me try a shot.
Hearing this, the 5 of them shifted positions, clearing a path for Mo's muzzle. The level 52 one from earlier had disappeared to who knows where, but it didn't matter, because Mo had found a new prey.
Two-headed predator LV-41. Mo adjusted his breathing.
At a distance of 500 meters, even if he couldn't hit the head, he should at least be able to hit the body.
Bang!
The bullet fired, and an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson number of 8,433 drifted upward.
Ah, what a pity. I was clearly aiming for the head. How did I miss?
Ling Qi didn't care where he hit, he cared about that number 8433.
Was this for real?
To dish out a figure of 8,433 from a level 10 weapon, one had to realize that even if he were the one wielding that weapon, he wouldn't be able to hit that number. Ling Qi looked toward Mo, who was lying prone on the roof of the vehicle.
Just how high was this weapon's enchantment level? Bang! Another gunshot rang out.
The numbers 16888 lit up. One didn't even need to think to know this was a critical hit from striking a weak point.
This
The five of them exchanged glances.
This was absurd. Satisfying. If only there were an auto-aim feature as well. Ding! Slain level 41B rank monster, EXP plus 550, points plus 550. It was just a bit of a pity that it gave so little experience it instantly lost its appeal. Seeing these stats, Mo put away the sniper rifle. Let's head back. The group got into the car and continued driving toward the city center. No one mentioned the matter of Mo's firearm damage. Don't ask what shouldn't be asked, just report it directly. On the road. Brother Ling Chi, how many monsters did you kill to level up to tier 8? Mo was genuinely curious. Although he could level up by killing just 4 or 5, these were B rank monsters. Under normal circumstances, how many tier 1 people would dare to hunt B rank monsters? Absolutely none. Going after a B rank was essentially thinking you weren't dying fast enough. I've never actually calculated that, but for 350 out of 365 days a year, I was out hunting monsters. It only started decreasing in the last 2 years. As for the quantity, maybe 20,000? Or 30,000? Ling Chi fell into deep thought. What sane person keeps a record of how many monsters they've killed? Do all monsters provide experience? Mo asked. Not exactly. If they are more than 10 levels below you, there's no experience at all. As for those higher than you, there's actually a small bonus, but it's the kind that is almost negligible. I know what you're getting at, but this is reality, not a game. There's no such thing as getting several times the experience for killing something over your level. The so-called no experience just means that compared to the experience required to level up, what it provides is practically negligible. Ling Chi tried his best to explain Mo's question in simple, easy-to-understand terms. Mo thought about it and realized it made sense. If the experience provided by monsters was high enough, wouldn't leveling up be incredibly fast? How many people begin to stagnate once they reach tier 8? Isn't it because the experience points granted become increasingly scarce, and people no longer have the energy to grind for levels? After all, this isn't a computer game where one levels up just for the sake of leveling up. The true purpose is to protect the land behind them from the monsters emerging from the gates, and their ultimate goal remains to close those gates for good. Yet, closing a gate takes far longer than one might imagine, requiring an innumerable amount of manpower. As they approached the containment gate, the monsters that had chased them out were no longer in sight. Even if any monsters managed to slip through, they would be neutralized by the awakened stationed at the containment gate. Mo couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the world inside the city and the world outside were two entirely different realms. Mo, are you heading home or going to the shop? Home, I think. It was already late, and there wasn't much point in going to the shop now. What about tomorrow? I'll go to the shop tomorrow. You don't need to come and pick me up. The distance wasn't far at all, just a few hundred meters, a mere few minutes' walk. That won't do. Our mission is to protect you. Our rooms are right next door to your house. Call us anytime if something happens. Mo's lips twitched. Since you've already put it that way, why even bother asking me? Still, the feeling of being protected was actually quite nice. Upon returning home, the first thing Mo did was open the system to check his status window. The system had mentioned a level increase, but he wasn't sure exactly what had improved. Mo opened the crudely designed system status window. While it didn't display a numerical level, there was indeed a change. Host Mo. Age, 18. Points 26131. Skill, EXP Leech. Enchant success rate, plus 10%. Whoa, this is powerful. It actually increases the success rate. He just wasn't sure how the calculation worked. If it was an additive bonus on top of the original rate, that would be incredible. But if it was the kind where a 70% success rate merely became 77%, that would be a bit underwhelming. He'd know once he gave it a try. Mo took out the enchanting forge and tossed a random weapon into it. Once it reached enchant plus 6, a set of numbers appeared on the interface. Enchanted item,
Shattered Standard Shield Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic +6.
Success rate, 99%. Proceed with enchantment? As expected, it wasn't perfect, but it would do. Every little bit counts, and this would save quite a few points. He then placed his sniper rifle inside, shifting it around several times until he finally achieved a relatively satisfactory number. Enchant G110 Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic +50. Success rate, 55%. Proceed with enchantment? This meant he only needed 45. What? It was actually 450 points. Mo rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. It really was 450 points. This. Fair enough. Then again, it was already at enchant +50, so a price hike was only fair. In the end, Mo couldn't bring himself to go through with the enchantment. For one, the point cost was too high, and for another, the weapon was only level 10. It would be a complete waste. He decided to wait until his own level was higher. He opened his personal status window. Name, Mo. Class Enchanter. Potential, B rank. Level, Tier 1, Level 5 12 11 1800. Attributes, Strength, 9. Stamina, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Stat points, 75. Skill Enchant. General skills, none. He had jumped 5 levels in a single day. What would be an arduous task for anyone else was incredibly simple for him. More importantly, 2/3 of that experience had been provided by those people earlier. Without them, Mo couldn't have leveled up this fast even if he worked himself to death. What a shame. There are still too few enchanted pieces of equipment. If more people had come, my level would be even higher than it is now. As for the points, Mo intended to distribute them. Strength +15, Stamina +25, Agility +35. He didn't have any skills, so he didn't need intelligence. He only needed his physical attributes to be high enough. As long as he ran fast, he would be safe. Sunday. Mo arrived at the shop on time, delivered once again by Ling Chi and his team. Jade was also waiting at the entrance. You're here too? Aren't you needed over there? Given the massive commotion yesterday, he had assumed Jade would continue overseeing the operations on site. No need. I'm from the Kyoto headquarters. There are others in charge here. Originally, her mission was to find a suitable enchanter and then take command of a local garrison force to guard a gate. However, after meeting Mo, the higher-ups changed her appointment. After all, she had spent a considerable amount of time with Mo paired with Ling Chi. They formed a male-female duo, making communication with Mo much more convenient. That's good. Mo pushed open the door, walked to his spot, and lay straight down. Jade opened her mouth to speak but hesitated, the words left unsaid. She didn't know how to bring it up. Ling Chi glanced at her and shook his head, signaling her not to rush. Mo lay there with his eyes half closed, catching their subtle exchange. He had already anticipated this issue while enchanting yesterday. It seemed the higher-ups were anxious, yet they were being very considerate of his feelings, refraining from questioning him immediately. After a moment of thought, Mo spoke up, Sister Jade, I was wondering when the equipment that needs enchanting will arrive? The first batch will be delivered tomorrow. The quantity is a bit high, 40 weapons. If you feel it's too much, I can have them send fewer next time. Mo's eyes lit up. How could he possibly think it was too much? As long as the enchantment didn't need to exceed +15, he wished they would give him even more. In the future, these would all provide experience and points. What level are the weapons roughly, and who are they for? The levels are mostly around 40. This batch consists entirely of weapons for the garrison force. You only need to enchant them to +12. Of course, if you think that's too high, +10 is also acceptable. No, 12 is fine. It suddenly occurred to Mo that while his maximum experience gain was 10%, he was currently mostly receiving 1%. He wondered if this had something to do with his weapon enchantments? After all, they were generally under 10 before, and it was rare to see anything exceeding 10. With so many numbers flying by every day, Mo hadn't looked at them closely. That's wonderful. Those pieces of equipment will be delivered tomorrow morning, Jade said with a look of joy. Even if it was just weapons, it was enough. It would be fine if the other gear could be enchanted to 10 by other enchanters. As for the source of the equipment, they were forged by the government's own blacksmiths. After a moment, Mo glanced at the two of them. Do you want to ask me about that piece of equipment from yesterday?
If it's convenient for you to say, then tell us. If not, then forget it, Jade said hurriedly. Yesterday, after Ling Qi finished his report, she had been pulled into a video conference.
You've memorized everything I just told you, right? The purpose of keeping you there is to communicate with Mo.
As for Ling Qi, just pretend he doesn't exist with that personality of his. He can't even speak clearly, Shen said with a smile.
Boss, you can't blame me for that. I've been fighting constantly since my awakening.
This kind of beating around the bush was never my forte, Ling Qi expressed his dissatisfaction with Chen's words. Ling Qi could afford to show dissatisfaction as a tier 8, he had that right, not to mention being a member of the secret mobile unit. But she had to listen carefully.
I understand, Director Chen. I will communicate properly. It's just,
I'm a bit worried about causing dissatisfaction. After all, capable people are always a bit different.
Chen waved his hand.
No, wait for him to bring it up himself.
I believe he will talk.
Since he chose to cooperate with the country, he must trust the country. The reason I sent Ling Qi there was largely because of his trust in the country. Otherwise, he could have just said he could enchant to 15 and kept the rest for himself.
What could you do then? All right, I understand, Jade nodded. Good, I trust you can handle this well. The equipment Mo needs will be sent over tomorrow.
If he has any requirements, fulfill them directly. That shop is a bit small. If it doesn't work out, find him a larger one with good foot traffic.
Chen could see that Mo actually really wanted to enchant equipment for others.
Even though he was already cooperating with the state, he still didn't want to give up on outside customers. Chen didn't understand the reason. One should know that other enchanters cooperating with the state had almost zero demand for outside clients. After all, a stable source of income is much better than an unstable one. Most people wouldn't bother with the extra effort.
Then I'll arrange for people to handle that tomorrow. Jade took out her notebook and jotted it down.
It's no inconvenience at all. It's not that big of a deal. Besides, I'm backed by the state now, and they've even sent people to protect me.
I'm quite content, Mo said, glancing at Ling Qi. In truth, Mo was very satisfied with the current arrangement.
After all, if the state hadn't sent protection, he wouldn't have dared to enchant on such a massive scale. At least, not before his own strength had fully developed. There is no such thing as a secret that stays hidden forever. This matter was bound to get out sooner or later.
Did people really think that just because the world was currently mired in the Gate catastrophe, humanity was united as one? Wrong. Dead wrong.
There are plenty of people who, much like the capitalists of old, would stop at nothing to hoard all resources for themselves. Mo had no desire to become a mere enchanting machine.
Brace yourselves. If both of you collapse at once, I won't know what to do with you.
Hearing Mo's words, Ling Qi and Jade swallowed hard, sensing that things were about to get heavy.
I'm ready. Tell us, Jade said. Me too, Ling Qi chimed in. Ahem, that level 10 sniper rifle from yesterday? I enchanted it to plus 50. Mo watched their expressions. It was exactly as he had expected.
Jade's face flushed instantly, and she was so overwhelmed with excitement that she looked ready to burst into tears. Ling Qi was even more dramatic. His hands were shaking, and his lips were trembling. He wanted to speak but couldn't find the words, standing there panting heavily. To an outsider, it would have looked like they were doing something entirely different. Jade, in particular, was trembling so hard in the legs that she could barely remain standing.
You said you enchanted it to 50? Didn't you say you could only go up to 21? Ling Qi looked at Mo in utter disbelief. What did a plus 50 even mean? If that were applied to a level 90 weapon, wouldn't the damage output be absolutely astronomical? When did I ever say I could only enchant to 21? I just happened to bring out a weapon that was at 21.
In truth, Mo had forgotten exactly what he said back then, but he didn't care. Whatever he said now was the final word. Ling Qi didn't dwell on the discrepancy, it was just that the revelation itself was incredibly hard to process.
Mo, can I see the weapon?
Jade asked, trying to steady her emotions.
No problem.
Mo took the sniper rifle out of his backpack and handed it to Jade.
Taking the weapon, Jade observed it carefully.
She was the one who had brought the gun. While she didn't have a profound memory of its style, she did have some recollection of it. She remembered that when she brought it over, it had a glossy black finish with some iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson patterns, but overall, there was nothing special about it. However, on the gun now, the iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson patterns had increased, and a border of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson had been added around the patterns. In addition, many carvings had been added to the body of the gun, especially on the barrel, which now featured some special pattern symbols.
Jade was certain that these were not there at all when she brought it.
In other words, as enchanting progresses to later stages, the appearance of the weapon undergoes certain changes, though the changes are not particularly obvious. When she saw the attributes, Jade was momentarily stunned.
The damage had increased by 7,200. This is only level 10 equipment. Wouldn't a level 90 piece at 70,000?
Jade's breathing quickened, and her mouth opened and closed as if she wanted to say something but didn't know how to put it into words. She stole a glance at Mo, and seeing that he hadn't noticed her, she felt a sigh of relief in her heart.
Let me have a look.
Ling Qi was curious about exactly how much of a bonus a weapon enchanted to 50 would provide.
Hiss. After getting his hands on it, he couldn't help but gasp. This bonus is invincible.
Most importantly, there was an additional special attribute, something that had never been seen before.
And it was a damage increasing one. If this attribute were added to his own weapon, wouldn't he be invincible? Mo, is it very difficult to enchant to 50?
Jade asked curiously. She remembered that when he was enchanting the day before yesterday, it hadn't taken much time, and the attributes back then shouldn't have been these.
Could it be that he went back and enchanted it again at night?
Of course it's difficult. This is enchant 50, not 15.
Hearing this from the side, Ling Qi's eye twitched.
If he remembered correctly, the total time spent was only about half an hour. It was completely a spur-of-the-moment decision, not something that had been enchanted beforehand.
You call this difficult? However, he remained silent.
If Mo said it was difficult, then so be it. After all, he wasn't an enchanter himself.
Then, is it possible to provide this weapon?
Jade felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Mo had already said it was difficult, yet she was still asking for one.
Mo rubbed his chin. A weapon with enchantment level 50, how should he provide that?
Previously, the highest he had given was a level 16 weapon.
If he were to provide a level 51, should it be one per month, or one every 3 months? Or perhaps one per year? Mo felt a bit of a headache coming on.
To be honest, it would only cost him about 4,000 points and 3 hours of his time. But if he did that, he would become very busy. After all, his primary goal was still to enchant more equipment to provide himself with experience points. On second thought, it wasn't impossible. Consider it a gift to the country.
It's not out of the question, but as for the price?
You name it, any price is fine, Zhang Linyu said hurriedly. In her eyes, this weapon would be worth it even if it cost 100 million.
Mo pulled out a calculator and tapped away rapidly.
Looking at the number he had calculated, he wondered if he was asking for too much. So, he said cautiously, if it's enchanted to level 50, the price is 100 million.
Is that acceptable? To be honest, he didn't even know if this price was appropriate.
After all, in this world, let alone level 50, even level 20 enchantments didn't exist.
Deal. Jade agreed immediately.
Shen had mentioned yesterday that as long as it wasn't higher than 500 million, they could accept.
I got ripped off. That was the first thought in Mo's mind.
But then, remembering what the other party had said before that the country would provide anything he wanted, it didn't really matter anymore. In Mo's view, this price was nothing more than a formality. Then how many of these weapons can you provide in a month? How many more do you want? 1 per month is enough, I can't produce too many. Mo still needed to prepare a set of gear for himself, though aside from the weapon, enchanting the rest to level 30 would be more than enough. Fine, 1 a month is plenty. In truth, Jade had thought 1 per year would be a good deal, she hadn't expected 1 every month. It seemed this Mo was quite patriotic after all. Once the agreement was finalized, Jade stepped out of the shop to report back to Chen. What? Only 100 million. That's so cheap. Chen was also surprised. He had been prepared to spend 500 million, so he hadn't expected to save so much on costs. What? 1 every month? That's fantastic. It looks like we need to upgrade Mo's treatment. Pick a better location for him, make sure the area is large, and arrange for more personnel to be stationed there when the time comes. Beyond that, as long as it's nothing too extreme, grant whatever he asks for. Chen was elated. With these weapons, let alone the ranks of disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gate, even facing those threats, he had the confidence to let the demon-slaying army charge through. And what if someone provokes him and he wants to kill them? Jade prepared for the worst-case scenario, as it was all too common for certain great families to use their influence to bully others. If such a person truly exists, then let them be killed. I'd like to see who dares to revolt. If it comes to that, never mind him killing them. Even if he doesn't, I will uproot that person's entire family and treat it as high treason. Chen's voice was laced with a chilling coldness. One must realize that Mo's file was now stored in the SSS rank archives. His importance could not be overstated. The next day, Monday, Mo arrived at the shop together with the members of the Ling Chi squad. Jade actually didn't show up today? Mo looked at the empty entrance, somewhat surprised. Usually, by this time, Jade would have arrived long ago. She went to pick up the equipment. She'll be here in a bit. By the way, that includes the piece that needs to be enchanted to 50. I don't know who the lucky person is. Even someone as strong as Ling Chi couldn't help but sound a bit bitter. Just the thought of not being the first to use level 50 enchanted gear made him feel restless. Mo smiled and said nothing. Only a fool would turn down money. Trying to get his enchantments for free was out of the question. He opened the shop doors and waited for customers to arrive. Before any customers showed up, Jade returned. Where should I put these? I'll set them down for you. Just leave them on the table. I'll put them in my inventory in a moment. Jade nodded. These 12 pieces of equipment are yours. They are all level 10 iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson grade. Actually, the higher-ups wanted to get you some divine and epic gear, but divine gear requires at least level 40, and epic gear requires level 80. There was no other way, so you'll just have to make do with these for now. In truth, even these level 10 crimson items were only found after a long search because the level requirement was so low. If they were level 20, they could have been sent over much sooner. These 40 weapons need to be enchanted to plus 10, these 4 need to reach plus 14, and this single piece needs to be enchanted to plus 15. The levels of these weapons weren't particularly high, mostly level 40-45 equipment belonging to the garrison force. Jade then pulled a pale blue longsword from her bag and placed it gently on the table. This one is a level 90 weapon that needs to be enchanted to plus 50. I'm sorry, the quantity is a bit high. You can take your time. It doesn't have to be finished in a week. 2 weeks would be fine. Jade looked a bit embarrassed. After all, other enchanters could only handle about 20 weapons a week at most, usually only up to plus 11 or plus 12, and that is not even accounting for the weapons that might get damaged in the process. Mo looked at the table full of weapons, his eyes lighting up. These were the tools that would bring him experience and points. How could he possibly complain about there being too many? As long as a few more batches like this came in, he would eventually be able to own a weapon enchanted to plus 100. The thought of reaching plus 50 made Mo's heart ache. Once past that point, every 1% success rate would cost 100 points.
Wouldn't that mean a single level would start at 5,000 points? The pain! Mo rubbed his hands together, full of drive. The time is sufficient, but let's settle the bill first. Mo took out a pen and paper to start recording, then pulled out a calculator.
40 weapons at plus 10 totals 200,000. 1 weapon to plus 50 is 100 million. 4 weapons to plus 14 is 340,000 and 1 weapon to plus 15 is 135,000.
The total comes to.
Mo added all the numbers together. The total is 100,675,000. I'll round it down for you, let's call it an even 100.67 million. Mo placed the card reader in front of Jade with a smile. Jade's lip twitched. She knew exactly what kind of rounding down he was talking about.
Ding!
Payment of 100.67 million yuan received.
Okay, I can start enchanting now.
I'll do the most difficult one for you first. You have to provide the stones, though, otherwise there's an extra charge. Jade silently handed Mo a bag containing enchantment stones. The bag was small, with only 10 slots, but each slot contained 999 enchantment stones.
That's settled then.
Keep an eye on the shop for me and greet anyone who comes in. After saying this, Mo stepped behind the screen and began to examine the weapon in his hand. Tisk, it's actually an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson quality longsword.
Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. Equipment level, LV 90. Durability, 8890. Damage, 1233 1437.
Additional, critical rate plus 20%.
Agility plus 88. Damage plus 10%. 3 basic additional attributes. Mo nodded.
This meant blue quality has 1 attribute, iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson has 2, iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson has 3, and iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson has 4.
The damage looks decent.
With the extra 10% damage boost plus the Awaken's own strength attribute, the output isn't bad at all.
Especially considering there are accessories that can further increase damage. Mo smacked his lips instinctively. It seemed the person using this weapon was quite powerful. Mo shook his head and began to immerse himself in the work. One by one, enchantment stones disappeared.
From time to time, white quality gear was tossed into the enchanting forge, and the longsword's enchant level continued to rise steadily.
Outside the screen. He's so fast, didn't he say it was difficult?
Jade looked at his silhouette in astonishment. Just take what he says with a grain of salt.
Don't take it seriously.
Having followed Mo for the past few days, Ling Chi had more or less figured him out.
When Mo speaks, don't believe everything he says.
By the way, did you check out the location Director Chen asked us to find?
I sent Zack.
He should be able to find a place within the next couple of days.
However, it's a bit far, since it's in the downtown area. Jade had to be here every day and simply had no time.
So, she had delegated the task to her teammate.
That's good.
As long as we keep Mo well served, I don't think we'll be short of high enchant weapons.
It goes to show how well Ling Chi understood Mo. If one were to ask Mo for an enchant directly, it might not happen even if they offered money.
After all, points are a precious resource for Mo, so he wouldn't casually enchant an overly powerful weapon. What they didn't know, however, was that Mo was already planning to enchant a weapon to plus 20. He wanted to conduct an experiment. He needed to figure out exactly how the ratios were calculated.
3 hours passed.
An entire morning had gone by, and not a single soul had entered the shop. Mo stared at the enchanting forge before him. Enchant common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 49.
Success rate, 37.4%. Proceed with enchantment? Phew. Finally, a decent number. Enchant. A flash of light surged. The enchant was successful. As Mo pulled the weapon from the enchanting forge, even he was startled by the numbers displayed on it.
Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 50.
Equipment level, LV 90. Durability, 8890. Damage, 1233 1437 plus 83,964. Additional stats, critical rate plus 20% plus 10. Critical damage plus 20%. Agility plus 88. Strength plus 125. Damage plus 10% plus 10. Special, Gate of Heaven Sword, 1% chance to summon a 40-meter giant sword from the sky, dealing 1000 plus 50% damage plus 20 strength damage, 100% chance to stun for 2 seconds on hit. Over 84,000 damage. Who else could compete with that? Give this weapon to any level 90 class, and they would instantly become invincible. It could deal tons of damage without needing a single skill. It was practically a divine artifact. It must be said, even Mo was beginning to covet it. Unfortunately, the weapon had a level requirement. Mo also found the effects in the special column quite good. While the damage didn't matter much, the stun effect was 100%. As long as one swung fast enough, the probability of triggering it would increase. Therefore, this weapon is more suitable for a high agility class. This is for you. I'm going to take a break. Mo felt quite tired after all. He had been standing for 3 hours. How could he not be? He wasn't exactly a retail clerk. Jade swallowed hard and took the weapon. When she saw the stats on it, her eyes widened instantly. Is this for real? Watching Jade's reaction, Ling Chi felt as if a cat were scratching at his heart. He wanted to take it and have a look, but the weapon was still in Jade's hands. He guessed that the damage increase from this enchant must be at least 70,000. Then, Jade carefully handed the weapon to Ling Chi, terrified that she might break it. Mo was speechless at the sight. A weapon of this grade wouldn't be damaged by a mere bump, even if you hit it with something. If it were a conventional weapon without a status window, it would indeed break upon impact. However, weapons like this, which incorporated monster materials or ores from the gate, were generally fine unless forcibly destroyed with a hydraulic press. The same logic applied to staves made from trees found within the gate. While science couldn't explain it, science couldn't explain the gates either. Mo looked up at the two of them and was nearly startled by Ling Chi. Good grief, why was this guy shaking like a leaf? Sister Zhang, is Ling Chi okay? Please don't drop dead. Director Chen had already given him a scare last time, and now there was another one. He's fine, he's just shocked by your equipment. Zhang Linyu had recovered, though her face remained flushed. A plus 50 weapon, this was practically a legendary existence. If Mo knew what she was thinking, he would surely tell her. This is nothing once I have more points in the future, let alone plus 50, even plus 100 or plus 200 is possible. Of course, this was his secret. Well, you guys take a look, I'm going to get busy. Ding Ling. Hello, boss, I'm back again. The woman from before had returned, but this time she brought her teammates with her. Hello. What equipment would you like to enchant this time, ma'am? No need to be so formal, my name is Zhang Hongying. All of my teammates' equipment needs to be enchanted to plus 10. Zhang Hongying said with a smile. This boss was quite interesting, actually calling someone ma'am. Miss Zhang, just give me the weapons. The price remains the same, 500 per level for anything under plus 10. That's fine. I wanted to ask, can you enchant a weapon to plus 12? No problem. It was only plus 12 for him, it was as easy as lifting a finger. Zhang Hongying hesitated for a moment before taking out her staff. Hongying, weapons break easily when enchanting to plus 12. This is the only decent weapon you have right now. Another woman behind her, dressed in leather armor, couldn't help but speak up. It's okay. This is the first time for this weapon, so even if it fails, it won't be a big deal. If it succeeds, you guys can try it too. In truth, she was also worried, but she felt there shouldn't be a problem trying once. Although the success rate for future enchantments drops after a single failure, there was still a glimmer of hope. Boss, go ahead and enchant it for me. What's the price? 10,000 per level. Zhang Hongying frowned. This price was a bit high. It didn't match the rates of a white-grade enchanter at all. Boss, your price is way too expensive. How much do other white grade enchanters even charge?
The woman behind Zhan Hongying voiced her dissatisfaction again.
Mo didn't get angry after all. What she said was true, but he simply didn't want to change his price. He was different from others. He could guarantee a 100% success rate. Ma'am, you've seen the name of my shop, 100% success. Otherwise, I wouldn't be asking for this price.
The woman gave a soft snort.
It better be. Otherwise, we're only paying 2,000. Mo couldn't hide an enchantment failure, because one had to wait 24 hours before attempting to enchant the same item again.
This rule effectively prevented anyone from trying to conceal a failed enchantment.
Moreover, one could judge the situation simply by the sounds emanating from the enchanting forge. Mo shook his head and looked at Zhan Hongying. That's the situation. Do you need an enchant?
Zhan Hongying hesitated for a moment before nodding.
Swipe the card. After the payment was settled, Mo took the weapon and headed inside. Sister Hongying, you. Don't say it, Xiaoyu.
My weapon was enchanted right here. You should know that for a white enchanter, the first 6 levels are 100% guaranteed, but there's still a success rate involved after that. Yet he succeeded in one go, and in such a short time that explains everything. Nie Xiaoyu wanted to say more, but knowing Zhan Hongying as she did, she chose to keep her mouth shut. She turned to the 2 silent men beside her and gave them both a sharp kick.
Why aren't you two saying anything? The 2 men exchanged a glance. Xiaoyu, when has Sister Hongying ever been wrong?
If she says it's fine. If she says it's not, it's not.
Just listen. You guys? I give up on you. How can you have no opinions of your own?
Nie Xiaoyu understood their point, but this was an enchant plus 12. Even an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanter wouldn't dare be so overconfident. Thinking of Mo's confident expression, she couldn't help but wonder if he had taken a liking to Zhan Hongying and was trying to show off in front of her. Humph, just wait until you show your true colors, I'll finish you off then.
However, in less than 10 minutes, Mo walked out with the weapon. The enchant is done.
The scene fell silent.
No way.
Even an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanter has to be extremely meticulous when enchanting to plus 10.
You reached plus 12 in just 10 minutes? Nie Xiaoyu's mouth hung slightly open in disbelief.
But she truly hadn't heard the sound of a weapon shattering. The other 2 men were also skeptical, but with the weapon right there in front of them, they had no choice but to believe. Perhaps they really had stumbled upon a hidden gem of a shop. Zhan Hongying picked up the weapon and checked the status window. The enchant had indeed been successful.
Boss, can you continue enchanting? What's the highest level you can reach?
Although she had trusted Mo to succeed, she hadn't expected it to be so effortless. Consequently, she wanted to push for further enchants.
Mo rubbed his chin and glanced at Jade and the other person.
Jade immediately lowered his head upon seeing this. They were not to get involved in such matters.
Mo could enchant as much as he wanted. As for whether anyone would come looking for trouble, that was Ling Qi's responsibility. Their sole purpose was to ensure Mo's safety. They wouldn't interfere in anything else. What level do you want to enchant it to? Is 15 possible? Zhan Hongying looked at Mo with a nervous expression.
One had to understand that in private squads like theirs, the highest enchanted weapon was only at level 14, and even those were extremely rare. Those were weapons enchanted by iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanters. As for level 15, it was simply unthinkable. They couldn't afford it.
Mo nodded. Level 15 is no problem.
Upgrading from 12 to 15 will cost 110,000.
No problem.
It was a bit pricey, but if it actually succeeded, the money would be well spent. The card was swiped, and the payment was made.
Mo turned around and went back behind the screen once more.
This time it took a bit longer, a full half hour.
Mo was simply trying to use fewer points.
When Mo handed the weapon back to Zhan Hongying, her expression was just like Ling Qi's earlier. She was trembling uncontrollably.
Mo's mouth twitched slightly. Did everyone enjoy shaking like that? Was it really necessary?
It was just a weapon with a slightly higher enchant level.
Sister Hongying, let me see it. Nie Xiaoyu's heart was itching with curiosity. Had this shop owner really succeeded in the enchantment? If it were true, he would be even more formidable than the iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters she had sought out. Her previous weapon had been ruined by one of those iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanters. Once a weapon is repaired, trying to enchant it again becomes exponentially more difficult. The other two men also wanted to see, though they didn't speak up. Here, you go. As Zhan Hongying handed over the weapon, her eyes were hollow, and she muttered to herself, I actually have a plus 15 weapon. I actually have a plus 15 weapon. It wasn't surprising she reacted this way. Her current level was only slightly above tier 4. Owning a plus 15 enchanted weapon at this tier was nothing short of a fairy tale. To her surprise, the random little shop she had stumbled upon actually managed to increase her weapon's enchantment level. Who would believe that she was now wielding a weapon with the same enchantment level as the top-tier powerhouses? Nie Xiaoyu let out a gasp of surprise as she received her weapon. The other two boys couldn't contain themselves either, both itching to catch a glimpse. Mo rubbed his chin, wondering if he had set his prices too low. In his mind, a price of 50,000 was already quite substantial. He shifted his feet, originally intending to ask Ling Qi for his opinion. But remembering Ling Qi's background, he figured asking him would likely be pointless. So, he walked over to Jade instead. Sister Zhang, do you think my prices are too low? Am I taking a hit by only charging 50,000 for plus 14 and plus 15? Jade's lips twitched slightly. Low? It was indeed low, but only on the premise that people knew you were guaranteed to succeed. However, looking at the current market conditions, it wasn't low at all. One might even say it was expensive. Jade organized her thoughts and said, for iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters, each level usually costs 5,000, the next tier is 10,000, and the highest is 20,000. Meanwhile, at your current white tier, the iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson level, it's usually 2,000 per level, or even just 1,000. So, to say it's low, your prices for the first 10 levels are indeed low. As for anything beyond level 10, it's not low at all. In fact, I think it's a bit high. After all, not everyone is as daring as the people in front of you. Of course, the specific pricing is ultimately up to you. Mo rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Should he adjust his prices? Looking at the reactions of the group before him, Mo decided not to change the high-end rates and would stick to his current plan. However, the price for the first 10 levels needed an adjustment. He would raise them to 2,000. Let's stick with this, then. But I'm changing the price for the first 10 levels to 2,000, so the next batch of gear you bring will follow the new rates. No problem. It wasn't her money anyway. Boss. I want to enchant to level 15 too, and I need these defensive pieces enchanted to level 10. A flash of light erupted from Nie Xiaoyu as her leather armor vanished, replaced by a form-fitting iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson bodysuit that perfectly accentuated her exquisite curves. Mo took a quick glance, surprised to find that despite her petite stature, she was quite well endowed. Me too. The two men also flashed with a similar light. Mo quickly turned his head away. He couldn't watch, it was a total eyesore. It's fine for women to transform, but men? Just forget it. Mo looked at the equipment on the table, sucking air through his teeth in frustration. What was the point of him enchanting this gear? He only wanted weapons. Forget it, consider it a way to make money and build a reputation. Once more people start coming, he'll only enchant weapons. No more enchanting armor and gear. After collecting the money, Mo went inside and began to enchant. It took over 3 hours in total, but finally, the enchanting was complete. He picked up a chest piece to examine it. Thick magic wolf hide robe, common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 10. Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 3244. Defense, 867 995 plus 689. Additional, stamina plus 16. Damage reduction plus 5%. The increase in defense value was the same as the increase in weapon damage. The only difference was in the additional attributes.
It added defense-oriented substats, which was quite user-friendly. Though, even if it had given damage-oriented substats, it wouldn't have mattered, they were all usable anyway.
Alright, all your weapons and equipment are finished. Check them over. Everyone joyfully put on their newly enchanted gear, feeling their strength improve. Now we actually dare to take a shot at an A-rank monster. Yeah, these defense stats have literally doubled.
If I'd known, I would have enchanted them a long time ago. Sigh, I was always worried they'd get ruined during the enchanting process, otherwise, I would have gone ages ago.
It's not that people don't want to enchant their defensive gear and jewelry.
Rather, these types of equipment are too scarce, and their quality is inconsistent. Generally speaking, if you lose a piece of gear, finding a suitable replacement takes a significant amount of time. Often, the wait is much longer than the selection process itself. The awakened don't want to just settle for anything, either. But weapons are different. Their numbers may not be massive, but they certainly aren't scarce. Take mage weapons, for example. As long as it's a staff, it's usable. It's just that some have an affinity for wind, while others favor fire. Therefore, it doesn't really matter even if a weapon breaks.
Thank you, boss. No problem, as long as you refer more customers to me. However, it's best if they want to enchant weapons. I'll pass on the armor. After going through an equipment enchantment session, Mo had lost interest in making money that way. It was simply too much trouble. The main issue was the waste of time.
Even though it was only enchanting to +10, a single piece of equipment still took about 15 minutes.
For a full set, the amount of time spent would be excessive. Sure thing, I'll definitely give you a good shout out. There are quite a few squads leveling up with us. I'm sure when they see our weapons, they'll definitely ask. Then I'll thank you in advance. Ding ling.
A young man walked in and was momentarily stunned to see so many people in the room. He thought to himself, it's really not easy for this place to actually have customers.
Zach, you're back. Did you find a place? I found it, Captain.
We can knock down the wall between two storefronts. The total area is 300 square meters.
Zach quickly took out his phone and handed it to Jade.
Jade looked at the photos on the screen and nodded with satisfaction.
How's the foot traffic?
Even though it's a bit of a distance from the city center, the foot traffic is definitely much better than here.
Not bad. Mo looked at the two of them with a strange expression. You two know each other?
Although he had his suspicions when Zach first came to his shop, they were merely suspicions. But seeing the way they were talking now, it was obvious without even thinking that they knew each other. Moreover, this man named Zach actually called Jade Captain. No wonder this kid went straight for such a high enchantment level. When he first arrived, Mo had actually thought he was just there to take advantage of the free offer. Mo, I'm so sorry about earlier, but we had to do it, Jade said with an apologetic look.
Mo shook his head. It's fine, I understand.
In any case, it wasn't a loss for him at all. By the way, the higher-ups want to help you find a larger shop.
My colleagues have already found one for you. When do you want to start moving? That doesn't feel right. Mo was a bit dazed. Why the sudden talk about moving?
Regarding the equipment enchanting, a contract had already been signed at the beginning. Getting a new shop now felt somewhat inappropriate to him. This is a benefit provided to all enchanters who collaborate with the officials.
You don't need to overthink it. Hearing Jade's words, Mo nodded and agreed. Since everyone had it, he didn't mind.
In reality, the benefit Jade mentioned didn't exist at all. These arrangements were made solely because of Mo's unique status.
I don't actually have much here, so let's move in a bit. Mo hadn't found the time to stock up on inventory, so there was nothing on the shelves except for some enchantment stones.
Logically, an enchanter's shop should be similar to a blacksmith's forge, with shelves lined with equipment. The difference is that an enchanter displays enchanted items, while a weapon shop displays common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic equipment. The few people still standing in the shop heard this and hurried forward. Boss, where are you planning to move?
Where should we go to find you next time?
Setting aside the matter of bringing others, they wanted to know where to come just in case they obtained some good equipment themselves next time and wanted to get it enchanted.
Mo looked at Jade, who picked up her phone and said, "Add my contact info, and I'll send you the address." After they left, Mo and the others began moving things. Mo didn't have to manage anything. With one phone call, Jade summoned 2 military trucks along with over 20 members of the garrison force. In no time at all, everything was loaded onto the trucks. Upon arriving at the destination, Mo looked at the shop before him. He had only one impression: it was massive. Walking into the shop. Isn't this a bit too big? His old place was only 60 square meters, but this one was a full 150 square meters. According to Jade and the others, the place next door also belonged to him. Currently, there was only a small door connecting them, but according to them, the wall could be torn down. Your business is going to keep growing in the future, so consider this an early arrangement. In Jade's eyes, the area was merely decent after all. The shops for iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters were far larger than this. Mo smacked his lips. He hadn't even considered how big his business might become in the future. In his mind, he would just be enchanting equipment and then heading out to hunt monsters himself. He truly hadn't envisioned having such a massive shop. In addition to the counters and shelves Mo brought himself, Jade had prepared quite a few more for him. The shelves and counters in the adjacent room were also ready. Seeing this, Mo couldn't simply ignore the gesture. "It's getting late, let me take you all out to dinner." "That's really not necessary." "It's fine, I just made 100 million today," Mo said with a wave of his hand, sounding completely nonchalant. Jade couldn't help but glance at Ling Chi. These two could definitely be best friends. Neither of them seemed to filter what they said. That 100 million had been swiped right out of her own hands. "Well then, we're definitely eating off the rich man today." The only people dining with Mo were Jade and the members of Ling Chi's squad. As for the garrison force members who had helped earlier, they had already withdrawn. Mo had intended to call them back, but Jade talked him out of it. They definitely won't come. The garrison force is strictly disciplined. They won't show up at an occasion like this. Over the next 2 days, Mo finished enchanting all the equipment Jade had brought and handed it over to her. That same night, Jade headed to Kyoto with the items. Although gates were everywhere, transportation hadn't been overly affected. It was simply a matter of rerouting to continue operations. Since Mo moved here, business had improved significantly. In just 2 days, more than 10 customers had come through the door. This was much better than his old place. Mo couldn't help but muse that spending money on a good location really did pay off. Friday was the last day of the week for Mo. He planned to head to a gate again tomorrow. In the past few days, Mo's level has increased again, and his points have risen significantly, making him feel quite restless. Gaining experience points one by one every time was starting to get on Mo's nerves. Occasionally, 2 or 10 experience points would pop up, making Mo suspect that John Hongying and the others had made a move. In other words, once the enchant level exceeds 10, he can gain 2% of the experience and up to 10% of the points. He couldn't help but wonder if he should provide more enchant 16 or 21 equipment to others. Perhaps he could reach 3% or 4%. In Mo's view, the system's calculation should be 1% for enchants under 10, with an additional 1% for every 5 points thereafter. The same logic should apply to points. At this moment, he couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Ling Chi. The weapon in his hand was an enchant 20, which theoretically should yield 3%. He decided to test it out tomorrow. Ding Ling. "Boss, I've brought the people over," John Hongying said, walking in with a broad smile on her face. She couldn't help but be happy. By relying on the weapons and equipment Mo had enchanted, they had made a fortune. Items like claws, teeth, and pelts from monsters could be sold for a very good price. They had even entered the gates of disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine to mine ores, which sold for nearly 100,000 yuan. This was something they hadn't dared to imagine before. A tier 4 is indeed strong, and killing F rank or E rank monsters is simple, but the sheer number of monsters inside a gate is significant. Once inside, the priority isn't just killing monsters, but resisting the erosion of demonic energy. The only way is to keep monsters at a distance and increase the level of the mind's eye. Their mind's eye enchant levels are all currently at +10, which has greatly improved their safety. Most thoughts were pulled back to reality. Oh, you're here. Besides Zhang Hongying's group of 4, there were 10 people following behind them, likely 2 small squads. Yes, they are teams we know well. They want you to enchant their equipment, but they're wondering if you can enchant them to a higher level. The members of the 2 squads behind her looked at Zhang Hongying's weapon with envy. They all wanted to reach enchant 15, as 15 was considered the peak for equipment. However, after one of them heard Zhang Hongying describe the process, a thought occurred to him: perhaps this boss was out of the ordinary. So, with the mindset of "it doesn't hurt to ask," those words were spoken. No problem. What level do you want to enchant it to? Since he had the state backing him now, Mo didn't care even if he had to enchant it to plus 20. The 14 people were visibly shaken. This shop owner was so confident that he actually asked them what level they wanted. He didn't state what his maximum enchantment limit was. Hiss. Could it be that he can even enchant to plus 16 or plus 17? I wonder, is plus 18 possible? A burly man standing behind Zhang Hongying asked. He originally intended to say plus 16, but for some inexplicable reason, it came out as plus 18. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a twinge of regret. Even the legends hadn't reached plus 18. What on earth was he thinking? No problem. I know it's not possible, I was just speaking off the cuff. Actually, enchanting to. Wait, what did you say? The burly man, who had been looking regretful, suddenly widened his eyes in shock. No problem, Mo shrugged. It was just plus 18. The burly man swallowed hard. Owner, how much? I'll pay by card. As for the question of success, he didn't even consider it. After all, Zhang Hongying had already succeeded. Even though hers was only plus 15, it was enough to prove that the owner before them was extraordinary. Even if he failed once, it didn't matter. He had 2 weapons on him at worst, he'd just enchant the other one to plus 15. Let's get this straight first, the price for the first 10 levels has returned to the normal rate of 2,000 per level. After that, the pricing follows the previous schedule. No problem. Whether it was 500 or 2,000, it didn't matter at all. Compared to being able to enchant to plus 18, what did this amount even count for? Mo pulled out a calculator. That will be 1.65 million, please. Only 1.65 million. If he could reach plus 18, he wouldn't care if it was 1.65 million or 16.5 million. The burly man swiped his card immediately. Beep. Payment of 1.65 million yuan received. Mo took the weapon, his eyebrows twitching slightly. He was actually dealing with a tier 5 warrior. He then headed toward the back room. Over an hour later, Mo returned with the weapon in hand. The burly man was astonished. That was fast, shopkeeper. Mo's steps faltered, and he looked at the man speechlessly. You're the fast one, your whole family is fast. Here. The man took the weapon and immediately began to tremble uncontrollably. Mo couldn't help but look at the others. Do any of you have any medical conditions? If you have a heart condition or something, maybe don't get your gear done here. I'm afraid of having a death on my hands. Everyone shook their heads vigorously. Even if they were sick, they wouldn't dare admit it now. Judging by the man's reaction, the enchantment was definitely a success. It had to be said, this shopkeeper was truly formidable. He could even produce a plus 18 enchanted weapon. One tall, thin man hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Boss, after you're done with our batch, you should probably stop performing such high-level enchantments for others. If it weren't for the look on the man's face, Mo would have thought he was just trying to hog all the luck for himself. What's the reasoning behind that? Boss, it's clear you're a newcomer. Nearby, there's one iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchantment shop and 2 more of the same. All 3 belong to the same owner. Even though you aren't stealing their business yet, once word gets out about this place, he'll find out sooner or later. That boss isn't someone to mess with. He'll likely come looking for trouble. The burly man had also snapped out of his shock by now. That owner's character is trash. He has ruined countless enchantment shops. You either join them and give them a cut, or he sabotages you until you can't stay open. Within a 5-kilometer radius of the city center, there are only those 3 shops. Everyone else is forced to open elsewhere. Now that you mention it, I remember too. That enchantment shop is indeed powerful, but the owner is a piece of work. Everyone started chiming in at once. In short, for an awakened, that shop was decent, but for an enchanter, it was a gatekeeping demon. Mo glanced at Ling Chi and Jade behind him, wondering what kind of fate that man would face if he actually showed up at his door. Heh, it really pays to have powerful people backing you up. Thanks, guys. I'll keep that in mind. The others exchanged glances. It was obvious at a glance that Mo wasn't taking it seriously. However, since they had already said their piece, it wasn't their place to push the matter further. Afterward, Mo enchanted the weapons for the rest of the group, though they didn't opt for enchantment level 18. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but they had just spent most of their money purchasing the weapons. They stopped once they reached level 15. We'll come back once we've earned some more money. No problem. Once everyone had left, Mo walked over to the 2 of them. By the way, if someone actually comes looking for trouble, how do you plan to handle it? Mo was quite curious. Beat them until they submit, obviously, Ling Chi said nonchalantly. In his view, might makes right. Whoever has the bigger fist holds the truth. Mo's eyelid twitched. Fair enough, that was perfectly in character for Ling Chi, if a bit unreasonable. Don't listen to his nonsense. If that situation actually arises, we'll follow standard procedure, Jade said, shooting Ling Chi a dismissive look. Just as Director Chen had said, this sort of thing really shouldn't be left to Ling Chi to handle. Oh? What kind of procedure? Mo asked, his face full of curiosity. It's actually quite simple. We find their dirt and apply the full extent of the national law. Well, they basically all end up behind bars after all. None of these people have clean hands. You can rest easy. Jade gave Mo a reassuring look. Mo glanced at Ling Chi and suddenly felt that Ling Chi was actually the more merciful one. A beating is just a beating. But Jade was planning to lock them up, and for the maximum sentence possible. In other words, if a sentence ranged from 3 to 10 years, she wouldn't even consider the lower end. She'd go straight for the 10-year arrangement. TSK. So this was what she called procedure. What a terrifying procedure indeed. The next day was Saturday. Early in the morning, Mo set off with Ling Chi and the others toward the area beyond the isolation zone. This time, they didn't head for the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gate, but instead went to the higher-level disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine zones. The lowest-level creatures here were E-rank monsters, consisting primarily of D-rank and E-rank monsters, interspersed with a small number of C-ranks and a few scattered B-rank monsters. The garrison force had been waiting here since early morning, cordoning off an area of about 5,000 square meters, which was more than enough for Mo's needs. Brother Ling Chi, why don't you try attacking with your weapon first so I can see how things are going? All right. Ling Chi stepped into the circle and casually dispatched 3 monsters. Mo looked at his notifications and nodded with satisfaction. Ding. EXP plus 6, points plus 30. Ding. EXP plus 10, points plus 50. Ding. EXP plus 7.5, points plus 37.5. It was just as he thought. At enchant plus 20, the EXP bonus was 3% and the points bonus was 15%. Based on this calculation, reaching enchant plus 51 should grant a 10% EXP bonus and a 50% points bonus. Did he set his prices a bit too high? Ling Chi immediately perked up, ready to listen. Never mind, I'll just ask Sister Zhang. Ling Chi's movements stiffened. He actually wasn't going to ask him? He was an 8th tier expert. What could he possibly not know? It's fine, go ahead and ask. I'm sure I'll know the answer. Alright then. Brother Ling Chi, do you know at what level an awakened can save up 100 million? Ling Chi, you're not following the script at all. Ling Chi was speechless. He genuinely didn't know the answer to that. If Mo had asked him about gates or monsters, he could have given a detailed explanation. What normal person would ever think about a question like that? See, I knew you wouldn't be able to say it. Mo shrugged. He walked over to Jade and repeated the question once more. This question of yours is a bit unusual. Jade looked at Mo, speechless. But I have some idea. First of all, it's a matter of materials. For materials to sell at a high price, they must be at least grade A. Even grade B materials won't fetch much. So, if you want that kind of money, you're looking at someone who is at least tier 5, specifically a high-level tier 5. But to get 100 million, you're looking at tier 7 and above. However, even then, most of that would be in assets. Those who truly have 100 million in liquid capital are tier 8s. They can shell out 100 million without breaking a sweat. Mo winced, sucking air through his teeth. It seemed he might have set his price a bit too high. Speaking of tier 8, he couldn't help but glance at Ling Chi, but since Ling Chi hadn't answered the question earlier, it meant he didn't have it. Sister Zhang, do you think pricing enchant level 50 equipment at 100 million is too high? Mo's question actually stumped Jade for a moment. Was 100 million high? Not at all. Even a billion wouldn't be too high. Because simply no one else could enchant that high. But within the enchanter's circle, this price was outrageously steep. Even for iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters, the rate was only 20,000 per level. However, those people didn't guarantee a success rate, which made them far inferior to Mo in that regard. In Jade's view, 100 million wasn't much. It wasn't much in Chen's eyes either. After all, he had already prepared himself mentally back then. Jade organized her thoughts and said, I think this price is very reasonable. If it were too low, it might actually be worse. Besides, beyond tier 8, there are tier 9 powerhouses and the great families. They have even more money. Forget 100 million. Even at 500 million, they would be scrambling to buy it, perhaps even 5 pieces at a time. You have to realize that once they're done with a weapon, they can pass it down to the next generation. It's not like it's a consumable. Hearing Jade say this, Mo felt relieved. It seemed he should find time to put some weapons in the shop. The quality didn't need to be top-tier iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic grades would do. He wouldn't even factor in the cost of the weapon itself. He'd just slap a 100 million price tag on it. As for iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson weapons, Mo didn't plan on preparing those. For one, such weapons were hard to obtain, and for another, the price was more than Mo was willing to handle. Don't assume there's only a one-level difference between iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson. The price gap is actually 6 to 10 times. But for Mo, that didn't matter. His enchanting could make the stats of an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson item rival those of the tier above. Thinking of this, Mo suddenly felt that his price of 100 million seemed a bit too cheap. Forget it, I won't overthink it. I'll stick with this pricing for now. What he wanted was experience and points, not money. Mo then pulled out his sniper rifle and began to aim and fire. Ding! Killed a level 22 D rank monster, EXP plus 253, points plus 253. Ding! Killed a level 18 E rank monster, EXP plus 187, points plus 187. Ding! Killed a level 29 D rank monster, EXP plus 488, points plus 488. When the numbers dwindled, the garrison force members would herd a new batch over from a distance, allowing Mo to continue his killing spree. Watching the monsters being killed in a single shot, Ling Chi couldn't help but covet the weapon in Mo's hands. How wonderful it would be if he had a plus 50 weapon himself. What, feeling tempted? Aren't you rich? Just pay Mo to craft one for you. After spending some time together, Jade felt that Mo was actually quite easy to get along with. Compared to those arrogant iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson and iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchanters, Mo was truly very approachable. As long as you treated him as an equal, Mo wouldn't hesitate with general requests. As long as the money was right, everything was negotiable. TSK, what a pity. I have less than 60 million left on me now. Otherwise,
I would have made the request long ago, Ling Chi said, shaking his head.
He regretted spending so much money. Wait, what did you do? I remember you guys in the secret mobile unit are all filthy rich, aren't you?
We are, but I just leveled up to tier 8, and I've already replaced some of my gear.
The accessories alone cost over 5 million each, not to mention the armor.
Of course, there was one thing he didn't mention. Ling Chi had previously asked someone to enchant his gear, and they had managed to break his only iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson weapon. It was the kind of damage that even a blacksmith couldn't repair, and that weapon had cost him nearly 100 million.
Fair enough.
As expected of a tier 8, you spend money like water, Jade said, still feeling a bit envious. After all, she was only tier 5 level 2, and she had just over 10 million in total. For awakened like them who joined the state, their salaries weren't actually that high. The reason they joined was for the benefits, welfare, and related conveniences. Most of their money came from the materials they hunted themselves. Those items were their primary source of wealth. Maybe when I have time later, I'll head to some common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic gates to make some money. Ling Chi had the confidence to say that. His team had entered disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates before. The resources inside were countless. Bringing back just a few would fetch a handsome price. However, those places were no walk in the park. Although the monsters there were generally level 40-60 B rank or A rank monsters, they numbered in the tens of thousands. Even Ling Chi and his team had to tread carefully when entering. Furthermore, there was no shortage of special A rank monsters among them, with levels exceeding 70. Does being level 80 make one think they can definitely handle a level 70? Do not forget the demonic energy. One must realize that gates are permeated with demonic energy, and the strength of a monster within it is far greater than it is in the outside world. For instance, if a monster's stats are all at 10 in the outside world, they could reach 12 to 15 within a gate. In short, most awakened generally choose gates lower than their own level to ensure their safety. They would never choose a gate that matches their own strength except for those exceptionally talented awakened. Only they would opt for a gate of the same realm. Only you guys have that kind of confidence. Look at us in the garrison force, we just guard these kinds of gates. If the level goes up even one notch, we have to call in more common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic awakened to hold the line. Jade was still very envious of Ling Chi. It's just everyone performing their own duties. Mo spent the entire day killing here, only grabbing a quick bite for lunch without taking a single break. After all, the bullets he fired were not skills. If he were a gunner awakened, he wouldn't even need to prepare ammunition. He could simply condense bullets using his own energy, potentially even adding various elemental effects. Name, Mo. Class Enchanter. Potential, B rank. Level, Tier 2 Level 0 18 6000. Attributes, Strength, 24. Stamina, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9. Allocatable points, 25. Skill Enchant. General skill, none. Mo looked at his stats with a bit of a grimace. If this were any other awakened, even if not all attributes were over 100, at least one of them should have broken that mark by now. Yet, what did his look like? Aside from gaining 25 free stat points, his attributes hadn't budged at all. Sigh. This was the difference between his subclass and other classes. But it was acceptable after all. It was much stronger than those miscellaneous classes. He couldn't really ask for more. Then, he looked at his points. Host Mo. Age, 18. Points 42310. Skill, EXP Leech. Enchant success rate, plus 10%. With over 40,000 points, it should be enough to enchant about 10 times, right? Mo wasn't entirely sure. Every 1% increase required 100 points. Assuming each level required an 8,000 point boost. Fine, it was only enough for 5 levels. Mo shook his head. He decided not to touch his weapon for now, as plus 50 was decent enough. As dusk fell, Mo followed Ling Chi back to the residential complex. After returning home, Mo took out his Eye of the Mind. He was curious about what kind of effects this item would have if it were enchanted to plus 50.
Mo checked the time. There were still more than 3 hours before bed, which was plenty. Mo summoned his enchanting forge and placed the eye of the mind inside.
The rhythmic chiming continued incessantly as the enchantment level of the mind's eye steadily climbed.
3 hours later, Mo retrieved the mind's eye. Mind's eye plus 50. Equipment level, none. Durability, 97-100. Bonus, demonic aura barrier range plus 50 meters. Demonic aura purification speed plus 500%.
Special, concealment, monsters no higher than 10 levels above the holder will not detect you.
Doesn't seem particularly useful, does it? A 50-meter barrier was practically useless to Mo. As for the purification, don't even mention it. He wasn't about to engage in close-quarters combat with monsters anyway. The concealment ability was somewhat useful, but not significantly so. In short, it was an optional luxury for him. This thing probably won't even sell for 100 million, right? What a loss. Mo looked at his points, which had decreased by over 4,000, with a twinge of heartache. What a failure. Fortunately, his points were still ticking up every now and then, otherwise, he would have felt like dying. The next day, Mo came to open the shop as usual. Ling Chi and Jade sat in their spots, acting as ordinary shop assistants. The two of them had also changed into normal clothes, ditching their combat suits. As for the other four, they were idling boredly in another room. Ding-alling. Mo was somewhat surprised. This seemed to be the first time someone had shown up right as the doors opened. "Hello, how can I help you?" The visitor didn't speak immediately but instead looked around, their mouth turning down slightly in a look of disdain. "Your sign says you can guarantee 100% enchantment success. Is that true?" "Of course it's true. I have a weapon here already enchanted to plus 10. Can you continue enchanting it?" "Certainly. To what level would you like it enchanted? Is 20 possible?" The man had a smirk on his lips, clearly not believing that Mo could enchant it to 20. "Swipe your card then. That'll be 3.13 million. Please pay here." Mo took out the card reader and placed it in front of the man. The man frowned as he looked at Mo. "This is way too expensive. Even for iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson grades, increasing the level by 1 is only 20,000. Your price of over 3 million is outrageous. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchanter enchant 20. Mo." He felt there was something wrong with this man, so his tone was far from polite. The man curled his lip, took out his card, and swiped it anyway. "If you fail, don't blame me for being unkind." Mo gave the man a deep, lingering look. This guy didn't seem like he was here for a legitimate enchantment. "No problem." Mo took the weapon, a plus 10 long blade, and placed it into the enchanting forge. However, upon seeing the success rate displayed, Mo couldn't help but frown. Enchant item, Ghostface Longblade common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 10. Success rate, 41.8%. Proceed with enchantment? Logically speaking, when enchanting from 10 to 11, the minimum success rate should be 60%, and with his own abilities added, it should be at least 66%. But what was this? Barely over 40%. This clearly indicated that this weapon had already suffered an enchantment failure once before. The visitor did not come with good intentions. Normally, those seeking an enchantment must provide the weapon's history. Whether it has been enchanted, what level it reached, and what its current level is. One must let the new enchanter understand the situation so they can determine their confidence in the task. And what did the man just say? He only mentioned it was at 10, but never mentioned a previous failure. What was the point of doing this? Mo peered through a gap in the screen at the man outside. The man wasn't concerned about his weapon at all. Instead, he was looking around and had walked over to the doorway between the two rooms. Mo shook his head. He wasn't particularly good at analyzing such things. So what if it was a weapon that had failed before? Worst case, he'd just spend some points. Mo took out some common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic equipment and set them aside for backup use. The enchantment begins. With a crisp chime, the man's attention was pulled back.
Hearing the sound of a successful enchantment, the man's mind began to race. This shopkeeper was a true talent.
Not much time had passed, less than half an hour. After all, for a weapon that had previously failed an enchantment, there was a limit to how much the success rate could be boosted. In most cases, Mo was simply spending points. "Sir, here is your weapon. Please take care of it." Upon taking the weapon, the man's eyes widened. Holy crap! It actually succeeded. This is an enchantment level 20 something that has never been achieved before. And on a piece of gear that had already undergone a secondary enchantment, no less. This shopkeeper is seriously impressive. No!
I must recruit this person, otherwise, the impact on my family's business would be far too great.
An enchantment level 20 carries strategic significance. One must realize that the highest known enchantment level in the world is only level 16. "Boss, what is your name? How many years have you been in this trade?" "My name is Mo. I just started. If you need anything in the future, you can find me here at the shop." The man was even more shocked. What on earth? He just started? Does that mean he only underwent awakening this year? Are you kidding me? Boss, that's not funny.
I know iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters who have been working for 10 years, and none of them have your skill. Besides, this is an enchantment level 20. It's unprecedented and likely will never be surpassed.
Heh, it's not that exaggerated. I'm just trying to make a living. Mo squinted at the man, sensing more and more that he had ulterior motives. I am Gu Chen, the owner of the Star Moon enchantment chain. I wonder if you're interested in working with me.
I'll handle the customers, but you'll have to give me a 30% commission.
Gu Chen looked confident. Once the name Star Moon was mentioned, success was practically guaranteed. If you don't succeed, you might as well not stay open. Oh, I'm not interested. I prefer working for myself.
The man narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with danger.
Are you sure?
You should know that it's the Star Moon enchantment chain, not just some random shop.
Are you sure you want to cross me?
The voice grew cold.
Gu Chen glared gloomily at Mo.
In recent years, Gu Chen's name had resonated throughout the entire enchanter circle.
Who wouldn't treat him with the utmost respect upon meeting him?
If he said someone wasn't allowed to open a shop, they couldn't. If he said he was taking over someone's shop, they had to join him even if they were unwilling. A few days ago, many officials were removed from power, so he had kept a low profile for a while. He had initially thought they were coming for him, but it turned out they were only targeting the officials. Today was his first day back out, and when he heard there was a strange shop here, he decided to check it out with a try it and see attitude. Just who was this person with such big talk? He hadn't expected the other party to actually pull it off. If he didn't take action now, he felt he wouldn't be living up to the name Gu Chen.
Kid, I'll give you one more chance. Are you joining my Star Moon chain or not?
He released the unique aura of a Tier 6 powerhouse.
Mo's body jolted, and he nearly lost his footing. I'm not joining. If you've got the guts, go ahead and make a move. Mo crossed his arms and looked at him. Since someone was going to deal with him anyway, Mo wanted to see exactly how they would handle it.
Heh, you've got guts. I want to see if your mouth remains that tough in a moment. A baseball bat suddenly appeared in his hand, and he raised his arm, about to smash it down on the counter. However, a long spear appeared at his throat, and the 4 men from next door walked over, surrounding him.
PSH, you think putting a weapon to my neck means you can beat me?
You know nothing of the power of a Tier 6 expert.
Today, I... Boom!
Waves of energy slammed into Gu Chen's face, and beads of cold sweat began to roll down from his temples. The moment they emerged, Jade grabbed Mo's arm and pulled him back into a corner. Even then, the two of them were buffeted by the shockwaves, though compared to what Gu Chen was facing, they were only feeling the aftershocks.
TT. Tier 8 or Tier 9?
He could feel the overwhelming strength of these men. This was definitely not the feeling a tier 7 could give him. This was at least tier 8, or perhaps even tier 9. But this is just a white tier enchantment shop. Is it really necessary for tier 8 experts to be stationed here? Big brother, since you have such a massive backing, you should have just rejected me directly. Wait, it seemed the other party did reject him. But you could have at least said something. Was there really a need for me to pull out a baseball bat? He retracted the baseball bat into his backpack. It was all a misunderstanding. I was just teasing the little brother, hee. The 5 of them stared at Gu-chen with cold indifference. Gu-chen also knew that this matter wouldn't be settled easily. Brother, name a price, I'll take the loss this time. Our Gu family has tier 8 awakened as well. I advise you not to push it too far. Gu-chen shouted, forcing himself to stay calm. You don't need to tell me. You'd better tell them. This has nothing to do with me anymore. Imo shook his head, looking at the man with a hint of pity. You've exposed your entire family background yourself. Who else can you blame? Ahem. Jade cleared her throat, stepped forward, and produced her identification. Hello, I am Jade from the Garrison Force Headquarters. You are suspected of crimes against national security and treason. You are hereby under arrest in accordance with the law. Wait. Gu-chen broke into a cold sweat. Wait a minute, I just came to acquire a shop. How is that endangering the country? How is that treason? And you're just Garrison Force, you can't convict me. Remembering Jade's stated rank, he hurriedly shouted. I wonder if this is enough. Ling Chi flipped open his ID. When Gu-chen saw the words Secret Mobile Unit written on it, he collapsed onto the ground. I was too reckless. Anyone protected by the Secret Mobile Unit is not someone to be trifled with. This wasn't just kicking a steel plate, it was like kicking a block of titanium alloy. Tai-sun and Gu Nuo flanked Gu-chen, hauling him out of the shop and into an inconspicuous little store on the side. Take this person. Deal with him according to the charge of treason. Yes, sir. The 4 men in the shop stood up. After completing their task, Tai-sun and Gu Nuo returned to the shop once again. Meanwhile, Mo was still a bit dazed. What happened to following the standard procedures? What happened to following the supreme laws of the land? Charging him with treason right off the bat? Wait, that actually seems fine. Treason is pretty much the highest crime in national law, isn't it? So, no problem there. Is it really okay to just charge him with treason like that? Of course. First, he verbally insulted you. Second, he pulled out a baseball bat intending to assault you. Even though he failed, the intent and action were there, Jade said casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Wait, wasn't he trying to smash the counter? Yes, but the counter is made of glass, so there was a chance it could have caused you harm. That's equivalent to using a baseball bat to cause you direct injury. Since he wanted to cause you injury, he essentially wanted to kill you. Mo, impressive rhetoric. Zach, look into the Gu family of Fongjing. Dig up every bit of information on them. After hanging up the phone, Jade turned to look at Ling Chi. Ling Chi, I might need to trouble you in a bit. The Garrison Force still lacks authority in certain matters. Once the data on the Gu family arrives, I'll need you to make a trip. Sentence whoever needs sentencing. Just handle everything according to the maximum penalties of the supreme law. That shouldn't be necessary, right? Just because of Gu-chen, we don't have to sentence his entire family, Mo said, feeling a bit hesitant. Mo, do you believe me? If we don't handle this now, the Gu family will be at our doorstep tomorrow, Jade said, looking at Mo with a calm expression. She was all too familiar with how these families operated. If they didn't show up to cause trouble, she'd write her name backward. In that case, you'd better go. Best to just kill them all, Mo said hurriedly. Jade's lip twitched. She had thought Mo was having a moment of great compassion, but it turned out he was a total cold-blooded executioner. They could pin a treason charge on Gu-chen, but for the rest of the Gu family, they could only look for evidence at most. They'd get a few years in prison. Good grief,
Mo straight up wanted them dead. Talk about ruthless.
I'll see what I can do when the time comes, Ling Chi agreed, his expression looking a bit forced. It wasn't that Mo was cold-hearted, he simply didn't want any trouble. If it weren't for the current state protection, Mo might have agreed directly, only to find a secluded spot later and blow the guy's head off with a single shot. Zack was highly efficient. Within an hour, he had sent over all the information regarding the Gu family. Jade looked through it carefully and raised an eyebrow. Mo, your idea can become a reality. I'd estimate that 90% of the people in this family could be executed by firing squad. Ling Chi took the phone and scanned the contents. Good grief, this family is actually committing treason. They're even in the business of arms trafficking. They must have a death wish. Tax evasion turns out to be a minor offense in comparison. It looks like some of these families need a thorough investigation. The Gu family's history wasn't particularly long, only 50 years, but they had been in the illegal arms trade for 10 of them. It would be a miracle if the local officials weren't aware of it. 50 years is indeed short, but since the advent of the gates was only 300 years ago, a family like this is already considered quite long-standing. Ling Chi took the data and left with his squad members. After they departed, only Mo and Jade remained. Throughout the afternoon, a scattered number of awakened stopped by, but most only wanted to enchant their weapons to +10. A large portion of them were scared off by Mo's prices. Tisk, these people really don't get it. It's not like I'm just doing some random enchanting here. Mo was still somewhat disappointed. Gear distribution. Come and assemble. In front of a large gate, a garrison force officer hauled a bag of weapons onto a table. Is our gear back already? That was incredibly fast. The faster the better. Let's clear out those monsters during this period and get this crappy gate closed as soon as possible. The scouting results for the gate were already out. While there were actually plenty of resources inside, the monsters within were an absolute nuisance. They could actually multiply by splitting. In just 1 week, they could split into 100,000 monsters. Although they were all E-rank monsters, dealing with such large numbers was exhausting. Most importantly, these monsters didn't yield any useful materials for human use. This type of gate was the kind people disliked the most. Alright, these are your weapons. Enchant +10 weapons? Did an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson or iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchanter actually step in this time? Probably, otherwise how could we have enchant +10 weapons? TSK, back then we only used +7 or +8 weapons, now we're actually able to use +10. It was no wonder they were so happy. After all, if they wanted an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanter to perform an enchantment, the waiting time in line was incredibly long. By the time it was their turn for an enchantment, the opportunity would have long passed. This one is yours. The officer pulled out a weapon that had been stored separately. You even gave it individual packaging. The man before him shook his head. However, upon taking the weapon, his entire body stiffened. Are you sure this is my weapon? Even though the name and attributes matched his weapon, he didn't dare believe it. What's wrong, Captain? Did your weapon fail to even reach +10? It's really no big deal after all, there's always a chance of failure. Yeah, Captain, actually reaching +7 is fine too, even +6 would be okay. However, when the man set his status window to be visible to everyone, the scene fell silent. Enchant 15. It was actually +15. A weapon that only the wealthy deserved to own. In truth, they had enough money to arrange for a +15 weapon, but you never knew whether your luck would be good or bad. With good luck, a weapon could succeed in one go. With bad luck, it was possible to spend tens of millions. I've decided I'm going to use this weapon all the way until tier 7. With these attributes, there's absolutely no problem using it until tier 7, the man said with an excited face. The officer in charge of distributing the equipment shook his head. The next day, after Mo arrived at work, he learned from Jade. Almost every member of the Gu family in Fengjing had been arrested. They were all involved to some degree. The only survivors were a few women and children.
Mo rubbed his chin. They shouldn't know it has anything to do with me, right?
If they did, he planned to pull them out by the roots.
Jade shook her head. No, they don't even know your information.
Coming to your place was likely a spur-of-the-moment decision by Guchun. He probably just heard about such a shop.
Fair enough.
For some reason, Mo felt a slight sense of regret in his heart.
It wasn't until 1:30 in the afternoon that the Ling Chi team finally returned. All done? Mo asked, opening his eyes from the recliner. All done.
Besides getting the Gu family behind bars, we had to deal with their companies and those chain enchant shops. Had they not needed to intervene in those matters, they would have been back by 10 in the morning.
Ding Ling.
A tall young woman with a slender waist and long legs walked in.
Approaching the counter, she looked hesitant. Is there something I can help you with? Mo stepped forward and asked. I wanted to ask, are you able to enchant special equipment here? Mo raised an eyebrow. Was his luck really this good? She actually had special equipment? Of course, no problem. What level do you want to enchant it to? Are you sure you can do it? This is special equipment.
The woman asked worriedly. It was important to know that the cause of special equipment formation remained a mystery to this day. It was only known to be formed under the influence of demonic energy. People had conducted tests, but no patterns had been found yet. Most importantly, enchanting special equipment was vastly different from enchanting common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic gear. Enchanting common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic gear followed certain rules. At least the first few attempts were 100% guaranteed. But special equipment was different. It might allow for 3 enchants, or 5, and some could even be enchanted up to 15 times. Of course, there was also a chance of failure. Once it failed, however, the special equipment could no longer be enchanted. Any further attempt would inevitably result in its destruction. Rest assured. You see the name of my shop. If the enchantment isn't successful, I'll simply compensate you for the loss. The young woman nodded. Could you ask them to leave first before I take the item out? Mo looked at her with confusion. Is that necessary? Very necessary, the girl nodded firmly.
Fair enough. Sister Zhang, why don't you all head next door for a moment? Jade and Ling Chi exchanged a glance and nodded.
As for security, with Ling Chi's strength, he could arrive in this room in an instant. After the two left, the young girl breathed a sigh of relief. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Qianyu.
Mo, you can take out the special equipment now. Yeah.
Zhao Qianyu's face turned beet red as a pair of black stockings appeared in her hand.
Black stockings? Mo looked at her suspiciously, doubting whether this woman had ulterior motives toward him. Don't misunderstand.
These are indeed stockings I've worn, but they truly are a piece of special equipment.
As you know, the reasons behind the formation of special equipment are unknown.
Mo's mouth twitched as he took them from her hand. He wasn't sure if it was just psychological, but holding the stockings gave Mo a very strange feeling. Then, the attributes of the special equipment appeared before his eyes. Sexy young girl's original scent: iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson stockings.
Equipment grade, special.
Durability, 812. Bonus, attack speed plus 20%. Agility plus 20. As Mo took them, Zhao Qianyu's face grew even more flushed, looking like a human steam engine. Even she felt incredibly ashamed of the name of this equipment. Mo's grip instinctively loosened. Seeing the name made things feel even weirder.
What level do you want to enchant them to?
Special equipment does not conflict with common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic equipment. As for how many pieces of special equipment one can wear, there is still no definitive answer. They were simply too rare. If possible, I would like you to enchant them to the highest level you are confident in achieving.
May I ask how much money you have? Huh? Does enchanting have anything to do with how much money I have?
Zhao Qianyu was a bit dazed. In her eyes, the price of enchanting was actually quite cheap. The success rate was the real issue.
Mo placed the stockings on the table. He couldn't help but steal a glance, feeling somewhat peculiar.
The prices at my shop are different from others.
I suggest you take a look. Mo pulled out a handwritten price list and handed it over to her. Next door.
Several people peered through the doorway at the two on the other side, their expressions looking a bit strange.
Say, do you think Mo is looking for a girlfriend? He actually asked her for stockings.
Jade, why don't you just give him a few pairs? Black, white, nude, fishnets, give him a few of each.
Maybe get some different perfumes too, so he can switch it up every day? TSK, I never expected Mo to have this kind of hobby.
Tell you what, if it doesn't work out, I'll take him to a club after work.
My treat, the full service.
The four men were getting more and more carried away. Ling Chi was relatively fine, though he harbored some doubts. But considering the kid was only 18, he figured this sort of thing was probably normal.
After all, back in the day, never mind. Jade ignored their chatter. She didn't believe for a second that Mo had those kinds of thoughts. If he did, there would definitely be something in his eyes.
But Mo's gaze when looking at her was clear, devoid of any ulterior motives.
Ling Chi, what do you think those stockings are?
Huh?
Stockings are just stockings, what else could they be? Ling Chi looked at Jade, perplexed.
Jade was defeated by Ling Chi's miniature-sized brain. So she said, first of all, when we met him, he had only just undergone awakening a few days prior.
Secondly, we've seen all his records. Do you recognize this girl? Even if they got in touch later, when did you ever hear of him contacting her? And even if he did, would it really be just for a pair of stockings? And she delivers them in person? Moreover, now that Mo has handed over the price list, it means those are a piece of equipment. But conventional equipment doesn't include stockings, so the only possibility is that this is a piece of special equipment.
Jade felt exhausted. She understood more and more why Director Chen had asked her to stay behind. If Ling Chi were left in charge of these miscellaneous affairs, there was no telling what kind of jokes would ensue.
It was just so tiring, quite a mental drain. Oh, you mean this?
It does seem to be a piece of special equipment. It's just that it's my first time seeing special equipment in the style of stockings. Special equipment is indeed a rare sight for most, but there is one type that everyone possesses, the mind's eye. Its formation process is identical to other special equipment, however, because the mind's eye exists in such vast numbers, no one treats it as such. Even its own attributes don't mention that it is special equipment. But you have to admit, it is indeed a piece of special equipment. But why would it be a pair of stockings? Ling Chi racked his brain but still couldn't figure it out. Moreover, this girl didn't look particularly strong.
What's so strange about that? I've even seen underwear that was special equipment. Supposedly, it increased healing effects and was quite powerful.
At this point, Jade's expression turned peculiar. She strongly suspected that the nature of special equipment was linked to the item itself. Otherwise, why would underwear increase healing effects instead of something like combat power? On the other side, Zhao Qianyu looked at the price list and couldn't help but gulp. These prices were somewhat outrageous. The first 10 levels of enchant were quite normal. However, starting from level 11, things became ridiculous.
Are you asking for such a high price because you are guaranteed to succeed?
Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't charge this much, Mo replied with an air of confidence. After agonizing over it for a long time, Zhao Qianyu's expression turned firm. Then help me enchant it to level 15.
This equipment suits me very well. Attack speed, what a crucial attribute. That will be 150,000, please. Zhao Qianyu took out her phone.
Looking at her remaining balance of 200,000, she steeled herself and made the payment.
Special equipment can be used indefinitely. She just didn't know if these stockings could last for so many years.
After receiving the money, Mo grabbed the stockings.
Feeling the texture of the stockings in his hand, Mo felt a wave of awkwardness. Wait here for a moment. It'll be ready soon.
Walking behind the screen, Mo placed the stockings inside, his brow furrowed. Enchant item, Sexy Maiden's Original Iron, Silver, Violet, Gold, Crimson Stockings Special. Success rate, 81.4%.
Proceed with enchantment?
To think the initial success rate wasn't 100%, no wonder they say special equipment is hard to enhance.
But who is he? Taking it out, putting it in, taking it out, putting it in. Ding. Ding. Half an hour later.
Enchant item, Sexy Maiden's Original Iron, Silver, Violet, Gold, Crimson Stockings Special +7. Success rate, 51.4%.
Proceed with enchantment?
Phew, this really is difficult. It's much harder than enchanting other gear. Mo felt that his pricing was set too low. If he encountered special equipment again in the future, he should double the price.
No, it should be 10 times the price to be worth it.
Of course, he was just thinking out loud. An enchanter might not even encounter a single piece of special equipment in a year. Listening to the sound of successful enchanting that rang out from time to time, Zhao Qianyu looked nervous. She hadn't expected that every single one would actually succeed, though his speed was much slower than others.
However, all of a sudden, the sounds of successful enchanting became frequent. What was happening?
In just 10 minutes, it had chimed over 20 times. But she didn't rush him. As time passed, it wasn't until 6:30 p.m. that Mo finally stepped out from behind the screen. Mo wiped the sweat from his forehead. It really had been quite difficult.
Here is your equipment.
The effects are quite good. Zhao Qianyu nervously took the stockings, holding them as if they were some kind of holy relic. Sexy Maiden's Original Iron, Silver, Violet, Gold, Crimson Stockings +15.
Equipment grade, Special. Durability, 2022.
Additional, attack speed +20% +20%.
Agility +20 +20.
Surge, attack speed +300% for 3 seconds 10 minutes CD. It actually succeeded, and it's even +15. It was as if it were tailor-made for her. With this speed, her archery frequency would increase significantly.
This meant she could deal much more damage. Thank you, Mo.
Your skills are truly incredible.
I've never been this happy before. Your way of complimenting people is certainly unique. Mo didn't know what to say anymore. This Zhao Qianyu spoke so strangely. She was a strange person, too.
I'm sorry, I just got too excited. Zhao Qianyu hurriedly bowed in apology, a flash of holy light nearly blinding Mo's eyes.
No wonder.
Mo had wondered at first why they were called sexy young girl stockings, but now he understood the reason.
There's no need for that.
You paid for a service, and I provided it. It's as simple as that.
I still have to thank you. If I have any gear that needs enchanting in the future, I'll come back to you.
Zhao Qianyu waved her hand and walked out of the shop.
Jade and Ling Qi also walked over.
That's the first time I've seen you take so long to enchant a +15 piece of equipment.
You didn't do it on purpose because you took a liking to her, did you?
Jade asked with a teasing smile.
How is that possible?
That was a piece of special equipment. It was very difficult. He hadn't encountered a single 100% success rate trigger. Mo had to find the highest values and spend points to perform the enchanting. For him, it was deathly difficult. Jade and the others shared a look. It really was a piece of special equipment.
What kind of attribute buff? Attack speed. Mo had a strange look on his face.
In the time that followed, Mo's life became quite peaceful. He ran the shop during the week, occasionally enchanting equipment for people. Go to the outskirts this Saturday to hunt some monsters and grind for some EXP and points. On Sunday, depending on how things go, I'll either take the day off or head into work. And just like that, another week passed by.
Host Mo. Age, 18. Points 325610. Skill, EXP Leech. Enchant success rate, +10%.
There haven't been any gate outbreaks lately, so my points haven't increased by much. Fortunately, Mo has finished enchanting all the equipment provided by Jade, and everything has been delivered to the garrison force. Meanwhile, Mo's points were also slowly increasing. In addition to that, there were the customers of Mo's shop. Although the points provided per customer were a bit low, it was offset by the constant stream of clients they brought to MO. The growth had risen from a mere 1,000 points a day at the start to around 7,000 points per day now. It could be said that a single day's worth of points was now enough for MO to enchant a plus 50 weapon. MO opened his status window. Name, MO. Class Enchanter. Potential, B rank. Level, Tier 2, Level 5 241 16,000. Attributes, Strength, 24. Stamina, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9. Allocatable points, 50. Skill Enchant. General skills, none. Psi. The leveling speed is so slow I'm still enchanting too little equipment. How about? Mo turned to look at Ling Chi. Brother Ling Chi, why don't you take me to a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate? Ling Chi looked at Mo with confusion. You're saying you want to go to a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate? Those places are generally filled with monsters around level 20, they appear in massive numbers, and the highest can be level 50 A rank monsters. Well, your squad is here, so it'll definitely be fine. Over these past few Saturdays, the monsters he killed were generally E rank, and with good luck, he might encounter a small number of D ranks. As for C ranks, they were almost never seen. No way. Your situation is different. Even if I agreed, Jade wouldn't allow it. At this moment, Jade was not in the shop, having gone to Kyoto to pick up some equipment. Oh, come on, she's not here anyway. If you don't tell and I don't tell, how is she going to find out? It wasn't that Mo was being unreasonable, the points looked like a lot, but if he wanted even higher stats, this amount really wasn't enough to do much. Let's just... Ding Ling. What are you two doing? Jade had returned. Mo wants to go to a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. Without a second thought, Ling Chi sold Mo out. There was nothing he could do, this was not a decision he could make. While protecting Mo shouldn't be much of a problem, one could never be too sure about the what-ifs. He couldn't afford to take the fall for this. What? You want to go to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate? Jade shrieked. Mo quickly covered his ears. Whoa, Sister Zhang, your reaction is a bit much. Jade also felt her reaction was somewhat exaggerated, but going to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate was something she didn't have the authority to approve. Wait for a moment, let me ask around for you. Jade turned and left the room, picking up her phone to start contacting people. Mo watched Jade's retreating back with a look of speechlessness. This was simply too much. I just want to visit the gate, is it really that big of a deal? His parents had been to the gate before, and they had specifically gone to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine levels. Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine, disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine. Your situation is different, no one to date can replace what you do. Never mind Enchant 50, even Enchant 16 is already irreplaceable, Ling Chi advised. To be honest, I find that hard to believe. If you told me they couldn't do iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson, white enchants, I might believe it. But for iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson and iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson, they should be able to manage that after all, their foundations are very high. It's different. Starting from Enchant 14, the success rate becomes extremely low. Since I'm not an enchanter, I don't understand the technicalities very well. But I can tell you one thing, as far as I know, there are fewer than 50 pieces of Enchant 16 equipment in the entire country, and fewer than 10 pieces of Enchant 17 equipment. As for whether there's anything above that, I wouldn't know. However, don't spread this around. These are secrets. The information we release to the public is that there is only one piece of Enchant 16 equipment in the whole country. Mo nodded. Put that way, it was somewhat acceptable. He knew it. How could there possibly be only a single piece of Enchant 16 equipment in the entire country?
So, does that mean when other countries say they don't have any Enchant 16 equipment, they're lying? Ling Chi sneered, of course they're lying. They think they've hidden it well, but from what we've scouted, there are at least 20 pieces of Enchant 16 weapons and gear. We have their lack of national unity to thank for that. Information like this can be obtained just by paying a small price. You can see how important you are now, right? Keep in mind that those pieces were accumulated over 300 years. Perhaps some families have hidden high-level enchant weapons in their possession, but the quantity definitely won't be large. Imo nodded, though he was still quite frustrated. While it felt good to be protected, excessive protection made his movements feel somewhat restricted. Ding Aling. Jade returned, and judging by her expression, the news was good. It's not impossible if you want to enter the gates of disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine, but all your equipment must be enchanted to 20. If you can reach enchantment level 50, that would be ideal. Don't worry, we will provide all the enchantment stones. Jade called Chen immediately. After all, Mo's file clearance had been raised to the highest level, so his security priority was naturally at the top as well. In fact, besides the Ling Chi squad, there was another garrison force team nearby. The place where Gu Chen was taken after being captured that day was exactly where the garrison force was stationed. There was also a demon-slaying army squad in this city. They could arrive within 20 minutes of a phone call. Chen's point was simple: as long as it fell within the Ling Chi squad's capability to protect him, they could agree to any request. However, there was one thing they absolutely had to do. If they encountered danger, they had to evacuate Mo immediately. They could die, but nothing could happen to Mo. Jade had prepared for this long ago, and the Ling Chi squad had already been notified when they arrived. Compared to a single disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine, it shouldn't be much of a problem. No problem, I value my life very much, Mo said, patting his chest. If it weren't for the fact that his points were still too low, he would have insisted on enchanting his equipment to 100 no matter what. By the way, if possible, could you prepare a crate of hand grenades for me? And if it's not too much trouble, I'd like a grenade launcher and some grenades for it too. Safety first, after all I still prefer firearms. Mo flashed a friendly smile. Compared to cold weapons that required technique and various skill buffs, Mo felt that firearms and heavy weaponry suited him better. No problem, I'll have them ready for you tomorrow. Jade's eyes darted around. How about you just use firearms from now on? I'll have the higher-ups prepare more good stuff for you. Is that okay? Of course it is. Jade breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally managed to handle Mo. As long as he didn't use cold weapons, nothing else mattered. If it had to be disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine, then so be it. As long as the personnel were arranged properly, it wouldn't be a major issue. Jade moved quickly. By the time she arrived at the shop the next day, everything was ready. Since you have an inventory bag anyway, I brought a bit extra. Here are 500 hand grenades. If that's not enough, I'll get more. One grenade launcher with 50 grenades. And one RPG with 10 rockets. Mo gulped. That's enough, that's definitely enough. This was enough to sustain a small-scale war. Mo picked up a grenade. It was the same model as before. It seemed that there were no high-quality versions of these firearm-related consumables. The rest were the same, all equipment of common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic quality. Don't bother trying. Consumables won't have very high quality. They just have a tiny bit of ore from the gate added during production. Of course, there are high-quality consumables, but those are reserved for dealing with larger gates. For example, some large missiles are generally of common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic quality, but such things are rarely used. Although a single shot could kill a vast number of monsters, the production cost is simply too high. Generally speaking, the Awakened remain the primary combat force. As for Mo, he could only be described as an exception. This is enough for me. All it needs is a little enchantment. Mo took a grenade and went behind the screen. After 15 minutes, an enchanted grenade appeared in Mo's hand. L88 Grenade White plus 20. Durability, 1-1. Damage, 3000 plus 9763.
Additional, kill radius 10m plus 30m. It had to be said, this damage was absolutely off the charts. The only pity was that this item was a one-time use. Mo was already quite satisfied with this. One every 15 minutes at this rate, in a day, in about a week, he could get it all done. Probably, right? Mo glanced at those 500 grenades. The difficulty was a bit high. Then he picked up a rocket and enchanted it to plus 20. Our 101 rocket white plus 20. Durability, 1-1. Damage, 10,000 plus 33,085. Additional, kill radius 20m plus 60m. With this level of damage, even an A-rank monster probably wouldn't be able to withstand it. As for the launcher, Mo did not bother to enchant it. So, are you satisfied? Jade smiled. I'm quite satisfied. Mo handed the newly enchanted rocket to Jade. The smile on Jade's face froze. 43,000 base damage. This is practically a small-scale bomb. An 80-meter radius? Isn't this range a bit excessive? Jade glanced at Mo. This enchantment of yours is truly reckless. Why on earth would you enchant this thing to level 20? It's a one-time use item. Isn't that a complete waste? Jade felt a pang of heartache. One must realize that their weapons were mostly enchanted to level 16 at best. Although they had one level 50 weapon, they had too many people. There simply wasn't enough to go around. Currently, that level 50 enchanted weapon was still being held in Kyoto, and there was still a massive dispute over who should be assigned to use it. Jade couldn't help but pick up the items Mo had just enchanted on the table. With every glance, her heart ached a little more. 3 level 20 enchanted consumables. And all just to hunt monsters in the gates of disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine. This would be overkill even for the depths of those realms. Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. It hurts. Jade had only one sensation right now, pure agony. She desperately wanted to talk to Director Chun about a transfer. She was worried that if she stayed here any longer, she might end up in the hospital. Ling Chi curiously picked one up for a look, then silently put it back. He walked over to a chair by the wall, sat down, and pulled out his own level 20 enchanted spear. Suddenly, he felt that level 20 enchantment was just average, nothing special at all. Mo scratched his head. What's wrong with you guys? Is the damage not enough? If it's not enough, I can keep enchanting them. As he spoke, Mo picked up the items, preparing to head back in. No. It's high enough already. I really don't think it's necessary. The damage is already overflowing. My suggestion is that level 10 is more than enough. Jade hurriedly grabbed Mo's arm. If he continued enchanting, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control her own hands. Yeah, this damage is definitely sufficient. Plus, it's an area of effect attack. It's absolutely plenty. Ling Chi felt compelled to chime in and persuade him as well. This area of effect attack isn't just a single hit, it deals multi-stage damage. Consequently, a monster might take the same damage 2 or 3 times over, and it can even trigger critical hits. Damage overflow is also quite common. Fair enough. Mo looked at the consumables with a hint of regret. He had been curious to see what kind of effect they would have if enchanted to level 50. Now that he had the items in hand, Mo stopped mentioning the trip to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gate zones, mostly because there was simply no time to go anymore. On one hand, there was the new batch of equipment Jade brought that needed enchanting. On the other, as his reputation grew, more and more people were coming to Mo to have their gear enchanted. As a result, Mo's free time was rapidly dwindling. Looking at the consumables in his inventory, Mo couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, wondering when he would ever finish enchanting them all. However, seeing his energy points soaring rapidly made him feel a little better. Life wasn't quite as pleasant for Jade and Ling Chi. The two sat behind the counter, their eyes fixed on the area behind the screen. Which number is this for today?
Should be the 12th one. Sigh, another level 20. Too bad it's a consumable.
Every time Mo enchanted a consumable to level 20, the two would let out a deep sigh, thinking how wonderful it would be if it were a weapon instead. Yet, they couldn't stop him after all, it was Mo's choice. They could only endure the slow agony, the kind there was no escaping. After more than 2 weeks, Mo finally finished everything. He hadn't even gone out to hunt monsters on Saturday. All for the sake of today. Sister Jade, Brother Ling Chi, let's head out tomorrow. I'm all prepared. Mo happily tidied the room while the other two helped out. Upon hearing Mo's words, the broom in Jade's hand shook, scattering the dust she had finally managed to sweep into a pile. Alright, we'll go tomorrow. I'll make the arrangements. She knew this day would come. Aren't you used to it by now? Ling Chi asked, somewhat puzzled. In the beginning, the two of them felt a pang of heartache, but by the time Mo had enchanted over 200 items, they had accepted the reality. Over 200 level 20 enchants. That's right, in the end, Mo did not follow Jade's advice to stop at level 10. According to Mo, it was safety first. But have you ever considered one thing? Jade looked at Ling Chi gloomily. Have you ever considered that when an enchant plus 20 consumable shatters into pieces right before your eyes, wouldn't your heart ache even more? Ling Chi's expression stiffened. He couldn't help but think that his own spear had cost 3 million to reach enchant plus 20, which meant every single item in Mo's hand was worth 3 million. And it was a $3 million bang. If those were gone. What a heartbreak. I get it now, you might as well have not told me. If I had found out a day later, I would have felt a bit better. I feel like this is just the beginning, not the end. I'm wondering, will he enchant his bullets one day too? Surely, probably, maybe not? Ling Chi was starting to lose his composure. If Mo really did that, no matter what he said, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. Report, 20 garrison force squads entered an hour ago. The safe zone has been demarcated, measuring 500 meters in both length and width. A man in combat gear approached Jade to report. Understood. We'll head out now. The group of 7, led by the man, stepped through the gate. This was Mo's first time entering a gate. There was sunlight inside the gate, but it wasn't very strong. Because it was shrouded in a layer of thin mist, it appeared incredibly dim. In the air, Mo could occasionally see auras of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson radiating from certain objects. Are those iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson traces the demonic chi? Yes, that's demonic chi. The mind's eye we wear is meant to prevent this stuff from invading. But you must remember one thing, the defense of the mind's eye is limited. It's best not to touch that flame like mist. Although the mind's eye can block it, a portion will still seep through and reach you. Theoretically, the larger your blocking radius, the less demonic chi will reach you, and its purification speed will be optimal. In theory, as long as it's within 20 meters. At this point, Ling Chi fell silent. Since even his grenades were enchant plus 20, there was no reason for his mind's eye to have a poor enchantment level. Brother Ling Chi, what happens at 20 meters? Mo looked at Ling Chi with a face full of curiosity. He was genuinely curious, he absolutely meant nothing else by it. Ling Chi took a deep breath. Theoretically, 20 meters is an absolutely safe distance, meaning the purification speed can maintain a perfect equilibrium with the intrusion speed. Furthermore, regarding the resources here, since they are all tainted with a small amount of demonic energy when gathering them, you must place them at the very edge of the mind's eye's range to slowly dispel the energy. Only after it is fully dispelled can you put them into your backpack. Mo glanced at his own mind's eye. A plus 50 bonus should yield excellent results. Since they were near the entrance, everyone's mind's eye worked very weakly, making the effects almost invisible. However, when they advanced about another 100 meters, a powerful wind centered on Mo suddenly surged outward. If the others' effects were a light breeze, Mo's was a raging gale. In almost an instant, all the demonic energy vanished without a trace.
Watching the effect Mo displayed, Ling Chi and the others fell into an instant silence. Comparison is the thief of joy. With this, who would still fear the intrusion of demonic energy?
When fighting in a gate, what one truly fears isn't the monsters, but this demonic energy. You can kill a monster, but you can only rely on the mind's eye to dispel demonic energy. Even a priest's dispel skill only provides temporary relief. Total purification is fundamentally impossible. Jade looked at Mo and couldn't help but wonder, if Mo produced more mind's eyes, would this gate become completely free of demonic energy? That actually seems possible. But this range looks somewhat massive. At 100 million each, a gate would probably need about 100 of them. That seems a bit pricey. Better leave that headache for the higher-ups to deal with. After walking a kilometer further, a new area appeared before everyone's eyes. This is the Withered Jungle. The monster levels here are medium tier, mostly D rank, the man said. After nodding to Jade, he immediately returned to his squad. Mo surveyed the woods. By the looks of it, it appeared to be a low-growth forest. However, the trees had now turned iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson, and even the ground was iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson, with wisps of demonic energy occasionally seeping out. Are the forests here all like this, withered into iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson? Mo asked while pulling out his weapons and equipment. Most are like this, though there are trees that grow vigorously. Those are excellent materials. Of course, these withered trees can also be used as materials, it just takes a lot longer to process them. Mo nodded. In that case, I won't feel any pressure using them. Holding a grenade launcher, he fired a round directly, giving Ling Chi and the others no time to react. Boom! A pillar of fire 80 meters in diameter shot into the sky, and a searing heatwave swept toward them. Staring at the 20-meter-high pillar of fire, Mo was completely stunned. Was he sure this was a grenade and not an incendiary shell? Your grenade design is quite something. It even comes with a pillar of fire. The pillar of fire lasted for 4 or 5 seconds before gradually weakening until it finally went out. Jade muttered, "It's not supposed to have that effect. It should just be a common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic explosion. At most, it's just a small fireball, right?" After seeing Mo's grenade, Jade wasn't even sure what the grenade was supposed to look like in the first place. As for Ling Chi, he knew even less. Since becoming an awakened, he had only used long spears. Who in their right mind would use firearms for no reason? He didn't have the answer to Mo's question either. Might as well try it out for real. Zhang Linyu took out an identical grenade launcher from his backpack and loaded the same ammunition. Bang! The sound was much weaker, and it did explode. But as for the pillar of fire, there was no pillar to be seen. It was just a burst of flame that vanished instantly. It seems only the ones you enchant have that effect. At the thought of this weapon being used to hunt monsters within a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gate, Jade's face twisted in heartache. If she had known earlier, she would have taken Mo straight to a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gate instead. He might have been able to help clear out the monsters, allowing them to arrange for someone to close the gate afterward. Oh, the regret. Seeing the comparison, Mo was delighted. He hadn't expected there to be hidden special effects. Boom! 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 Grenade after grenade was fired as if they cost nothing, and one pillar of fire after another soared into the sky. Watching the numbers constantly flashing in his mind, Mo just wanted to laugh out loud. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. No, Mo couldn't even keep count. The sum of the numbers popping up every time was simply too much to add up. In contrast to Mo's laughter, Jade and the others were in absolute agony. Every time a pillar of fire lit up, their faces twitched in pain. It's true that ammo isn't expensive, but it becomes incredibly costly after being enchanted. Even as a consumable item, its virtual value is a staggering 100 million. Even with a discount, the price would still be 20 million per shot. In just 1 minute, Mo had already fired off 10 rounds without slowing down in the slightest. However, after firing 20 rounds, Mo finally came to a halt. Good heavens,
What is he trying to do? Jade looked at Mo in horror. There weren't many monsters left in the encirclement, just a few scattered here and there. He actually pulled out an RPG? This is far too wasteful.
Yet, for Mo, there was no such thing as waste. There were only common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic rockets.
Whoosh!
A streak of fire shot out and slammed into the ground.
Boom!
This time, it wasn't a pillar of fire that appeared, but a small mushroom cloud. Ling Qi and the others weren't seeing things. A single rocket had produced the effect of a mushroom cloud, sending an even more powerful shockwave surging toward them.
Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Did I seriously just see a mushroom cloud?
Ling Qi was genuinely dazed.
That's a freaking rocket, okay? This is getting a bit ridiculous.
It is indeed a mushroom cloud, but it doesn't seem to be that powerful. While Jade was surprised, her attention was more focused on the destructive force. No, maybe it's just because there were too few of them to see the full effect. Ling Qi refused to believe that a weapon capable of producing a mushroom cloud would have such low damage. After all, he had seen the stats for this rocket. Fixed damage of 43,000 with a kill radius of 80 m, but the kill radius of this mushroom cloud definitely reached around 110 meters. And keep in mind, this was just a common, superior, rare, epic, mythic rocket. If a nuclear bomb were to be enchanted. Well, nuclear bombs aren't allowed to be used. But N2 bombs can be used. If an N2 bomb were enchanted to level 20 or even 50, Ling Qi couldn't even fathom what kind of devastating effect that would produce.
Jade! Contact Director Chen. Ask him if he wants an enchant 50 N2 bomb.
Ling Qi looked at Jade with a face full of excitement.
Have you lost your mind?
N2 bombs don't contain any materials from the gate at all. They can't be enchanted. Besides, that thing was invented over a century ago and hasn't been used once. They haven't even been used inside a gate. Who knows what kind of consequences deploying something like that inside a gate would cause. Closing the gate is a priority, but no one treats lives like a joke. The life of every awakened is precious.
True, I forgot about that.
They really should give it a try. They'll let Mo enchant one just once.
Those are high-precision weapons. You can't just modify them on a whim. Jade was utterly speechless at Ling Qi. There were a few experimental prototypes, though.
If it were actually feasible, she would have suggested it long ago.
Mo! Stop!
Jade shouted hurriedly. She saw Mo hoisting the rocket launcher onto his shoulder again, his finger already resting on the trigger.
Ha! Whoosh! Boom!
Seeing that Jade hadn't said anything more, he thought he had misheard her. Watching another mushroom cloud rise, Mo looked exhilarated.
He couldn't help but glance at his sniper rifle.
How great would it be if every shot from his rifle produced a mushroom cloud?
It didn't seem impossible. It was only enchant 50 right now. If it reached enchant 100, would there be a fundamental change? Mo nodded to himself. It wasn't out of the question.
While Mo was lost in thought, Jade came running over.
The remaining monsters don't require weapons with that much destructive power. You wanted to see how powerful this thing is, right? I'll have them find a new location for you now. Jade was truly afraid that Mo would continue to waste resources.
Even though the items belonged to Mo, her psychological endurance was reaching its limit.
Mo thought for a moment. Sure, the more the better.
His initial surge of curiosity had subsided. Under Jade's direction, the garrison force began to herd the monsters together again. However, while they were gathering them, the soldiers were busy discussing what had just happened.
What was that weapon just now? Is it something newly developed? It looks like a grenade.
I saw Mo holding a grenade launcher. It's probably a newly developed model.
I've used grenade launchers before, but they didn't have this kind of effect.
You saw that pillar of fire yourself. I'm more curious about the model of the rocket launcher he pulled out later.
How did it manage to create a mushroom cloud?
I hope there's no radiation. They were incredibly curious about Mo's weapons. The thought of an enchant never even crossed their minds. After all, no one would ever enchant an artillery shell. If one were to enchant a single-use item, it would have to be a high-quality, high-level consumable.
The monsters gathered quickly.
After all, this was a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate zone. Not only was the level high, but the area was vast, and the monsters were far more numerous. In half an hour, a swarm of monsters had been herded into the center, with people on the perimeter occasionally using skills to drive them back. Without a word, Mo shouldered the rocket launcher and fired a shot directly into the fray. Ling Chi and the others watched the center of the field with rapt attention.
Whoosh! Boom!
A mushroom cloud rose.
Ling Chi squinted his eyes, looking toward the ground. Just as he suspected, everything at the epicenter was dead. Not just dead, they had completely vanished.
Not even a trace of residue remained. It was as if they had been vaporized. The monsters surrounding the epicenter sustained varying degrees of critical and minor injuries. The kill radius is indeed 80 meters, but the heavy damage radius is between 80 and 120 meters, with light injuries occurring within 150 meters.
Hearing Ling Chi's words, Mo was somewhat surprised. But on second thought, it made sense.
The status window for this rocket listed the kill radius, not the effective radius.
It meant the description of the item was technically accurate.
Mo sized up the remaining numbers inside and then fired another rocket.
Looking at the 6 remaining rockets, Mo didn't move.
Instead, he chose to fire grenades. Once the grenades were nearly exhausted, he switched to hand grenades. In short, it was massive fire suppression followed by small-scale bombardment, and finally, picking them off one by one with a sniper rifle.
Just 1 point, I want it all.
Mo was having the time of his life, but Ling Chi and the others were being tormented, feeling conflicted from beginning to end.
Tyson's face contorted with heartache. I think I'll skip this kind of thing next time. Watching this is a bit distressing. To this day, he doesn't even have a single enchant 20 weapon, yet someone else is bringing them out by the basketful. Who could stand that?
Gunua looked at the enchant 10 dagger in her hand and sighed. I feel you, but if you didn't show up, believe it or not, the captain would skin you alive.
Tyson nodded. I believe it.
Although their captain could be unreliable at times, he was meticulous when executing missions. If he said he did beat you, he did beat you. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the hand grenades were gone, the grenades were gone, and the rockets were gone too. Within a 5-kilometer radius, there were large and small craters everywhere, and the number of dead monsters was beyond counting.
Are these monsters still useful?
They were supposed to be useful, but now they aren't worth much. With your destructive method of attack, only those massive monsters could have anything left intact.
But clearly, looking at it now, there's nothing left. Mo scratched his head. That shouldn't be right. Don't people say many weapons use monster materials? These levels aren't low, either.
He had just killed quite a few C-rank monsters. Although they were few in number, they still counted for something. Ling Chi sighed softly. The usable parts of each monster are different. Some are claws and teeth, others are fur. But, the monsters you killed are already mangled beyond recognition. Even the ones you shot with your sniper rifle look like they suffered anti-material damage. In this condition, you can basically kiss the materials goodbye.
So, you get it. Fair enough. What else could Mo say?
It turned out it was because his weapons were too lethal. But he couldn't be blamed for that. After all, safety comes first.
If his weapons weren't powerful enough, he wouldn't have dared to come here.
However, looking at the demonic energy in the distance and the monsters that appeared from time to time, he couldn't help but think of his parents. They had been fighting creatures like these all along. One could imagine how difficult it must have been. Of course, his parents were different from Ling Chi and the others. They were part of the national team, while his parents did it purely for the money. The methods were different, but the ultimate outcome was the same.
Will this place be closed in the future? Mo asked curiously.
He didn't understand how the closing of a gate was determined. There is a high probability that this place will be closed. One reason is its proximity to the city, and the other is that the quantity and quality of materials produced here are quite mediocre, making it not worth wasting time on. At this point, Ling Chi shook his head. There are many gates like this across the country, and closing them requires a massive amount of manpower. That's why every year, personnel are drawn from the garrison force, the demon-slaying army, and our secret mobile unit. Otherwise, we might not even be able to close 30 gates in a year. Furthermore, the sequence for closing these gates must be investigated, using both hazard levels and utility as the core criteria for inspection. However, even so, the number of gates continues to increase rather than decrease, simply because the speed at which they descend is far too fast. If it weren't for the fact that new awakened are emerging every year, the world would likely have been overrun by gates long ago. Some might wonder why things remain so difficult when new awakened appear every year. That brings us to the topic of sacrifice. With newcomers comes the reality of casualties. Conditions inside a gate are ever-changing, even though every gate is assigned a specific rating. Ratings are determined by the size, patterns, and color of the gate. But these are merely ratings. Otherwise, why would it be said that gates ranked as disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine are primarily populated by D and E rank monsters, yet also harbor C and B rank monsters? Sometimes, one might even encounter a rank monsters. When the awakened responsible for clearing disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gates encounter an A-rank monster, their first instinct is to flee to escape at the highest possible speed. This is because their levels are simply no match for such a foe. While these occurrences are rare, when they do happen, it results in the sacrifice of dozens or even hundreds of awakened. Aside from them, the greatest losses are suffered by the Border Defense Force. Their sacrifices aren't just from fighting monsters, but from conflicts with other humans. In addition to fighting monsters emerging from the gates, they must also guard against invaders breaking through the borders. Although the international community claims to be united against the monster invasion, some countries continue to engage in covert aggression. These are unavoidable realities. So that's how it is. Only now did Mo realize how noble these garrison forces, who had come for his safety, truly were. He couldn't help but think that his restrictions on the number of official enchants and the prices he set might have been problematic. At the time, he had focused his attention on the local people, as they would undoubtedly head out of the city to fight the moment they received their weapons. However, he wasn't as certain about those given to the officials, which is why he had established those rules. Of course, there was another point. He didn't want to spend all his time enchanting weapons. He wanted some free time for himself. Otherwise, wouldn't he just become an enchanting machine? There would be no meaning to a life like that. I've made a decision. I'm lifting the restrictions on weapon enchants for the official side. But let me be clear, first, I will still only enchant weapons. Second, while the numerical limit is removed, I'll do it on a best effort basis. I need to have my own life too, so I'll give a rough figure, let's say 100 weapons a week. That should be plenty, right? Mo pondered for a moment before providing that number, an average of 20 per day. As for the customers at his own shop, 10 a day should be about right. Ling Chi and Jade exchanged a glance, their expressions brightening with joy. They hadn't expected that explaining these things to Mo would yield such a massive surprise. Had they known, they would have told him much sooner. It caught them completely off guard. Of course, if it had been mentioned in advance, it might not have achieved such an effect. One could only say that everything happened naturally. About the enchant levels. Jade had been eyeing enchant level 20 for a long time, but she wasn't sure if Mo would agree. Mo glanced at his points. Good grief, he had accumulated so many. Let's start the enchant level at 15. All weapons will be at least 15. I'll provide 20 at enchant 16, 10 at enchant 18, and 5 at enchant 20. As for enchant 50, it will still be 1 per month. As for the price, I'll give it to you for half off. Free was out of the question. It would never be free in this lifetime. Otherwise, wouldn't his labor be considered dirt cheap? Moreover, for a nation, this amount of money really wasn't much at all. Furthermore, Mo planned to increase these numbers once his own level became higher in the future. They weren't set in stone. Ah! That's wonderful. I'll notify Director Chen as soon as I get back. He'll be thrilled when he hears this news, Jade said happily. How could he not be happy? These numbers were simply staggering. Everyone having a plus 15 weapon was simply unimaginable. If every member of the border guard held a +15 weapon while the opposition only had +7 or +8 ones, the enemy would be in absolute agony. "Let's go, let's head back," Mo said with a smile. He had only spent some points, and yet it made them this happy. Thinking about it this way, perhaps the system was meant for him to save the Dragon Kingdom after all.
Mo glanced at his points again.
It was time to put further weapon enchanting on the agenda, but
should he keep using this sniper rifle?
Let me ask, what are the lowest level iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson, common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic firearms you currently possess, and what are their levels? After returning to the city, Jade parted ways with them. She needed to report this matter immediately.
Director Chen. Is it a pleasant surprise or a shock? Chen was sitting in his office processing documents.
When he saw the caller ID on his phone, he felt a looming headache. At this point, he had truly grown to fear Jade's phone calls. Either he doesn't strike at all, or when he does, it's something massive. Looking at the timing, shouldn't he have just returned from the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate?
Could something have happened in there?
"It's good news this time," Jade said helplessly. Initially, their conversations were normal, but recently, Director Chen's mood had been like a roller coaster. But that had nothing to do with her, it was almost doing.
"Tell me about it." Mo has relaxed his conditions.
Jade explained the situation to Chen in great detail.
Good news, truly good news. Chen looked excited. This was a monumental benefit for the country.
This gave him much more room to maneuver. Besides that, there's one more thing. Hearing Jade say this, Chen's heart skipped a beat.
Relax, it's neither good nor bad.
It's just that I suspect next time, he will head to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate.
Chen's eyelid twitched. This was what she called neither good nor bad? Just tell me everything at once.
I may be in good health, but if you keep jerking me around like this, I'll end up in the hospital sooner or later. Jade curled her lip. If this was enough to put him in the hospital, a phone call from Ling Chi would probably have him bedridden. There is an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic firearm available, but it's not a sniper rifle, it's a level 25 revolver.
I'll have someone deliver it to you first.
Oh, and there's a level 20 hand crossbow I'll send along as well, see if he needs it. There weren't many low-level iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic weapons in the national treasury. The levels were too low, and the state blacksmiths didn't want to waste their time on them. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic weapons generally started at level 50. There were very few below that. On Sunday, Mo arrived at the shop right on time. As for taking a break, Mo hadn't even considered it. Mainly, he didn't know what he would do if he actually took a rest. To him, fighting inside a gate was perhaps his only form of relaxation. Besides, running the shop wasn't that tiring. It was just enchanting weapons, you just put them in and let the enchant process happen. As for mental fatigue, where would the stress come from when success is 100% guaranteed? When you can see the success rate, how could you possibly fail? Is Sister Zhang not coming today? She didn't go to pick up the weapons, did she? There's no need to be in such a hurry. He had just mentioned it yesterday, and she was already going to fetch them today. It seemed a bit too impatient. Since he gave his word, he certainly wouldn't go back on it. She told me she wanted to give you a surprise. A surprise? Is she going to give me 10 billion in cash? Ling Chi completely ignored that remark, having no desire to engage with him. You make money faster than someone robbing a bank. What's the point of giving you cash? To save you the trip to the counter? At 10:30, Jade arrived. These two pieces of equipment are for you. There weren't any iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic grade sniper rifles, but I found a hand crossbow and a revolver. If you're not satisfied, there are plenty of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson sniper rifles available. No, I want this one. Mo snatched up the revolver. This wasn't some small snub-nosed revolver, it was a massive one. The barrel alone was nearly 25 centimeters long, and the total length of the gun reached a staggering 0.45 meters. The grip was wooden, inlaid with an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson patterned metal plate, giving it a very vintage feel. The muzzle diameter was huge, it looked like it was chambered for 12.7 millimeters rounds. It was nothing short of a weapon of mass destruction. The only pity was the lack of a scope, but that no longer mattered. As long as it looked good, and as for lethality, that caliber spoke for itself. I'm glad you like it. Here are 500 rounds of ammunition for this gun. The bullets were nothing special, just common, superior, rare, epic, mythic rounds, without even a specific quality rating. M.O. didn't mind. As for the hand crossbow, M.O. put it directly into his backpack. Are there no bolts? This crossbow uses energy bolts. In theory, as long as there is enough energy, it can fire indefinitely. Mo's mouth twitched. The amount of energy one possessed was closely tied to their intelligence stat. Even if he poured all his attribute points into intelligence, his body's energy capacity remained meager, which was exactly why he wasn't in a hurry to acquire general skills. Even if he managed to get his hands on them, he wouldn't be able to use them. Of course, the primary reason was simply because it was too much of a hassle. However, when it came to this hand crossbow, M.O. didn't mind the trouble at all. Make yourselves at home, I'm going to work in the back. M.O. stepped behind the screen, immediately started the machine, and began the enchanting process on the revolver. Ling Chi finally spoke to Jade. Why did you take out that pistol? That's a gun tainted with demonic energy. Did you forget about his mind's eye? That tiny bit of demonic energy is completely useless against him, Jade said with a shrug. If it weren't for that mind's eye, she wouldn't have dared to hand this weapon over to him. She would have sooner given him an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson-grade sniper rifle. Ling Chi was momentarily speechless. She had a point. Half an hour later, M.O. removed the pistol from the enchanting forge, frowning as he inspected the weapon's attributes. He had been too excited earlier to check the pistol's name, but looking at it now, he noticed something different. SM500 Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic plus 20. Equipment level, LV30. Durability, 6770. Damage, 356 412 plus 1175. Additional, critical damage plus 10% plus 5%. Critical rate plus 20% plus 5%. Explosive attack, each bullet has an explosion radius of 0.5 meters. Why was there a demonic prefix in front of this weapon? What did that mean? Magic weapon? Monster weapon? M.O. shook his head and placed the weapon back into the enchanting forge once more. Enchant SM500 Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic plus 20. Success rate, 31.1%. Proceed with enchantment? The success rate was still this low. It wasn't like other weapons. Instead, it felt somewhat similar to the situation with that special weapon. Could it be that this weapon is also considered a special weapon? M.O. couldn't think of any other explanation besides this. M.O. tried to minimize the points spent, but it still cost him nearly 6,000 points. However, compared to his current points, it was just a drop in the bucket. A brand new plus 50 weapon appeared in Mo's hand. SM500 Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic plus 50. Equipment level, LV30. Durability, 6770. Damage, 356 412 plus 24,332. Additional, critical damage plus 10% plus 5%. Critical rate plus 20% plus 5%. Explosive attack, explosion radius of 0.5 meters per bullet plus 0.5 meters. Rapid fire, 6 shots per second CD, 10s. Special, psionic bullets, the user's energy automatically refills the magazine. Once time. M.O. grinned. This damage was already invincible. Especially that psionic bullets feature. Who needs a damn scope now? Sister Zhang, I need to trouble you with one more thing. Looking at Mo's honest-looking smile, Zhang Linyu swallowed hard.
Go ahead. Could you find me some accessories that increase intelligence?
As for quality, common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic will do, level 30. Jade nodded. If that was all he wanted, it was simple. Wait here, they'll be delivered in half an hour. In the Fongjing warehouse, these accessories were readily available. Accessories were relatively easier to obtain than weapons. This was because most accessories weren't forged, but rather made by directly inlaying materials from the gate into metal. Therefore, common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic qualities were the most common. However, those who want iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson will need to undergo crafting and engraving. Half an hour later, a pile of accessories that increased intelligence was placed before Mo. These have the best effects, you can give them a try. Mo picked up a ring inlaid with iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson gemstones. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 32. Attributes, intelligence plus 10. Bonus, magic damage reduction plus 10%. Defense plus 2%. So this is how the attributes are added? It was somewhat different from what Mo had imagined. In Mo's mind, a ring's primary attribute should have been defense, but that didn't seem to be the case. Mo looked through the rest in the attribute column. There were some that added intelligence, some that added agility, some that added strength, and even some that added attack. It could be said that there was every variety imaginable. Mo picked out 2 rings and 2 bracelets from the pile. As for the rest, Mo didn't want them. If possible, he wouldn't even have wanted the bracelets. But in order to possess more intelligence points, Mo put up with it. Sister Zhang, these are enough for me. You can take the others back, I'm going to get to work now. Mo stepped behind the screen once again. Aren't you curious about the power of that pistol of his? Ling Qi walked over. There's nothing to be curious about. Enhanced damage and a few extra bonus attributes. That's basically how it always is, I'm already used to it. Mainly, she had seen far too much of it. Well, I'm still quite curious. If he manages to enchant the weapon to 50, a special attribute will appear. I'm a bit curious about what kind of special effect this weapon will bring. Jade paused, realizing he was right. What if it turned out to be a particularly good special attribute? She shook her head, wondering what she was thinking. She looked at Ling Qi and said faintly, better not to be curious. If you find that the attribute is amazing, won't you just feel even worse? Ling Qi took a deep breath. You've got a point. I'd better keep my curiosity in check, otherwise, it's just too demoralizing. He thought about his plus 20 enchanted weapon. If it weren't for the lack of funds, he would have done whatever it took to have Mo enchant his weapon to plus 50 just to see. Well, Mo mentioned the official rate is halved, he should probably count as official too. That means 50 million would be enough. It doesn't seem impossible to scrape that together. The more Ling Qi thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. The only problem was that he needed to protect Mo here and had no time to return to Kyoto. 2 hours later, Mo looked at the ring in his hand with satisfaction. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 50. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 32. Stats, intelligence plus 10 plus 150. Bonus, magic damage reduction plus 10% plus 5%. Intelligence stat plus 20%. Defense plus 2%. Special, overload, doubles intelligence stat CD, 10M. Nice. A total of 160 intelligence, plus a 20% intelligence boost, and an active ability that doubles intelligence. Paired with this ring, that revolver would be straight up invincible. Mo quickly put on the ring and opened his status window. Name, Mo. Class Enchanter. Potential, B rank. Level, 3 Tier 1 2.1%. Attributes, Strength, 24. Stamina, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9 plus 203. Distributable points, 75. Skill Enchant. General skills, none. If he used the ring's ability, he would immediately have 400 intelligence.
Not bad at all. Sister Zhang, Brother Lingqi, normally what level do you need to reach to have 200 intelligence? Mo was curious. His current attributes should be stronger than other classes of the same level.
If it's a magic-oriented class, factoring in both natural attribute growth and allocated free points, it should be achievable between levels 25 and 30.
Oh, and I'm talking about S rank awakened.
As for those above SS rank, it might be even faster than that, since intelligence is their primary growth attribute.
Mo glanced at his intelligence stat, and suddenly the number didn't seem so impressive anymore.
Unless he enchanted the other 3 pieces of jewelry as well, then the value should be able to surpass the stats of awakened above SS rank at the same level.
Of course, that's just for a single attribute. Thinking of this, Mo rubbed his chin.
Right, why should he worry about personal attribute growth issues? He could just replace all his accessories and defensive gear with equipment that boosts attributes.
Wouldn't his stats increase that way?
Besides, he only really needs intelligence and strength. Stamina can come along for the ride, but as for agility, he doesn't need it at all. Even if he were wearing a suit of heavy armor, he would just need to stand his ground and fire his gun.
The more Mo thought about it, the more feasible it seemed.
So, he took all his accessories inside and enchanted them, bringing them all up to plus 50. Consequently, his intelligence attribute reached a staggering 1,000 points. And this was only because these were low-level iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic equipment. If he switched to high-level, high-quality gear, it would be perfectly normal for the values to double. Mo looked at his weapon, his eyes darting around, and then he walked over to Jade.
A look of pure innocence. Don't look at me like that. If there's something on your mind, just say it. I'm in good health, I can handle it.
Sister Zhang, I just want to trouble you with something small, a very, very small favor. Jade felt a surge of panic.
When Mo had asked for favors before, he never spoke like this. Could this be incredibly difficult?
As long as it isn't too hard, there shouldn't be a problem. After all, with Director Chen backing them, the worst-case scenario would just be getting the whole country to help out. Well, I'd like a set of armor in iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic grade. It would be best if the base attributes include strength and intelligence boosts, and plate armor would be ideal.
Level 45 is fine.
Besides that, I was wondering if you could craft a weapon for me, a Gatling gun. The faster the fire rate, the better. If the quality could reach iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic, that would be great. If not, iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic will do.
Also, grenades, and if there are small missiles, I wouldn't mind those either. Mo's mouth didn't stop, rattling off various thermal weapons.
Jade felt her blood pressure skyrocket.
A Gatling gun? Small missiles? A missile launcher truck? Are you planning to go to war?
This was enough to carry out 3 rounds of saturation bombing on a 10,000-man army.
He surely wasn't planning to enchant every single piece of ammunition, was he? Good heavens! Jade's pupils dilated in shock.
In the end, Jade agreed to Mo's request.
Who else could it be but Mo? Had it been anyone else, she wouldn't have agreed no matter what. Mo was in no hurry to test his new weapons. Instead, he prioritized enchanting the equipment the country needed.
Life settled into a steady routine. He enchanted items consistently every day, with customers dropping by from time to time. That was the perk of being in the city center. The foot traffic was high. Nearly every day, 4 or 5 people would come in needing an enchantment, though their levels weren't particularly high. Even though Mo had a 100% success rate for all his clients, those above Tier 5 still preferred to seek out iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanters for their work. Even if they faced failure, they would still go to them. After all, rather than putting their faith in a white-grade enchanter, they preferred to trust the iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson ranks just in case.
Mo wasn't in a rush. As he enchanted more and more equipment,
His experience gain increased from 10% a day to 20%.
He was now leveling up almost once a week. After Mo handed over the high-level enchanted equipment to Jade, his experience growth surged to 30% per day by the third day. Mo lay on the recliner in the shop. This life was simply wonderful. For the first time, he felt that being a salted fish wasn't a bad idea at all. No work, just lying around.
Mo, you've been working in the shop for 2 weeks.
Tomorrow is Saturday again. How about going out once more?
This time, I'll take you to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate.
What do you think? Jade was somewhat concerned about Mo's mental state.
One must know that for other enchanters, enchanting equipment was an extremely taxing ordeal.
However, Jade hadn't noticed any of that in Mo.
She wasn't sure if he was just different from other enchanters or if he was suppressing himself. In any case, she felt she had to take Mo out for a trip, otherwise, she wouldn't feel at ease. Over the past 3 weeks, it could be said that 80% of the enchanted equipment belonged to the state, while regular customers only accounted for 20. The disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate? Sure, that works. It's a good chance to test the effects of this revolver. Whether in terms of damage or additional attributes, it was stronger than that sniper rifle. He wondered what kind of effect it would produce.
You agreed? Great. I'll go make the arrangements right away.
Jade called the local garrison force directly, 40 Tier 5 members and 60 Tier 6 members. The target is the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate.
Safety must be guaranteed. Mo turned to look at Ling Chi. Is that really necessary? Weren't disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates mostly populated by C rank and D rank monsters? Wasn't a team primarily composed of Tier 6 members a bit overkill? It's not an exaggeration at all.
C rank and D rank monsters are levels 30 to 50, and to deal with them safely, you need to be at least 10 levels higher. Of course, this depends on the situation. After all, not every squad is called the mobile unit or the demon suppression army.
Are you just praising yourself? Mo thought. But on second thought, it made sense.
Without significant strength, it would be impossible to join those two elite teams. Jade hung up the phone. Alright, we leave at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
It's a bit far, about a 2-hour drive.
Huh? Why so far this time? As soon as he heard he had to wake up at 6 in the morning, Mo felt a bit of resistance. Life was so good, now having to wake up early felt a bit excessive. During this period, his opening time had already shifted from 9 to 9:30. He planned to change it to 10 o'clock in a few months and close the shop at 5 p.m. Once he reached Tier 9, he would retire.
It's perfectly normal.
After all, we're talking about disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates. Every time monsters emerge from a gate, there are always some that escape. This distance serves as a buffer zone. As for those high-tier gates that were originally close to cities, they have long since been closed. Although the losses were heavy, it was something that had to be done. There was another thought Jade kept to himself: if they had weapons with higher enchant levels, the difficulty of closing the gates would be significantly reduced. It could be said that almost all weapons held by the demon-slaying army are enchant weapons, with the absolute minimum being enchant plus 12. Without these higher stat weapons, their speed in closing the gates would inevitably drop.
So that's how it is. Indeed.
Theoretically, disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, and apocalypse gates must be no closer than 200 kilometers from a city, while divine gates must be at least 300 kilometers away. As for the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates, they need to be surrounded by reinforced walls, though unfortunately, the results haven't been very effective. But what if a gate appears right between two cities? That situation doesn't really occur. First, those smaller cities are already deserted, as everyone moved to the major hubs long ago. Second, if one truly did appear, it would be placed at the very top of the priority elimination list, so there's no need to worry too much. Mo didn't understand much of this. Most of it was just theoretical knowledge to him.
The next day, Saturday. Knock, knock, knock. Coming, I'm coming. Mo opened the door with a toothbrush still in hand. Standing outside was the Ling Chi squad. Why are you guys so early? We were just worried you hadn't woken up yet. Besides, the sleep requirements for an awakened are actually quite low. Mo really wanted to roll his eyes at him. Even if an awakened's needs were low, he still preferred a good night's sleep. Give me a minute. 5 minutes later, after checking his gear, Mo followed Ling Chi to the vehicle. Whoa, Sister Zhang, you're early. I'm not the early one. That garrison force unit headed out last night. They should be cordoning off the area inside the gate by now. Mo clicked his tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed by such a massive mobilization on his behalf. Don't feel pressured. This is the treatment you deserve. Despite those words, Mo still felt somewhat uneasy. If anyone were to die, wouldn't that be on his head? However, upon arrival, he realized he had been overthinking it. Once they reached the location, they were once again led into the gate and toward the perimeter. Looking at the garrison force members, each radiating an aura of overwhelming momentum, Mo knew his worries had been misplaced. One look was enough to tell they were battle-hardened. Awakened, there would be no issues regarding safety. Then, I shall begin. Aren't you going to use bullets? Seeing Mo pull out his revolver without grabbing any ammunition, Jade spoke up hurriedly. If the ammo wasn't ready, those monsters would be all over them. She remembered she had brought 10 speedloaders herself. Who said you need bullets to fire a gun? Mo raised the 40-centimeter long revolver and squinted his eyes. Bang! 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 Every shot that hit a monster blew away at least a massive chunk of its body. 34532312223 38,726. Damage numbers exceeding 30,000 kept popping up as every shot claimed another victim. Is this how enchanters fight? Is it always this straightforward? Jade remarked with a sigh. If she were to fight these monsters, she wouldn't be able to deal that kind of damage without using skills. It might just be Mo who fights like this. I've never actually seen other enchanters in combat. After all, not everyone has a plus 50 weapon. This is just inhuman. Ling Chi was beyond envy. He didn't even want to comment anymore because there were simply no words left. Mo observed his energy levels while firing. Although the energy consumed per shot was minimal, Mo's high rate of fire meant his energy was draining quickly. Fortunately, all of Mo's accessories were geared toward increasing intelligence, which meant his mana recovery speed was incredibly fast. Mo walked toward the center of the encirclement while firing. Ling Chi didn't dare be careless, quickly leading the team just a short distance behind him. Under Mo's barrage, not a single beast could get close. Half an hour later, there weren't many monsters left within the encirclement. If anyone ever said firearms were useless again, Mo would personally give them a full clip. While the garrison force was busy rounding up more monsters, Mo approached Jade. Wait, the items are being tallied and will be here soon. The weapons that need enchanting won't arrive until next week, so you'll have plenty of time to rest. Also, Sister Jade, I'm not in a rush for the items. I wanted to ask if there are any more pieces of equipment with the magic prefix. Mo felt that equipment with the magic prefix would yield much better results when enchanted. Of course, he has very few pieces of equipment enchanted to level 50, so it doesn't offer much of a reference. Just in case, after all, he has enchanted special equipment before. I do have equipment, but as for the quality, it might not necessarily be common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic grade. If she remembered correctly, there seemed to be a pile of locked equipment in the Kyoto warehouse. And that warehouse was surrounded by mind's eyes. To common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic people, those things weren't exactly good news. As for throwing them away, that was out of the question. Perhaps there was a way to make that demonic energy vanish. It's worth noting that weapons tainted by demonic energy are slightly stronger in attributes than ordinary weapons, and all of them are at least iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic equipment. For an awakened of the same level, a few extra attribute points can lead to a significant increase in damage dealt.
In battle, such a small gap often leads to a shift in the overall situation. In the eyes of some, these pieces of equipment are a different kind of special equipment altogether. Some people rely on high enchant mind's eyes to briefly use these weapons. However, a period of treatment is usually required afterward.
That is fine.
Get me another one, preferably another revolver like this.
Mo had grown fond of this nearly half-meter-long revolver. Its lethality was simply massive. Is there anything else?
Jade asked cautiously.
No, we're good. Mo felt a bit depressed. Was he really that terrifying? Why were both of them speaking so carefully?
He then picked up his weapon, returned to the perimeter, and began his violent shooting spree once more. Jade relaxed completely, casually wiping away the cold sweat that had just broken out.
He just wanted a weapon. Did you really have to be like that?
Heh, what if he wanted a nuke?
Ling Chi shut up. Knowing Mo's track record, it wasn't impossible.
In his eyes, as long as it could be enchanted, he wanted it. Maybe one day, Mo would suggest that the higher-ups arrange for materials to create a small-scale tactical nuke with elemental attributes. Thinking about it, Ling Chi seemed to recall that such a thing actually existed. I remember there seems to be an experimental prototype numbered HM09 in the Special Armory. I think that's a 1-ton class, the smallest one. Normally, 10 tons is the minimum size. However, through everyone's hard work and various materials sourced from the gates, this 1-ton ultra-compact nuclear bomb was produced. To be honest, in a 2,000 kilograms bomb, you'd be lucky if the actual explosive payload was even 200 kilograms. Because the results were so poor, the project was eventually suspended. But there are still 4 or 5 left, kept in that warehouse.
Shoo! Keep it down. If Mo hears you, he'll definitely want them.
Although the explosive power is small for a nuke, the damage is still higher than that of a standard missile.
If Mo were to enchant it, who knows what would happen? Most importantly, there's the radiation.
Oh, right.
I'll be quiet.
Ling Chi quickly gestured for himself to shut up. The two of them stood at the back, trembling as they watched Mo show off his divine power in the distance.
Say, do you think we could buy his retired weapons?
Ling Chi rubbed his chin, feeling more and more that this was a high possibility. Even if the level is a bit lower, it shouldn't be much of a problem for Tier 6 users.
You know what, that might actually be possible.
Jade also thought it was plausible, provided the price was right or if they offered something else in exchange.
It wouldn't hurt to acquire them. At this thought, Jade watched the effects of Mo's weapons with even greater focus. Based on Mo's leveling speed. Of course, she didn't know why an enchanter's leveling speed was so fast. Maybe because he was an enchanter, the experience requirements were lower? Regardless, Mo's weapon replacement rate was bound to be very fast.
Especially in the later stages, the attribute gaps between weapons of each tier become quite significant. Mo spun his revolver and flashily holstered it at his side, into thin air.
TSK, a bit of a shame. I should get myself a holster that would be cool enough.
By the end of today, Mo had gained 3 sub-levels, which was decent. As he progresses, the experience required will only increase. It was a good thing he didn't say that out loud. If Ling Chi had heard him, he might have actually tried to throw a punch.
However, Mo wasn't worried at all.
As long as he enchanted enough weapons, his leveling speed certainly wouldn't slow down. He glanced at his points. Once we get back, I'll first enchant this weapon to level 100 and see what kind of effects it has.
If one shot can deal the damage of a missile, he.
Even if it's a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine level zone, he would dare to venture in. By then, a single shot would cause an absolute explosion.
It's done, let's head back. Yeah, let's go.
As for the garrison force, their mission remains to clear out the remaining monsters and, if possible, close this gate.
Of course, this process will take a considerable amount of time. However, the demon extermination army is already on its way and should arrive by tonight. Helping Mo was merely a convenient gesture along the way. Back in the city, Mo returned to his shop.
The day had ended quickly, and going home would only mean sitting around in boredom.
Mo, are you selling that sniper rifle? Jade stepped forward to ask immediately. That gun? Of course I'll sell it. It's not like I have much use for it anyway. How much?
As long as he was willing to sell, she was interested.
Just give me 20 million. It's such a low level anyway.
Jade pursed her lips.
For some reason, those words sounded incredibly awkward to her ears.
But the price was indeed a bargain. In a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gate, this weapon would be an absolute instrument of slaughter, a divine tool against common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic monsters. Another batch of enchanted equipment was sent off, and Mo returned to his leisurely lifestyle once more.
Mo felt that this way of life was actually quite nice.
His experience and points continued to grow every day without him having to fight tooth and nail.
However, life was still a bit too dull.
Sigh, my strength is still too lacking.
Ling Chi's movement stiffened as he wiped down a weapon. Your strength is lacking?
A Tier 3 massacring Tier 5 so thoroughly they couldn't even get close. Since that weapon test, the perimeter has expanded once again, and the restrictions suppressing the monsters have been lifted.
The monsters chose to strike back against the intruder, Mo. However, under the unreasonable onslaught of Mo's weaponry, not a single one of these monsters could withstand a single shot. Even if they managed to survive one hit, the second shot followed immediately.
Even a Tier 5 entering that area wouldn't dare to be so cocky in the face of so many C rank and B rank monsters.
Ding Ling. I'm back. I brought back one of the items you wanted. Take a look.
A 6-barreled weapon appeared on the counter.
Mo sprang up from the recliner and rushed over to the weapon. Holy crap, you actually made it? Yeah, it's done.
The quality is common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. As for the demonic energy weapons, they're still being processed. Those might take a bit longer.
That wasn't just a bit longer, it was incredibly slow.
That common, superior, rare, epic, mythic pistol hadn't been placed in the special warehouse, so it was quick to retrieve. But the other weapons were all in the special warehouse. She had gone to see it that day. The moment the special warehouse doors opened, the demonic energy inside had practically materialized. Right now, 10 Tier 6 holy type classes are in the process of purifying it. As for higher level holy classes, they've all been sent to the battlefield long ago. These Tier 6 ones were specially reassigned here. The holy type class is the most effective counter against monsters. While their lethality is immense, their consumption is equally massive. Therefore, all Holy Awakened serve within national teams. There isn't a single one in private squads. Furthermore, they are permitted to enter gates above their level, though the size of the squad accompanying them increases accordingly. After all, the file clearance for all holy classes is S rank or even SS rank, which speaks to their importance.
It's fine, no rush. I think this one is quite good. This rapid fire machine gun, what's its approximate rate of fire?
Savior Gatling gun, common, superior, rare, epic, mythic.
Equipment level, LV35. Durability, 243-340. Damage, 220-287. Additional, penetration plus 15. Burn chance, 1%. As for the low attack power, Mo didn't care at all. 12,000 rounds per minute.
Jade spoke with pride. This was a spur-of-the-moment creation, and she hadn't expected it to be so successful.
That's 4,000 rounds more than the standard version.
An extra 4,000 rounds means a massive web of firepower. So this time, the ammunition Jade brought was measured by the crate, stacked to 99 in the backpack, more than enough for Mo's use.
Hearing this, Mo was even happier. Of course, Mo wasn't the only one happy. Jade was too. Because she knew they could once again purchase the weapons Mo discarded.
Though it might not sound pleasant, it didn't matter as long as the weapons were functional. They would beg for them if they had to.
I'm heading to work now. Mo carried the weapon behind the screen. Good grief, you actually got your hands on it.
You bet.
I've realized that whatever weapon Mo wants, I'll get it all for him. As long as it's something that can be repurposed, I'll take as many as I can get and let him experiment freely. You've certainly got it all calculated, haven't you? I'd better stay away from you in the future, or you might just sell me out too.
Ling Chi shivered as he processed Jade's words. This was purely cold-blooded. Before, she would give Mo whatever he asked for, but only one at a time. But what did she just say? Get it all. Even if it wasn't a huge amount, say, 20 pieces at a time, Mo would surely pick them apart for experiments. If even one extra weapon got enchanted, Jade could send one more high enchant weapon to the higher-ups. If Ling Chi were running things, he would just do exactly what Mo said and nothing more. TCH, as if you aren't calculating things yourself, Jade said, looking at Ling Chi with disdain.
I really don't have any hidden agenda.
Jade looked at Ling Chi's serious face, and thinking back on his past actions and what Director Chen had said, she suddenly fell silent. Whatever, everything she did was for the country anyway. Both sides were satisfied. Wasn't that a good thing? Mo didn't care what they were talking about. He was currently torn inside. Save your Gatling gun common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 50.
Equipment level, LV 35. Durability, 243 340. Damage, 220 287 plus 11,583. Additional, penetration plus 15 plus 30. Fire rate plus 20%. Burn chance, 1% plus 1%.
Special, Universal Salvation, increases fire rate to 36,000 rounds within 1 minute CD, 30M. The attributes were good, and the special attribute provided was also excellent. Furthermore, stacking with the fire rate from the additional attributes would increase the output even more. It was indeed a powerful weapon.
But Mo wanted psionic bullets, yet they were nowhere to be found.
If he had to use regular bullets, he wouldn't be able to sustain universal salvation. He couldn't exactly carry a massive ammunition crate on his back every time he went out. Unless he modified a vehicle and filled it with ammo, it wouldn't be enough to support a full-skill rotation.
That would be a real buzzkill. He thought for a moment, treated it as an experiment, and decided to continue. Mo placed the weapon into the enchanting forge once again.
Enchant item, save your Gatling gun common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 50.
Success rate, 9.88%. Proceed with enchanting?
Mozai twitched. His heart ached.
Enchant, enchant. Ding. Ding.
The sound of successful enchantments rang out continuously.
The two people outside looked toward the screen in confusion.
If I remember correctly, that should have been the 50th chime just now.
No, it was the 60th. He adds other equipment into the mix every time. Even if one knows the method, no enchanter can claim they will succeed with absolute certainty. You don't think he plans to keep enchanting, do you?
Jade was startled by her own words.
A plus 50 is already insane. If he keeps enchanting further, what will it become? It's not impossible, but is there really no limit? Although Jade's suggestion sounded absurd, the sounds coming from inside forced Ling Chi to admit the possibility. If someone said Mo was enchanting other gear, Ling Chi wouldn't believe it.
Over the past few days, Mo had already enchanted everything that needed enchanting.
Moreover, why choose to do it now of all times if not for this specific purpose? It didn't make sense. The sound is still going. Jade's voice began to tremble. Mo was undoubtedly someone who subverted the enchanter class, a man making history. Plus 50 wasn't the limit. Plus 60 wasn't the limit. Was plus 70 still not the limit? Just what was Mo's limit? What was the limit of the equipment? With every successful enchantment, Mo's heart ached.
His funds were literally burning away.
Points 8914. Points 8,322. Points 8,822.
With good luck, it only took about 6,000 points. With bad luck, it was over 8,000. The main issue was that Mo was in too much of a hurry. If he took it slow, he might have saved over 1,000 points per attempt.
But he couldn't wait. Ding!
Congratulations to the host for the first successful enchantment of a plus 100 piece of equipment. The system level has increased, and the new refinement function has been unlocked.
Mo hurriedly opened the system's personal information interface. Host Mo. Age, 18. Points 192310. Skill, EXP Leech, Refinement. Enchant success rate, plus 110%. Mo gasped instantly, though not because of the increased success rate. It was purely because his nearly 600,000 points had dwindled to less than 200,000. 200,000? He just spent 400,000 points? Mo hurriedly looked at the enchanting forge.
Enchant item, Savior Gatling Gun Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic plus 100.
Success rate, 11.66%. Proceed with enchant? Mo clicked enchant. Consume 44,170 points to perform enchant? Mo silently did the math. 1,000 points for every 1%?
It was just as he thought. The points required by the system doubled with every upgrade. As expected, reaching the so-called plus 999 would be quite difficult. Savior Gatling Gun Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic plus 100.
Equipment level, LV 35. Durability, 243-340.
Damage, 220-287 plus 1.909 million.
Additional, penetration plus 15 plus 60. Fire rate plus 60%. Burn chance, 1% plus 5%.
Special, Universal Salvation, increase fire rate to 36,000 rounds within 1 minute CD, 30M.
6 Purities Bullets, weapon comes with its own ammunition, imbued with Holy Light Baptism, dealing 500% damage to monsters.
However, when he saw the damage figures, he wondered if he had miscalculated.
1.9 million? An enchant 100 actually deals 1.9 million damage?
Then why would he need to swap gear or look for common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic weapons?
Isn't this enough?
Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. 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 Mo remained silent for a long time, suddenly feeling as if the world wasn't quite so dangerous anymore. As long as he pulled out this weapon, there shouldn't be a single monster capable of withstanding this kind of damage.
1.9 million per bullet, how many millions is that for 12,000 rounds? Mo retrieved the weapon from the enchanting forge.
The previously pitch-black weapon was now bathed in a holy light, emitting a faint fluorescence.
He poked his head out. Brother Ling Chi, what's the highest damage you've ever dealt in a single hit?
Though a bit puzzled, Ling Chi thought about it seriously. It should be when I was fighting a special A rank monster. One skill dealt 880,000 damage. But that only took away a quarter of its health.
Mo gasped. 880,000? Mo glanced at his gun again. Don't be scared, don't be scared.
With 1.9 million per bullet, it would only take 4 shots to kill a special A rank. 12,000 rounds meant 3,000 special A ranks. He could hunt that many in just 1 minute. The mere thought was exhilarating. Brother Ling Chi, Sister Zhang, let's go to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gates.
I'll show you my latest weapon.
Mo pulled out the fluorescent iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson Gatling gun.
Cough, cough. Cough, cough.
The two of them nearly choked on their own spit.
What did Mo just say?
Wait, what rank of gate did you just say we should go to? Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine?
This gun is incredibly powerful. Its might won't be apparent in low-level areas.
Jade looked at the gun in Mo's hand, which had already changed its form. Not only had the color changed, but many mysterious patterns had appeared on the barrel. Forget about that, but we can go to the outskirts and find a D-rank monster.
No sooner said than done. Mo urged them to start the car immediately. Ling Chi felt helpless. Was there really a need to be in such a rush?
However, he was also curious about the actual status of that gun. Judging by the sounds coming from inside earlier, there were at least 80 or 90 strikes, maybe even 100.
But could a weapon really be enchanted 100 times? Surely not? While Ling Chi drove, Jade provided remote directions over the phone. Go 30 kilometers into the southern suburbs. There are 12 D-rank monsters there that just escaped. They haven't been neutralized yet. Ling Chi jerked the steering wheel and headed toward the destination. Half an hour later, they arrived at the designated spot. Mo jumped out of the car and immediately pulled out his weapon. Ha ha ha, let's see what this thing can do. Rat-tat-tat. Click. Click. Mo sat on the grass, staring at his gun and then checking his remaining energy. With over 200 points of intelligence, he only managed to fire 3 shots. Even though the power was immense, each shot leaving a crater a meter deep, there were only 3 shots. So, did he enchant a piece of equipment that was all show and no substance? That couldn't be right, could it? Mo couldn't wrap his head around it. He had spent 400,000 points. Did he really end up with a weapon like this? A decoration? Even for a Tier 9 awakened, how much intelligence could they possibly have? 8,000? 10,000? If 200 points only gave 3 bullets, that would only be about 150 shots total. Yet this gun had a firing rate of 12,000 rounds per minute, plus rate of fire bonuses, and skills. Mo fell into a state of deep depression. Jade and Ling Chi's team stood not far from Mo. What's wrong with Mo? Isn't that gun incredibly powerful? Ling Chi rubbed his chin, looking puzzled. Even though the bullets hadn't hit the monsters, the holy light energy attached to the shots had been astonishingly intense. Moreover, the 1-meter-deep crater left in the ground served as a testament to the weapon's formidable power. Everything is clearly fine, so why does he look so unhappy? Don't you even think about what kind of gun that is? Look at the rate of fire. Did you see him reload even once? Jade was absolutely exasperated by him, truly wondering how his teammates managed to put up with him. Such a simple matter. Alright, I get it. How about I go over and have a look? Make sure you speak kindly. Don't provoke him any further. Ling Chi nodded. Don't worry. With that, he walked toward Mo. Jade could only pray that Ling Chi could lift Mo's spirits, or at least stop him from being so heartbroken. This was a national treasure. After all, he couldn't be allowed to suffer even the slightest bit of harm, even if it was just emotional. And then Jade saw Ling Chi squatting beside Mo, saying something she couldn't hear, before Mo handed the weapon over to him. Ling Chi's entire body began to tremble violently. Then he picked up the gun and fired a shot. Mo hung his head even lower. Jade slapped her own forehead. She never should have let Ling Chi go over there. She rushed over and took the weapon, after which Mo became even more dejected. Ling Chi approached Mo's side. Is the weapon not to your liking? Mo let out a soft sigh. Try it for yourself and you'll see. He offhandedly handed the weapon over, and Ling Chi took it just as casually. However, the moment that magnificent status window floated before Ling Chi's eyes, he knew he was done for. What was he seeing? Plus 100. Ling Chi's hands shook uncontrollably, a physical manifestation of extreme overexcitement. He could no longer control a single muscle in his body. What on earth is this 1.9 million figure? And what's with this rate of 36,000 rounds per minute? Attack speed increased by 20%. 500% damage against monsters? Are you kidding me? 1.9 million multiplied by 5? No wonder Ling Chi thought the fluorescence above looked so familiar. It was exactly like the holy light infusion effect from a divine awakened. With nearly 10 million damage, nothing could possibly stand in its way. Can I fire it? Ling Chi asked, his face flushed with excitement. Mo waved a hand dismissively. Go ahead and try, but I advise you not to get your hopes up. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. I'm the perfect example of that. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The moment the trigger was pulled, it was over. Ling Chi stood there bolt upright, as if a freezing spell had been cast upon him. The energy in his body was drained, completely tapped out, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of emptiness. Less than a second? It's over? Ling Chi stared at the weapon in his hand. What use was 1.9 million damage if you couldn't even fire it?
Keep in mind he was currently tier 8. He should have been able to use a tier 7 skill over 100 times without issue. While those might not deal as much damage, at least they were consistent.
He hadn't even finished aiming before the bullets were gone? And where was the reload port? Nothing there either? Seeing this, Mo sighed once more. One truly shouldn't be greedy.
Now look what happened. He had the weapon, but it was unusable. It wasn't just him. Even if you gave this to someone at tier 9, level 9, they might not be able to handle it.
What a failed experiment.
It wasn't that there was no solution, but one could find intelligence-boosting accessories and enchant them to 100 as well. For such accessories could definitely support this weapon. It's just that. But each one cost 400,000. 4 would be 1.6 million.
Where was he supposed to get that kind of money?
Now, his daily growth rate was barely over 10,000 points.
Sigh. Jade walked up from behind and gave Ling Qi a tug. What's the matter with you? Didn't I tell you to check on Mo? Why are you acting like this too?
Ling Qi said nothing. Instead, he simply handed the weapon to Jade.
3 minutes later, 3 stone statues stood there in silence.
In the distance, Tai Sun and his group looked at each other in confusion.
What's going on? Should we go take a look? I think we'd better stay away. 3 is enough. We still need to keep an eye out for nearby monsters. Fair point. Mo sat there for about an hour before finally coming to terms with it. Enchanting to plus 50 would suffice. He wouldn't consider plus 100 for the time being.
He'd wait until his daily points growth reached 100,000 a day before reconsidering.
As for plus 999, Mo didn't even dare to dream of it.
He turned around and was startled. Ling Qi was gazing into the distance with a face full of sorrow, while Jade was clutching that despised weapon with an expression of pure agony.
You guys, what happened?
Hearing Mo's voice, the two of them snapped out of it. The attributes on this weapon are insane, but it's unusable. Leaving the bonus attributes aside, the damage value alone was enough. But a rapid fire machine gun is a rapid fire machine gun. It cannot be fired in single shots. Once you pull the trigger, it's bound to fire continuously. And because of the way it was manufactured following old designs that required motor assistance, there was no way to stop it mid-burst.
Monsters wouldn't give you any openings.
Yeah, if only this were a common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic rifle, you'd at least have a few chances to get some shots off.
A rifle? Mo rubbed his chin, then shook his head.
Even if it were a rifle, he wouldn't be able to withstand that level of consumption.
Moreover, he no longer had the points to craft anymore.
No, I won't be enchanting level 100 equipment again for the time being. He had been inconsiderate today, acting on a momentary surge of overexcitement. Had he thought it through seriously, he should have anticipated this issue.
The two of them heard this and agreed. Having something you can't use is just a waste. No one should be able to use a weapon like this unless they have an incredibly massive intelligence attribute to support it. Now that the testing was over, the group drove back. Ring, ring. Director Chen. Ling Yu, has Mo developed any new weapons lately?
Hearing this, Jade glanced at Mo, who was sitting in a chair, and thought back to that Gatling gun from 3 days ago.
He did indeed create one, and its lethality is staggering, and Mo doesn't even want it anymore. It wasn't just that Mo didn't want it, Jade didn't want it either. Who could even use such a thing? Oh? Then ask him if he's willing to sell?
Director Chen's voice grew cheerful upon hearing this. He had just encountered some trouble recently. A new gate had appeared, and they were currently in a stalemate.
I suggest it's better not to even think about it. That weapon's consumption is enormous. Ling Qi ran out of energy after firing just over 150 rounds.
Jade felt helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, but that it was truly impossible to use. Director Chen tapped the table, eyes closed in thought.
High energy consumption? That didn't seem like a major issue. It's fine, we'll buy it. As long as Mo is willing to sell, we'll buy. But that energy requirement, an average awakened can't handle it. Director Chen said with a chuckle, who says a weapon has to be used by one person? Can't it be used by 100 people, or 1,000? Jade's mind raced. As someone handpicked by Chun for this assignment, how could his role be limited to simple communication? You mean? Exactly, it's that forbidden artifact as useless as chicken ribs echo. Echo is actually a conch shell that transitions through iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson. Once activated, it allows everyone within its range to converge their energy onto a single person. Indeed, in their eyes, this was a useless ability. Gathering all energy into one person provided no boost to damage output. The cost of casting a skill is fixed. At the time, people collectively suspected that this forbidden artifact had been mislabeled, but the status window does not lie. Consequently, this artifact had been left to gather dust in the Forbidden Artifact showroom. To everyone's surprise, it has actually become useful starting today. If it's this particular artifact, it really might work. It is said that its coverage area can hold up to 10,000 people for 1 minute, even 10 minutes would be no problem at all. Alright, I'll go ask right away. What? You want to buy this? Mo looked at Jade in shock. Someone actually wanted this piece of junk? He was already prepared to throw the thing away, it was completely useless. The higher-ups indeed want to buy it, so I'm asking you how much it costs. Jade couldn't stand being stared at with that look. True, what sane person would buy something that can't be used? Then just give me 10 million. Mo didn't ask for much after all, to him, this was a disposable item. That cheap? Cheap? Should I mark up the price for you then? If she could have used it herself, Mo wouldn't have gotten rid of it, just looking at it was annoying. Swipe the card. After making the payment, Jade packed the items and hurried out of the shop without saying another word. Mo was still holding the card reader. What's wrong with her? Is she afraid I'll have second thoughts? The transaction was already successful, why was she running? I don't know, Ling Chi shook his head. Since taking over the mission to protect Mo, he wasn't entirely clear on the details of the orders issued by his superiors. But he knew one thing for sure, something big was definitely happening. Could it be that another one of those gates had appeared? But the last gate was only 3 years ago, logically, another one shouldn't appear for another 2 years. Then again, nothing was certain. Jade sped away in her car, arriving at the Garrison Force Base. Is the plane ready? Ready. It can take off at any time. On the distant runway, a C-32-seater fighter jet was already parked. Jade put on her helmet and climbed inside. The plane taxied, accelerated instantly, and soared into the sky. At 1 p.m., the plane arrived on time at the Kyoto Garrison Force Base. Jade proceeded without hindrance to a 7-story building in the city center. There were no fewer than 100 security personnel within a 1-kilometer radius. Reporting. Enter. You certainly got here fast. I want to witness the true power of this weapon with my own eyes. The three of them utterly failed to unleash the true power of this weapon, which naturally piqued Jade's curiosity. Fine then. They're preparing to set off this afternoon. It's a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. Chen finished dressing and led Jade outside. A disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate? Then there shouldn't be much of a problem, right? The Demon Extermination Army or the Secret Mobile Force should be able to handle it. It would be great if that were the case. The demonic energy within this disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate is churning. It's evolving into a common, superior, rare, epic, mythic grade gate. To be honest, I was shocked when I learned the results. You have to understand that all common, superior, rare, epic, mythic gates usually manifest out of thin air. This is the first time we've seen one evolve like this. Chen shook his head. Heaven knows what his state of mind was when he first received the news. A gate could actually evolve? Jade was also somewhat dazed. A gate evolving? How could something sound so preposterous? If it were a monster evolving, she could understand it. After all, many monsters can evolve over time. But for a gate, shouldn't the rank be fixed?
They went downstairs and got into the car, driving all the way toward the north of Kyoto.
One by one, off-road vehicles emerged from the corners, gradually surrounding Jade's vehicle in a defensive formation. Of course, that's not the main point. We could eliminate it even without that weapon having you purchase it was just for safety's sake. Our focus now is whether this situation will occur in other gates as well. Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. If disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gates could promote to higher tier disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gates, the nations awakened would certainly have their hands full. No, it would be more accurate to say they would be completely overwhelmed. While the garrison force and border defense force were numerous, the numbers of the demon extermination army and the secret mobile force were pitifully small. After all, suitable talent is truly hard to find. The car eventually came to a stop 150 kilometers away from Kyoto. Upon getting out, Jade noticed that the uniforms of the guards here did not belong to the garrison force. It was the demon extermination army. It seemed the situation was indeed quite serious. No rush. The garrison force will be here shortly. Once they arrive, we can begin. After Chen stepped out of the car, the person in charge of the demon extermination army walked up. Is that weapon really that powerful? The number of monsters inside is quite high, and the concentration of demonic energy has intensified significantly. The higher the grade of the gate, the more dense the demonic energy becomes. Jade, give him the weapon. Jade handed over the weapon that no one else was able to use. The man took it nonchalantly, but after seeing the stats on it, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Holy crap, it's actually real. Let's go, get in there now. Never mind if there are 100,000 inside, even if there are a million monsters, it won't matter. Xian Duo, don't be in such a hurry. Word is this thing consumes a lot of energy. The people from Echo and the garrison force will be here any second. We wait until they arrive before going in. Hearing that name, Jade struggled to hold back her laughter. Her shoulders shook uncontrollably. Director Chen, next time could you please address me by my title instead of my name? Or at least use my code name. His parents had given him that name, and there was nothing he could do about it. His parents wanted him to live a life of wealth and prosperity, so they gave him such a name. Who would have thought he'd end up joining the demon-slaying army? Then again, it was a form of wealth and prosperity, in its own way, just not the kind they had imagined. Alright, gold coin. Sorry, my bad. Jade quickly lowered her flushed face. Xian Duo, gold coin. Truly amusing. It's not, forget it. Chen had a grin on his face. Gold coin was his very first code name. After joining the demon-slaying army, that code name had vanished, and his current one was Golden Eagle. Soon, a large convoy drove up. The transport vehicles were packed with garrison force soldiers. Half an hour later, all 10,000 garrison force members were in position. A conch shell shimmering with iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson hues was delivered into Chen's hands. Alright, the gear is here. Let's head out. Director Chen, perhaps you shouldn't go in. It's too dangerous inside. Chen waved his hand dismissively. What danger could there be with you all around? I'm going in specifically to see exactly how powerful this weapon really is. Chen Duo stopped trying to persuade her. At worst, he would just arrange for a few more people to protect her. Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. Jade. The interior of the gate wasn't just dim, it was pitch black. Being able to see 10 meters ahead was already Jade's limit. As the mind's eyes lit up one by one, the demonic energy was dispersed, finally allowing Jade to see what lay in the distance. Only then did she realize that it wasn't natural darkness, but the result of demonic energy reaching a certain level of density. Now you know what they are facing, and you understand why the demon-quelling army has the fewest numbers. I understand. Being tainted by this kind of demonic energy would leave one either insane or crippled. Xian Duo stood at the front,
weapon in hand, while another person stood behind holding the iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson conch forbidden artifact, its resonance position just right to envelop him. As energy was funneled into the forbidden artifact, a burst of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson light scattered, shrouding the entire garrison force within its glow. Hands were placed on the shoulders of those nearby, with the last person resting their hand on Qianduoduo's shoulder. It was called tasteless not just because the artifact had only this one function, but also because it only worked once everyone was physically connected to one another. Qianduoduo's face gradually flushed. Holy crap, I can't hold back anymore, here we go. The trigger was pulled, and streaks of fire spat out relentlessly. The monsters hit by the bullets were reduced to ash almost instantly. Wherever each streak of fire passed, the demonic energy vanished immediately, leaving a clear path behind. Under Qianduoduo's sweeping fire, the demonic energy before them was completely wiped out, and as for the monsters, hardly any remained. Jade watched everything before her in a daze. Were those numbers that just popped up for real? Over 9 million damage? There were even critical hits of over 10 million? Did she miss something? Imo is truly a one-of-a-kind talent. You must take good care of him as long as his requests aren't excessive, grant them all. Looking at the weapon's effects, Chen was genuinely delighted. With this, let alone disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine levels, he would even dare to let the demon-slaying army sweep through if they were currently at common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic levels. The only pity was that this forbidden tool required at least a 1-month cooldown after a single use before it could be used again. Otherwise, he would have directly wiped out every single natural disaster gate in the entire country. But this was sufficient. Closing one gate a month was already excellent. Following the old methods, let alone 1 month, they might not even be able to close a single natural disaster gate in 2 months. No, Director Chen, how exactly am I supposed to take care of him anymore? Jade said speechlessly. I'm just saying anyway, you figure it out. At this moment, Mo was lying on a recliner, enjoying a life of leisure. The incident with the Gatling gun served as a lesson for him. It was just that the cost of this lesson was quite high, as nearly all his points had been poured into it. Fortunately, his level had increased, and he had also obtained a refinement skill. He took out the revolver and used his refinement ability on it. Please place it in the enchanting forge and select the attributes you wish to retain. Mo raised an eyebrow. Placing it in the enchanting forge was understandable, needing a medium was normal. But he hadn't expected to be able to retain attributes, which was quite impressive. Mo quickly stood up and walked toward the folding screen. Ling Qi looked back, shook his head, and thought that Mo probably wasn't about to enchant another weapon. The weapons Jade carried were all iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson. There wasn't a single one missing from that range. Given Mo's situation, he clearly wouldn't be interested in those. Mo placed a weapon into the enchanting forge. He put the revolver in. Subsequently, he discovered that he could only retain one attribute. After pondering for a moment, Mo took it back out. Never mind, he would try something else. He took off a black crystal ring from his hand and placed it inside. He locked the intelligence plus 20% attribute and then began the refinement process. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 50. Cost, 5,000 points. Refine? He knew it. He only spent a little over 8,000 points to enchant it to level 50, but a single refinement actually costs 5,000. Are you kidding me? But what choice did he have? Forget it. The 5,000 points were spent, the enchanting forge flickered, and with a ding, the refinement was successful. Mo took it out to look. It was trash, with attributes almost identical to the previous ones. He put it back in and refined it again. Garbage. Garbage. With every refinement, the additional attributes Mo obtained were not very good. Mo's expression grew increasingly grim. This was purely a game of luck. It wasn't useful at all. By now, he had already spent 50,000 points. Not a single one of the 10 refinements was good. But since he had already started, he couldn't just stop now.
Once, twice, and again finally, after spending 90,000 points, an attribute that satisfied him appeared. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 50. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 32.
Attributes, intelligence plus 10 plus 150.
Additional, holy light elemental attack. Intelligence attribute plus 20%. Intelligence plus 50. Special, overload, doubles intelligence attribute CD, 10M. The holy light attribute is the best for dealing with monsters, and intelligence is the attribute he lacks the most.
Through this ring, Mo finally understood that this thing relied too heavily on luck. It would be fine if he could choose the attributes himself, but as it stands, it's far too mediocre. But then he thought of the energy consumption 20% attribute he had just rolled. If he could apply that to the Gatling gun, wouldn't it be? Never mind, Mo said, shaking his head. Forget 20% even if it were 80%, he still wouldn't be able to use it. He'd be better off spending that time working on other weapons. Mo, someone just delivered an invitation to the Enchanter Convention. Do you want to go? Ling Chi handed an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson invitation to Mo. Ha! What Enchanter Convention? Mo blinked. He really didn't know anything about this. It seems to be an exchange meeting where all enchanters are invited to research how to improve the enchant success rate together. Ling Chi took out his phone to check with Jade.
Enchant success rate? What was there to research about that?
With his cheat codes, he didn't need any of that.
I think I'll pass. Supposedly, the stakes are quite high this time.
The first prize is an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic grade thermal weapon. They didn't specify exactly what it is.
Actually, I think I'll participate.
It's good to exchange experiences with others. It's better than working behind closed doors.
Mo looked completely sincere.
Ling Chi's mouth twitched.
If he hadn't misheard just now, wasn't there a no in the middle of that sentence? So you're only going for that common, superior, rare, epic, mythic weapon, aren't you? Of course, even though Ling Chi knew, he wouldn't say it out loud. Go with peace of mind. Our people will take over all security at the venue. Is that really necessary? My safety should be fine within the city, right? The thought of everyone else being alone while he showed up with Ling Chi and the others, wasn't that a bit too much of a spectacle? No, the city isn't necessarily safe. If I could, I'd even want the demon-slaying army to participate, but unfortunately, they'll only be responsible for the perimeter.
The demon-slaying army fought monsters all day long after returning to human society. They weren't quite used to interacting with people anymore.
The main reason was the demonic energy. However, if Mo could enchant a piece of equipment that strongly purified demonic energy, it would likely be very useful. Unfortunately, what they didn't know was that even if Mo wanted to enchant right now, he couldn't. Ding-ling. Bang. Pant. Jade was breathing heavily. Mo, can I ask you to help enchant a piece of equipment?
I know this is asking a lot, but something happened at that gate.
Sister Zhang, just tell me what equipment needs to be enchanted. As long as it's doable, I'll definitely do it.
The rules he set were simply because he didn't want to overwork himself every day. He just wanted to leave some time for himself.
But when it's a true emergency, he never hesitates.
He knows exactly who treats him well.
Mind's Eye, it's the Mind's Eye. We urgently need a high enchant Mind's Eye right now.
Jade's voice was urgent. The demonic energy at the Kyoto gate had suddenly erupted, and no one knew what was going on.
Liquefied demonic energy was suddenly gushing out of a fissure in the ground. No, it should be called demon liquid now. Give me the item, I'll enchant it for you right now. Mo took the item and hurried over to the enchanting forge.
He didn't care about wasting points anymore. He just got straight to work. Ling Chi came to Jade's side. He wasn't entirely sure what had happened in Kyoto. Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. But even if it were a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine level, nothing too major should be happening.
What exactly happened? Liquefied demonic energy. Ling Qi's heart skipped a beat. To think it was liquefied demonic energy, the kind you might not encounter even once in several years. Liquefied demonic energy, which usually only exists in common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic tier gates, had actually appeared in a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gate. Could it be? Has the gate successfully evolved? Jade shook her head. It hasn't succeeded yet. They've mobilized almost every mind's eye available. But as you know, the enchant levels of the mind's eyes held by members of the common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic squads aren't very high. After all, it's not a weapon. No one goes out of their way to enchant them. Even the mind's eyes held by the demon-slaying army are only enchanted to level 12. A 12-meter range is usually more than enough. 20 minutes later, Mo walked out holding the mind's eye. Here, take it and go, quickly. I won't bother with thank yous. When I get back from Kyoto, I'll introduce you to one of my sisters to be your girlfriend. Brother Ling Qi, what did Sister Zhang just say? Mo picked at his ear to make sure he hadn't misheard. She said she's going to introduce you to a girlfriend, Ling Qi said solemnly, thinking to himself that this was a very viable plan. But I'm only 18. 18 isn't young anymore. The legal age is 18 now. There's nothing wrong with you finding someone in their 20s. Are you married? Ling Qi fell silent. He walked back to his spot without a word, pulled out his weapon, and began wiping it down. This is my wife. Mo was speechless. So, you're staying single but pushing me to get married? If he remembered correctly, Jade wasn't married either. Two unmarried people trying to set him up with a girlfriend, how ironic. Jade arrived at a nearby 8-lane highway that had already been cordoned off. A fighter jet sat parked there. Jade leaped into the cockpit and donned her helmet. Foregoing a takeoff run, the jet performed a vertical liftoff before accelerating sharply toward Kyoto. In addition to her, other cities near Kyoto were scrambling fighter jets, all heading toward the capital. They carried only one thing: every single mind's eye they could possibly transport. Due to the unique nature of the mind's eye, only one could be stored per slot in a spatial backpack. Consequently, each person was carrying 3 or 4 backpacks, the absolute limit of what they could manage. The jet was incredibly fast. In barely an hour, Jade reached the Kyoto Garrison Force Base. She immediately rushed to the hospital. Chen Duo lay on a hospital bed, his face darkened as demonic energy pulsed relentlessly through his body. 10 mind's eyes were positioned around him, emitting a glow that hissed loudly whenever it came into contact with the seeping demonic energy. It was clear just how severe the demonic corruption was this time. On this floor alone, over 200 members of the demon-slaying army lay in similar states, each surrounded by mind's eyes. Chen arrived at the hospital and watched Chen Duo through the window, his voice thick with urgency. Old Zhao, is this actually going to work? Old Chen, calm down. Whether it works or not, this is our only option. At least the situation isn't getting worse, right? The rate of corruption has slowed down, and for some, it has stopped entirely. Zhao Guangyuan placed a hand on Chen's shoulder, his voice steady. When it came to demonic corruption, he had seen it all too many times before. As for those corrupted by the demonic liquid, he had seen them a few times before, though a long time had passed since then. He still remembered that those people eventually turned into monsters, though they were different from the monsters that came out of the gates. They possessed consciousness, but it was a consciousness of pure evil. Their goodness had utterly vanished. By the way, those people. Don't worry, that place is very remote and safe. That's good then. Chen looked at Chen Duoduo's feet. They were as pitch black as ink. The position of that red line seemed to have shortened. Old Zhao, look at his feet quickly. Has it spread? Zhao Guangyuan nodded. It is spread on everyone. If it reaches the head. Director Chen. Director Chen. I'm back. Jade came running at full speed, a writing brush suddenly appearing in her palm. The moment it was pulled from the backpack, the brush erupted with a brilliant light. So powerful. Zhao Guangyuan's eyes lit up.
This range and radiance definitely surpassed all known eyes of the soul.
Did he do it?
Yes. After I finished speaking, he didn't say a word. I feel like he must have sacrificed a great deal. Don't worry, once this matter is over, I will visit him in person. Chen's face was filled with excitement. These were all members of the demon-slaying army, one of the fundamental pillars of the Dragon Kingdom. Every single one of them was vital to the nation. Zhao Guangyuan took the brush from Jade's hand. His body stiffened and his eyes widened in shock. He gulped. This had to be a joke. Plus 50? What kind of enchanter was this exactly? Could it be that there were ranks above iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson? Cyan? Orange? Rainbow? He possessed no information regarding MO. Or rather, most people are unaware of him. Only a small inner circle has any understanding of who he is. Zhao Guangyuan steadied his nerves. Now was not the time for such thoughts. He pushed open the door to the room. The moment he entered, the light emanating from the brush in his hand grew even more intense. Demonic energy was no longer seeping from Chen Duoduo's body. Even his blackened face was slowly beginning to change back. Based on the current situation, it would take about a day to completely purge the demonic energy from his body. As for his feet, it would likely take more than 2 days, considering that was where the demonic fluid was concentrated. He suspended the brush directly above Chen Duoduo and then stepped out of the room. After closing the door, Zhao Guangyuan grabbed Jade's shoulders, his expression filled with excitement. Quick, tell me. Where is this enchanter from? How could they possibly have such a high enchant level? Jade hadn't expected the refined-looking Director Zhao to possess such strength. Director Zhao, please calm down. Jade certainly had the means to break free, but Zhao Guangyuan was not awakened with her strength. She might accidentally injure him. Old Zhao. Let go first, don't get so worked up. Director Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer. After all, Jade was still a young lady. What did he think he was doing, grabbing her arms like that? Hearing Chen's words, Zhao Guangyuan immediately let go. But he turned around and instantly grabbed Chen's own arms. You must know, right? You've always been in charge of matters regarding the enchanter. You must know what's going on. Introduce me to him. I want to discuss a partnership. Do you realize the significance of that mind's eye just now? As long as we have him, everyone infected by demonic fluid can be saved. Zhao Guangyuan paused for a moment before continuing. Most importantly, those who are imprisoned might actually be able to recover. Mindful of Jade standing behind them, he held back from finishing his sentence. Recover. Chen froze, then became agitated. Are you saying those people might actually recover? That's impossible. Infection is irreversible. How could they possibly recover? Jade was somewhat confused, but she gathered that this was likely a classified matter beyond her clearance. Old Chen. Calm down. I know you don't want to believe it, but shouldn't we try even if there's only a sliver of hope? Zhao Guangyuan patted Chen on the shoulder. He knew exactly what Chen was thinking. But things had already reached this point. What else could they do? Old Chen, who exactly is this enchanter? How can he enchant plus 50 weapons and equipment? This clearly defies all common sense, doesn't it? He is a genius, or rather, he cannot be judged by common sense. His current security clearance is already beyond what someone at your level is permitted to know. Ha! Zhao Guangyuan's eyes widened. He was someone with the clearance to view even SS rank files. Could this person possibly be SSS rank? But that didn't matter. He wasn't trying to look at the man's file. He just wanted to collaborate with him. No, I just want to discuss a partnership. There's no need to see his file. No, you don't understand. The way we deal with him is through negotiation, not orders. I can mention your proposal to him, but whether he chooses to cooperate is entirely up to him. When Chen put it that way, Zhao Guangyuan understood. It made sense to him. After all, for someone capable of crafting plus 50 equipment, what was wrong with granting him a few privileges? Then help me put in a word. Not many, just 10 would be enough.
Chen looked at Zhao Guanyuan as if he were an idiot. Zhao Guanyuan quickly realized his mistake. I was just thinking that since plus 50 is effective, wouldn't anything else be useless?
In a desolate mountain range on the outskirts of Kyoto, a group of people, masked and fully geared, had gathered. Ace of Spades, are you sure this is the place? There's nothing here but a few dilapidated shacks. King of Spades, trust me. This is the spot, and it's roughly 50 meters underground. Haha, alright, I'll trust you this once. The King of Spades led his squad toward the ruined houses below. The Ace of Spades shook his head and shouted in exasperation, aren't you even going to ask about the guards down there? Don't worry. With my abilities, I can handle it easily, the King of Spades replied dismissively. The Ace of Spades shrugged. If that's how you want it, then so be it. Once the others had entered, the Ace of Spades removed his mask, revealing the face of a man in his 30s. A long scar ran across his cheek, and from within the wound, faint mists of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson would occasionally drift out. On his forehead, mysterious patterns of dark iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson began to emerge. SSS. How do these bastards endure this? I've been at this for years and I still haven't gotten used to it. He turned his head toward downtown Kyoto. I wonder how they're doing. Dad, don't blame me, okay? I'm just letting out a few demonic humans. Anyway, the mobile unit reacts quickly at most, they'll only manage to break out 4 or 5 people. The place he had come to was an old factory district where 100 demonic humans were being held. Their levels were not high. It was classified as a low-risk prison. Boom! Boom! A rumbling sound echoed from underground, and shortly after, the King of Spades led his people in an escape. The Ace of Spades hurriedly put on his mask. Are you crazy? Making such a huge commotion. Are you worried the secret mobile unit won't find you? You're literally seeking death. I didn't have a choice, did I? A light, ethereal female voice drifted out from behind the King of Spades mask. The Ace of Spades was stunned. You're a woman? Oops, I accidentally exposed myself. You have to keep it a secret for me, you know? Otherwise. 5 long spears of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson sprouted from the King of Spades' hand, killing everyone behind her. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell. But, you really are a female lunatic. Thanks for the compliment. The King of Spades reverted to a normal male voice once again. The Ace of Spades looked at the 4 corpses on the ground and shook his head. They had just joined anyway. If they're dead, they're dead. Let's go, the secret mobile unit reacts very quickly. I hope we can make it out. The Ace of Spades was somewhat worried. What? You want to cooperate with me? Cooperate on what? Mo listened to the phone, looking completely bewildered. He was just a common, superior, rare, epic, mythic ordinary enchanter. What could they possibly cooperate on? It's like this. The effect of the mind's eye you used for the enchant is very significant. Based on the current situation, the infection issue can be resolved within a day. Of course, whether to cooperate is up to you. Your thoughts come first. Mo rubbed his chin. It wasn't out of the question. No problem. Ah, you agreed. That's great, I'll be back very soon. Mo looked at the disconnected phone and shook his head. It's just a plus 50, is there any need to be this excited? On the other side, Jade hurried back to the corridor, which was now crowded with people. The people delivering the mind's eye had all arrived. Now, every room is filled with mind's eyes. Unfortunately, none of them are as effective as the one Mo brought. Director Chen, Mo has agreed. If there's nothing else for me to do here, I'll head back first. Mei Chem, go back quickly then. As for when it will be finished, that depends on him. Don't rush him, understood? Hearing this, Zhao Guanyuan looked conflicted. Shouldn't this kind of thing be put into use as early as possible? I know what you want to say, but you must understand his uniqueness. This matter cannot be rushed. It will be usable sooner or later, won't it? Chen was naturally anxious as well. However, regarding Mo, his advice had always been to maintain a status of equal communication,
rather than giving orders. Report.
A young man in combat gear ran in hurriedly, fine sweat covering his face.
Seeing many people present, he did not dare to speak immediately. There are no outsiders here, speak directly. The low-risk prison in the north of the city is under attack. Half of the demonic humans have escaped. The hidden mobile unit is tracking the culprit. They are requesting reinforcements.
Even though it was only a low-risk prison, it was still a facility housing demonic humans.
Although demonic humans are conscious, due to the influence of demonic energy, 98% of them develop in a malevolent direction.
Only 2% are able to resist the interference of the demonic energy.
But even such people cannot fully gain the trust of the upper management.
The faces of Chen and Zhao Guangyuan changed drastically. One moment Zhao Guangyuan was discussing the treatment of these people, and the next, the place had been breached. Fortunately, it was only a low-risk prison. If it had been a high-risk one, then Kyoto would be in grave danger.
Jade looked confused. What was a low-risk prison? And what were demonic humans? Judging by their expressions, it seemed very dangerous. Chen's expression darkened.
The guard force there was by no means weak, yet the opponent was clearly very familiar with the situation.
There was a high probability they knew the internal details. Just who could it be? He quickly took out his phone. Hello, it's Chun.
Have the demon-slaying army dispatch 3 teams to assist the northern prison.
We must recover all the demonic humans.
Hanging up the phone, Chen contacted the cloak fleet again. North Side Prison, send a team.
If the demon kin cannot be recovered, detonate the bombs immediately. Leave no survivors. The demon kin must never be left unchecked.
Jade remained silent at a time like this. There was nothing she could do to help. Once Chen finished speaking, Zhao Guangyuan finally voiced the concern he had been harboring. If I recall correctly, the Northside Prison is a low-security facility slated for abandonment.
The plan was to transport everyone out by the end of the year. Why would anyone target that place? More importantly, very few people know about this.
It's impossible for anyone without a certain level of status to have information on the demon kin. Standing to the side, Jade leaned against the wall, trying to make herself as inconspicuous as possible.
Big shots, could you please talk about this behind closed doors? I'm still standing right here. I really don't want to be silenced to keep a secret.
However, Chen ignored the weak and helpless Jade, continuing to himself, you're right, but don't forget that there were some obscure figures who also knew about this previously. Even though some had signed non-disclosure agreements and others had been under surveillance for a long time, there were still those who might betray the country for personal gain. He already had a few candidates in mind, but he felt it was unlikely. Nevertheless, what needed to be investigated had to be investigated. An hour later, a burly middle-aged man walked in. Director Chen, most of the demon kin have been recaptured.
But... Chen's heart sank. Ghoulie, what happened? Your son hasn't been found. As for what you mentioned, I didn't carry it out.
The device, give it to me, I'll do it myself. Chen's right hand trembled as he reached out.
Ghoulie did not produce it. Director Chen, I don't believe your son would do anything out of line. I said, give it to me.
Chen shouted, his voice sharp but betraying his internal weakness. Everyone present understood the situation, yet no one said a word.
Ghoulie pulled out a phone.
On the screen was a list of numbers from 1 to over 100 with corresponding names. Only about a dozen had an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson icon lit up next to them. Taking the phone, Chen looked at the names on the screen, a wave of bitterness washing over his heart. I hope you don't blame me.
The red lights went out one by one.
However, 4 red lights remained lit, and among them was the name of Chen's son, Chen Xiaoming.
It seems their bombs have been removed and destroyed. The opposition must have an expert on their side.
For some reason, despite the problems that had surfaced, Chen felt a sense of relief in his heart. Following that, a new doubt arose: who exactly wanted these demonic humans, and what did they intend to do with them?
Ring, ring.
Director Chen, Dean Zhao, my apologies.
I need to take this call. Guli spoke with an apologetic look, carrying his phone into the nearby stairwell. Old Chen, your son. Humph. Ungrateful brat. Just wait until I drag him back, I'll beat the life out of him, Chen said with a face full of dissatisfaction. Zhao Guangyuan curled his lip. Alright, stop putting on an act. I didn't expect you to actually press it. It's a good thing it didn't explode, otherwise, you'd have no one to carry on your line. Chen's expression turned bitter. If I didn't press it, Guli wouldn't have dared to, and wouldn't that have broken the rules? If we say we're going to detonate, then we must detonate. It's just that the kid's luck is truly immense, he actually managed to dismantle it. I have to say, the person organizing this case is truly formidable, I just wonder who it could be. There were indeed many such strange organizations, but most operated abroad. They were rare within the country because they didn't have the nerve. But what Chen hadn't expected was that these people actually dared to come to Kyoto. He wouldn't believe it for a second if someone hadn't paved the way for them. As for who had led the way, he hadn't the slightest clue. Jade's face was now deathly pale. Was this really something she was allowed to hear? She had said she wanted to leave, so why hadn't she managed to get away? Had she known earlier, she would have been better off just running for it. Now look at the mess, she'd overheard so many secrets. At that moment, Guli walked back in with a peculiar expression on his face. Director Chen, there's something I need to tell you. What's happened now? It's not that something happened, but rather regarding Chen Xiaoming. Through surveillance footage, it was discovered that the Chen Xiaoming released today wasn't actually Chen Xiaoming, but a phantom, or rather, a clone. Chen looked at Guli with a bizarre expression. If it were a phantom or clone type ability, are you telling me the guards couldn't detect it? Are you trying to amuse yourself at my son's expense? I know you might find it hard to believe, but it is indeed the case. Through extensive investigation, it was found that during his third year of detention in the low-risk prison, which was last year, his entire personality seemed to change. Every day was like he had been programmed, he would do specific things at specific times. From this, it's evident that Chen Xiaoming likely escaped that prison at that time. Exactly how he escaped remains unclear. Chen was completely stunned. His son had actually escaped? And he had escaped a long time ago? How could this be possible? Your son really is something. The security system of that prison is incredibly formidable. How did he get out? Zhao Guangyuan suddenly became interested in Chen Xiaoming's capabilities. Awakeners have their own abilities, and demonic humans likewise possess various different powers. Furthermore, the abilities of demonic humans are even more eerie and unpredictable, which is precisely why these individuals are imprisoned in the first place. Impressive my ass. Since he already escaped, why did he leave something behind? Was it meant for me to see? Chen suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Why did you stop talking? Director Chen, I presume you've realized it as well, Guli said suddenly. Zhao Guangyuan looked at the two of them. What kind of riddles were they speaking in? Standing to the side, Jade listened to their conversation and formed a rough guess in her mind. And the moment this hypothesis surfaced in her mind, she had only one thought: she wanted to go back to Fengjing. Yes, this incident was likely orchestrated by my son. To be familiar with the layout of the capital, to know the guard rotations nearby, and to know the exact location of this prison. I don't think anyone is more suited for this than him. I just truly can't understand why. Why? Brother Ling Qi, what exactly is this demonic liquid you're talking about? Liquefied demonic qi, or rather, highly concentrated demonic qi. You can imagine it like liquid nitrogen, their states of matter are consistent. Emo thought for a moment and asked, then is there such a thing as solid-state demonic qi? Ling Qi's eyelid flickered. What kind of question was that? The liquid state was already a big enough headache, now he was asking about a solid state? If it were solid, wouldn't it be impossible to even enter? No. To date, liquid demonic qi is the highest concentration known. However, I haven't seen it personally yet, my level isn't high enough. Then have you ever tried using demonic liquid to craft weapons with the demonic prefix? Mo immediately thought of his revolver. He was wondering if such weapons could be mass-produced. Ling Chi was stunned. He truly didn't know the answer to that. No one researches that, because no one can use weapons corrupted by this kind of demonic chi. Not everyone possesses the eye of the mind like Mo does. Ordinary people simply cannot withstand the corruption of demonic chi for an extended period. Since no one has done it before, it means it's possible. Mo felt increasingly convinced that this plan was feasible. One must understand that in terms of basic stats, the difference between the two weapons isn't significant. However, when it comes to additional attributes, the gap is truly massive. For Mo, this gap would be magnified infinitely. After all, no one else is capable of enchanting a weapon to level 50 like Mo can. Consequently, they have no idea how many additional or special attributes a single weapon can actually gain. Ling Chi saw the expression on Mo's face and knew exactly what he was thinking. That is too dangerous. There is absolutely no way you are going there. Couldn't he see that even the Kyoto side was requesting reinforcements? If Mo tried to enter, he would definitely be stopped. Mo's expression stiffened. Dead before the battle even began? That wouldn't do. Such a good weapon, it would be a waste to leave it there. You guys could help me get it. Ling Chi shook his head. No one dares to touch that thing. Coming into contact with it is practically synonymous with death. Mo's eyes flickered. In that case, regarding our cooperation, I think we should reconsider. Jade, please come back quickly. This job isn't for me. Ling Chi felt that talking to Mo was worse than being assigned to work at the gates of disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine. Seeing that Ling Chi remained silent, Mo didn't mind. He felt more and more certain that this was doable. They wanted the eye of the soul, didn't they? No problem at all. Never mind 10, he could provide 20 or even 30. But the prerequisite was to trade them for demonic weapons. If they didn't have any, then they would have to create them. Otherwise, they wouldn't get a single one. He thought that they would likely agree to such conditions. Furthermore, he could provide supplies in advance, allowing them to wear the gear while they retrieved the items. Safety would definitely not be an issue. Mo glanced at Ling Chi and shook his head. Talking to him about this was useless. Sister Zhang, please come back soon and let me have a proper communication with you. At night, 3 figures dashed incessantly across the wilds of Fengjing. Phew, let us take a break. I can't go on anymore. Heh, you're a man, how can you say you can't handle it? And you're supposed to be the ace of spades? If you ask me, you might as well give that title to me. A masked woman with a voluptuous figure looked at the ace of spades with a face full of disdain. The ace of spades, Chen Xiaoming, wore a look of utter helplessness. It was over 2,000 kilometers from Kyoto to this point. Their pace was already incredibly fast. In that case, cross the border yourselves. Don't use my abilities. Chen Xiaoming walked over to a large tree and sat down directly, leaning against the roots. The two women exchanged a glance. The King of Hearts was just joking with you. There's no need for that. Chen Xiaoming curled his lip. Cursing the cook while eating his food, is that how you joke? I've used my ability 4 times along the way to traverse 1,000 kilometers. What more do you want? Anyway, I'm resting. If you want to go ahead. I'm sorry, I was really just joking. You're a big enough person to overlook my pettiness, so just forgive me this once, okay? As the King of Hearts spoke, she walked over to him and bowed deeply in apology. Looking at the sight before him, Chen Xiaoming couldn't help but swallow hard. I mean, is everyone in your organization this uninhibited? Forget it, I was just venting. But we really do need to rest. We're still at least 3,000 kilometers away from the best border crossing point. I'll need to use my ability at least 6 more times to get us completely out. Chen Xiaoming truly needed to rest. The energy within his body was nearly depleted. Then let's head into the city. Don't peek, I'm going to change my clothes. I suggest you change as well. As for the King of Hearts, that outfit is fine. After speaking, the King of Spades walked into a nearby grove. Chen Xiaoming's eyes flickered for a moment before he also stepped into the trees.
10 minutes later, the two returned one after the other. The King of Spades had transformed into a youthful and beautiful girl wearing a tracksuit with her hair in a ponytail. Chen Xiaoming, meanwhile, appeared as a young man in his 20s with a look that was common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. The girl narrowed her eyes.
Is this a disguise? Yeah. Don't you have one?
Of course he had to use a disguise, otherwise, showing his face in the city would lead to certain discovery.
No, I'm lazy.
Also, once we enter the city, we must call each other by name.
Don't blame me if we're exposed otherwise.
Among the three, the King of Spades was the strongest, while Chen Xiaoming was the weakest. Since no one has any objections, you can call me Chen Tian from now on. The King of Spades flashed a sweet smile.
Chen Xiaoming's mouth twitched. Just call me Chen Lu. Oh my, why do you all have the surname Chen? In that case, I'll be a Chen too. What should I be called? Just call me Chen Mei. Queen of Hearts lifted her mask, revealing an exquisitely beautiful face beneath.
Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson flame red lips, paired with her casually tousled curls, gave off a fiery vibe. It was just that her clothes were somewhat mismatched.
Is this really okay? 3 people named Chen? Chen Xiaoming was speechless. What's the big deal?
She's your big sister, and I'm your little sister.
It's as simple as that, Chen Tian said with an air of indifference. 3 sisters, or siblings, who looked nothing alike. Off the clock, off the clock. Time to go home and eat. As soon as it hit 6 o'clock, Mo called out to Ling Qi. Don't you still have a lot of gear left to enchant?
A regular customer had just come in and dropped off over a dozen weapons. Ling Qi had assumed Mo would at least finish the enchanting before clocking out, but he hadn't expected her to leave so abruptly.
It's fine. It's my shop, I call the shots.
Getting it done tomorrow morning will be soon enough. Right now, let's hurry up and get home for dinner.
Mo had no intention of working overtime right now.
Of course, if it were her own gear, she would work overtime to finish it.
Alright then.
Ling Qi's team came over, finished cleaning up, and walked out of the shop with Mo. Tyson drove the car around, and everyone piled in to head toward Mo's residential complex. Back at the complex, as soon as Ling Qi got out of the car, he looked toward the opposite side of the road behind them.
What's wrong? Mo looked in the direction Ling Qi was staring, but saw nothing but crowds of people.
Ling Qi shook his head.
Nothing. Maybe I saw it wrong. Why don't you go after them and check? No.
That person should have been killed in action.
The next day, Mo opened the shop right on time.
Sister Zhang has been out for quite a long time. This time she's still not back.
It seems things might be serious.
Jade, I'd love to leave, but how exactly am I supposed to go?
Yeah, she has been gone for a long time indeed.
Ling Qi felt a bit worried.
Had something else happened?
Since he was ordered to come here, the secret intelligence team had stopped relaying information to him. After all, his current mission was solely to protect Mo. He wasn't clear about what was happening in Kyoto, and even if he were, he would be unable to leave. Ling Qi looked at the phone in his hand. How about I give Jade a call and ask?
Go ahead and ask.
With Sister Zhang gone, I actually miss her quite a bit.
Ling Qi looked at Mo with a peculiar expression. You don't happen to have a thing for older women, do you? Or are you saying you like your sister Zhan? Get out of here. If she doesn't come back, are you going to get the weapons for me? Mo looked at Ling Qi speechlessly. Why was it that whenever a woman was involved, he immediately thought of girlfriends? Could there not be any professional business involved?
Upon hearing this, Ling Qi fell silent. If he were tasked with finding weapons, he would rather go clear out monsters from the gates of disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine.
Beep. Beep. Beep.
The phone rang 6 or 7 times, but no one answered.
Maybe the phone is on silent. Let's try again in a bit.
Ling Qi shook his head.
Normally, phones are indeed set to silent during meetings and such.
However, Ling Chi's calls were not set to silent on Jade's phone after all. A call from him meant Mo needed something. Even if she were in a meeting, she would pick up. Since she didn't answer, it meant things were currently very tricky. Tricky didn't even cover it, it was incredibly problematic. In Shen's office in Kyoto, Jade sat upright in her chair, barely daring to occupy a third of the seat. Jade, I assume you heard what was said yesterday. It's not that I wanted to listen. I was originally going to leave, but you wouldn't let me, Jade said cautiously. What she heard yesterday were all earth-shattering secrets. Relax, the matter of the demon prison isn't some massive secret. Especially this low-risk prison, most people actually know about it, it's just that everyone has signed a non-disclosure agreement. So you have nothing to worry about, just rest easy. Easy for you to say, didn't your son just escape? As for my son, if he ran, we'll just catch him back. What I want to discuss with you is the matter regarding the cooperation with Mo. One look at Jade's expression and Shen knew exactly what she was thinking. This kid is great in every way, he just overthinks everything. But it was exactly because of this trait that he decided to place Jade by Mo's side. Otherwise, relying solely on a simpleton like Ling Chi, the contract would probably still be at its initial stage. Regarding the cooperation, let me give you a heads up. Knowing Mo, even though he's agreed for now, he'll definitely set conditions later. He might even want to head into some gate again. So let him go. As long as it's not somewhere too dangerous, he can go wherever he wants. If it comes down to it, I'll send Shendua's team. With them around, there isn't a single gate aside from the one where the accident happened that can stop them. Shen didn't care at all what was a gate anyway. If worst came to worst, he could even mobilize a portion of the demon-slaying army. Before Jade left, she was forced to sign an additional non-disclosure agreement. If she leaked anything regarding the demon prison, she would be sent straight to military prison. She knew it. Whatever, she couldn't be bothered anymore. After stepping out, Jade pulled out her phone and called Ling Chi back. What's up? Is something going on with Mo? Ling Chi pulled the phone away and looked at it. Yes, this was his own phone. Can't it be that something is going on with me? What could possibly be going on with you? If you have something to say, say it quickly. I'm not in a great mood today. She wasn't supposed to be involved in any of this, but just because she was a step late in leaving, she ended up saddled with an NDA. How could the timing be so bad? It's nothing. Mo just saw that you didn't come back today and missed you a bit. At least the kid has a conscience. Tell him when I get back, I'll introduce my best friend to him. Ling Chi hung up the phone and let out a long sigh. What's wrong with Sister Zhang? No, I'm the one sighing, so why are you asking what's wrong with Sister Zhang? Shouldn't you be asking what's wrong with me? Why did none of them ever consider his feelings? What could possibly be wrong with you? You live such a carefree life every day. Sister Zhang is running around everywhere, she's the one who's exhausted. Ling Chi's mouth twitched. You have a point, I don't even know how to argue with that. She said when she gets back, she'll introduce you to her partner so you can get married, just so she can enjoy the wedding feast. Thud. Mo fell straight from the recliner onto the floor. No way. Why am I still thinking about this? I'm only 18, I have no desire to enter the grave of marriage yet, let's wait until I've finished having my fun. Marriage or anything like that was the last thing he wanted. Ding-ling. 2 women and 1 man walked inside. Boss, the claim on your plaque is quite bold. This is the first time I've ever seen someone dare to claim a 100% success rate. The woman froze the moment she saw Ling Chi. What was he doing here? Hearing that familiar voice, Ling Chi looked up and met her eyes. So he hadn't been mistaken yesterday, it really was her. Wasn't she supposed to have been sacrificed? But he didn't say a word, merely lowering his head silently as if they were total strangers. Mo wasn't blind. The moment this woman saw Ling Chi, her expression changed drastically. It would be a lie to say they didn't know each other. However, Mo was tactful enough to keep quiet. If she turned out to be Ling Chi's ex-girlfriend, things would be incredibly awkward. Miss, since I dare to make such a claim, I have my reasons. Furthermore, I guarantee that if I fail, I will compensate you.
Ah, haha, is that so? Then I'll give it a try.
The woman seemed somewhat flustered as she reached into her backpack, pulled out a weapon, and handed it to Mo.
The man behind her narrowed his eyes in shock and rushed forward to stop her. Chen Tian, are you crazy? Not that weapon.
However, Chen Xiaoming was too slow. The weapon was already in Mo's hands.
Mo looked at the weapon in surprise. Is this really your weapon? You can actually use this?
Chen Tian snapped back to her senses at that moment, a flicker of killing intent flashing in the depths of her eyes.
Clang!
Ling Qi tapped the spear in his hand, and the smile returned to Chen Tiantian's face.
Yeah, I find it quite nice to use, huh? Mo glanced at Chen Tian, then at the other two.
Only then did his gaze fall back upon the status window.
Demonic Black Crystal Longblade Common, Superior, Rare, Epic, Mythic +8. Equipment level, LV 85. Durability, 122-144. Attributes, 855-980. Additional, Demonic Energy Attack. Strength +2%. Bleed +10%. A piece of demonic energy equipment, and level 85 at that.
This meant the young lady standing before him actually possessed strength at tier 5, level 85 or higher.
You really can't judge a book by its cover. She looked even younger than Ling Qi. Big brother Ling Qi, this young lady is much more impressive than you. Her weapon is level 85.
Not only is her level higher than yours, but she's also younger.
Chen Tian felt a surge of panic when she heard Mo mention the weapon.
However, she felt relieved when she realized he was only talking about the level and nothing else. Her two teammates, however, did not share her relief. Chen Mei and Chen Xiaoming tensed up, their muscles coiled and ready to strike at any moment. She is indeed more impressive than I am, which means her talent is superior to mine. As long as you keep working hard, reaching tier 9 is only a matter of time.
You must never give up, do you understand? Chen Tian nodded repeatedly with a joyful expression. I will definitely work hard. Chen Mei and Chen Xiaoming exchanged glances. Chen Mei, is this Chen Tian's acting really that good? Chen Xiaoming, who knows? She's always been quirky. It's better this way, we don't have to take action. Chen Mei, that weapon of hers. Chen Xiaoming, if the enchanter didn't mention it, ignore it.
Just look for a chance to escape at any time.
Unaware of what her two teammates were discussing behind her, Chen Tian kept her eyes fixed on Ling Qi. To what level do you want to enchant your weapon? +20 will do. How much is it?
If she was going to get an enchantment, she might as well choose a high difficulty so she could stay here longer.
Wait a moment, let's discuss this first.
Chen Xiaoming pulled Chen Tian toward the exit. As for Chen Mei, she stayed behind.
Chen Mei was internally cursing them. Why didn't you guys take me with you? Wait, I can just walk out too.
She hurriedly walked out of the shop as well.
Chen Tian, are you insane? Enchanting to +20?
Do you have any idea how long that will take? Chen Xiaoming lowered his voice, his expression full of dissatisfaction. He didn't care whether it succeeded or not, he cared about the time.
The higher the enchantment level, the more time it required.
But this guy said it's a 100% success rate.
If it's true, wouldn't we be making a huge profit? What's wrong with that? Do you have any idea that there's a demon-slaying army in this city? Chen Xiaoming immediately regretted blurting that out. Chen Tian looked at Chen Xiaoming suspiciously. How do you know there's a demon-slaying army here?
It was common knowledge that the demon-slaying army was usually stationed inside gates. They were rarely seen within cities.
He was indeed that certain.
Of course I know, because yesterday I saw someone wearing the uniforms of the demon-slaying army.
Chen Xiaoming said, steadying his nerves.
All right, stop arguing. As long as we keep a low profile, we should be fine. It's not like we haven't stayed in other cities before. Seeing their voices getting louder, Chen Mei quickly stepped between them, putting her arms around both their shoulders.
Chen Xiaoming immediately dodged away. Oh? Why are you dodging? Do you not love your big sister anymore?
Chen Mei looked at Chen Xiaoming with a teasing smile.
Don't think I don't know what you're up to.
With all those dried up male corpses in your room every day, if you want me dead, just say it, Chen Xiaoming snapped, rolling his eyes at her.
Fine, just let him enchant.
We'll leave as soon as it's done, not a moment longer.
Chen Xiaoming nodded. Just this once. We leave the second it's finished. Chen Tian nodded and hurried back into the shop.
Chen Mei was about to follow when Chen Xiaoming pulled her back. If anything unexpected happens later, knock Chen Tian unconscious immediately and leave Fengjing straight away.
Chen Xiaoming would absolutely not let anyone ruin his plans. Don't worry.
Watching Chen Mei enter the shop, Chen Xiaoming scanned the surroundings. There were no high-tier awakened nearby. When he returned to the shop, Mo had already taken the weapon behind the screen, and Chen Tian was glancing at Ling Qi from time to time. Chen Xiaoming frowned deeply. Surely this girl hadn't developed a crush on this man. The man was dressed simply, though that weapon of his did look quite decent. Meanwhile, Ling Qi's heart was in a state of turmoil. She really was a living person. What should he do? Call someone to seize her for questioning? But how could he possibly manage that? As a continuous series of ding sounds rang out, Chen Tian's attention was drawn toward the source. How many times was that just now? That was 8 times, but only 5 minutes have passed. Chen Mei looked at the screen with an expression of pure disbelief. 8 successes in 5 minutes, and starting from enchant 8 at that. Their organization only has a single iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanter. As for others of those ranks, they simply cannot be found, and even if they were located, it would be impossible to take them away. Consequently, the enchant levels of their weapons are not very high. Ding! There was another sound. Chen Tian looked at Ling Qi, her eyes filled with reluctance. As soon as the enchant was successful, she would have to leave. Although Chen Xiaoming's strength was subpar, without him, she and Chen Mei would have no way of leaving the Dragon Kingdom on their own. Chan Lu. Ah, what's wrong? Chen Xiaoming looked at Chen Tian in confusion. Chen Tian hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. It's nothing. Chen Xiaoming turned back to look behind the screen. When did such a powerful enchanter appear? Could they be even more powerful than an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson grade enchanter? Ding! Another sound. After 10 minutes, Mo took the weapon out of the enchanting forge. Looking at the attributes displayed on it, he was very satisfied. As expected of the weapon type, I took a fancy to the effect of this kind of enchant. Is indeed excellent. I just don't know if there's a counterpart to this weapon. The effect would likely be even better. Mo was unaware of the news regarding forbidden tools, and both Ling Qi and Jade had forgotten to mention it. Mainly, forbidden tools are a very peculiar category of equipment, but they all share one common trait: they have no level restrictions. Anyone can hold them. Mo held the weapon and walked outside. The enchanting is done. Have a look and see what you think. Chen Tian looked at Mo with a resentful expression. Master, I really must thank you. Mo scratched his head. What was going on? How could she be saying words of gratitude but looking like she wanted to beat him to death? You're welcome. It's just a fair trade payment upon delivery. Chen Tian rolled her eyes. Was that really what she meant? She then looked at the status window in her hand and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It actually reached enchant level 20. How is this possible? She quickly looked up, her eyes burning as she stared at Mo, wishing she could kidnap him and bring him back to the organization. One must know that they earn contribution points for completing missions, which can be used to exchange for equipment or skills within the organization. And an enchanter with Mo's ability represented an absolute fortune in contribution points. Even if the three of them split it equally, it would be enough to exchange for a piece of equipment that was a bit better than common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic. Uncomfortable under such a gaze, Mo quickly covered his chest with both hands. I'm telling you, I sell my skills, not my body. Don't look at me like that. Put. Who the hell wants your body?
Ahem.
Ling Chi coughed twice, and Shen Tian quickly averted her gaze from Mo. Mo glanced at Ling Chi and Shen Tian. These two were a solid hammer case. There was definitely something going on between them.
What's the situation? Let me see.
Chen Xiaoming reached out.
Did it really succeed? He was truly curious, could a weapon really be enchanted to level 20?
Although he indeed hadn't heard the sound of an enchantment failure, this whole thing was simply too ridiculous. As the weapon landed in his hands, Chen Xiaoming had no choice but to believe that this man could truly enchant to level 20.
A genius. An absolute genius. Chen Xiaoming's expression grew dark and uncertain. Chen Tian had definitely set her sights on him. What should he do? Let me see.
Chen Mei snatched the weapon from Chen Xiaoming's hands.
Eh? Looking at his empty hands, holy crap. And it worked.
Chen Mei was also stunned by the weapon in her hands, her eyes drifting toward Mo from time to time. Clearly, she was also harboring certain ideas. Chen Xiaoming quickly whispered, "You'd better not have any other ideas.
We are currently within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. It's very dangerous." Hearing his words, Chen Mei stopped looking at Mo.
They knew their current situation. It was better to keep a low profile.
Currently, martial law was only in effect in Kyoto and a few nearby cities.
If they dared to cause a stir here, the entire country would likely be placed under martial law.
Boss, I'd like to enchant some equipment too. Chen Mei took out a wand and handed it to Mo. Mo raised an eyebrow. What was going on? Another weapon with the magic prefix. Nearby, Chen Tian's eyes lit up. She looked toward Ling Chi, wanting to step forward and speak.
However, remembering the two people beside her, she suppressed the urge. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoming's heart tightened again, and he gave Chen Mei a sharp tug.
Are you crazy? One piece of equipment with a magic prefix could be explained away, but how do you explain two? Anyone would know that magic prefix equipment isn't something an ordinary person can use. Oh, it's fine. Look, the boss didn't say anything, which means it's not a big deal.
In truth, Chen Mei was gambling. At worst, they would just run. With their strength, making an escape was still possible. Chen Tian curled her lip. You probably don't realize that inconspicuous man belongs to the secret mobile unit.
Wait here, it'll be ready in a moment. Mo took the weapon and went behind the screen again.
Chen Xiaoming finally realized that these two women wouldn't stop until they had played him to death.
Ding ling. A woman wearing the exclusive combat uniform of the garrison force walked in.
Ling Chi, you have no idea. This trip to Kyoto, I almost didn't make it back, and I was forced to sign an agreement. That old man Chen is such a piece of work. Jade began venting frantically the moment she entered, clearly harboring a great deal of resentment. She stopped when she saw Chen Xiaoming and the other two.
Oh, you have guests. I'll tell you about it later then.
The moment they saw that uniform, the three of them tensed up. They were outsiders after all, but upon seeing the garrison force uniform clearly, the tension eased.
As long as they weren't from the demon-slaying army.
Chen Tian watched Jade standing next to Ling Chi, her eyes narrowing. Ling Chi coughed lightly, and Chen Tian snapped back to her original state.
What's wrong, do you have a cold?
Doesn't look like it, Jade remarked, while Chen Tian struggled to maintain her composure. Chen Xiaoming also looked at Jade. This woman looked so familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't quite place it. However, considering she had just called his father an old geezer, she was clearly an acquaintance. He just wasn't sure what her area of responsibility was. For a moment, the room fell silent. Jade looked curiously at the three people who remained mute. These three gave her a very strange vibe. Reasonably speaking, when a group visits a shop, there's usually some level of discussion. They wouldn't be as silent as this.
Could it be social anxiety? But they didn't look the part at all. Furthermore, why was the woman standing in the front radiating hostility? Hey, don't you think these three are a bit weird?
Jade whispered, leaning toward Ling Chi.
Without even thinking, Ling Chi brushed it off. What is so weird? They're just common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic tier customers, aren't they? But I feel like that girl has some hostility toward me. Look, it got even stronger since I moved closer to you. She couldn't have a crush on you, could she? Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? She's a customer, how could she possibly like me? Besides, what hostility? I don't feel a thing. TSK, don't tell me you've fallen for her too. You got all worked up the moment I mentioned it. If you really like her, go for it. With your status, it should be pretty easy, right? As for the hostility, that's a woman's sixth sense you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Jade glanced at Ling Chi and Chen Tian. Truth be told, they looked like quite a match. Soon, Mo walked out carrying the weapon. Take a look. Chen Mei took the weapon and nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, she really wanted to take Mo away with them. A pity there was a member of the garrison force here. And that man clearly held a position of status as well. Thank you. Let's go then, Chen Mei said, addressing the other two with the latter sentence. Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tian nodded, greeted Mo, and walked outside. Their pace was neither fast nor slow. Even after exiting the shop, they strolled leisurely toward the distance. Jade watched the three of them through the window, feeling that there was something strange about them. Ling Chi, why do I feel like there's something wrong with these three? Are you sure everything is fine? Jade sensed an unusual aura from the three of them, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Sister Zhang, I know what's going on. Mo shot an ambiguous glance at Ling Chi. Ling Chi looked bewildered, but his heart was filled with worry. Jade saw this and realized the situation seemed different from what she had imagined. Hurry up and tell me, what's the deal? Who are those three? I don't know who they are exactly, but I'm certain that the first girl definitely has a connection with brother Ling Chi. Ling Chi's heart began to race. That girl likes brother Ling Chi, and brother Ling Chi likes her too. It's definitely a first love. First love. Jade looked at Ling Chi in shock. You actually have someone you like? No, someone actually likes you? Wait, no, I mean, you actually have a first love. Ling Chi's face stiffened. Her words were incredibly unpleasant to hear. That girl just now looked so delicate and petite, how could she take a fancy to Ling Chi? Wait, no, that's not the feeling I was talking about. I meant an energy emanating from the body. Jade was nearly led astray by Mo. Energy? Now that you mention it, there does seem to be a problem. Both of their enchanted weapons carried the word demon. Jade's pupils shrank instantly. She turned her head sharply toward Mo, her tone urgent. What did you say? Their weapons are demonic chi weapons? How is that possible? It shouldn't be impossible, right? Once their tier is above tier 8 level 5, they should be able to use them? Mo said with some uncertainty. Forget tier 8, even at tier 9, it would be impossible to use them normally unless they were wearing a high enchant mind's eye. But obviously, that was impossible. Jade looked at Ling Chi with a sharp gaze. Do you know something? If it really was what she suspected, Mo's situation would be dangerous. She would never let Mo fall into danger. That was the whole purpose of her being here. Tai Sun, go check the surroundings. Ling Chi did not speak, but instead dismissed Tai Sun and the other three. The four exchanged glances and nodded. Captain, we're going on patrol. We'll be back in an hour. Bang! After the four had left, Ling Chi let out a soft sigh. Of those three people, I only recognize the girl leading them. Her name is Chen Tiani, and she was once a member of my squad back when I was still tier 7 in Tai Sun and the others were in different units. During a mission to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate, our squad encountered danger. Only I and one other person managed to escape. Everyone else died inside, including her. That's not right. Isn't she alive and well? Mo asked, somewhat puzzled. That was definitely a living person just now. Ling Chi shook his head. I'm not entirely sure myself. At the time, they had all been corrupted by demonic energy, their consciousness was lost, and they attacked us.
But as teammates, the two of us couldn't bring ourselves to strike back. Ling Chi clutched his hair with both hands, his eyes bloodshot. According to regulations, once someone is corrupted by demonic energy, if it is determined that they cannot recover, they must either be brought back or killed on the spot. Yet they had done nothing, leaving them inside to be consumed by demonic energy and suffer in agony. Later, when the demon extermination army entered, they only found 2 identifiable corpses. Chen Tiany's body was missing. At the time, everyone assumed she had been dragged away and eaten by a monster. No one thought that someone could come out on their own after being eroded by demonic energy. According to research at the time, once a person is corrupted by demonic energy, it takes at least a week for their consciousness to even begin to recover. No one believed a person could wake up the next day. The only realistic conclusion was that they had been taken by a monster. Jade's expression grew increasingly grim, which means Chen Tiany is now someone corrupted by demonic energy, which is to say, a demon kin. Ling Chi said in a low voice. Those who survive after being corrupted by demonic energy are called demon kin. Humans possessed only by malice, a new race of humanity that stands against mankind. Ling Chi slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Jade. Perhaps she is a demon kin. Emo was right, she really was my first love, the person I have always loved. I don't know what to do either. He was in agony, but he truly could not bring himself to capture the person he had been in love with for 2 years. Moreover, he had seen love in Chen Tiany's eyes. She hadn't forgotten him. That made it even more impossible for him to act, but Jade represented Director Chen, so he couldn't remain silent. Emo now just wanted to grab a bag of sunflower seeds. This story was simply too full of twists and turns. Former lovers, now on opposing sides. It was like something out of a movie. Jade patted Ling Chi on the shoulder without saying a word. If she were in Ling Chi's shoes, she would likely have made the same choice, and might not have even spoken of it. It's just that, it's unknown whether these 3 have anything to do with the incidents in Kyoto. One must remember that the abilities of the demon kin are incredibly eerie. No demons have been encountered or discovered elsewhere, yet they were found here, so one must be on guard. Or perhaps, there simply hasn't been any information regarding demons for all these years. Jade turned and walked out of the shop. Looking at Jade's retreating figure, Ling Chi let out a soft sigh, his entire demeanor becoming much more dejected. Brother Ling Chi, things might not actually be that bad. There might be another way, Emo mused, rubbing his chin in thought. There is still potential for flexibility in this matter, but it depends on the depth of the emotional connection between the 2 parties. Ling Chi forced a wry smile. Emo, you don't understand. If they appeared in any other city, it would be fine, but appearing here with you makes things far less simple. Especially since they had their weapons enchanted here. This matter won't be so easily resolved. No, I think there's a chance. Emo whispered a few words into Ling Chi's ear, and Ling Chi's eyes gradually brightened. Emo. If this actually works, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Emo waved his hand. With our relationship, there's no need for thanks. Since you put it that way, could you enchant my weapon to +50 for free? With Mo's plan in mind, Ling Chi started joking. Impossible, the fee must be paid. That is my bottom line. Trying to get it for free? Not a chance, even a symbolic 10 million would do. Ling Chi's mouth twitched. The man was obsessed with money. What do you need so much money for? Didn't the state give you an unlimited credit card? Before long, Jade returned. There's something I need to tell you. She had just stepped out to communicate with Chen regarding the non-disclosure agreement. As for Mo and Ling Chi, she was permitted to share certain details with them. Regarding this trip to Kyoto, besides the matter of demon liquid erosion, the low-risk demon prison in northern Kyoto was attacked. It is highly likely that the attackers were external demons, and one of them might be Director Chen's son. Therefore, I suspect these 3 people came from Kyoto, and that lone male is Director Chen's son. It was only after finishing the call with Chen that Jade figured this out. Mo grew increasingly bewildered as he listened. What on earth was a demon prison, and what was the deal with Chen's son? He felt his head spinning. As expected, things within the system were a mess. He couldn't understand it at all. I understand. I'm going after them right now. Ling Qi stood up, a look of grim determination on his face.
Are you seriously going to lay hands on your ex-girlfriend?
Jade looked at Ling Qi with a face full of skepticism.
She is not my ex, we never broke up. And it's not about capturing her. Mo gave me an idea that might actually work.
Ling Qi called the Iron Patrol members back and instructed them to stay and protect Mo.
You're not going alone, are you?
There are 3 of them, Jade said, stepping in front of Ling Qi to stop him.
No, I only need to face one of them.
Even if she is 5 levels higher than me, I'm confident I can handle her. The woman named Chen Mei was the only one he truly needed to be wary of.
Brother Ling Qi, take this with you. Mo handed his own plus 50 eye of the mind to Ling Qi. If the opponent really relied on demonic energy to attack, this eye of the mind would likely play a crucial role. Ling Qi nodded. Jade, help me track down their location and send it to me.
With that, Ling Qi took off in the direction Chen Xiaoming had left. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoming and the other 2 had already returned to their lodgings.
Shouldn't we be leaving this place?
You 2 were way too conspicuous today. It's fine, we didn't do anything, we just drew our weapons, Chen Tiantian said dismissively, her mind completely occupied by thoughts of Ling Qi. Seeing that he was safe and sound gave her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. I agree with Chen Xiaoming this time.
It was definitely too flashy. Even if no one comes looking for us today, they will tomorrow.
I suggest we leave here in the early hours of tomorrow morning. Chen Mei had no desire for an early grave. She might have died once before, but she was very much alive now.
Fine, you guys are no fun. It's been ages since I've had the food here. Don't you want to feast?
You know our base has absolutely nothing, and even in the mission areas, the food options are always the same few things.
Chen Tiantian felt a bit gloomy at the thought of going back and eating that monotonous food again.
She hadn't even had bubble tea or hot pot yet.
I'm with Chen Tiantian on this one. Honestly, leaving 2 days later wouldn't be the end of the world. Chen Mei's face flushed, looking a bit embarrassed.
But the lure of gourmet food was simply too hard to resist. Even with a warrant out for her arrest, she still wanted to eat.
Chen Xiaoming's lip twitched.
You're willing to risk your lives just for food?
Tomorrow afternoon, no.
The afternoon after tomorrow, we leave for sure.
Just 2 days, it should be fine.
Worst case, we go somewhere remote and find a shady guesthouse, Chen Tiantian pleaded. Without Chen Xiaoming, it would be truly difficult for them to leave.
Fine. We must leave the afternoon after tomorrow.
The 2 women nodded repeatedly. Chen Xiaoming shook his head, completely unable to fathom their logic.
He left their room and headed back to his own.
The moment he stepped into his bedroom, he saw Ling Qi sitting on the sofa. Breaking into my room carries legal consequences, you know.
Alright, Chen Lu, or should I call you Chen Xiaoming? I'm Ling Qi, from the Secret Maneuver Unit.
I want to know why you're heading to the low-risk themed prison.
You've got the wrong person.
I'm not this Chen Xiaoming. Chen Xiaoming remained calm on the surface, but internally, he was panicking.
The Secret Maneuver Unit. Forget leaving tomorrow, they weren't going anywhere. The entire hotel was likely surrounded.
Opening a portal required tapping into the power of the gate.
Did I get the wrong person? Fine then.
Sigh, I even told Boss Chen that I saw Chen Xiaoming. I told him he is currently with a rich lady and planning to have a big healthy son. Must have taken a liking to her imposing figure.
Chen Xiaoming's lip twitched.
Where on earth did this guy learn to talk such nonsense? The thought of going home in the future only to have his old man whip him with a belt made his skin crawl.
What exactly do you want? I worked hard to get into this organization. Finally, Chen Xiaoming had to back down.
He had no choice. If his old man heard that rich lady story, he would definitely beat him to death. No, since you chose to join that organization, I certainly won't stop you. I believe Chen's son wouldn't do anything to harm the country, so I'm going to help you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted only a low-security prison.
That's good to hear.
Remember to tell the old man that your son won't be around to fulfill his filial duties anymore. In that case, help me call Chen Tian over for a moment.
Chen Xiaoming gave Ling Qi a strange look. You haven't gone and fallen for someone from the demon organization, have you?
Let me tell you, Chen Tian is not someone to be trifled with. She's a violent psychopath.
Ling Qi couldn't help but feel puzzled. Was he sure they were talking about Chen Tianyi? Chen Tianyi was clearly a gentle, cute, and quirky young girl. Just get her out here for me. Fine, but you only have 5 minutes.
That Chen Mei has been tailing us the whole time.
Chen Xiaoming dialed Chen Tiantian's number. Yeah, come over for a second, I have something to discuss with you. Chen Mei doesn't need to come, this is for your ears only. It's about news regarding the demons. Right. Not long after he hung up the phone. Knock, knock, knock. What is it? And why couldn't I bring Chen Mei? You'll know once you come in. What are you planning?
I'm still young, I'm not into old guys like you. Damn it, he knew it, this person was no good.
Tianyi, long time no see.
Chen Tianyi stared at Ling Qi standing inside, her mind going blank for a moment before she hurriedly slammed the door shut.
What are you doing here? Did this Chen Lu discover your identity? Do you want me to kill him?
Spears formed from demonic energy in shades of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson appeared before Chen Xiaoming, pinning him against the wall.
Hey, hey, hey! Stop! We're allies. We're in the same organization, do you have to be this ruthless?
Chen Tianyi looked at Chen Xiaoming with cold eyes. I will not allow Ling Qi to be in any danger whatsoever.
Any danger, do you understand? Brother, help! Tianyi, he's one of us. It's precisely because he's one of us that I have to kill him. You don't know the situation in this organization.
No, I mean he and I are on the same side. All the iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson spears dissipated.
Chen Tianyi blinked her large eyes and looked toward Ling Qi.
You know, I'm actually not that violent of a person, I was just a little worried about your safety. Ling Qi's mouth twitched, something felt decidedly off.
Ha, ha! Chen Tianyi gave Chen Xiaoming a cold glare, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Can't mess with them, can't mess with either of them. One talks nonsense, the other strikes directly. How did my life end up so miserable? Brother Ling Qi, why did you come out? Did you find us?
We'll leave the day after tomorrow. No, we can even leave tonight.
I definitely won't make things difficult for you.
Chen Tianyi's voice shifted from icy to a high-pitched, cutesy tone. Chen Xiaoming stared in shock at the pretentious young girl before him.
Was this really the ruthless king of spades? The contrast was too extreme. Could these two have been a couple before? Hiss.
Big brother, you truly are a warrior.
You actually dare to like someone this brutal. Ling Qi stroked Chen Tianyi's hair. Yeah, I noticed a long time ago. I just didn't expect those two to be fiends as well.
The higher-ups do indeed want to capture you after all, what you did was quite significant.
Oh, it wasn't that big a deal, was it?
We chose a low-risk prison.
Chen Xiaoming looked at Chen Tianyi in astonishment. How did you know that was a low-risk prison? I can't be bothered to explain it to an idiot like you. Chen Tianyi rolled her eyes at him. Ling Qi smiled. All right, I don't have much time left.
I assume you probably have the same mindset as Chen Xiaoming, that you're also an undercover agent in this organization.
Chen Tianyi glanced at Chen Xiaoming and nodded.
In life, I am a member of the secret mobile unit. In death, I am a ghost of the secret mobile unit.
I will never forget my duty. Chen Tianyi spoke with a look of resolve.
Even though she suffered daily from the torment of demonic energy, she remained unmoved.
Let me introduce you to each other.
This is Chen Xiaoming, Chen's son. And she is a member of the stealth maneuver unit, so you're actually on the same side. The two glanced at each other, realizing the connection.
No wonder.
Ling Qi checked the time, you two can discuss the details yourselves. Find a way to pass any information about this organization to me or to your own contacts.
I'm currently on a mission and it's not convenient for me to handle this. Even if you gave it to me, I'd just pass it on to someone else. His expression softened as he looked at Chen Tianyi. You've worked hard. If it gets to be too much, just come back. I'll speak with Chen.
It's not that hard. I actually find this kind of life quite exciting.
Maybe it's the influence of the demonic energy, but sometimes I find myself enjoying the thrill just a tiny bit. Chen Tianyi wore a bashful expression.
Chen Xiaoming nearly lost control of his facial expression.
You enjoy the thrill? You're the one who creates thrills when there aren't any. God only knows how much fear and anxiety he had endured throughout this journey.
After all that, it turns out you're one of us, yet you still caused such a mess.
One last question before I go. Why aren't you too controlled by the demonic energy?
This was a question that had troubled the Dragon Kingdom for a long time. Although some demonized individuals could manage themselves like Chen Tianyi and Chen Xiaoming, the higher-ups were always worried about things going wrong.
As long as your malicious intent is low, you can actually resist it. But I believe it's better not to let demonized people out.
Our mission this time was to bring some out, but unfortunately, they all died.
Chen Xiaoming finally couldn't hold back. Wasn't that because you insisted on killing them? You clearly used a woman's voice on purpose.
If you hadn't cared about that, we could have brought back several demonized subjects by now to complete the mission. Brother Ling Qi, he's being mean to me, the high-pitched, cutesy voice returned.
Ling Qi's eye twitched. Speak normally. Fine. Do you have a death wish? Believe it or not, I'll chop you into pieces and carry you back. Chen Tianyi didn't go easy on Chen Xiaoming at all.
Chen Xiaoming sighed softly. You see, Brother Ling Qi, I can't even tell the truth. But this mission is really important to us. If we fail, we'll be demoted.
It wasn't easy for them to rank up.
Chen Xiaoming had spent over a year, combined with his special abilities, to reach his current level.
Chen Tianyi had fought her way up step by step. I'd like to see who dares.
I'm currently tier 8, level 9, and I'll be tier 9 soon. Whoever tries to touch me, I'll tear them apart. Ling Qi shook his head. The little girl in front of him was indeed different from before. Alright, I'll speak to the higher-ups about the demonized subjects. We'll stage an accident and have them sent to your location when the time comes. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock.
Your teammates are here. I'm leaving. Ling Qi opened the window and leaped down. Ling Qi.
Chen Tianyi walked to the window and watched the falling figure, her face clouded with loneliness.
Enough. Chen Mei is here, so don't show it.
We are on the same side now. Stop constantly contradicting my decisions.
If what you say is wrong, of course I'm going to contradict it.
Chen Xiaoming couldn't be bothered to argue further and went straight to the door to open it.
What were you two talking about for so long? Don't tell me you've developed feelings for. You're overthinking it. How could I ever like a flat chest?
Chen Lu, if you have a death wish, just say the word and I'll fulfill it for you, a cold voice rang out from behind Chen Xiaoming. After landing, Ling Qi departed at high speed.
Mo sat behind the counter, gazing out the front door.
Big brother Ling Qi has been gone for over an hour.
Nothing went wrong, did it?
Jade smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, he's a special member of the secret mobile unit.
What is a special member? Someone capable of fighting across tiers.
Remember, it's across tiers, not just across levels. There is a difference between the two. If Ling Qi's squad didn't have some special skills, there was no way they would have been sent here. Meanwhile, those tier 9 powerhouses all had their own missions, tasks they couldn't step away from.
The world was far less simple than one might imagine. Ding Ling. I'm back. Big brother Ling Qi, did my method work? Yes, it's feasible.
That was their intention all along, they just never had the chance to reach out.
Or rather, their positions weren't stable enough, so they hadn't made contact yet. Jade looked at the two of them. What did you two plot behind my back this time?
Ling Qi explained Mo's plan, the matter regarding the undercover operation. Jade nodded, as expected of someone from the mobile unit. Such dedication. Even after turning into a demon, you're still thinking about these things. As for Chen Xiaoming, he was completely ignored by her.
Since the matter is perfectly resolved, I need to give Director Chen a call. Wait, didn't you call him old geezer? Mo said with a mischievous grin. Ahem, that was just in the heat of the moment. Director Chen is someone I've always admired. How could I possibly call him an old geezer? Jade hurriedly fled the shop. Brother Ling Chi, let me show you something good. Mo took out her phone and pulled up the shop's surveillance footage, which showed the exact moment Jade shouted old geezer. Send it to Director Chen, Ling Chi urged Mo. Since Chen wouldn't mind anyway, he decided to tease the two of them. I'd better not. Sister Zhang is so good to me I couldn't possibly sabotage her like that. Whoosh. Mo's phone was snatched away. Ha! I can't believe you actually checked the surveillance. Jade had returned at some unknown point. Why don't you make any sound when you walk? Where are your bells? The three of them chatted and laughed until it was time to clock out for the night. Today had been a day full of drama, and Mo had also heard some little-known stories. Ling Chi, you have to treat us to dinner today. It's not every day you reunite with your ex-girlfriend. She's my girlfriend, not my ex. Ling Chi emphasized loudly. Alright, girlfriend then. You're still buying dinner. Jade rolled her eyes. Did it really matter if she was a girlfriend or an ex? No problem, my treat. Is this the place? Why wasn't it arranged in Kyoto? The security there is much stronger than here. Zhao Guangyuan looked at the shop before him with some concern. After learning that Mo could enchant weapons to +50 and produce those kinds of effects, Zhao Guangyuan had been thinking of nothing but Mo. You think I didn't want to? But Mo wants to stay here and doesn't want to go to Kyoto. Then again, staying here isn't bad. At least there are fewer spoiled socialites. Otherwise, Mo wouldn't have a moment's peace. Chen had put more thought into it than Zhao Guangyuan. You have a point. If those reckless brats knew there was an enchanter like this, they'd probably harass her every single day. Come on, let's go inside and take a look. 2 days had passed since the demonic fluid contamination. Thanks to the treatment from the Eye of the Soul, the condition of all members was now under control. Chen Duo had even regained consciousness, showing no signs of demonic corruption whatsoever. It's fair to say that without Mo's Eye of the Soul, they would have all faced the risk of turning into demons. Ding Ling. Oh, Director Chen, what brings you here? Mo looked at Chen with a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected him to show up. Clearly, Mo had completely forgotten what Jade had told him. Director Chen. Director Chen. Ling Chi and Jade hurried over to greet him. Zhao Guangyuan stood to the side, scanning Mo from head to toe. He had always assumed that such a powerful enchanter would be someone in their 50s. He never imagined he would be so young. It was completely beyond his expectations. But this was even better. It meant Mo would be able to enchant equipment for a much longer time to come. Mo leaned in toward Jade. Sister Zhang, who is the guy next to him? He looks like he is about to eat someone. The way he was sizing him up felt like someone inspecting a pig at a market. He is the person who wants to collaborate with you, the director of the Kyoto Demonic Chi Treatment Center. He manages all the treatment centers across the country. His rank is only one level below Director Chen. Director Chen stepped forward quickly, shaking Mo's right hand with both of his, showing no signs of administrative arrogance. I really must thank you. If it weren't for the Eye of Enchantment you sent over, this mission would have ended in much more than just a simple failure. You're too kind. It was just a small gesture on my part. Mo scratched his head. He really hadn't put that much thought into it. After all, it was only an enchant 50, not 100. If it had been 100, he wouldn't have been able to help even if he wanted to. I came here mainly to thank you. You have no idea how perilous things were for us. A disaster gate actually underwent an evolution. That's something we've never encountered before. It wouldn't have been such a big deal normally, but who would have thought there would be liquid demonic chi? The gate's evolution was unexpected, but the risk hadn't increased that much. The only thing that truly exceeded expectations was the liquid demonic chi. Mo could only offer an awkward smile. What was the point of telling him this? He wanted to go, but he couldn't. Wait, that's actually perfect liquid demonic chi.
Director Chen, you said there was liquid demonic chi in that disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate, is it still there?
Yes, I'm here. That stuff is a nightmare to clean up. Even for a holy light awakened, it would take anywhere from half a month to a month to purge. If there's an excessive amount of liquid demonic energy, it could even take 2 or 3 months. Mo's eyes lit up. Here was the perfect opportunity. What about that plus 50 mind's eye? How fast can it clear liquid demonic energy? Quite fast. Actually, it's even more effective than the holy light awakened. Then how about we strike a deal?
Mo said, glancing at the information on his status window.
A deal?
At the mention of that word, Chen's eyes filled with wariness. He had heard a few stories about Mo from Jade, although those weren't exactly deals, they were essentially the same thing.
Before Chen could speak, Zhao Guangyuan couldn't hold back any longer. He hadn't come here to listen to Chen reminisce, he was here to collaborate. What kind of deal are you looking for? It just so happens I'm here seeking a partnership, so you can talk to me. As long as it's within my power, I can agree to it.
The deal I'm proposing is actually a form of cooperation after all. A partnership requires effort from both sides.
It's quite simple. I want to use the demonic liquid to produce a batch of weapons imbued with the demonic prefix.
I know you have them in your warehouse, but those are random occurrences.
I want targeted production.
As soon as Mo finished speaking, the room fell into a dead silence.
Ling Qi clutched his forehead, he just knew it. Jade looked at Chen and Zhao Guangyuan with a face full of sympathy. Now it's your turn to have a headache, she can finally relax for once.
Even if Chen hadn't come, Jade would have had to be the one to notify them in the end. After all, Jade couldn't make the call on something like this.
Zhao Guangyuan smacked his lips, this method was unheard of. Making weapons using demon liquid, is that even reliable? Chen, you'd better handle this.
I'm getting old, and I have a bit of a hard time accepting things that are too new.
Zhao Guangyuan shook his head. Both the demon-slaying army and the secret mobile unit were under Chen's control. If he didn't agree to it, no one else could do anything about it.
Well, it's not that others couldn't do anything, but at least he personally couldn't.
Chen felt a throbbing toothache. Only Mo could have come up with the idea of utilizing demon liquid. Any normal person would run for their life upon encountering demon liquid, let alone think of utilizing it.
He took a moment to organize his thoughts.
Mo, you have to understand that this entire incident was caused by the demon liquid. This shows just how lethal it is. It's not that I don't want to do it, but there's simply no way. Did he not want a plus 50 eye of the soul? Of course he did. But clearly, this thing wasn't going to be easy to get. Let me say a few words.
As the director of the Demon Chi Treatment Center, I have the most authority when it comes to demon liquid. If you're exposed to even a drop of this liquid demon chi, you'll fall into a coma instantly.
Compared to the gaseous state, its danger is on a completely different level. Your idea is truly difficult to realize. No matter how much Zhao Guangyuan wanted the Eye of the Soul, he couldn't trade human lives for it, could he? Mo's Eye of the Soul worked this time, but what if it was for an infection that had already spread through the entire body? What if it failed? This wasn't something he dared to gamble on.
Don't be in such a hurry, listen to me first.
I didn't say people should go empty-handed, right? Director Chen and Director Zhao, you both said that a plus 50 Eye of the Soul is incredibly powerful and can deal with demon liquid, right?
Mo remained calm and unhurried. I know what you mean, but that doesn't prove that this Eye of the Soul will necessarily have an effect on pure demon liquid.
It only works on people infected by it. Other tests haven't even begun yet. Mo waved his hand.
No, I'm not talking about a plus 50 Eye of the Soul. I'm talking about a plus 100 Eye of the Soul.
Plus 100. Chen thought of that Gatling gun. If it really was plus 100, it might actually be feasible. Zhao Guangyuan picked at his ear. What had he just heard? Plus 100? Plus 50 was already ridiculous enough, how could there possibly be a plus 100? Zhao Guanyuan didn't know the details regarding the Gatling gun. Though he was shocked, thinking back to the previous plus 50, it seemed almost reasonable. Reasonable, my foot.
He wasn't an enchanter himself, but he had several friends who were.
Enchanting became exceptionally difficult once you hit 10. He had finally managed to accept the concept of plus 50, and now you're hitting me with plus 100? Zhao Guanyuan's face was flushed, though he wasn't quite shaking yet. Mo, can you really enchant the mind's eye to 100? Mo nodded. They've seen it. It's just a pity it's completely useless, not even as good as the plus 50 version. Zhao Guanyuan's mouth twitched.
Listen to this guy saying a plus 100 is useless.
Forget plus 100, even a plus 51 would be slightly better than a plus 50. Brother Chen, agree to it. This is plus 100 we're talking about, it might actually work. Aren't there still criminals in that prison? Ahem, ahem.
Chen coughed loudly, and Zhao Guanyuan immediately shut his mouth. The two of them had discussed the prison matter on the way here. They planned to find some high-security convicts from the common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic prisons and have them handle the mind's eye to test the effects of the magic liquid. But such matters must be conducted in secret after all. This kind of experimentation violates the fundamental bottom line of human ethics. Had this been the early stages, speaking of such things wouldn't have mattered much. But now that things have reached a period of stability, engaging in such activities is somewhat untoward. Mo had no idea which prison they were referring to, he only wanted demonic chi weapons. We agree, but we will conduct the trials first. If they succeed, we will then manufacture the demonic chi weapons you mentioned. However, we aren't entirely sure if this specific type of weapon can be successfully created. Although demon-grade weapons are indeed caused by demonic chi corruption, the process involves a certain degree of randomness. As long as you've agreed. This time, I want level 50 iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson firearms. I also want accessories with intelligence bonuses, ideally iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson, but if that's not possible, iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson will suffice. As for iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson, Mo hadn't even considered them. There were only a handful of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson items in the entire country. One only had to look at Ling Chi's weapon to understand. As a Tier 8 member of the secret mobile unit and a special member that he was still using an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson weapon, not even an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson one. This showed just how rare iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson and iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson items truly were. As for armor, Mo had no specific requirements, he had no use for it for the time being. In truth, he only wanted weapons for self-defense. Regarding the matter of going to the gate, he hadn't brought it up in a long time and had no desire to. Whether he went or not didn't really matter anymore. As he enchanted more weapons, his leveling speed increased, and his point acquisition became even more rapid. Since things were going this way, why go looking for trouble? No problem, Chen agreed readily. They were just equipment. Even if the Kyoto Armory didn't have them, surely the armories in other provinces would? And weren't there plenty among the civilian squads? Chen and Zhao Guanyuan didn't stay long, they headed back after only 2 hours. Both Chen and Zhao Guanyuan had many affairs to attend to back in Kyoto. Brother Ling Chi, Sister Zhang. Don't you think I'm a genius? Custom producing demon-grade weapons on my own. The success rate will probably be very low, Ling Chi said, shaking his head. If it were high, the special warehouse wouldn't be filled with so many miscellaneous, failed weapons. Mo disagreed with Ling Chi's assessment. No, I believe the success rate will be very high. In fact, it's guaranteed to succeed. The two looked at Mo with confusion, he was being far too confident. Don't tell me you've forgotten about your girlfriend? Ling Chi rubbed his nose. How could he possibly forget? What does this have to do with my girlfriend? Jade caught on instantly. Are you saying that because the weapons they use are all demonic weapons, they must have mastered a specific method? Is that what you mean? Mo nodded. When they gave me the weapons, those demonic weapons didn't affect them at all.
This suggests that the demonic humans in that organization likely all use demonic weapons. But without a production method, how could they meet the demands of so many demonic humans? It was precisely for this reason that Mo thought of the demonic liquid. According to Ling Chi and the others, weapons within the gate can be tainted into demonic weapons, but the process is random. However, something with the concentration of demonic liquid wouldn't be random. There is a high probability it would become a demonic weapon. It's simply a matter of time. He had asked before if there was solid-state demonic chi, as a solid state might be even better. But apparently, the liquid state was the limit. After hearing Mo's explanation, the two felt it made a lot of sense. Mo, why are you so fixated on demonic weapons? Aren't common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic ones good enough?
It's not that I'm obsessed with this specific type, but the damage and additional attributes of demonic weapons are superior to those of common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic weapons.
Since they were all enchanted anyway, why wouldn't he want the best?
Other enchanters could only enchant a weapon to +10 or +14 before stopping. With only one extra attribute, common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic weapons were sufficient for them. But Mo could keep enchanting indefinitely, meaning the variety and quantity of additional attributes he could gain were much higher. Moreover, now that he possessed the refinement ability, the importance of those additional attributes had increased significantly once again. As long as he locked in the attributes he liked, he could re-roll the others through refinement. Ling Chi stroked his chin, understanding the logic. However, he figured only Mo could pull this off. It wouldn't work for anyone else. Demonic weapons were nothing to play around with. On the third day after Chen and Zhao Guanyuan returned to Kyoto, the phone call finally came. When will the +100 mind's eye be delivered? We can help you acquire the demonic weapons now. But first, you need to provide us with some +50 mind's eyes. Does 10 of them sound okay to you? Immediately upon returning to Kyoto, he had transferred 2 death row inmates from the common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic prison. He had them hold the +50 mind's eyes and walk around within half a meter of the liquid demonic chi. In the end, they even reached their hands directly into the demonic liquid. While they wore this mind's eye, the demonic fluid did not infect their bodies by spreading upward. Furthermore, by the time they removed their hands, the demonic fluid had already infected the point of contact, albeit only in a very thin layer. It was cleaned thoroughly within half an hour. However, this still indicated a certain level of danger. This was because one of the criminals experienced mental confusion while wearing the mind's eye, a consequence of weak willpower. But this also confirmed that the mind's eye was effective. At the very least, they didn't transform into a demon. With a +100 enhancement, let alone crafting weapons for Mo, it would even be enough to purify a pool of demonic fluid. 1 week later. Why is he here? Chen looked at Jade with an expression as if he were constipated. What am I supposed to do? Stop him from coming? If I didn't let him come, you wouldn't even be getting a +50 mind's eye, let alone a +100 one. Jade looked aggrieved. Mo's arrival wasn't just her doing. Even Ling Chi had tried to persuade him otherwise. But he insisted he was just coming to take a look and definitely wouldn't get involved. He's not planning to test some new weapon of his in the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gates, is he? No. That's a relief. Chen's heart immediately settled back into his chest. He's going to the Calamity base gates to watch you guys work. He's worried you won't craft the demon script weapons for him. Chen's mouth twitched. Were they really that kind of people? How could they possibly not make them? As long as he doesn't get involved, everything is negotiable. I'll have Chen Duo lead a team to stay by your side. His safety won't be an issue. As long as Mo didn't cause any trouble on his end, it wouldn't be a big deal. On the other side, Ling Chi led Mo to the special warehouse, looking at the glowing mind's eyes surrounding them. Are those weapons in here? Mo asked doubtfully, looking at the unremarkable warehouse before him. Yeah, nobody uses these weapons, so they're just tossed in here haphazardly. Upon hearing this, Mo reached out to push open the door. The gates were not locked at all, for no one would ever dare to touch these weapons. Don't open the door the moment it swings open, the accumulated demonic energy inside will come gushing out, Ling Qi hurriedly warned Mo.
He had no desire to be tainted by demonic energy.
Mo pulled the eye of the soul from his robe. I'm wearing this. I don't think any demonic energy can break through its protection. The plus 50 eye of the soul was the source of Mo's confidence.
Ling Qi withdrew his hand. Whatever floats your boat. Ling Qi, where is Mo?
Shen and Jade arrived at the scene.
There, isn't he right inside?
Inside the room, Mo was glowing as brilliantly as a light bulb, and the demonic energy accumulated in the room dissipated instantly upon contact with the light.
Shen watched Mo, who was bent over rummaging through the equipment, and his eyelid couldn't stop twitching.
Your goal isn't disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate, is it?
You're just here to scavenge.
Mo, we're heading to disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate in a bit.
Do you want to come? If not, we're leaving without you.
Shen wasn't worried about Mo's safety here after all. The place was crawling with members of the Demon Extermination Army and the secret mobile squad.
I'm coming. How could I not? Chief Chen, I have to say, your equipment here is honestly pathetic.
The number of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson tier weapons was far too low. Most were just blue or iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson. As for iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson, he hadn't seen a single one.
This isn't an armory, it's a special warehouse for demon-type weapons. Of course there's less equipment.
Since no one else could use them anyway, he actually wished there were even fewer things in here.
Fair point.
Unfortunately, Mo no longer felt any excitement toward common, superior, rare, epic, mythic equipment.
By the way, how did you guys manage to use that Gatling gun last time? Mo was still quite curious about that. After Jade returned, he had forgotten to ask. We utilized a forbidden artifact, otherwise, it would have been impossible to use. Forbidden artifact, yet another new term. What is a forbidden artifact?
A forbidden artifact can be seen as a type of special equipment, except unlike standard special weapons, it comes with certain side effects. If it weren't for the side effects, these people might not have been corrupted by the demonic fluid to such an extent.
Upon hearing this, Mo instantly became interested. Then can you give me a cursed tool? Shen really wanted to slap himself. Why did he bother explaining cursed tools? Now look what happened. It's not impossible to give you one, but only one, okay?
There are only about 100 cursed tools in the entire country right now, and only about 20 of them can actually be used. Not all cursed tools are usable. The side effects of some do not match their capabilities, and such items are usually sealed away.
It's fine, I'll pick one out myself when the time comes. He didn't necessarily want it for use, it could just be a decoration.
If Shen knew what he was thinking, he would have sent him back to Fengjing no matter what.
Following the main force, they arrived at the Calamity Gate.
Even before entering, Mo saw demonic energy overflowing at the entrance, a manifestation of the sheer abundance of demonic energy within. As they approached the gate, one mind's eye after another lit up, but one mind's eye, as bright as an incandescent bulb, stood out exceptionally. The person holding that mind's eye hurriedly put on prepared sunglasses, yet his eyes continued to tear up uncontrollably. In just those few short seconds, his eyes could no longer take it. As expected of a plus 100 mind's eye, this effect is simply invincible.
I'm truly curious how you did it.
If you had been born 50 years earlier, perhaps the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't be in its current state.
Chen looked at Mo with eyes full of hope.
He saw something called hope in Mo. Perhaps he was the one to break the current deadlock.
Mo shrugged, just intuition, what else could it be?
Shen shook his head and continued walking inside.
I have to say, that mind's eye really is perfect for this situation.
I wonder if that attribute is fixed or unique, Ling Qi remarked with emotion.
In his view, that mind's eye was practically made for this gate, or rather, made specifically for the demonic fluid. Who knows? I'm just an enchanter, not a prophet. Mo couldn't help but recall the attributes of that mind's eye. Mind's eye plus 100. Equipment level, none. Durability, 97/100. Additional, demonic chi barrier range plus 150 meters. Demonic chi purification speed plus 1500%. Demonic chi corruption speed 50%.
Special, concealment, monsters no more than 10 levels higher than the holder will not discover you.
Baptism, deals 3x purification effect to demonic liquid, duration 10 minutes cooldown, 24h.
It must be said, this is indeed a piece of equipment perfectly suited for this place. Fortunately, it was an active ability. Otherwise, Mo wouldn't have given it to them no matter what. If all the demonic liquid were washed clean, how would he manage? As soon as they entered the main gate, the demonic chi retreated one after another, as if encountering its natural enemy. For a moment, let alone demonic chi, not a single monster could be seen in their vicinity. Hey, this is the first time I've seen no monsters. Last time I came, those monsters weren't like this at all, Shen Duo remarked with a chuckle upon seeing the scene. He hadn't expected this thing to be so effective. Didn't this mean their demon exterminating army could just take this Eye of the Soul and close every gate at will? Of course, he was just daydreaming. If they dared to touch the energy body controlling this place, those monsters would stop them even if it meant certain death. They made their way to a low-lying area where, in the center, a pool of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson liquid sat. The area wasn't large, only about 100 square meters. However, these 100 square meters of demonic liquid were more terrifying than the demonic chi of the entire Calamity space combined. If all this demonic liquid turned into demonic chi, no one would ever be able to enter this space again. But clearly, this demonic liquid wouldn't all turn into gas at once. Alright, this is the place. Let's first test the effect of this Eye of the Soul. Shen stepped forward to lead the operation. Wait, I suggest you first use something to collect a portion of the demonic liquid and leave the rest here for now. Mo was worried the demonic liquid wouldn't withstand the purification process. If it was all wiped out, where would he get more? Without demonic liquid, how could he craft demon-type weapons? Shen nodded. He still had to take Mo's words into consideration. Accompanying them was Zhao Guanyuan, who carried a large 5-liter glass bucket marked with measurement scales. Using the plus 50 mines I previously provided by Mo, he personally filled the bucket with a full 5 liters of demonic fluid. Everything is ready. Let's try purifying it with that mind's eye. As the man approached, ripples began to form in the demonic fluid within the bucket. Even before the process formally began, purification had already started through the innate power of the mind's eye itself. Those standing nearby noticed the transformation of the fluid in the bucket and their eyes widened in an instant. Is this incandescent, lamp-like object really this effective? Unfortunately, the person holding the mind's eye couldn't see a thing even with sunglasses on. The light remained so blinding that he was forced to keep his eyes squinted. As he activated the baptism active ability, the process commenced. A pillar of light, 1 meter in diameter, descended and struck the bucket. Steam began to rise from the demonic fluid, which then started to churn like boiling water. The liquid level slowly began to drop. 5 liters. 4 liters. 5 minutes later, the liquid in the bucket had completely disappeared. Zhao Guanyuan took out a pen and paper and began to calculate. There are currently about 300-400 L of demonic liquid here. Based on this effectiveness, it can be completely eliminated in a month. Of course, that's assuming we only rely on the effect of this single Eye of the Soul. If we pair it with an Eye of the Soul magic circle, the purification could be finished in about half a month. Looking at the results of his calculations, Zhao Guanyuan's face was filled with excitement. This was demonic liquid, a problem that had been nearly impossible to deal with ever since its discovery. Is there any country in the world that can claim to have found a way to deal with demonic liquid? No. Not a single one. They could only rely on the Eye of the Soul to slowly eat away at it, and even then, at a snail's pace. Demonic humans aren't exclusive to the Dragon Kingdom. Every country has them. Some nations have even collapsed due to an excessive number of demonic humans. And now, their Dragon Kingdom has found a method, and this method's effectiveness has been proven. But that's just one part of it. The most important thing is closing the domestic disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gates. The number of domestic disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gates isn't large, but the manpower and resources required to close a single disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate is no small figure. The manpower cost mentioned here doesn't just refer to the number of people occupied, but to sacrifice. Death. No, you can't start the purification right now. Mo hurried forward. Don't get close. Stay back. Chen quickly blocked Mo. If anything happened to Mo, he would be finished. The upper management all knew about Mo now and treated him almost like a national treasure. If they hadn't been worried that their presence would cause unnecessary trouble, they would have wanted to meet his plane when Mo arrived. Fongjing had dispatched many covert units that the people of the Lingqi and Dongma army were completely unaware of. Fine, I won't get close. But you promised to craft level 50 iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic grade weapons for me. You can't break your word, otherwise you'll have to go into a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate to get them for me. Crafting this plus 100 Eye of the Soul had used up all the points he had recently struggled to accumulate, all for the sake of those demon prefix weapons. If this gets purified, there will be nothing left. Don't worry, I brought the weapons with me. There's no way I'd forget. A shotgun appeared in Chen's hand. Mo only quieted down upon seeing the weapon. Chen hurriedly handed the weapon to the man holding the new mind's eye, urging him to place it into the demonic fluid immediately. The man did not dare to delay. Although he didn't know Mo's identity, anyone who spoke with such authority must have a formidable background. He quickly submerged the weapon. As soon as the weapon touched the demonic fluid, it let out a sharp sizzling sound. After sinking to the bottom, the weapon released a few bubbles and then vanished from sight. Mo stroked his chin, doubting whether this method was actually effective. He walked over to Ling Qi. If you have time, why don't you ask your lover where their demon-grade weapons come from? Their organization has so many members, they must have a method. Although he had some reservations about the term lover, Ling Qi still voiced the doubt in his mind. Back then, when you told me to use your method, you weren't already planning for this, were you? Mo remained composed. How could that be? I did it for your own good. Really? Ling Qi looked at Mo suspiciously. It was well known that Mo usually showed zero interest in such matters. Of course it's true, how could it be false? Mo replied with an air of calm. Seeing Mo act this way, Ling Qi chose to believe him. Once I get back, I'll see if there's a channel to gather information. But don't get your hopes too high by now, they should have reached the border, or perhaps they've already left. Mo nodded. As long as contact could be made, there was no rush. Today's business was nearly finished, and since most tasks were concluded, it was time to return to Fongjing. There was an enchanter convention in Fongjing that he needed to attend. Iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson weapons were still very attractive. However, before leaving, he had to take the forbidden artifacts with him. Mo, honestly, forbidden artifacts are quite useless. How about I get you some iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson armor instead? Or maybe some jewelry of those grades? On the way to the forbidden artifact showroom, Chen tried every possible way to make Mo abandon the idea. After all, there were only a few functional ones left. Armor and jewelry, shouldn't you be providing those to me normally anyway? Besides, I want to see if these forbidden artifacts can be enchanted. Chen shook his head. Forget about enchanting. To this day, it has only been successful once, and that was only a +1. Enchanting a forbidden artifact is even harder than enchanting special equipment. You have to trust me. As long as there is a possibility of enchanting, I can make it happen. It would be somewhat unjustifiable to come all this way and not take something back. Unable to dissuade Mo, Chen had no choice but to lead him to the place where the forbidden artifacts were stored. You keep forbidden artifacts in a place like this? Mo pointed at the ordinary 3-story building before him. From every angle, this house looked like it had been standing for decades. Don't underestimate it, the security of this building is extremely formidable. As the heavy door was pushed open, a gust of stale, decaying air rushed out. Mo waved his hand, dispersing the dust floating in front of him.
Pa. Director Chen, if you don't want to give me anything, just say so. There's no need to treat me like this. Chen smiled and pressed a button on the wall.
Instantly, the entire room transformed, shifting from a dust-covered, dilapidated space into a room lined entirely with metal.
One of the guards here is an 8th-tier illusionist. If an outsider enters, they will lose their way in the illusion array and ultimately be executed by the security personnel.
They made their way to the 3rd floor, passing through 6 sets of heavy gates. Go on, head inside and take a look, but you can only take one, Director Chen emphasized. It would be fine if he took something they didn't use, but if he took something vital, it would be a real loss for them. The effects of these forbidden artifacts were surprisingly powerful. Mo pushed open the door, and a showroom appeared before his eyes, with various items displayed on the shelves. There were large items like spears and cellos, and small items like ashtrays and lighters. Mo even spotted a pack of cigarettes.
Mo went straight to the cigarettes and picked them up casually. Lucky cigarettes. Quality, forbidden artifact. Level, none.
Effect, each cigarette increases luck by 10 points for 3 minutes.
Price, 1 month of bad luck. Mo.
What total garbage. Next, he picked up a lighter. The false lighter.
Quality, forbidden artifact. Level, none.
Effect, once ignited, no one will be able to discover you.
Cost, reduces lifespan by 1 hour per second. Are the effects of forbidden artifacts always this bizarre?
Chen replied with a look of helplessness, they really are all this strange, but some side effects are actually manageable. The ones that aren't just sit here gathering dust, otherwise, they would have been deployed elsewhere long ago.
Mo put down the lighter in his hand and began searching around. Which forbidden artifact do you use to operate that Gatling gun? What are you planning? Chen looked at Mo warily.
That item was useless before, but with Mo's plus 100 weapon, it had instantly become valuable. He couldn't let him take it away.
Look at you. I'm just taking a look. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't be able to use it. Mo looked at Chen, speechless. Was it really necessary to be this guarded? It's just a forbidden artifact.
Chen took down an iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson conch from the innermost shelf. Yo, it's even got that luxury gold color. You guys are quite interesting.
Mo took the conch into his hands.
Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson.
Quality, forbidden tool. Level, none.
Effect, within the range covered by the light, one person can be designated to receive the energy of everyone else, and their upper limit will be increased cooldown, 1 month. Cost, all attributes of those within the light 80%, weakness for 72H. Mo shook his head. It really was a bit of a white elephant, only usable once a month. If it could be used once a day, he might have found a way to take it and play around with it for 6 months or a year.
But now? Forget it. Mo looked at the other forbidden tools. After scanning the room, not a single one caught his eye. He looked at Chen suspiciously. Director Chen, you didn't hide the good stuff beforehand just because you knew I was coming, did you? How could that be? It's just a forbidden tool. I wouldn't go as far as hiding it.
Even though they are called forbidden tools, they aren't all good things.
Then how are these things formed? I don't know.
Chen shook his head. The places where these things are found are bizarre. Some were found outside a gate, some in unknown locations, some inside a gate, and some fell along with a gate. There are all kinds, and no one has been able to figure out the underlying principles. If they knew the patterns behind the appearance of forbidden tools, they wouldn't have so few of them. Upon hearing this, Mo lost interest in searching for forbidden tools himself. They weren't as practical as magic script weapons. He casually picked up a necklace from the shelf, and seeing the text displayed, he couldn't help but rub his chin. This one seems somewhat useful. Crystallization of Wisdom. Quality, forbidden tool. Level, none. Effect, intelligence plus 2 value doubles for every enchant level.
Cost, Constitution 100x enchant level, until it reaches 0. Cost? You call this a cost?
Perhaps it would be a cost for others, but for Mo, it wasn't a cost at all. Because he had no constitution to speak of the moment he enchanted to +1, his constitution would drop straight to 0, but that didn't matter. With so many people protecting him, did he really need to care about his constitution? What he wanted was intelligence. As long as his intelligence was high enough, he could utilize all sorts of weapons. Beneath the status window of this weapon, there was a line of small text. If you seek wisdom, discard those useless muscles. The sage. Mo's lips twitched. This was taking things to an extreme. Director Chen, I'll take this one. Chen looked at the equipment in his hand with a face full of surprise. This is the most useless prohibited artifact. You must realize that prohibited artifacts are extremely difficult to enchant. And even if the enchantment succeeds, the side effects are massive. Mo shook his head. Are you going to withdraw Ling Qi and the others? Will my life be in danger here in Fongjing City? Of course not. Unless he had gone mad. There you have it. So, what use is this side effect to me? Whatever makes you happy. Chen was left speechless. But enchanting a cursed artifact? Why did that sound so unreliable? Even if Mo could enchant magic script weapons or special weapons, a cursed artifact was a different story entirely. Mo thought back to the attributes he had just seen. Surely Chen wouldn't expect him to enchant such things. The enchanting forge materialized behind Mo, and he tossed the necklace inside. After that, Mo suddenly realized a problem. This thing didn't seem to have a corresponding enchantment stone. Crystal of Wisdom. Success rate, 21.11%. Proceed with enchantment? No wonder it couldn't be enchanted. With an initial value of only 20%, success was practically impossible. It would be pure luck. But could it work without an enchantment stone? Director Chen, what kind of enchantment stone do you use? Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchantment stone. Give me one. Director Chen called someone over and handed an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchantment stone to Mo. Maybe we should just forget it. Even with an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchantment stone, it's probably useless. Mo didn't say a word. He took it and placed it directly inside. Looking at the updated numbers, his eye began to twitch uncontrollably. Is this even logical? Crystal of Wisdom. Success rate, 21.12%. Proceed with enchantment? Is this logical? Is this even reasonable? Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchantment stone 0.01%. How could it be this ridiculous? Mo thought for a moment and casually tossed another iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson enchantment stone in. Fine, the success rate increased by another 0.01%. It seemed these enchantment stones were completely useless. Mo tentatively clicked enchant. Consuming 7,887 points. Alright, the price is fair enough. But it's just not right this way. If it's not working out, let's just forget it. We've called in many enchanters. It's actually quite normal for an enchant to fail. Shen didn't want Mo to be discouraged over an irrelevant piece of equipment. It was already an item with a very low success rate, so why bother? How could that be allowed? Mo wouldn't be defeated by something like this. There must be a way to solve it. And so, system, how can I increase the success rate for forbidden artifacts? Host can try using multicolored enchantment stones. Enchantment stone. He had never even heard of such a stone. Mo looked at Chen. Director Chen, have you ever seen a multicolored enchantment stone? Chen looked at Mo suspiciously. How do you know about multicolored enchantment stones? Mo's eyes lit up. So that means you definitely have them, right? I don't need many, just give me 100. Shen's mouth twitched. There are only a little over 900 in existence in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and you're actually asking for that many. It's impossible to give you that much, 20 at most. Don't be so stingy. You have over 900. Giving me 100 won't hurt you. No, 20 at most. It's not that I don't want to give them to you, but we really have a use for these things. The production rate of multicolored enchantment stones is extremely low. They only exist within the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates.
We only get about 100 per year.
Enchantment stone disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine. Thus, products from the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates are not found among the public. They are all held by the state.
No, these stones aren't useful to you guys anyway, are they? It's just a stone, right?
In Mo's view, a multicolored enchantment stone could at most increase the success rate by 30% to 40%, which wouldn't be very useful for those enchanters. No, they are very useful. One of these stones can be said to increase the success rate by almost 80%. Speaking of this stone, Chen was quite proud.
Ah. Doesn't that mean your number of high enchant weapons is actually quite large? No, it's still low. After all, it's not 100%.
Chen glanced at Ling Qi and Jade beside him. It didn't really matter if they knew these things. Actually, our number of plus 16 weapons isn't small. We've accumulated about 60 over the years.
But you have to understand how many weapons it took to get that many.
Roughly speaking, it took about 1,000 weapons above level 90, with the lowest qualities being iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson, common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic. It wasn't that they didn't want to keep going, but the cost was simply too high. What we have more commonly are plus 15 weapons, of which there are about 400.
Hearing this, Mo became puzzled. Since you already have so many, why do you still need to buy high enchant weapons from me?
Chen's face turned bitter. Stones are hard to obtain, and weapon enchantment failures are constant. These are all problems. With 100 stones a year, we'd be thanking our lucky stars if we could produce a single plus 16 weapon in that time. These weapons are the accumulation of years, not something produced all at once.
But Mo was different. He could achieve a plus 16 almost every single time, or even plus 20 or plus 50. They simply weren't on the same level. In that case, wouldn't these rainbow enchantment stones be even more useless to you?
Just give them directly to me, and I'll provide you with plus 16 weapons.
Wouldn't that work? Deal. Chen's bitter expression instantly transformed into a beaming smile.
Mo blinked several times, feeling as though he had been played.
Are you scamming me? How can you call this a scam? The country hasn't mistreated you in the slightest.
Whether it's money or security forces, we've never skimped on you.
We even wanted to grant you status, but you turned it down, didn't you? This is a trade, exchanging rainbow enchantment stones for enchanted weapons. Although Chen's reasoning sounded sound, why did Mo feel like something was off? Then how do you plan to trade?
50 enchantment stones for 1 plus 16 weapon. Normally, it would take roughly 100 stones to forge a plus 16. By trading at 50 stones, Chen was definitely getting the better end of the deal. In any transaction, one must ask for a high price and allow for haggling. There has to be some room for negotiation.
No way, it has to be at least 80 stones. Mo thought for a moment and offered a figure. Deal. Mo. Deal.
The speed of the agreement was far too fast. This must have been planned all along.
Sister Zhang, is your director Chen bullying a kid who just reached adulthood? Jade glanced at Chen, then back at Mo.
Well, Mo, I can't help you with this, or Director Chen might start making life difficult for me.
Although Jade didn't mention the price, she indirectly expressed her stance. Hey! How is this a scam? Mo quoted the price himself and I agreed. Isn't this just a normal business transaction? Chen protested, acting as if he were being accused of bullying someone.
Mo shook his head while sighing, I've fallen in with the wrong crowd. Brother Ling Qi, help me contact your close friend.
Ask them what the demon race site can offer. I'll go be an enchanter for them.
Of course, he was just joking. The demon organization sounded like bad news just from the name alone.
Mo, is it possible you're looking at it this way? It's just enchantment stones, right?
Think about it, you usually enchant our gear anyway, and we pay you for it. Consider these stones as a little something extra on top.
I suppose that makes sense. Ultimately, Mo left Kyoto carrying 100 stones and a forbidden artifact. Once Mo had departed, Chen made his way back to the administration building and entered the Council of Elders' office. Has Mo left? Yes, he's gone.
Everything has been arranged in Fengjing. There's no need to worry about his safety, Chen replied, his expression turning deadly serious.
He seemed like a completely different person from the one just moments ago. Good.
In addition to the guards, deploy the intelligence group as well.
I want a full breakdown of the local situation.
Every potential threat must be nipped in the bud. We cannot afford even the slightest risk. The elderly man sitting at the head of the table spoke with a solemn air.
The power Mo possessed no longer represented just himself, it represented the strength of the entire nation. Mo, do you remember that you have an enchanter convention to attend?
Ling Qi pulled an invitation from his drawer. The date was set for tomorrow.
If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten.
Since returning from Kyoto, Mo had been preoccupied with studying the crystal of wisdom in his possession. The effects of the rainbow enchantment stone are incredibly apparent. A single stone can increase the success rate by 40%, which is simply phenomenal. Furthermore, the most important point is that it can be used regardless of whether the equipment is blue common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic, or if it is iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic grade. This rainbow enchantment stone can be used to enchant any of these weapons.
This is something other enchantment stones simply cannot compare to.
Other enchantment stones can only enchant their corresponding weapons and equipment. They cannot be used for lower grade items, nor can they be used for higher grade ones. Upon returning to Fengjing, Mo realized that Chen must have been lying to him back then. There were definitely enchanted forbidden tools, they just weren't in that room.
However, Mo didn't mind.
Whether they were enchanted or not didn't matter, as long as they were useful.
By the way, Brother Ling Qi, what exactly is this convention for?
He didn't understand much about the field of enchanters. After all, he relied on his cheat, not his own comprehension. He had never once researched anything regarding this series of matters related to enchanters.
Beside him, Jade looked at Mo with a face full of confusion. Aren't you an enchanter yourself?
Don't tell me you've never read the basic knowledge regarding enchanters.
If he hadn't studied it systematically, then his situation would need to be re-evaluated.
It would mean that his method of enchanting was self-created.
Would that mean Mo could potentially establish his own school of enchanting? The significance of that would be entirely different. I really haven't read them. I feel like I probably don't need those things.
The most important reason he didn't read them was that he was lazy. He really didn't want to waste too much time on such matters.
As expected of you, Mo.
You can think of the Enchanter Convention as an exchange meet. Of course, under normal circumstances, the protagonists are iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters, who mainly explain some basic knowledge. After that, it's a competition between the younger generation, and the winner gets to take home a prize.
It's as simple as that. As expected, it sounded boring.
If it weren't for the fact that an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson weapon was being offered there, Mo really wouldn't have wanted to go.
If an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanter, win, do you think they'll withhold the prize? Probably not.
After all, the quality of something used as a prize might not be that exceptional, Jade said, shaking her head. Even though this was just an exchange meet hosted by a single city, it shouldn't come to that. The next day, Mo brought Jade and Ling Qi to the location where the exchange meet was being held.
Aren't Brother Tai-sun and the others coming?
The other members of Ling Qi's squad were not with them.
They've already arrived ahead of us.
You don't need to worry about your safety. Ling Qi assumed Mo was concerned about his own well-being.
No, I'm not worried about my safety. Mo had full confidence in Ling Qi and his team.
If even Ling Qi and the others couldn't protect him, he had his own ways to make an escape.
Is everyone here? A burly man asked in a low, booming voice. Don't worry, boss. The invitations have been sent out.
We told them the prize is an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic grade weapon.
They'll definitely show up. 10 of clubs, are you certain this is foolproof? A masked man sat in a chair, idly fiddling with a dagger in his hand. Jack of clubs, do you still not trust my handiwork? 10 of clubs looked at Jack of clubs with dissatisfaction. Jack of clubs shrugged. It's not that I don't trust you personally, it's that I don't trust anyone in the number series. There were 5 people in the room, 3 standing, 1 sitting, and 1 lying on the bed in a deep sleep. What do you plan to do with this guy? Kill him? Jack of clubs pointed at the man on the bed. He has to die, of course, but not just yet. I've already prepared the chemicals. Once we pump them through the ventilation system, everyone in this hotel will be dead. 10 of clubs looked at Jack of clubs with a cruel glint in his eyes. Jack of clubs narrowed his eyes. I suggest you stop looking at me like that, or you're a dead man. Humph. Let's go. 10 of clubs led the other 3 out of the room. Left alone, Jack of clubs sighed softly. What have I become lately? This is such a drag. An iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson spatial rift appeared, and a figure tumbled onto the floor. MMPH. MMPH. The figure was bound in iron chains, their face contorted in terror. Jack of clubs, I didn't want it to be like this, but someone forced me to come here. I had no choice. Shen Lu, what's that supposed to mean? You don't want to do your job? Chen Tian stepped out from the portal. Of course I don't. We were right at the border about to leave, and you insisted on coming back. Are you trying to work me to death? Chen Lu was fed up. God only knew how much time and energy he had spent opening all those portals. Fortunately, reopening a portal to the same location consumed significantly less energy and focus, though he certainly couldn't let Chen Tian know that. Humph. You don't look worked to death to me. Stop complaining and let's go find Brother Ling Chi. Brother Ling Chi, Brother Ling Chi. All you ever think about is Brother Ling Chi. Women in love were truly terrifying. All he wanted now was to get back to headquarters and never be on a squad with this woman again. Let's go. They're likely downstairs. What about those clubs? Are we just going to leave them be? To give to Brother Ling Chi as a credit, of course. Don't you even understand that? Chen Xiaoming curled his lip behind her. Ever since she met Ling Chi, it had been Brother Ling Chi this and Brother Ling Chi that all day long. He was totally over it. The 2 of them walked out of the room and locked the door from the outside. As for the Jack of clubs on the floor, he had already lost consciousness. In the exchange hall, Mo sat in a corner with Ling Chi in the other. In front of Mo sat 3 plates, one with 2 steaks, one with small cakes, and the last one containing half a lobster. As for Ling Chi and Jade, they only had 1 plate each in front of them. Why aren't you guys eating? You go ahead. I'm on a diet. This is enough for me. Ling Chi's plate only had a single steak on it and nothing else. Mo looked at the 2 of them with disdain. Are you guys trying to maintain your image? Why wouldn't you eat when there's food? Anyway, I'm hungry. Compared to the others who were only eating symbolic amounts of food, Mo was letting loose and feasting heartily. It wasn't that Mo lacked sophistication, he simply disliked wearing a mask of hypocrisy. He had spent a while listening to those people outside just now. Something about the double pressure enchantment method, the single pressure enchantment method, the physical cycle method. A bunch of fancy terminology where the effectiveness relied entirely on lip service. As long as it was spoken by an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanter, people would clap and cheer. If it came from an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson and iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanter, they would find all sorts of faults with it. It was utterly boring. He even suspected that the rewards for this event were already rigged. The situation was much like Mo had expected. After the conference began, the lowest-ranking people to take the stage were iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson enchanters. But their treatment wasn't actually much better than that of the iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson. At most, the mockery wasn't as severe. Whenever an iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson went up, the cheers were deafening.
People crowded toward the front, striving to hear more of their experiences.
Meanwhile, Mo sat in the back, eating away. Not interesting at all. It's not even as fun as running my business. Mo shook his head and casually ate a small cake. Ling Chi didn't think Mo was uninteresting at all. He had been eating since they arrived. Don't you think you've eaten a bit too much by now? Mo, however, didn't really feel that way. Because he was wearing the crystal of wisdom around his neck. The first thing he did upon his return was to upgrade the crystal of wisdom to plus 50. Of course, his initial goal was plus 100, but the amount of points in his possession was simply insufficient. Even reaching plus 50 cost him over 300,000 points, and that was the result of him enchanting with extreme caution. Crystal of Wisdom plus 50. Quality, Taboo Artifact. Level, None. Effect, Ascension, Intelligence Plus. Duration 3H. Value doubles for every enchantment. Level 7D cooldown. Storage, can convert food into constitution with no upper limit. 10 constitution per day. Cost, constitution 100x enchantment level, until it reaches 0. The intelligence value was no longer displayed because the number was simply too massive, and the side effects had already vanished for now. However, Mo did not show this taboo artifact to anyone in everyone else's eyes. This item couldn't possibly be enchanted successfully anyway, and even if it were, it would only reach plus 2 or plus 3 at most, making it largely useless. With this in his possession, he would no longer fear the appearance of equipment like that plus 100 weapon from last time. But a problem had still arisen. When he enchanted it to plus 20, the intelligence boost turned into an active skill. This meant he could only use it once a week. If only he had known, he would have stopped enchanting at plus 19. Brother Ling Chi. Hearing the familiar voice, the three of them turned around simultaneously. In the shadows of the corner stood Chen Xiaoming and Shen Tianyi. Mo and Jade did not move, giving Ling Chi some space. What are you doing here? Didn't you go abroad? Facing Ling Chi's question, Chen Xiaoming explained speechlessly, it's all because of this lady of yours. She ran into someone from our organization and insisted on coming to take a look, saying she was worried about your safety. Chen Xiaoming. Don't force me to slap you at my happiest moment. Behind Shen Tianyi, the demonic energy of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson solidified and aimed at Chen Xiaoming, causing the nearby temperature to drop significantly. Chen Xiaoming hurriedly ran to the side. Wait, why did that just sound so strange? He quietly crept back once more, believing that with Ling Chi here, his safety was well guaranteed. And where is your other teammate? Send him away. We said we were coming to help. Don't talk about that now. The person hosting the convention on stage is from our organization, and the real one is currently in a room upstairs. They're planning to use a drug to poison everyone in the entire building to death. Ling Chi's pupils constricted. This ruthless? Then where are they? He. Don't worry, I've already taken those guys down. Their arms and legs are broken. Except for this one, I didn't touch him, leaving him for you to deal with. Chen Tianyi placed a glass bottle containing a blue liquid into Ling Chi's hand. I've given you the stuff. Chen Xiaoming and I are leaving now. With a smile on her face, Chen Tianyi grabbed Chen Xiaoming by the collar and started heading out. Looking at the vial in his hand, Ling Chi was a bit dazed. Was it over just like that? Tianyi, Mo asked me to find out where your demon script weapons came from. He thought it would take a long time to fulfill the task Mo had assigned him, but he hadn't expected it to be resolved the moment he returned. Oh, those weapons? I don't know. Ling Chi looked at Chen Tianyi. Yes, this was still the person he knew. The main reason was that this matter had been resolved so well that it didn't quite fit Chen Tianyi's character, making him feel a sense of unfamiliarity. If Ling Chi knew that everything had been directed by Chen Xiaoming, he wouldn't have had so many conflicting thoughts. Demon script weapons can be crafted using demon fluid. As for the exact process, I'm not sure, but it's definitely related to the fluid, Chen Xiaoming chimed in. Although being held by the collar was a rather undignified posture, since the other party had asked, it meant they needed information in this area. Ahem, you did well, so I'll forgive you. Chen Tianyi let go of his hand.
As long as she could help her brother Ling Qi, she could be the bigger person and let bygones be bygones.
I really appreciate that. Let's go. We should head back to headquarters now, shouldn't we? Let's go. Chen Tianyi turned around and waved her hand, then followed behind Qin Xiaoming as they left the hotel.
Looking at the little girl who once needed his protection, she was now the one protecting him. Ling Qi stood rooted to the spot in a daze. She had come back because she was worried about his safety. When would he be able to protect her again?
Big brother Ling Qi, still looking? They've been gone for 2 minutes. Mo and Jade stood on either side of Ling Qi.
Jade, notify the garrison force.
The members of Tianyi's organization are right here.
They've already been dealt with by her. Arrest them and interrogate them immediately.
Ling Qi walked while contacting Tai Sin and the others via walkie-talkie. He arrived at the side of the podium and blocked the door.
Standing on the stage, the 10 of clubs glanced at Ling Qi without the slightest concern. The disguise equipment he was wearing was something he had obtained from the Ace of Spades. There was no way it could be seen through. Jade also contacted the garrison force members, who had been waiting near the hotel all along.
As soon as the call went through, the personnel arrived in less than 3 minutes.
They searched every floor and found these 3 individuals in one of the restrooms. In the upstairs lounge, they found another demon and the unconscious enchanter.
Report. All criminal suspects have been apprehended.
Mo, who was watching the stands, was startled by the voice beside him. On the stage, the 10 of clubs also spotted the men dressed in garrison force uniforms.
He couldn't help but wonder if his plans had been exposed.
But it shouldn't be possible. Everyone involved this time was supposed to be reliable, and no information had been leaked.
They were all demons who couldn't survive in human society anyway, so who would expose themselves? Slowly, he began to realize something was wrong.
Standing among the crowd below were several people who were clearly not enchanters. He narrowed his eyes as demonic energy leaked from his body, and a pair of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson bat-like wings extended from behind him. In an instant, several energy arrows pierced through his wings and pinned him to the wall.
It's over. Those are the demon-quelling arrows, the standard issue equipment of the demon-quelling army. You are under arrest. Please come with me.
A tall, thin woman with purple hair walked in from the main entrance. Looking at the man pinned to the wall, Mo winced.
That looks painful.
This woman speaks so gently, but she's truly ruthless when she makes a move.
That woman is named Xiang.
She is the captain of a demon-slaying army squad sent to Fengjing by the higher-ups. Don't be fooled by her pretty face. She is a genuine powerhouse at Tier 9, Level 1.
Jade was full of wariness towards Xiang.
She hadn't notified the demon-slaying army about the situation here, so why did this squad show up? Up ahead, the members of Ling Qi's squad, who had been preparing to make the arrest, also looked at the newcomers in confusion.
Why were they here? Xiang, this area is the responsibility of the secret mobile unit. Ling Qi, this is a deviant. Deviants have always been the joint responsibility of our 2 units.
Xiang looked at Ling Qi with a smile, seeing absolutely no issue with her intervention in this matter. Ling Qi wanted to retort but found he had no grounds to do so. Originally, guarding the deviant prison had always been the duty of the secret mobile unit.
However, in the newest deviant prisons, whether low risk or high risk, both units were now jointly responsible. What Xiang said was technically correct.
But the current situation involved Mo, which changed things.
However, your mission is to prevent external threats to Mo from occurring, not to handle internal incidents.
Leave this kind of thing to us. There's no need for you to interfere. Xiang extended her right index finger and wagged it back and forth. No, no, no. I believe we should cooperate fully.
Wherever Mo is located, safety is the top priority.
Xiang waved her hand, and her squad members stepped forward to yank the 10 of clubs off the wall, leaving the wings stuck behind. Then, a pair of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson handcuffs was snapped onto the target's wrists.
Beep. The red light on the handcuffs flickered to life. It's done, boss. Take them away and hand them over to the garrison force. Ling Qi looked at Xiang speechlessly. Is this really necessary? You're handing them over to the garrison force anyway. Does it make a difference if we handle it?
He had thought Xiang would take this deviant directly back to Kyoto, but in the end, she was just giving them to the garrison force.
You don't understand. Xiang turned and began walking toward Mo. Holy crap! Your real target isn't the prisoner at all. Ling Qi finally realized that Xiang was here for Mo.
Xiang's squad had been dispatched to protect Mo after Ling Qi's arrival, but they were usually stationed throughout the city and didn't stay close to Mo. But ever since she learned about Ling Qi's weapon and the weapons Mo had provided to Kyoto, Xiang had grown impatient. But since they never met, there was nothing they could do. It wasn't as if they could just show up at his doorstep.
This was the perfect opportunity to approach Xiang.
Jade stood in front of Mo, eyeing Xiang warily.
She knew a thing or two about this woman. Xiang was straightforward and never cared about what others thought of her. Hello, Mo. I'm Xiang, captain of the Demon Slayer squad. It's a pleasure to meet you. Xiang offered her right hand with a smile.
Mo reached out and shook her hand, still trying to figure out exactly what was going on.
Now that you've been introduced, shouldn't you be heading back to your post? Jade suddenly interjected. Xiang glanced at Jade. This is my first time meeting Mo. How could I leave so soon? She's right, Sister Zhang.
Besides, she did just step in to take down that demon.
Mo also felt that Jade was being a bit too tense.
Jade shot a look at Mo, then grabbed Xiang and pulled her away toward a distance.
Xiang didn't resist and followed her lead. What are you trying to do? Ling Yu, we're best friends, aren't we? Why are you being so defensive with me?
I'm defensive precisely because we're friends. Everyone knows what you're like.
But remember, Mo is officially registered at the top. Watch your words. Xiang chuckled.
Ling Yu, I know how to read the room, don't worry.
And of course, I'm not here to take your place.
I couldn't do what you do. I'm much better suited for combat.
Jade rolled her eyes. If you actually could take my place, that would be a relief.
I haven't had time to go for an upgrade in ages.
Well, you can rest easy then, because I wouldn't do it even if it killed me.
I came here because I want to ask Mo to help upgrade the weapons for my squad.
So that was it.
It seemed she had overthought things.
Jade breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't anything else, she was fine. In the distance, Mo and Ling Qi stood together. Brother Ling Qi, why does Sister Zhang seem so nervous? What's the deal with this Sister Xiang? Sister Xiang?
He hoped Mo would still have the guts to call her that in a moment anyway. He certainly didn't.
I'm not very familiar with Xiang, but I've heard stories.
She's incredibly strong, but very blunt in her speech and action. She's been reported more times than I can count. I remember once a gate appeared in the city, and she leveled every building within a 2-kilometer radius.
Mo's eye twitched. What did that have to do with being blunt? That was clearly just an alarming desire for destruction. Even so, it shouldn't warrant this kind of reaction, right?
He had clearly seen the intense wariness in Jade's eyes just now.
That, I wouldn't know. Although our units all fall under the same department, there isn't actually much interaction between us. We all handle our own missions.
Never mind the Hidden Maneuver Squad and the Demon Slayers. Even within the Hidden Maneuver Squad itself, members weren't necessarily familiar with every other team.
Soon, the two women walked back. Though Jade's expression remained serious, it was much better than before. Mo, there's something I'd like to ask your help with. Don't be a stranger. If it's within my power, I'll definitely help. Do you think you could help enchant the equipment for my squad?
Of course, we'll pay the full price, don't worry about that.
After Xiang finished speaking, she looked at Mo with an apprehensive expression. No problem.
Just come to my shop tomorrow.
He wondered what the big deal was, so it was just this.
In fact, what they didn't know was that Mo had never said he wouldn't help them enchant. He just didn't want to do too much enchanting for the higher-ups. After all, he needed some free time for himself.
However, in the eyes of Ling Qi and Jade, they considered themselves part of the national level, so they hadn't even thought about asking Mo for enchanting help. So, upon hearing that Xiang's request was granted, Ling Qi quickly looked at Mo. Then can the people in my squad get enchants too? Mo looked at Ling Qi strangely. Of course you can. When did I ever say you couldn't? I thought your team just didn't want any enchants. Ling Qi. He looked at Jade, and Jade looked back at him. The two of them looked up one after another. It seemed as if something had gone wrong somewhere. But regardless, the matter was settled, and for them, this was a good thing. The Grand Assembly ended just like that. In the end, I still didn't get any iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic weapons. Sitting in the shop, Mo was very dissatisfied with yesterday's assembly. Aside from having a meal, he had gained nothing at all, and had nearly run into danger at the end. If there aren't any, then there aren't any. I'll look for some for you when Sister Zhang has time to go back, Jade said, putting down the phone in her hand. Then can you get me an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic grade weapon? Mo suddenly sat up straight. I think yesterday's assembly was indeed quite mediocre, Jade said, picking up her phone again. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. You might as well just kill me. Ding Ling. Xiang, whom they had encountered yesterday, arrived with her team members. Mo, do you have time now? I do. Give the items to me, and I'll enchant them for you right now. What level are you planning to enchant them to? 20 will do. In truth, Xiang was still a bit apprehensive. One had to realize that even at the top, it was only level 20. As for level 50, she didn't dare think about it anyway. Before such weapons became widespread, she wouldn't make such a request. Xiang placed the weapon on the counter, and Mo picked it up. When he saw that bow, Mo's eyes lit up. It was actually a common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic grade longbow. Although it was only level 85, its attributes were indeed quite magnificent. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic +5. Equipment level, LV 85. Durability, 5155. Damage, 921-1108 plus 276. Additional, critical hit chance plus 50%. Critical damage plus 20%. Penetration plus 40. Agility plus 40. Special, explosive arrow. Energy arrows have an explosion radius of 5 meters, with bonus damage of 0.5 agility CD, 30s. So, can I ask if you can get more of these iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic grade weapons? Xiang shook her head. These weapons are very rare. With fewer than 100 in the entire country, they are very hard to come by. Such weapons are difficult to forge and aren't easily encountered. Getting this kind of weapon relies entirely on luck. Then what kind of materials are needed to forge weapons of this quality? It requires products from at least the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gates to forge them. But like I said before, they are very difficult to craft. Mo felt a bit disappointed. If only he were a blacksmith, wouldn't he be able to produce iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic weapons? But then again, weapons produced by a blacksmith might not necessarily be better than the ones he could enchant himself. Still, having special attributes right from the start was truly enticing. I'll go enchant these for you first. Brother Ling Qi, help me collect the payment 3 million per person. All right. Ling Qi pulled out a card reader and placed it on the table. Swipe away. Without waiting for the others to pay, Xiang covered the entire cost herself. Once Ling Qi went behind the screen, Xiang walked over to Jade. Why does Mo want common, superior, rare, epic, mythic weapons so badly? Didn't you tell him that all these weapons are already accounted for? I didn't, but I feel like telling him wouldn't have mattered much. I mentioned before that no one uses demon-type weapons and their appearance is random.
You see, he's even making demon-type weapons for himself. I just don't know if he'll succeed. But even if he does, he's the only one who can use them.
Xiang knew about this, but she didn't quite agree with Jade's perspective.
I think you've forgotten one thing, he's the one providing those plus 50 mind's eyes. If I didn't already have this common, superior, rare, epic, mythic weapon, I'd want to get a demon-type weapon and try it out myself.
Jade froze. That's right. The mind's eye.
The reason MO could use demon-type weapons was precisely because of that plus 50 mind's eye. But this is different from common, superior, rare, epic, mythic weapons. You said yourself that these materials are obtained from disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates. My concern is that once MO learns this news, he will head for the natural disaster gates. That was her true worry. They couldn't exactly send a whole team to accompany him every single time. There simply weren't enough people.
Xiang glanced behind the screen.
I don't think you have anything to worry about at all. I don't believe he'd ever put himself in a dangerous situation. With his current abilities, he could completely slack off and do nothing, and he'd still live a perfectly good life.
Xiang's words were certainly not wrong.
After all, given Mo's current situation, even if he only enchanted one weapon a week, the higher-ups would treat him like a god.
Every additional enchanted weapon represents a step forward in the country's strength.
Stop chatting for a second.
Listen, there's no sound coming from inside anymore.
Ling Qi had been keeping a close eye on the screen behind them. Normally, the sounds of MO's successful enchantments were quite frequent, but today, they had suddenly stopped.
This didn't make sense. After MO stepped behind the screen, the first thing he did was enchant Xiang's weapon. It had smoothly reached plus 20.
The reason he stopped was because something was wrong with the attributes. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 20.
Equipment level, LV 85.
Durability, 5155.
Damage, 921-1108 plus 733.
Additional, critical strike chance plus 50%.
Critical strike damage plus 20% plus 10%. Penetration plus 40.
Agility plus 40. Special, chain explosive arrows, continuously fires 10 energy arrows to form a circular arrow formation with an explosion radius of 50 meters.
Damage bonus, 5 agility CD, 5M.
That's right, the ability within the special attributes had changed.
This was something that had never happened before.
After all, the highest tier weapons he had enchanted previously were only iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic grade.
Even forbidden tools only possessed a single set ability. MO couldn't help but wonder, could it be because common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic weapons come with special attributes from the start, causing them to undergo changes during the enchantment process? Other than this explanation, MO truly couldn't think of any other possibility.
This once again ignited his conviction to acquire common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic weapons.
I wonder how things are going over in Kyoto now. It's been almost 4 days, hasn't it? Achoo! Achoo!
Still within that disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate, Chen rubbed his nose. I don't know why, but I suddenly started sneezing.
There hasn't been any flu going around lately, has there?
At our level, a common cold can't affect us anymore.
It's likely the influence of the demonic energy here. Zhao Guanyuan looked at the demonic liquid before him and spoke.
Today marked the 4th day the weapons had been placed in the demonic liquid, and the condition of the weapons remained unknown.
Fish one out and let's have a look.
The awakened wearing the plus 100 minds eye reached into the demonic liquid, the fluid sizzling and emitting smoke. A firearm was pulled from the liquid. Faint iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson patterns had already begun to surface on the weapon's body, though they were quite shallow.
It actually works.
It seems that organization really did use demonic liquid to craft these kinds of weapons.
Old Chen, you should find a way to trade for more mind's eyes from MO.
When the time comes, we could organize a squad using these weapons ourselves.
Chen shot a glance at Zhao Guanyuan. Do you think they're that easy to ask for?
If he could, he would, but he had to give the man some time to rest. While it was true that Mo's speed at enchanting weapons was fast, he hadn't reached a pace of dozens per day yet. If he truly asked, Mo wouldn't refuse, but he still had his pride. Let's use these first, and later we can trade him for them using demon script weapons. Or perhaps we could ask for fewer other weapons first and prioritize getting some mind's eyes. That's not out of the question either. Chen was also tempted by the effects of the mind's eye. But this was plus 100 equipment, not plus 50. One could look, but to expect to get this kind of weapon from Mo's hands was wishful thinking. Plus 50 was still a possibility. However, a great doubt lingered in his heart. How exactly did Mo do it? It wasn't that Chen didn't know any enchanters. On the contrary, he knew many. After all, his status was what it was. Even iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson tier enchanters had to show him respect, so he possessed at least some knowledge regarding enchanting equipment. The higher the enchant level, the lower the success rate. The lower the quality of the enchanter, the lower the success rate as well. But Mo's enchanting forge appeared to be of the iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson tier. Logically, enchanting to plus 9 should be about the limit. Unless his enchanting forge wasn't iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson tier at all, but a higher tier that had never been seen before. But it shouldn't have been like this. In short, there were simply too many things he didn't understand. However, Chen never delved too deeply into such matters, whether it concerned common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic tiers, or the fact that Mo had his own unique methods. As long as there was a higher output of enchanted equipment, that was enough. Being able to use this gear to conquer higher level gates was all that mattered. Xian Duo, coordinate the personnel. Take this plus 100 eye of the mind and head to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates. If it's feasible. Chen Duo nodded. Then I will arrange for a group of the demon-slaying army to head over tomorrow. Wait, I'm not finished yet. There are still so many demons in the high-security prison that haven't been dealt with. Zhao Guangyuan said, clearly displeased. As the director of the Demonic Qi Treatment Center, these demons were his most vital research subjects. Just stick with the plus 50 ones, they need them more than you do, Chen said, pointing toward Qian Duo. Zhao Guangyuan opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately accepted it with a sigh of resignation. Demons could be dealt with at any time, but if they didn't handle the gate now, they might never get another chance. Since even things like disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine evolutions had occurred, who knew what problems might arise if the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates remained open for too long? In short, their research on the gate had always remained superficial. After all, human resources were limited. Your equipment is ready. Take a look. In less than 2 hours, the weapons for Xiang's group had finished being enchanted. The part that took the longest was Xiang's common, superior, rare, epic, mythic grade weapon, not because of the enchant process itself, but because of what happened after it finished. Xiang took the weapon and nodded with satisfaction. She decided to shrink the defensive perimeter slightly, keeping it within a 2-kilometer radius of Mo. Even when Mo went home, they would guard his surroundings. The significance Mo represented was simply too immense. Thank you very much. With weapons like these, our strength will increase by another 20%. It's nothing, just a fair trade of goods for payment. Mo didn't think much of it, it was just a simple task for him. After Xiang left, Mo walked over to Jade. What is it? Jade looked at Mo with a wary expression. Please, let it not be about iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson weapons, they really didn't have any. Sister Zhang, you're really hurting my feelings acting like this. Mo was speechless. Was that really necessary? As long as you don't mention common, superior, rare, epic, mythic equipment, everything is negotiable. This single sentence completely shut Mo down. Mo turned his gaze toward Ling Qi. It's not that I won't help, but we really don't have any common, superior, rare, epic, mythic equipment left. Those were accumulated over many years, Ling Qi said, shaking his head repeatedly. He didn't dare take on that particular responsibility. If even Jade couldn't handle it,
asking a combatant like him to do it, isn't that just making things impossible for him? Sigh. Mo let out a sigh and lay back on the recliner, his face clouded with worry. Jade felt a pang of guilt. It's not that I'm refusing to find you iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson equipment, it's just that even the lowest tier pieces are at least level 85. Besides, you're asking for firearms, and those simply don't exist. After all, weapons are meant to be used by people, and the number of classes that use firearms is far too small, especially those who have reached level 85 and are eligible to join the Demon Extermination Army. Most iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic weapons are in the hands of the Demon Extermination Army. After all, their missions are different from everyone else's. High-quality weapons allow them to enhance their combat effectiveness and increase their chances of survival. Another small portion is held by the secret mobile unit, while the rest are distributed between the other two teams. However, those two teams combined might not even possess 20 such weapons. Level 85 isn't actually that high. Give me 2 years, and I'll definitely get there, Mo muttered softly under his breath. As long as he had enough time, he could ensure that every enchanter in the country used weapons he had enchanted. When that happened, his leveling speed wouldn't be slow at all. Ling Qi sat on a chair nearby, staring speechlessly at the ceiling. He felt personally attacked. But considering Mo's current level, it didn't seem entirely impossible. How much time had actually passed? Mo was already nearly at Tier 5. He remembered that it had taken him a full year back then just to reach Tier 5. Moreover, he was an enchanter. Could it be that enchanting allows for leveling up? But other enchanters hadn't leveled up either, they were generally only around level 20. It wasn't that they hadn't thought about leveling up, but rather that the benefits gained from doing so were simply too poor. These enchanters only leveled up to the 20s for a slight boost in physical fitness, allocating all the attributes they gained into strength and constitution. He remembered that the highest level enchanter seemed to be one of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson quality, who stopped after reaching Tier 4, level 2. They still allocated their attributes to strength and constitution, purely to make manual labor a bit easier. How about this? Once your level is up, I'll go speak with Director Chen. How about letting him research an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson grade firearm for you? But don't get your hopes too high. Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gates aren't that easy to deal with. Are you sure? Mo sat up straight. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson weapons come with inherent special attributes. If an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson weapon is further transformed into a magic script weapon, the attributes would increase even further. If only the manufacturing method for forbidden tools could be discovered. Mo shook his head. The possibility was too low. The patterns behind the appearance of forbidden tools were very chaotic, not as clear and distinct as magic script weapons. Of course I'm sure. Given your situation, it shouldn't be much of a problem. Mo stroked his chin. Then you're saying if we start crafting an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson weapon now, it should be finished by the time I reach Tier 8, right? Theoretically, yes, Jade nodded. 1 or 2 could be crafted in a year. Even if the success rate for firearms was low, one could still be produced every 2 or 3 years. If there were enough materials, crafting one within a single year wasn't impossible. Then do you think the higher-ups would give me a demon-quelling army squad under my direct command? What are you planning to do? Jade was somewhat curious. Even 2 fully equipped demon-quelling squads only consisted of 20 people. Such a small number was nowhere near enough to make a dent in a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. Just tell me if it's possible or not. Jade thought for a moment. 2 squads shouldn't be an issue. Currently, the Xiang squad is specifically responsible for your area anyway. It would just be a matter of adding 1 more team. Since you put it that way, then it's settled. Mo thought to himself, if it's just a lack of materials, I'll just go and farm them myself. He pulled out his phone and dialed Chen's number. The phone rang 6 or 7 times, but no one answered. Mo pulled the phone away to look at the screen. The name was indeed Chen, no mistake about it. Far away in Kyoto, Chen stared at the number on his phone with a conflicted expression, debating whether or not to pick up. Old Chen, what are you doing? Answer the phone, Zhao Guangyuan urged upon seeing Mo's name. You don't understand.
He usually never calls. When he does, there's bound to be trouble, and big trouble at that.
Zhao Guangyuan snatched the phone away and answered, Mo, what's the matter? Why are you calling? Mo listened to the voice that was both familiar and strange. Who are you?
Zhao Guangyuan let out a resentful sigh. I am Zhao Guangyuan, the director of the Demonic Energy Treatment Center.
Uncle Zhao.
Of course I knew it was you. I was just joking with you just now. Mo's voice was filled with awkwardness.
Zhao Guangyuan didn't mind. Mo, is there something you called about? Is the enchanting for the Eye of the Soul finished? I haven't started on that yet. Is the demon-grade equipment ready? You're asking me about the Eye of the Soul, but have you even prepared the weapon? As for the demon-grade equipment, Mo anyway.
He opened his status window. His level had actually reached Tier 5, and furthermore. That takes time, but it looks like it should be ready soon.
Could you give the phone to Director Chen? I have something to discuss with him. Old Chen, it's for you. You take it. Zhao Guangyuan handed the phone to Chen with a heavy heart. Why did Mo have to be so blunt? Could he not make the decisions? Did it have to be Chen? What? What do you need the demon slayers for? Didn't I already send a squad to you? Fine, no problem at all.
I'll send 2 more squads to you today.
If that's not enough, I'll even give you people from the secret mobile unit. Chen went from confusion at the start to beaming with joy. Zhao Guangyuan watched this transformation in stunned silence.
He had no idea when Chen had mastered the art of face changing.
After hanging up, Zhao Guangyuan hurriedly asked what was going on. Good news, great news.
He wants 2 demon slayer squads to go to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine zones to farm materials.
Zhao Guangyuan shook his head repeatedly. This won't do. The demonic energy inside is no joking matter. But Mo said all weapons will be enchanted, and plus 50 mines I will become standard equipment that the entire team will have later on. Zhao Guangyuan stared fixedly at Chen. You really are lucky. After Mo is done with this group of people, remember to let me use them. Chen had a look of smugness. Don't even think about it. That is equipment for our demon-slaying army. Chen, you old dog. Done. Mo hung up the phone with a happy expression. Mo, do you think I'd be a good fit?
Although my strength isn't great, I actually know quite a lot about materials.
Jade swallowed hard, approaching Mo to pitch himself. That was a full set of plus 50 equipment, plus the mind's eye.
Anyone who joined the team would get such a set of gear. This was a massive opportunity.
That won't work. Your level isn't even as high as mine yet. You can't use that equipment. Jade's face instantly turned bright red.
I'm already Tier 4 level 8, how could I possibly?
Sorry, I'm exactly Tier 5. Jade looked at Mo in total shock.
I'm 24 in Tier 4 level 8, yet you're 18 and already Tier 5.
Is this reasonable? Is it?
Ling Qi, who was standing nearby, pulled Jade aside and leaned in himself. Our team members are all at Tier 8. We've been to disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates. We have extensive experience.
It shouldn't be a problem for us to go, right?
When the time comes, I'll have Tyson act as your personal bodyguard. The allure of plus 50 was simply too great. Don't worry, brother Ling Qi, there will definitely be spots for you. After all, I'll be going as well, and there's no need to keep the shop open here.
The room went silent. Jade stopped thinking about the weapons. What? You're going in too? Does Director Chen know? Did he agree? Jade's tone was urgent.
The disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate, and the actual disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine zones were 2 completely different things.
He probably agreed.
Anyway, he didn't object on the phone just now.
Jade nodded. Wait, that's not right. You didn't mention that on the phone at all. No, I need to call Director Chen. Mo's safety had always been Jade's top priority.
Jade walked toward the exit, phone in hand.
Sister Zhang, Sister Zhang. However, Jade didn't stop and walked straight out the door.
Sigh, let's wait until she finishes her call.
Your safety is what matters most. Fair enough. But Brother Ling Chi, do you know how many abilities an enchanter has? Just enchant, I think. I've never heard of an enchanter having other abilities.
It's not like our combat or support classes, where a new skill appears every 10 levels.
Mo rubbed his chin while looking at the information in his status window. Name, Mo. Class Enchanter. Potential, B rank.
Level, Tier 5, level 00.04%.
Attributes, Strength, 24. Stamina, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9 plus 203. Stat points, 175. Skill Enchant. General skills, none. Socketing allows the embedding of runes into weapons to gain different abilities. To be honest, Mo didn't quite understand this skill. Wasn't this supposed to be a blacksmith's job? Why was it something an enchanter does?
Ling Chi suddenly realized something. Wait, don't tell me a new ability appeared after you reached level 50. If that was true, he felt sorry for those iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson enchanters. They were only 8 levels away. With a bit of time, they could have reached tier 5 too. Well, I did get an extra ability, but I've never seen the items it mentions.
What is it? Runes. The skill I got at tier 5 is socketing. It allows runes to be embedded into weapons and equipment to grant different abilities. In all this time, he had never even come across a rune. Ling Chi shook his head. I'm not sure either. You'd better ask Jade about this. She should be clear on the matter.
Outside, Jade was still unaware of Mo's situation, as she was currently on the phone with Director Chen.
What? He wants to go in too?
Chen nearly choked on his own spit. He had assumed only the demon-slaying army and the secret mobile squad would be entering. He never expected Mo to want in as well. Chen was in a bit of a bind because he knew that if he didn't let Mo in, everything Mo had mentioned earlier might never come to fruition. The plus 50 weapons, the plus 50 mind's eye. Yes, he wants to go along. He said with so many people protecting him, there definitely won't be any problems. He often has these strange ideas. My concern is that he might do something odd, like using demon fluid to create demon script weapons. Jade wasn't worried about his safety, but rather that some dangers didn't come from others, they came from Mo himself.
Mo, that's quite unnecessary. I value my own life more than anyone. Jade was overthinking things. Mo would never willingly put himself in harm's way. Just keep an eye on him. I can't exactly go back on my word now. If it comes down to it, just take him away by force at the critical moment so he isn't in there anymore. In the face of absolute power, resistance is futile. After hanging up the phone, Jade let out a soft sigh. Why is this mission getting harder and harder? Kids these days are just impossible to manage once they grow up. Jade missed the early days. She used to be so leisurely back then. How did things turn out like this after just 2 short months? Ding Ling. What are you two discussing? Sister Zhang, I can go, right? Mo looked at Jade apprehensively, genuinely worried that he might be left behind. He actually had a solution ready all along, the Crystal of Wisdom. With that, he could master any weapon with ease. Jade rolled her eyes. This is what you were discussing? Don't worry, you can go. However, if necessary, I'll have Ling Chi knock you unconscious and carry you away. Mo's eyes widened. Knock him unconscious? Was that really necessary? Wait, there's no need for that, right? If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. I value my life quite a bit. As long as you value your life, it's fine. Jade returned to her seat, and Mo leaned in closer. Say, Sister Zhang, do you know anything about runes? Runes? I honestly don't know much about them, but I can ask around for you.
On the third day, the two squads arrived in Fengjing. Chen Luo, I didn't expect to run into you here.
Fang Yu, I can't believe they sent you. What about the prison? Fang Yu waved it off. Don't worry about the prison.
2 new teams have taken over for us. The 2 squads made their way to Mo's shop.
This must be the place. I can't wait.
A pitch-black dagger appeared in Fang Yu's hand. Its blade was dull and void of light, a total abyss. He had fought hard for this opportunity. If someone hadn't tipped him off, he wouldn't even have known such a chance existed.
Same here.
Chen Luo gripped a staff topped with a white crystal. The two entered the room together, only to find another team already inside.
Yo, Ziyang, you're here too.
Well, I'm part of one of those teams as well. Now that you've arrived, everyone is here, Ziyang greeted the two with a smile.
We'll catch up later. I need to meet Mo first.
Mo's basic profile had already been distributed to the 2 squads.
Hello, Mo.
I am Chen Luo, captain of the 2nd squad of the Demon Slaying Army, a Tier 9 Level 5 space type awakened.
Hello.
With time types absent, space reigns supreme. The personnel dispatched this time were indeed formidable.
Hello, Mo.
I am Fang Yu, captain of the 2nd squad of the Secret Mobile Unit, a Tier 9 Level 4 assassin awakened.
Hello. Mo was a bit stunned. Why were they all Tier 9 awakened? Wasn't it said that Tier 9 awakened were rare? These two looked like they hadn't even reached 40 yet. Should I reintroduce myself then?
Seeing how formal they were being, Ziyang looked toward Jade. She knew that Jade handled most external affairs. As for Ling Qi standing nearby, forget it. Anyone who knew him knew there was no need to waste many words.
No need, I already know your information, Mo said, waving a hand. Mo found these overly formal occasions a bit hard to handle. Ling Qi stood to the side, minimizing his presence.
He hadn't expected that both teams would be from the 2nd squad. Whether in the Demon Slaying Army or the Secret Mobile Unit, a team's numerical designation represented their strength, and these rankings were updated every 6 months. The lower the number, the stronger the team. Teams numbered 1 through 5 were always responsible for the security around the capital, handling a vast array of high-priority projects. His own team was numbered 18.
While strong, they couldn't compare to these 2 squads. If I may ask out of curiosity, what about your ages?
Little brother, a girl's age is a secret.
But I can tell you, I'm 26 this year. Mo muttered under his breath, I'm not little at all. Chen Luo is 29.
Fang Yu is 29 years old.
Mo exclaimed in admiration, you're all geniuses, reaching beyond Tier 9 at such an age.
But I recall people saying Tier 9 individuals were rare. Why does it feel like there are so many of them now? Whether from news reports or real-life knowledge, he remembered that the number of Tier 9s in the entire country was only around 100, and all were supposedly long-established figures. The younger generation, meanwhile, had almost no Tier 9 awakened. There was even a program back then discussing awakened matters called the Lonely Generation.
That's just for public consumption.
Other countries are the same as us. Everyone hides their actual number of Tier 9 awakened, Chen Luo said, shaking his head. That is very typical of the Dragon Kingdom. Keep a card up your sleeve. Always keep a card up your sleeve for everything.
Mo had forgotten about this tendency. Ahem, regarding the situation here, I think everyone is clear. So I'll keep it brief. Weapons and the mines. I will be the first batch of equipment to be enchanted. Once the gear is enchanted, we head to the Calamity Gate.
Before these teams arrived, Mo had spent 2 days discussing this issue with Ling Qi and Jade. His point was that the higher the enchant level, the longer it takes, and the mental strain on him is significant. Of course, the most important factor was that he didn't have that many points. Calculating at 3,000 points per piece of equipment, 40 people would cost 120,000. So his plan was to handle the weapons and mines first, then enchant 1 or 2 more pieces every few days. This way, it would take about a month to finish the full sets. In truth, he didn't really want to enchant armor and accessories. To Mo, enchanting these for others provided him with no direct benefit. However, to obtain the materials for crafting iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson equipment, these sacrifices were necessary. Furthermore, Mo had no intention of returning these 4 teams to Chen, at least not at the current tier. Since he didn't know when he might need these teams again, it was better to keep them for now. Over the next 3 days, Mo put up a closed sign and focused entirely on enchanting their weapons. As the final piece of equipment was successfully enchanted, Mo lay back in his chair, staring weakly at the ceiling. I'm never enchanting this many high-level weapons at once again. It's way too exhausting. Because he could see the success rates, he always tried to spend the minimum amount of points. Once a weapon reached plus 30, he would take each piece out dozens of times, or use several common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic items as fodder to pad the attempts. Because of this, he spent significantly more time than usual, and it was far more exhausting. But the benefits were clear. He now had a precise understanding of the highest average success rate for each enchant level. Now, as soon as he reached that specific number, he would stop all other actions and enchant immediately. The next day, Mo called everyone to the shop. The weapons have all been successfully enchanted, take them. Next, we head to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate to find materials. The group glanced at each other and nodded. The location has already been chosen. There is a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate right near Fengjing. Mo looked at them skeptically. Don't lie to me. How could there be a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate near Fengjing? Shouldn't a place like that have been announced long ago? A disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate is a very dangerous type of gate. Generally, once such a gate appears, the city is notified to be ready for evacuation at any time. And yet, he hadn't heard a single word about it. Normally, that's true, but this gate is located deep in the mountains, so the danger isn't as high. Besides, the demon-quelling army cleared it out years ago. It's currently guarded by their men. While the resources aren't abundant anymore, there's enough for one person's use. Most resources are non-renewable once they are largely harvested. These gates are slated for demolition. Every year, the demon-quelling army has the heaviest workload. Low-level gates are handled by the garrison force, mid-level ones by the secret intelligence squad, and common, superior, rare, epic, mythic gates are the responsibility of the demon-quelling army. Those that are highly hazardous must be cleared and demolished, those that are useless must be demolished, and those showing signs of instability must also be demolished. It could be said that all year round, the demon-quelling army is either demolishing a gate or on the way to demolish one. Alright then, let's head out. Mo pulled out his revolver, checked it, and nodded with satisfaction. The reason he went through so much trouble to enchant their gear was primarily because he wanted to push his own revolver's enchant level to 100. SM 500 common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 100. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 6170. Damage, 356 412 plus 3.09 million. Additional, critical damage plus 10% plus 30%. Critical rate plus 20% plus 10%. Explosive attack, each bullet has an explosion radius of 0.5 m plus 1 m. Rapid fire, 6 shots per second CD, 10s. Special, psionic bullets, the user's energy automatically refills the magazine. One's time. Death revolver, each attack stacks a 10% critical hit chance, up to a maximum of 5 stacks. If no attack is made for 1 minute, the stacked effect disappears. Although it was slightly inferior to that Gatling rapid-fire machine gun, Mo was still very satisfied with these attributes. The firepower might be lower, but the damage output was sufficient. As for energy consumption, Mo wasn't worried at all. The crystal of wisdom hanging around his neck was no joke. The 4 vehicles departed one after another, driving toward the distant mountains. Driving out of the city, Mo looked at the awakened appearing from time to time and asked, "Are the resources in these gates infinite? I feel like there are so many people going into them." "They aren't infinite. Most of the massive resources have already been cleared out, and some are already on the destruction list, Jade said, checking the data on her phone. As long as low-level gates don't pose major issues, they are generally preserved. Otherwise, low-level awakened would have nowhere to go to level up. However, resources are a significant problem, and keeping too many useless gates can become a disaster in itself. Soon, Fongjing City was no longer in sight, and no more awakened could be seen in the surroundings. The trees along the road became denser, and the massive mountains in the distance drew closer and closer. Approaching 4 p.m., Mo and his group arrived at the nearest disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate to Fongjing, located 400 kilometers away. Mo disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate. The only differences were perhaps the thick, surging demonic energy, the vast number of mind's eyes arranged all around, and the 5 individuals radiating a holy light. Shu Yu, we're here. Xiang stepped forward and greeted them. Well, just be careful. After all, this is. Before Chu Yu could finish her sentence, a colossal radiance suddenly erupted from Mo and his group, illuminating the entire area. The gushing demonic energy dissipated in an instant. The entire sky seemed to brighten at once. What were you about to say just now? Xiang looked at Chu Yu with an expression that practically begged for guidance. Chu Yu's mouth twitched. Damn, I just stole your XXX boyfriend. Is it really necessary to hold a grudge until now? It's nothing. You guys have fun. Chu Yu looked at Mo in the crowd. He must be that legendary enchanter. She had wanted to join this team as well, but the higher-ups hadn't approved it. After all, guarding the gate was an equally important task. But she had a feeling that this gate probably wouldn't need guarding in a few days. With a team like this going in, the monsters inside were likely in for a world of pain. Mo, let's head in. Xiang took the lead and guided the team through the gate first. The range of light surrounding Xiang's squad expanded bit by bit, forcing the demonic energy back into the void. The others followed suit. Mo stood in the center, flanked by Ling Qi's squad in Jade. Why do I feel like Big Sis Xiang did that on purpose just now? Mo was all too familiar with Xiang's expression. It was the classic look of someone accidentally showing off. Maybe there's some conflict between the two of them, Ling Qi said after a moment's thought. Women's affairs were far too troublesome. That's grown-up business, don't go poking your nose into it, Jade said with a smile. She was well aware of the history between those two. Upon entering the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate, the monsters in the distance opened their crimson eyes, their eerie glow flickering in the darkness. These monsters don't look like they'll be easy to deal with. Mo swallowed hard. The way they stared at him made him feel uneasy. The reason monsters are called monsters is that they attack regardless of the cost or pain. They will strike even if they know it means death. However, with the eye of the mind active, they won't dare to be too reckless. Shen had dared to let them in precisely because he knew this. The eye of the mind from a weak enchant wouldn't achieve this effect, but the effect of a high-level enchant was exceptionally powerful, especially with so many of them present. With over 20 enchant eyes, the safety level was quite high. Don't attack the monsters yet. We'll look for other materials first and deal with the monsters last, Chen Luo reminded them. Don't worry. Monsters in disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine zones are different from others. While low-level monsters possess little intelligence, common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic monsters do have some degree of intellect. Although this intelligence has been tainted by demonic energy, they at least understand that the group before them is not to be trifled with, especially those protected by this kind of light barrier. They aren't attacking, but these monsters are following behind Mo and his party. As they move, the number of monsters continues to grow. Wait, is it really okay to just let them follow us like this? Mo looked at the increasing swarm of monsters, feeling uncertain. This wasn't how he imagined it would go. In Mo's mind, they should have been clearing the way step by step. Why were they ignoring the monsters and heading straight inside? If he had known this would be the situation, he never would have come. Don't worry, we do this every time we come here. It just looks a bit intimidating. Besides, your mind's eye is much stronger than what we used before, Chenluo said, patting Mo on the shoulder to put him at ease.
Mo's eye twitched. How am I supposed to relax? There are probably over 100 monsters behind us now. The lowest are B rank, and most are A rank. He even spotted several special A rank monsters. Crying Face Demon LV, 68. This looks terrifying. One scratch and Mo would likely be finished. How could he possibly feel safe? The reason people say entering disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine zones requires at least tier 8 or even tier 9 is because monster attacks carry demonic energy, which can corrupt a person's mind. If your level is too low when you enter, you simply can't win. Seeing Mo's lingering worry, Fang Yu also offered comfort. Special A rank monsters have their unique traits, but they aren't invincible. You need to have faith in a plus 50 mind's eye. We wouldn't have dared to bring you in without it, not to mention you're also carrying a plus 100 mind's eye. Fine then. Mo had already decided, next time, he would definitely clear out all the monsters before starting to search for materials. Along the way, Mo used the radiance of the mind's eye to observe the environment. The entire world within the gate was composed of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson tones. Whether it was the ground or the dead trees, everything was pitch black, devoid of any other color. By the way, what exactly are we looking for? Mo knew there were materials here, but he wasn't sure what they specifically were. Ore, wood, and crystals can all be found in the environment. Beyond that, items from monsters such as their fur, claws, eyes, and bones can also serve as materials. Chenluo took out his wand. It was inlaid with a white, somewhat translucent crystal. When held up to the light, faint veins could be seen running through its interior. The crystal on this was found in a place like this. Its effect is to enhance the power of space-type abilities. The only pity is that the boost is too small, only 5%. Chenluo shook his head, sounding a bit regretful. This time, he planned to find a new crystal for himself to replace the current one when the time came. We're here. Xiang halted the team. Before her lay a cluster of jagged rocks. Ling Qi, you're responsible for protecting Mo. Everyone else, search for materials. Captain, keep an eye on monster movements. Be ready to strike at any moment, and leave immediately if necessary. 7 or 8 team members approached the boulders, using tools to break the massive rocks apart and rummage through the debris. Some pulled out shovels and began digging into the ground to search. Others examined the surrounding trees, looking for any suitable timber. Mo blinked her eyes. Sister Zhang, are materials always found through manual labor like this? Why not use weapons? Wouldn't weapons be more effective? That depends on the nature of the materials. Some can handle it, while others cannot. So in these situations, using the most primitive methods actually yields the best results. As they searched for materials, monsters paced incessantly in the distance. Watching the gathering monsters, Chenluo couldn't help but frown. Do you get the feeling that their pacing is getting more frequent? Fang Yu observed closely and nodded. The frequency has indeed increased. Could it be that there's something important here? Could the energy body be here? Xiang suggested. Chenluo shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Aren't energy bodies usually located near the center of the gate? We've been walking toward the flank this whole time. But what if the path we're taking is the center? As soon as Fang Yu spoke, the other two began to weigh the possibility. The surroundings were dim and obscured. Even with the light from the mind's eye, they couldn't see very far. It was important to remember that the entry point of a gate is always randomized. When people say the energy body is in the middle, they mean the center of the gate itself. This created a problem. The center could be in any of the 4 directions: up, down, left, or right. This gate had been partially explored but not fully developed. The path they were on was one that had never been trodden before. As they pushed forward, the monsters became increasingly frantic and restless. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Hearing Chenluo's command, the working crew immediately stowed their tools and formed a defensive circle around Mo. Mo had initially thought they were safe, seeing that the monsters were not moving forward. However, Chen Luo's sudden shout gave him a start.
Seeing the people around him positioning themselves to protect him in the center, he began to panic.
Has something gone wrong? I'm not sure. I've never been to such a high-level area before.
Jade looked at Chen Luo and the others with a face full of concern, wondering what on earth was happening. Chen Luo watched the monsters in the distance. They continued to roam, the light in their eyes growing even more intense.
Moreover, the number of special A rank monsters has increased. What's going on? We've already stopped, so why are they still surrounding us? I'm not sure. Monsters can't speak. It's likely because we've stayed here too long. Should we leave or fight? Fan Yu looked around.
There were no monsters behind them, but there were quite a few on both sides and in front, though their numbers weren't overwhelming. The question was whether there were more in the distance.
Lingqi squad, protect MO. Everyone else, enter combat status.
Kill them quickly, gather the materials, and prepare to leave immediately. They had originally planned to spend the entire afternoon here, but they hadn't expected to be heading out after just over 2 hours. Aside from the Lingqi squad and Jade, everyone else moved to the front.
Led by the 3 captains, they faced the monsters head-on.
As the formation shifted and the illumination range of the mind's eye changed, the monsters retreated one after another, emitting low whimpering sounds.
Not good. They're summoning other monsters. And this quickly. Xiang's expression changed instantly.
Hearing this sound meant they would soon be facing thousands of monsters. This wasn't a common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic gate. This was a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine level.
Among these, S-rank monsters existed.
Even as Tier 9 awakened, they had to proceed with caution. It was important to remember that only the captains of their squads were Tier 9, while the members were still only Tier 8. Blades, shields, and wands were drawn, and various skills were unleashed into the monster swarm. 324383354361323. Different damage numbers lit up across the field. Seeing these figures, everyone froze for a moment.
That's right, their weapons were plus 50. What exactly were they afraid of?
With just this single round of bombardment, 40 to 50 monsters were killed on the spot.
The monsters looked at the scene in terror, and the sounds coming from their mouths became increasingly frantic. Rumble, rumble. Monsters appeared one after another, and the original group began to calm down.
War was on the verge of breaking out.
The weapons in their hands put the 3 captains, including Chen Luo, at ease. As long as no overly absurd creatures appeared, they had nothing to fear. Advance steadily, don't rush.
We have the weapon advantage. Standing in the back, Mo drew her revolver, looking eager to give it a try.
My dear brother, please don't be impulsive, okay? Lingqi stood beside Mo, trembling with fear.
He was terrified that Mo might actually step up after all. This was a place where rank monsters from disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates were everywhere. He knew Mo's gun was enchanted to plus 100, but one actually had to be able to use it. The weapon from last time had left Lingqi traumatized. A plus 100 firearm was far less effective in practice than a plus 100 cold weapon.
However, he was soon proven wrong.
I think we should hurry up and retreat, Xiang said, feeling the energy levels within his body and feeling compelled to speak up.
What's wrong? Fan Yu pulled back from the swarm of monsters. Check your energy consumption. I suggest we play it safe.
Due to the weapon bonuses, everyone had been spamming skills as if they cost nothing, especially those in magic-based classes.
Fan Yu and Chen Luo sensed their levels and exchanged a glance.
1/3 of their internal energy had been depleted within 10 minutes. The rate of consumption was simply too fast.
Everyone, mind your skill frequency.
Melee units take priority in attacking magic classes. Keep an eye on the battlefield. Chen Luo hurriedly adjusted their combat strategy. Even though the frequency had decreased, the speed at which they were wearing down the monsters hadn't slowed by much.
Chen Luo slapped his forehead in frustration.
I got carried away by the weapon enchantments and completely forgot about energy management. Inside the gate, demonic energy was everywhere, making it impossible for them to EXP leech or replenish energy. In the joy of using enchanted weapons, everyone's skill intensity had been significantly boosted, leading to excessive consumption. Fortunately, the situation was still within controllable limits. An hour later, the newly arrived monsters were completely wiped out, leaving a field littered with corpses.
Gather materials. Speed it up. Collecting materials from over 1,000 monsters was no easy task.
Mo felt a bit disappointed he hadn't even fired a single shot, which felt like a total failure.
Is it safe now?
It seems so for now. As long as a higher-ranked monster doesn't appear, we should.
Swoosh. Swoosh. Swoosh.
Before Ling Chi could finish his sentence, a barrage of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson spears came flying toward them. Everyone gathering materials scrambled to retreat.
2 of them were caught off guard and each took a bullet to the body.
They retreated in a panic while enduring intense pain. Fortunately, they were equipped with plus 50 mind's eyes, so the demonic energy only lingered around the wounds and did not penetrate into other areas. The iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson spears on their bodies did not last long before being dissolved by the mind's eye. The expressions of Chen Luo and the other 2 shifted as they stared into the distance.
Tramp, tramp, tramp. Demon Armored Black Knight LV, 88. There were 5 knights in total, mounted on steeds radiating demonic energy. Mo looked at the newly appeared symbols and then at the revolver in hand, wondering if it would be able to help. Weapon damage shouldn't be affected by attributes, right?
Even if it is affected, dealing several 100,000 points of damage shouldn't be a problem.
It's a special S-rank monster. Fong Yu's face paled drastically.
The highest known level of monster. To be honest, as a support team, he had been to many disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates, but this was the first time he had encountered a special S rank.
Chen Luo took a deep breath, his expression gradually calming down.
Even with a weapon enhanced to plus 50, it might not be enough to contend with the creatures before them.
Everyone, listen up. Prepare for a fight to the death. We are facing special S-rank monsters with unknown abilities.
The 3 of us captains will stand at the front. You provide support fire. Don't hesitate when you see an opening.
The Ling Chi team is responsible for getting Mo out of here.
Remember, you can die, but Mo must live. Chen Luo, Fong Yu, and Xiang were indeed higher in level than their opponents. However, one must remember that this was a gate space, the home field of the monsters. The difference isn't as apparent with low-level monsters, but with high-tier monsters, the disparity manifests immediately. Demonic energy isn't just energy, it is the best medicine for monsters to heal their wounds. The higher the level, the faster the healing speed.
Ha ha ha.
The 5 monsters let out sounds resembling mockery, clearly looking down on the team facing them.
So what if they had the mind's eye?
As long as the damage was dealt and they retreated immediately, it would be useless against them.
Mo swallowed hard. Were these things really that powerful?
This was starting to feel like a set of last words. No, this might not even count as last words. Ling Chi looked at the people ahead preparing for battle, feeling a sense of deep admiration. He wanted to join the fight, but he had his own mission to fulfill. Jade, our squad will escort the 2 of you all the way to the entrance, and then we will head back.
What? Ling Chi, have you lost your mind?
Jade looked at him in shock. This was their first battle where the disparity in strength was so overwhelming. If there were only 2 special S-rank monsters, they could manage a clean retreat, but with 5, hope was slim. Brother Ling Chi, I don't think the situation is that dire. Mo, I know your weapon is powerful, but special S ranks are incredibly hard to kill. Besides, how many shots can you fire?
3? 4? Even for me, a dozen shots would be the absolute limit.
No, perhaps there will be more than that. Mo took 2 steps to the side and raised his hand, aiming through the gap between the 2 teams. Ling Chi shook his head but didn't stop him. He wanted Mo to see the futility of it so he could lead him away shortly after.
Bang! 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 Whoosh! 3.2 million, 3.8 million, 3.3 million, 3.23 million. 6 consecutive numbers lit up.
One monster collapsed instantly, its demonic aura slowly dissipating to reveal the iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson armor and the monster's true body within. The scene fell silent. Someone rubbed their eyes, making sure they weren't dreaming.
Damage as high as 3 million plus? Is this for real?
Chen Luo immediately thought of Mo. His Gatling rapid-fire machine gun was already famous within the demon-slaying army.
Having one less enemy meant there was hope, but it still wasn't enough. The energy consumption of that weapon was exceptionally high.
One had to remember that they had already nearly depleted their energy. The reserves in their bodies were at less than a quarter.
Even if the weapon was given to them, could they even fire a single shot?
In the distance, the monsters grew restless, letting out guttural rasps, hesitating whether to charge or stay back. They were afraid the sheer scale of that damage was terrifying.
Mo, are you alright?
Ling Qi looked at Mo with a worried expression.
After firing those 5 shots, his physical energy must be completely depleted. I'm fine. I told you, we might not have to run away. Mo sensed his own energy, it was infinite. Just try and challenge me. Ling Qi, get ready to take Mo and leave. We might actually be able to pull this off. Yeah, let's get Mo out of here first and talk later. They didn't possess a forbidden artifact like Echo. Once their energy was depleted, it was over. Who said we were leaving? Mo looked at them in confusion. I've already dealt this much damage, why do you still not believe in me? Look, Mo, now is not the time to act tough. Ling Qi and the others need to conserve their energy and can't afford to fire. The rest of us are out of energy to shoot anyway. Just go with them, Fang Yu said hurriedly. It's not that. Alright Mo, let's go. They'll handle the remaining 4, Jade said, not having forgotten Mo's 1-second performance last time. Was it 4 bullets or 6? Even if Mo's level had increased, what could that small amount of ammunition possibly achieve? Ling Qi shot a look at Tai Sun and the others, and they began to close in. Mo, do you want me to carry you on my shoulder, or hold you in my arms? Tai Sun looked down at Mo. Mo looked up. That won't be necessary. Let's just deal with the monsters in front of us. Seeing that they had stopped attacking, the monsters assumed the previous assault was their final trump card. With a roar, the 4 monsters charged down. Prepare for battle. Ling Qi, look for an opening. Mo felt a bit stifled. Why did nobody believe him? He possessed the forbidden artifact, the Crystal of Wisdom. Running out of energy was an impossibility for him. Mo raised his revolver and fired a 6-shot burst. After a lightning-fast reload, he fired another 6. In less than half a minute, the remaining 4 monsters collapsed to the ground. Chen Luo, who was in the middle of channeling a skill, froze in place. He looked back at the smoking gun in Mo's hand and swallowed hard. Does that gun of yours not consume energy? He was absolutely certain that the weapon in the other's hand was a plus 100 weapon, and it didn't use physical bullets. Guns like that were supposed to drain energy. But Mo could actually fire continuously. It wasn't just Chen Luo, everyone else turned their heads to stare at him. I think we should harvest the materials first. As for security, leave it to me. Not a single monster will be able to escape my sights. Monster. Mo's words left them feeling a bit strange. It felt as if they were supposed to be the ones providing protection. How did the roles end up reversed? That wasn't important right now, the priority was gathering the materials. Everyone, pick up the pace. Only take high-tier materials, leave the rest. The amount of materials suitable for iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson equipment was actually quite small, so cleaning up was very straightforward. Chen Luo, look what I found. Fang Yu picked up an iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson crystal from the S-rank monster. You really do have great luck. Unfortunately, it's a fire attribute crystal, so it's useless to me. Fang Yu shrugged. This kind of item was only useful for fire mages or other fire-based classes.
As an assassin, it was completely worthless to him.
Can I take a look at that?
Mo stared at the crystal. He had a feeling that this was what they called a rune.
Here, take it. Mo hurriedly caught it. Fire Crystal Alpha. Attribute, fire damage plus 5%.
It must be a rune, especially since there is a symbol attached to the end of the name.
Can you guys see the attributes on this?
Of course we can, but the effect is practically negligible.
It only adds 1%. It's totally useless, Fanyu said, shaking his head. Are these common?
Very. Nobody wants them except for the high-level ones. Everything else gets thrown away.
Wait, what? Thrown away? Mo was absolutely certain that this was a rune. As for how to socket it,
he pulled out his revolver.
He clicked on the socketing option. Would you like to add a socket? He absolutely had to. Socketing successful. 4 empty slots appeared at the bottom of the weapon interface. Mo tentatively tried to inlay the crystals into them. Alright, is it really that simple? Mo looked at the information on his revolver with suspicion. This was far too smooth to be true.
Small iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson crystals appeared on the grip of the revolver, less than 1/10 their original size. So this is the correct way to use these crystals.
Fanyu assumed Mo had simply put the crystals into his storage space and didn't pay it much mind. Where can I get more of these crystals? I want a batch of them. Mo wanted to conduct some research.
He felt that this function couldn't possibly be this straightforward.
Ding! Host's use of the socketing ability detected.
System has unlocked a new feature. Mo stared in shock at the interface that had suddenly manifested before him. There was actually a new feature. He quickly tapped into the system and immediately spotted the so-called new function synthesis. Upon opening the synthesis tab, he saw 4 square slots. As someone who had played those Brothers, Come Cut Me style grindy games, this was all too familiar.
A 3-in-1 fusion system.
In other words, he could use this to synthesize runes and obtain ones of common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic quality.
This is invincible. That's not a problem. Just a quick call to Director Chen and we can get a batch sent over. No, when I say a batch, I mean a ton. Cough, cough. Ziyang, standing nearby, choked on his own spit. A ton of crystals? That was impossible. Fanyu was also stunned by Mo's statement. No, I think you misunderstood me. A squad might not even find a single high-grade crystal in an entire day.
I meant having Director Chen notify the teams heading to the gate to collect them. We'd probably get about 10 pieces a day.
A single crystal weighed between 100 G and 200 G. How many crystals would it take to make a ton?
The sheer number was staggering.
Any quality of crystal will do. Just give me whatever you have.
With the synthesis function, he could fuse even the lowest grade materials into common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic levels. He didn't care about the initial grade. He just wondered if common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic equipment could be synthesized into even higher tier gear.
Mo tried it out. It didn't work.
Half an hour later, the necessary materials had been gathered, and it was time to leave. Outside the door, Xiu gave Ziyang a cold huff at first, but upon seeing their condition, she rushed forward.
Ziyang, are you alright? A warmth spread through Ziyang's heart. It's nothing, I just encountered an S-rank monster. What? An S-rank monster? That's impossible.
Xiu shook her head repeatedly. She wasn't just guarding this place, she would also enter with other squads from time to conduct inspections.
The highest level monsters ever encountered were only special A rank. How could an S rank monster possibly appear?
I know you don't believe it, but we really did encounter them, Ziyang said, patting Chuyu on the shoulder. These types of gates usually undergo a degree of clearing in the early stages, where high-level monsters are eliminated, leaving only lower-level creatures behind. Perhaps the monsters they encountered this time were promoted through demonic energy, or perhaps they were monsters that had remained hidden. In any case, the rating of this gate is going to rise. Then no one was sacrificed, right? Those were 5 monsters you're truly lucky to have escaped intact.
Even in peak condition, fighting S-rank monsters inside a gate is fraught with danger.
While Chuyu wasn't clear on the exact details inside, she knew the general situation regarding the monsters there. The A-rank monsters would have certainly targeted them from the very beginning, so it was no small feat to retreat from so many monsters unscathed.
Furthermore, Chuyu glanced at Mo in the center of the team. They had to do it while protecting someone.
That makes the situation even more difficult.
The situation might be a bit different from what you're thinking. Xiang gave a bitter smile. Even now, she felt like she was dreaming.
At that time, she had already prepared herself for death, never expecting things to take such a bizarre turn.
No, can you just finish it in one go? What exactly happened? Chuyu said indignantly.
Here she was worrying about her, and she was still joking around.
Mo used.
Watching Chuyu from a distance as she kept sizing him up, Mo quickly hid behind Ling Qi.
What's wrong?
I see that woman looking at me with glowing eyes. I'm worried she might kidnap me.
Ling Qi opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words.
How come he didn't see that kind of intent in her eyes?
Was it because he was too much of a noob?
Xiang gave Chuyu a complete account of everything that had happened inside the gate.
And just like that, we returned safely. That equipment. It's exactly the one from the legends.
This stay in the gate wasn't long, but the harvest was anything but small. There were no fewer than 10 types of materials suitable for crafting iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson weapons, and more than 30 actual weapons ranging from iron to crimson rank.
Mo, even if you can't forge iron, silver, violet, gold, or crimson equipment yourself,
you've managed to get your hands on at least one set, Chenluo said, his voice thick with envy as he looked at the materials. It was important to remember that all these materials belonged solely to Mo. Had they entered the space themselves, most of the materials would have to be turned in, leaving only a small portion for personal use. In truth, even if they were allowed to keep them, they would still end up handing them over. This was because the blacksmiths capable of forging iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson weapons of common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic quality were all under state control. Furthermore, success rates were a factor. Even if you wanted a weapon, you had to wait your turn. The distribution of weapons depended first on your level, second on your contribution, and finally on your class. After all, you couldn't exactly toss a spear to a mage class. Once the materials were organized, the group returned to Fengjing. Jade, escorted by Feng Yu's squad, took the materials to Kyoto. Before leaving, Mo made a point to emphasize, "Sister Zhang, I want any crystals they don't want, regardless of their level."
Jade nodded. She was already aware of Mo's new skill.
However, she wasn't particularly optimistic about the utility of low-level crystals. Not everyone possessed high-quality weapons, and a 5% damage increase on a weapon with only one socket really didn't make much of a difference.
By the way, can we go public with the fact that you unlocked a second ability at level 50? Do whatever you think is best, I don't mind.
To Mo, whether this ability was publicized or not truly had no impact. If it weren't for the synthesis function provided by the system, Mo might have dabbled in research, but he likely wouldn't have even bothered with the labor of embedding runes. If others wanted to do it, let them. High-quality common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic crystals were difficult to come by anyway.
As for now, he cared even less. With the synthesis ability, wouldn't obtaining high-level runes be a breeze?
No matter how things played out, it wouldn't affect Mo in the slightest. Jade immediately looked at Mo with newfound respect, surprised that someone so young could be so selfless. If anyone else discovered that reaching Tier 5 would grant such an ability, they would have kept it hidden away.
She felt she had to tell Director Chen to treat Mo even better. Mo's casual remark had unexpectedly given Jade so much to think about. In the days that followed, Mo did not go along with them.
One visit was enough to get a feel for it. His primary focus remained staying in the shop to enchant equipment. The task of protecting Mo remained the responsibility of the Lingqi squad, primarily because his own strength was still too lacking. Mo sat at the counter, holding several runes in his hands. The attributes of these runes were different from what Mo had imagined. In his view, the so-called runes would be nothing more than various elemental magics and physical attacks. In reality, however, they included cooldown reduction, increases to strength and intelligence, weight reduction, speed enhancement, and more. In short, there was a vast variety of runes. He had tried throwing the runes into the enchanting forge, but unfortunately, they could not be enchanted. They could only be upgraded through synthesis, merging them step by step into higher level runes. The rune in his hand was one of the higher level ones he had synthesized, though he didn't know if this was the maximum level or if it could be synthesized further. Attack Speed Rune Epsilon. Attributes: attack speed plus 25% melee. A rune perfectly suited for melee classes. Brother Lingqi, give me your weapon. I'm going to add something to it. Lingqi casually handed over his long spear. Without a word, Mo began socketing it. Lingqi's weapon was still that iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson grade weapon, and it only had 2 sockets opened. Mo inlaid the rune into it. Based on his testing over the past 2 days, Mo found that there was no such thing as failure when it came to socketing and inlaying. In the eyes of this world, this could probably be considered a hidden perk. A pale blue circular crystal now sat in the middle of the spear. Mo handed the modified weapon back. Brother Lingqi, try swinging the weapon and see. Puzzled, Lingqi took the weapon and began practicing his spear techniques. However, the more he practiced, the stranger he felt. Had his spear skills improved recently? I can thrust 4 times a second now? I haven't leveled up lately, have I? Lingqi had checked his status window just a moment ago. His enchant level hadn't changed. Even if it had changed, it shouldn't be able to increase the speed of his strikes. Confused, he continued to thrust his spear. 3 fast and 1 slow, 4 fast and 1 slow. Mixing fast and slow rhythms, Lingqi had never experienced such a smooth and effortless firing speed. The effect is pretty good, isn't it? What did you do to it? How could it possibly increase my firing speed? Didn't you look at the weapon's status window? Mo asked, somewhat puzzled. The status window was right there if one just glanced down. Huh? Lingqi hurriedly pulled up the weapon's status window and scanned the data. Nothing. Wait, there were 2 extra slots at the bottom. One of them already contained a crystal name, followed by attack speed plus 25%. This was illogical. How could it add so much? Years ago, he had considered having a blacksmith socket such items into his weapons, but the results were so poor that he hadn't bothered with it since. Could it be that this is something only an enchanter can achieve? Mo, is this the power of a tier 5 enchanter? This is way too strong. You have no idea. Before this, we had to have tailors or blacksmiths force these things in. They could only bring out a fifth of the potential. That's why, aside from common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic crystals, other crystals were completely useless. Never mind a 25% increase, even a 10% boost would be a massive upgrade. Furthermore, it wasn't as if these things could only be socketed into weapons. They should work on accessories and armor as well. But you have to realize that common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic crystals are very hard to find, so don't get your hopes too high, Mo said with a shrug. He required such a vast amount of crystals for his own use. After all, synthesizing a level 5 crystal, that is, an epsilon grade crystal, requires 81 basic crystals. Mo could only cater to others once his own needs were met. Of course, if you were to bring your own crystals to his doorstep, he wouldn't refuse to help, but you would have to provide an additional crystal of the same grade as payment. In the future, for socketing, Mo does not intend to charge money. Everything will be exchanged for crystals. He wanted to know what these crystals, these runes, would eventually become. As his level increased, he came into contact with more things, and he felt more and more that the gate was like a treasure trove containing many useful items that people had not yet valued. Take these crystals, for example. If Mo hadn't upgraded to tier 5, no one would have known that these crystals were actually so-called runes. Mo couldn't help but think of forbidden artifacts. Could these things also be mass-produced? Or rather, were the materials for making forbidden artifacts hidden within the gates? Unfortunately, he didn't have any inspiration in that regard yet, but if he thought of something, he would definitely forge one for himself. A shortage of crystals isn't a problem. Crystals are common in gates of any level. It's just that high-level crystals have a higher probability of appearing in higher-level gates. He believed that as soon as Director Chen learned this news, he would certainly deploy every available force.
Kyoto. Knock, knock, knock. Come in.
Chen had been having the most comfortable time lately. He had never imagined that an enchanter would actually gain special abilities upon reaching Tier 5.
Following that logic, would other life classes also gain special abilities once they reach Tier 5? Director Chen. Lingyu, are you planning to head back to Fongjing?
Jade had already been there for 3 days, and Chen now only wanted her to hurry back to Mo's side. He wasn't quite at ease with Ling Qi being there alone.
Director Chen, you can't just cast me aside after I've served my purpose, can you? I just finished the plan for you and got the announcement ready, and now you're driving me away.
Jade looked at her top boss, speechless.
How can you call it casting you aside? This is sending you back to an important post. Think about it, can you really feel at ease with Ling Qi there by himself? Because I certainly don't.
Regarding Chen's statement, Jade nodded in agreement. Ling Qi was indeed unreliable.
Having him protect Mo was fine, but asking him to do anything else was somewhat of a tall order. No, it's Mo. Is Mo's demon character weapon finished? If it is, I'll take it back with me. Chen's movements stiffened. Jade's heart skipped a beat. You didn't let someone else use the weapon, did you?
It was just to test the difference. I was simply curious about why this weapon has Mo so obsessed. Chen hadn't considered staying with magic fluid. He could produce as much as he wanted, so there was simply no need to remain. Furthermore, since it involved firearms, there was even less reason to stay.
That's good then. Mo is now Tier 5, just in time to use it. I'll take it back to him while I'm at it.
Also, regarding the common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic weapons, Mo wants hurry up and find someone to get them made.
Chen squinted at Jade, looking at her with a face full of suspicion. Why are you so supportive of Mo lately? You don't actually like him, do you? If you do, I can play matchmaker for you. Jade rolled her eyes. My dear director, weren't you the one who told me to act this way? Mo is actually very easy to get along with, as long as you let him feel your sincerity.
As for liking him, forget it. I'm 24, 6 years older than him.
A woman 3 years older brings a gold brick, so wouldn't holding 2 gold bricks be even better? Fine, as for the weapons, I'll have someone deliver them to Fongjing tomorrow.
Regarding the common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic tiers, tell Mo not to be in a hurry. He wanted common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic weapons too, but those aren't things you can just have simply because you want them.
At 4 in the afternoon. Mo, look at the information released by the officials. Ling Qi handed his phone to Mo.
This was a nationwide broadcast message. As long as you had a phone, this message would pop up.
Most people would click to view such a notification because the information was usually vital to them. There wasn't a great deal of content.
The first piece of information concerned enchanters, stating that reaching Tier 5 unlocks a new ability, specifically, Mo's ability to socket runes.
However, there was no mention of Mo himself in the post.
Beyond that, the post also mentioned a speculation regarding the Tier 5 abilities of other life classes. Of course, they didn't ask others to experiment on their own. Instead, the state would lead people from various life classes to level up. They believed that since Mo could reach Tier 5 relying on a single secret mobile task force, it shouldn't be a major problem for others to reach Tier 5 as well.
However, the reality was much harder than imagined. They didn't have equipment as good as Mo's. To gain more experience from a single monster, one must deal a massive amount of damage.
Naturally, if you could kill the monster by yourself, that would be fine too. The officials provided the life awakened who needed to level up with the same equipment as Mo, thermal sniper rifles. The result, however, was that they couldn't land a fatal blow on high-level monsters. The wounded monsters would run amok, which significantly increased the difficulty of the kill. The experience many people gained hovered around 30%, as the final blow was ultimately dealt by the accompanying awakened. The hope of rapidly increasing the levels of life awakened fell through reaching Tier 5 as quickly as Mo was clearly impossible.
Mo shook his head after reading the information. Things were not that simple. With so many awakened across the country, how many could truly be promoted to Tier 5?
Even if the level is raised, crystals are not that easy to obtain. As for resources, enchanters either purchase them themselves or have the awakened provide them. It is estimated that after some time, these crystal runes will start to be priced, and the price might even be quite high.
Jade returned.
Mo, your runic weapon is ready. It will be delivered tomorrow or the day after.
Mo's eyes lit up. Was it finally arriving?
Although he liked the revolver he currently held, he preferred weapons that were more common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic.
Have the common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic weapons been forged yet?
Jade replied helplessly, how could it be that fast? It would be considered good if one could be produced within half a year. Don't be in a rush. It will take you at least 6 or 7 years to reach Tier 8 Level 5. Even Ling Chi is only at Tier 8 now.
Mo did not argue. 6 or 7 years wouldn't be necessary. 1 year should be about enough.
The further one progresses, the more experience is required, and the more weapons he needs to enchant. This, in turn, yields more experience. It is a process of positive development.
Alright then, there really is no rush. How long until a batch of crystal runes arrives? The ones from last time weren't nearly enough. There weren't many runes last time, certainly not enough for his use. About a week. Everyone who could be sent out has been dispatched. If you want more, it will definitely take longer. Mo nodded. He could understand that. Doesn't this mean he has nothing to do again? Life is as lonely as snow.
He glanced at his slowly growing experience bar. He had gained 3 levels in a few days, all thanks to Xiang and the other 2. These 3 teams had been searching for materials in the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gates, where battles with monsters were unavoidable. This provided Mo with a significant amount of experience points and points. He was now considering whether to equip other high-level teams with the same gear. If he did, he might be able to reach the max level in half a year. But after some thought, he decided against it. Originally, these people would not have gone to the disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, or divine gates, as there were specialized personnel responsible for those. If lives were to be lost because of him, he could never bear the responsibility. During his last visit, the encounter with those 5S rank monsters felt like a near-death experience. Ace of Spades and King of Spades, you have done exceptionally well to actually bring back a group of demonic humans, said the man wearing a clown mask, sitting atop the high platform with satisfaction. It is our duty to serve you, Lord Joker. Chen Tianyi, the King of Spades, replied calmly with her head bowed. However, even with the King of Hearts assisting you, how is it that she ended up sacrificed? Every titled operative is a precious asset to Joker. The higher their rank, the more significant they are. While the loss of the club operative was regrettable, it didn't hurt nearly as much as losing the King of Hearts. We were ambushed by the Dragon Kingdom at the border. The King of Hearts chose to sacrifice herself so that we could escape. She gave her life for the organization. I actually tried to persuade her to abandon these demonic humans, but she... Sigh. Though Chen Tianyi's expression remained calm, a trace of grief lingered on her face. Standing to the side, Chen Xiaoming's cheek twitched. He felt as though he was about to lose control of the corners of his mouth. How could this Chen Tianyi be so skilled at talking nonsense? They are all natural-born actors. If he hadn't seen Chen Tianyi kill the King of Hearts with her own hands, he might have actually believed her. As expected, the more beautiful the woman, the better she is at lying. Chen Tianyi shot a glance at Chen Xiaoming, her eyes filled with warning. Chen Xiaoming quickly lowered his head. Joker, sitting in his chair, turned toward Chen Xiaoming. Ace of Spades, you have done well. Being able to extract people from the Dragon Kingdom proves just how precious your abilities are. I hope you continue your hard work. You may need to make another trip to the Dragon Kingdom soon. The Joker sat up straight and turned on the projector. The strength of the awakened along the borders of the Dragon Kingdom has increased significantly. Many of the weapons they hold are enchanted to +15, which is highly unusual. Therefore, you must investigate the source of these weapons and, if possible, bring that enchanter back with you.
In addition, you must be wary of other organizations.
There are roughly 6 or 7 international groups, some consisting of common, superior, rare, epic, and mythic awakened individuals, while others are demonic organizations like ours.
In short, avoid any unnecessary conflict. Ace of Spades will lead the team once again, with the rest of you providing support. After the Joker departed, the two of them withdrew from the main hall.
In front of the main hall lay a path leading downward. In the distance was a town surrounded by trees. This was where they resided.
This location was less than 200 kilometers from the Dragon Kingdom border. Chen Xiaoming scanned the surroundings. King of Spades, what's the plan for the next mission?
Rest first, talk later, Chen Tianyi replied, continuing her walk down the path. Chen Xiaoming understood someone nearby was likely monitoring them. As expected, that Joker was not someone easily dealt with.
Chen Xiaoming fell silent as well.
The two walked all the way to the town below and returned to their house. Shortly after they returned, a figure slowly materialized on a large tree nearby.
There doesn't seem to be any problem.
That Ace of Spades level is still just as low, and the King of Spades remains as cold as ever.
Queen of Diamonds, Lord Joker's suspicion is justified.
After all, the King of Hearts was quite powerful.
Put. Queen of Hearts, everyone knows you have feelings for the King of Hearts. But we are on an investigation right now. Don't bring personal emotions into this. Lord Joker doesn't like that, so watch yourself.
In the shadows across from them, a pool of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson liquid slowly rose, eventually coalescing into a humanoid form.
I know, no need to remind me. Let's go. We've been tailing them for a week now. There's nothing wrong, so we can report back.
The two figures slowly vanished, heading toward the main hall above. After they left, from the shadows of the grass at the corner of the wall, a pair of snake eyes watched them depart. In the shadows of the surrounding trees and other spots, the number of these black snakes was by no means small.
Is it finally over? That really wasn't easy.
Chen Xiaoming opened his eyes and looked at the snake crawling out from the shadows of the room.
Are they all gone? They're gone. The surveillance period should be over. This Joker's vigilance is truly heavy enough, Chen Tianyi's voice emanated from the snake's mouth.
This was the first time Chen Xiaoming realized her ability could be used this way. He had never known despite the long time they had spent together.
As expected, he had underestimated people. What now?
It seems not just the Joker, but other organizations have their eyes on us too. Humph, they underestimate the prowess of the Border Defense Force. Perhaps their strength against gates isn't much, but against people, oomph.
I know that. What I'm asking is, what do we do now?
Their ultimate goal is definitely that MO, and I believe the authorities' protection of MO is sufficient.
But
one can guard against a thief for a day, but not forever. Forget it, let's just tell Brother Ling Chi and let him figure out a way.
Brother Ling Chi, he's the only one you ever care about.
Her voice had turned so saccharine it was practically cloying. Chen Xiaoming's eyes were filled with utter disdain. Before him, the iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson snakes reared their bodies.
What's with that look? Are you asking for a beating?
Chen Xiaoming's eyes widened as he clutched his chest with both hands.
You can actually see it.
It was very hot at their place, and the first thing he did upon returning to his room was strip off his clothes, leaving only a pair of large boxer shorts.
Pfft, you don't even have pecs. Who would want to look anyway?
I'm afraid I get a sty in my eye. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoming immediately grew displeased. He pulled his hands back and struck a bodybuilding pose, causing his chest to bulge slightly.
Well, yes, it was only a slight bulge.
Heh, useless.
Latest news: frequent outbreaks of conflict have been reported in our country's western border regions.
Latest news: the overseas organization known as the Azura Palace has launched 3 assaults against our borders. All were successfully repelled by our nation's most respected border guards. The situation at the western border remains tense.
Today, a deployment will be sent.
Mo scrolled through his phone, noticing that border conflicts had become increasingly frequent lately.
If he remembered correctly, it was never this frequent before. Brother Ling Chi, was the border always like this? Ling Chi glanced at the news on Mo's phone. It was always like this, it just wasn't reported. Now that it's being made public, it means the situation is even more complicated than what's being shown. It seems something has gone wrong at the front lines, but that shouldn't be the case. There hasn't been anything recently worth them making a move for. Ling Chi was deeply puzzled. He had provided support at the border before, but those instances were always due to the appearance of a new gate or a forbidden tool falling from the heavens. An unprovoked offensive like this had truly never happened before. "Mo, the stuff is here." Jade pushed open the door and placed a backpack on the table. She had been waiting at the base all morning for the delivery from Kyoto. As soon as she got her hands on it, she hurried over to deliver it. Mo grabbed the backpack, and its contents materialized in his mind. Man, there really was a lot of stuffed crystals of all shapes and sizes. Some types had dozens, others had hundreds, spanning every possible rank. In addition to those, there was a submachine gun. Mo immediately pulled out the submachine gun. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic. Equipment level, LV50. Durability, 8888. Damage, 555-635. Additional, critical damage plus 20%. Recoil 50%. Stealth, in cases where you are not directly observed, there is no sound and no muzzle flash. The additional attributes weren't overly powerful, but Mo really liked that last one, stealth. Wasn't this the ultimate weapon for a camper? If he could get his hands on a ghillie suit to hide himself properly, the results would be, he. He was already getting a little impatient. From now on, he could use this as his primary weapon and keep the revolver as a sidearm. Perfect. You two keep chatting, I'm going to get busy. Mo went into the back room and locked the door behind him. The screen from before was gone, replaced by a small room. Mo had just set this up a couple of days ago as a dedicated space for synthesizing crystals. It was purely to help him focus. Of course, it was also to prevent others from seeing his synthesis ability, at least for the current tier. He didn't want anyone to know. As for how to explain this ability later on, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Seeing the back door lock, Jade looked at Ling Chi with a serious expression. "You should have seen the news about the Western frontier, right?" "I've seen it. I didn't expect it to be this severe this time." "No, it's even worse than you imagine. According to the latest intelligence, these people from various organizations and countries are all here to uncover the secrets of our enchant weapons." Ling Chi looked at Jade in confusion. How could news of this spread so quickly? According to their estimates, it should have taken at least a year for word to get out. It's only been 4 months? Spies. Just a week ago, 3 members of the garrison force who had been deep cover for 20 years crossed the border. Ling Chi nodded in silence. Spies were impossible to guard against completely, especially within the garrison force, which had the largest numbers. It was also the unit with the least rigorous vetting and the least access to sensitive information. The garrison force members previously responsible for clearing gates for Mo had all been handpicked after strict background checks. Even then, they had to undergo a month of secret surveillance following the operation. During that period, the higher-ups had identified 3 individuals with wavering loyalty. They should be in custody by now. Is the border guard okay? The border guard is fine. All the awakened there, including the previous and the generation before that, are career border soldiers. They are trustworthy. As for the new generation of awakened in the border guard, they only truly join after several years of surveillance. The vetting process for the border guard was exceptionally stringent. A spy in such a location would be a catastrophic security breach. Forget it, that's not something we should be worrying about. Just then, a black snake pushed open the door. Ding-ling. The two fell silent. Wait? How could it be a snake? Brother Ling Chi. That voice. Tianyi. Ling Chi's eyes widened as he stared at the black snake in front of him. This snake could actually speak. Brother Ling Chi, this snake doesn't have much energy left. I'll make this quick. The organization is very interested in why the Dragon Kingdom suddenly has so many high-quality enchant weapons and wants to find the source. Besides them, 7 or 8 other powerful organizations are sending people. They are all major players, so you must be careful. After speaking, the black snake collapsed and dissipated into demonic energy, vanishing into thin air. It seems the problem is even more serious than we thought. Neither of them delved deeper into the nature of Chen Tiany's ability. I need to give Director Chen a call. Jade turned and walked out of the shop. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Far away in Kyoto, Chen was in a meeting, surrounded by high-level officials of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing the name on his phone screen, Chen's brow furrowed. It's a call from Feng Jing. The elderly man sitting in the head seat nodded. Take it. It might be something important. They were currently discussing the situation on the western frontier. A secret mobile squad had already set out and was expected to capture those 3 individuals within 2 days. What? Chen looked shocked. This was nothing like what they had speculated. This information was brought by Chen Tiany, the demon kin from last time, Ling Chi's girlfriend. I understand. I'll handle things on my end. Remember, you must ensure Mo's safety. Have those 3 squads been called back yet? Tell them not to go for the time being. Understood. Just as Chen hung up the phone, the elderly leader hurriedly asked about the situation. Our undercover agent inside an organization sent back word. Their organization is sending people here to search for information regarding enchant weapons. Besides them, about 7 other large-scale organizations will also be entering. They had originally assumed that only a few nations and small organizations knew about the enchant weapons. But now it appeared that this information had become known to many countries. It was likely because their failed operation a few days ago had leaked the information. The current situation was still manageable, but if the whole world found out, things would get very troublesome. In that case, if all else fails, let's bring Mo to Kyoto. Compared to Fengjing, Kyoto has the strongest defensive forces. Chen shook his head. That would actually be counterproductive. I think those organizations will immediately assume we keep the person in Kyoto for protection, so their primary target will likely be Kyoto. The others thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. If it were them, they would also assume the person was placed where the guarding force was strongest. Then, does Fengjing need additional guard forces? No need. 2 demon-slaying army units and 2 secret mobile squads are enough for now. Although Ling Chi's strength is slightly lacking, his special member rank makes him sufficient. Moreover, there is an entire city's garrison force. Their safety shouldn't be a major issue. If we strengthen the defenses, it will instead draw the enemy's attention there. If he could, Chen even wanted to withdraw 2 of the teams. But he was worried, what if the opposition guessed his plan? No, during this period, Mo cannot be allowed to enchant too many weapons, and that shop sign needs to be taken down as well. Great Elder and honored elders, I must go and make some arrangements. Please excuse me. It's quite all right, go ahead. Mo's safety is our top priority. Whether our nation can resolve these gates all depends on this young lad, the Great Elder said with a wave of his hand. After bidding everyone farewell, Chen left in a hurry. As they watched Chen depart, the meeting drew to a temporary close, and the others began to take their leave. Only 12 people remained in the room, the youngest of whom was in his 60s. Elders, what are your thoughts regarding Mo? His current situation is unique. I believe we should put our plans on hold for now. At the very least, we shouldn't bring this up again until we possess absolute strength. I agree. I don't think I need to reiterate Mo's importance. Furthermore, regarding the Tier 5 matter, the announcement has been retracted, and those who saw the message have been brought to Kyoto. Subsequent arrangements are currently being coordinated. The Great Elder nodded. 300 years, it's been a full 300 years, and we finally see a glimmer of hope. During these 300 years, the Dragon Kingdom has endured too much internal turmoil, the onslaught of otherworldly gates, and wolves circling from the outside. 6th Elder, have you seen the future? An elderly man sitting near the door opened his eyes.
His pupils were a murky gray, and his voice sounded like blades scraping together. Great Elder, the river of time is shrouded in an impenetrable veil. I can only see fragments. The only thing certain is that Mo is the hope of the Dragon Kingdom. Not the hope for its rise, for the Dragon Kingdom was already a world leader. He was the hope for escaping their current predicament, the hope for breaking the gates. Cough, 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 cough. The sixth elder quickly covered his mouth with a handkerchief, coughing incessantly. Sixth elder, do not use your abilities so lightly. The sixth elder pulled the handkerchief away. It was stained with blood of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson. He shook his head dismissively. It is fine. My time is near, and a new seer is about to emerge. You must hurry with your preparations and begin the search the moment I pass. The sixth elder was indifferent to his own death. It was something every seer had to face. Their lifespans were short, so short that they would die in their 60s, and some could not even make it that far. One must realize he was currently a Tier 9 awakened, whose normal lifespan should reach 200 years. Yet, such was the fate of a seer. Sigh. All the great elders' words dissolved into a single sigh. The so-called 12 elders were not elected by the people, rather, the very nature of their classes predestined them to become the 12 elders. The moment one dies, a new generation of the 12 elders emerges, entering the Council of Elders directly after 10 years of study. As for the great elder, his class is fortune. He can faintly adjust the course of the national destiny. Even a mere hair's breadth of change can have a massive impact on a country. Similarly, this is a unique class. The next successor of fortune only appears upon the current one's death. Rest assured, everything has already been arranged, the great elder said with great effort. The sixth elder officially joined the Council of 12 Elders at the age of 30 and had worked alongside them for 30 years. Upon learning that the opponent was a geomancer, he had already anticipated that this day would come. It was simply hard to accept. After returning to his office, Chen hurriedly called Jade. Tell Mo to start enchanting equipment from today, but at most only to +12. And do it at intervals. Don't make every single piece +12. Also, tell him to change the shop sign. The current one is just too eye-catching. Jade glanced at the phone, then looked through the window toward the innermost small room. That might be somewhat difficult. I believe you can do it. Mo's safety is the top priority. Chen didn't need to elaborate on the gravity of the situation. I'll try my best. It's a must. Chen believed Mo would agree. He had long seen through Mo. Although the man's ideas were sometimes unreliable, his sense of self-preservation was very strong. Jade hung up the phone and returned to the room. What's wrong? What did Director Chen say? It was the first time Ling Qi had seen such a troubled expression on Jade's face. Even when Mo had proposed difficult problems before, Jade had never looked this conflicted. Has another problem cropped up this time? Jade took a deep breath. Director Chen asked me to tell Mo not to enchant weapons too high lately. Nothing over +12. Also, the name on the sign has to be changed. The current one is far too conspicuous. Ling Qi nodded. Indeed, it was time for a change. Don't worry, Mo will definitely agree. You've seen the gear he wears. His capacity for both survival and counterattacking is incredibly strong. In truth, Mo currently lacks any life-saving abilities. It's not that he doesn't want to use them, he simply hasn't found any suitable ones. But why not let Mo go to Kyoto? The defenses there are much stronger than here, Ling Qi asked, somewhat puzzled. Jade shook her head. In this situation, we absolutely cannot let Mo go to Kyoto. If even you can think of sending him there, don't you think the enemy has thought of it too? That's true. If I can think of it, so can they. But then, they might also anticipate that we won't send Mo to Kyoto and will keep him right where he is instead. Jade sent out the message and turned to look at Ling Qi. Although it sounded like a bit of a tongue twister, Jade understood the core logic. Exactly, the opposition would have considered this as well. Given that they are all powerful organizations, there's no reason for them to lack basic intelligence. If even Ling Qi could figure it out, there is no way others wouldn't have. In the room, Mo looked at his newly crafted weapon with satisfaction. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic +100.
Equipment level, LV 50. Durability, 8888. Damage, 555,635 plus 4.82 million. Additional, critical damage plus 60%. Critical chance plus 60%. Recoil 100%. Damage plus 10%. Sneak attack, when not being observed, produces no sound or muzzle flash. Camouflage, stay stationary for 5 seconds to blend into the environment, does not break until an attack is made. Special, psionic bullets, the user's energy automatically refills the magazine. One's round. The Gaze of Doom, targets the user gazes upon will take 500% damage, up to 3 targets at a time. CD, 60s. Socket, life steal plus 20%. MO only socketed 1 spirit stone. It wasn't that he didn't want to add more, but rather that the other effects weren't particularly good. Of course, even this single effect wasn't exceptionally useful to him, but it was sufficient. However, he had added a socket to a forbidden artifact. He had only just discovered that forbidden artifacts could actually be socketed. Although only one can be opened, it is sufficient. He embedded a special runic crystal into it. Wisdom crystallization plus 50. Quality, forbidden artifact. Level, none. Effect, Ascension, intelligence plus. Duration 3H value doubles for every enchantment level 7D. Storage, can convert food into constitution without upper limit. Daily 10 constitution. Cost, constitution 100x enchantment level, until it reaches 0. Socket, shield, 100 plus 0.01 intelligence, requires 10 minutes to reactivate after breaking. This crystal is a level 3 crystal, and it is the only one of its kind among the many crystals Jade provided. Perhaps it is useless to others, but for MO, it is an absolute life-saving divine artifact. In other words, as long as MO uses it, he is invincible for 3 hours. Unless MO remains in danger beyond those 3 hours. But he finds that impossible, at least, that is what he believes. However, for the sake of safety, MO still intends to acquire more high-quality magic word armor or forbidden artifacts. It seems I need to give Director Chen another call. Leaving safety in the hands of others is somewhat unreliable. Even though the weapons for the 4 squads have been enchanted to level 50, MO still lacks a sense of security. He pushed open the door and saw Ling Chi and Jade leaning close together, whispering. Brother Ling Chi, you're a man with a girlfriend, this isn't quite right, is it? MO teased. Ling Chi. MO, there's something I need to tell you. Jade organized her thoughts and explained the situation to MO in detail. Furthermore, she explained the pros and cons very clearly. As Jade watched MO lost in thought, she already had 3 contingency plans ready in her mind. If he didn't agree, she was prepared to wait him out all day. MO must be made to agree. Change it. This plaque must be changed. Change it to Devoted Enchantment House. Back then, he had only chosen the name to attract customers. Now, he no longer needed to. Not only are we changing the name, we're giving up this shop entirely. We're moving back to the original one. Jade's jaw dropped. Had they really just agreed that easily? So I don't even need to prepare my talking points anymore? You agreed? MO looked at Jade in confusion. How could we not replace them? Didn't you say someone has their eye on high enchantment gear? In such a dangerous situation, he would be a fool not to make the change. Sister Zhang, get someone to help with the move. Take that plaque down and burn it immediately. Brother Ling Chi, I'll give you the owner's phone number. He has records there, so please help destroy them. I reckon he probably doesn't remember me anymore. When it came to his own safety, Mo's IQ instantly reclaimed the high ground. Not only did the plaque need to be burned, but even the records from back then had to be erased. Alright, I'll get right on it. Ling Chi left alone, leaving the other 4 members behind. MO, there's one more thing. I was discussing this with Ling Chi just now, and I think we should move to a smaller city. I don't think that's necessary. Although Fongjing is a large city, it only ranks in the teens. Even if they can find this city, they shouldn't be able to find our specific location. Mo shook his head. He had no desire to go to a city even smaller than this one. Besides, you have to consider one issue: the smaller the city, the smaller the population, and the fewer enchanter shops there will be. Wouldn't that increase my chances of being exposed? I actually think Fengjing is the most suitable. Neither a massive metropolis nor a tiny town was ideal for him. Large cities would certainly be the primary targets of those organizations, while those same organizations might also send people to small towns. Instead, a city with a middling ranking like this was the safest. Jade thought about it, and it seemed to make perfect sense. She looked at Nemo with a face full of surprise. I didn't expect you to think of so much. I feel like I need to get to know you all over again. Mosai twitched. So, in your mind, I was just someone with no IQ before? Jade nodded subconsciously, then hurriedly shook her head. No, I just feel. She really couldn't bring herself to voice any words of praise. Mo stood in front of the shop, looking at the place where he had worked for several months, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. But in the face of unknown danger, it was better to play it safe and lie low. Let's go. Arriving at the shop on the original street corner, Mo sighed inwardly. He was back. Just put the stuff wherever. No need for renovations, it's fine just being this run down. The more dilapidated it looked, the worse the enchanter's skills would seem, making it easier to hide himself. He really was a clever little genius. Not only did they skip the renovations, but he and the members of Ling Chi's team also treated the walls to make them look aged and short. They made it look more and more broken down. Half an hour later, Ling Chi arrived at the shop, looking at the changes inside with a sense of disbelief. Was this the same shop as before? No, what on earth happened to this place? The once pristine white walls and ceiling had turned a faint yellow, with some areas even appearing blackened. Unknown holes had appeared in the wooden structures, and the counter had become an oily, greasy yellow. Many of the floor tiles were now cracked and shattered. Although Ling Chi had only spent a few days in this shop, it certainly didn't look like this in his memory. What did you guys do to the shop? Ling Chi walked up to the counter and examined it closely. These were all newly formed marks. Just a bit of distressing. Doesn't the shop look really run down now? It certainly looks trashed. Ling Chi's eyelid flickered. He pulled a newly made plaque from his backpack. A simple iron art plaque, this kind looks the cheapest. As for those lightbox signs, no shop made them anymore. This is perfect. Come on, let's keep distressing it. They went at it with fire, water, and blades. The final result was very satisfying. Even one of the characters was missing a piece. Looking at the plaque, Jade didn't know what to say for a moment. Mo valued his life even more than she had imagined. After everything was finished, Jade asked the question on her mind. Since you value your life so much, why do you still go to the gates? Jade had always thought Mo was an adventurous person, which was why he went to the gates. But recent events had shown her that Mo was actually quite cautious. Mo thought for a moment and said, one reason is that my parents died inside a gate, so I want revenge. The other is that I'm curious about what's inside the gates and the differences between the various levels. Of course, the most important reason was to test the power of certain weapons. He needed to judge what kind of weaponry he required to ensure his own safety. This world was dangerous. Even if common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic ranked people didn't go to the gates, they could still face danger. How could he not seek out a secure way of living for himself? Jade nodded, accepting Mo's explanation. Every time he went to a gate, Mo always entered accompanied by a group of people. The last time he went to disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, and divine gate, it was also because he had a powerful weapon in his hand. Come to think of it. Jade looked back on the past. Whether Mo was going to slay monsters or enter gates, he always had a life-saving weapon in his hand. As expected, Mo had been very protective of his life from the very beginning, but she simply hadn't noticed it herself. Outside the borders of the western regions, 4 different teams were racing toward the border of the Dragon Kingdom. King of Spades, there are people from other organizations on both our flanks. What do we do now? Chen Xiaoming looked at the teams on either side. Their numbers were quite significant. Not long after returning last time, they had set out once again. Only this time, more people had come,
especially far more core figures than the last trip. Ace of Spades, why don't you just open a portal and take us there directly, a masked man said.
Jack of Diamonds, what's your status? Chen Xiaoming was somewhat dissatisfied with the other's tone, as the man actually dared to give him orders.
He was the Ace of Spades, one of the foremost core members of the organization. Of course, the reason he was valued was solely because of his ability, not his combat strength. The Jack of Diamonds shut his mouth. Chen Tianyi glanced at the people around her and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. With so many people coming this time, how was she supposed to go see Brother Ling Qi? Ignore them. Even if our missions conflict, we are currently outside the borders. The others remained silent after all. In terms of raw power, no one present could rival Chen Tianyi. As for the Tier 9 awakened within their organization, they certainly existed, though their exact whereabouts remained a mystery. 50 kilometers from the border, Chen Tianyi led the group to a halt. Ace of Spades, I'm handing things over to you now.
Understood.
Chen Xiaoming curled his lip and glanced at the others. It looked like he'd have to use the troublesome method again. He closed his eyes to sense his surroundings and found a gate exactly 10 kilometers away.
Head to the right.
The group veered away from their planned route. Seeing this, the other teams were puzzled but continued heading toward the borderline. In the middle of a forest, a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate appeared before them.
Follow me in. Chen Xiaoming led the way.
Once inside, he didn't venture deep but began channeling his ability on the spot. Demonic energy from the surrounding space surged forward, coalescing in front of Chen Xiaoming to form a mirror-like iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson portal. The center of the portal shattered, revealing an iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson rift in space. A disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine gate provides very little energy. It can only transport us about 300 kilometers at most, but that's enough, Chen Xiaoming remarked casually after sensing the flow. He stepped directly into the portal, with the others following close behind. After a 10-minute trek through the rift, they emerged.
One of the members took out a phone and pulled up a map. That's right, we've successfully entered the territory of the Dragon Kingdom.
The others looked at Chen Xiaoming with eyes full of shock. They had actually made it across.
Chen Xiaoming felt nothing at their reaction.
He wondered what they would think if they knew he could travel 500 kilometers even without the help of a gate.
Alright, the rest is up to you.
My energy can only support us for this distance. Chen Tianyi looked at Chen Xiaoming. Not bad at all. This was exactly how he needed to stall them. An iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson snake slid down Chen Tianyi's back and lunged directly into the gate.
Mission accomplished.
So, what do you think?
No one would ever suspect it was me, right?
A dilapidated plaque paired with a crumbling doorway, and the interior of the room was just as trashed. With a setup like this, how could anyone possibly find it? Ling Qi and Jade exchanged a look, gaining a deeper understanding of how much Mo valued his own life.
What sane person would go to such lengths? I don't think anyone will find it. Even if the major organizations search all of Fengjing, they won't find this place. Hearing Ling Qi say this, Mo was even more satisfied.
That proves my hard work wasn't in vain. By the way, Sister Zhang, help me work on some Tier 5 defensive gear too, preferably demon-class equipment.
Alright, but I can't say for sure if it'll work.
Even though it succeeded last time, no one knows if that was just a fluke.
Jade was careful not to make any absolute promises. It's fine, just give it a try. I don't think it'll be much of an issue. That demon organization could mass-produce them, which meant the method was definitely viable.
Mo glanced at his points without realizing it. He had nearly 5 million points. It was also about time to see if he could upgrade the system. The first time was plus 50, the second was plus 100. He just didn't know if plus 150 would trigger another upgrade. It would be even better if a new ability appeared.
Brother Ling Qi, why did you guys move? I had such a hard time finding you. Chen Tianyi, controlling the snake, finally located the place.
If she hadn't been able to sense Ling Qi's aura, she really wouldn't have found it.
Tianyi, has something happened again? Ling Qi's heart skipped a beat. The last time she came, she delivered news of such magnitude. Surely this time wouldn't be even more serious?
It's nothing much, just that our organization has arrived in the Dragon Kingdom and is currently in the western regions. Our target is Kyoto, and I imagine the other organizations are targeting Kyoto as well. You guys can prepare more people to lie in wait.
Don't worry, we'll take care of that. Once I finish dealing with these matters, I'll find a way to come to Fongjing. Can we go shopping together? Mo's eyes widened. He actually saw a hint of bashfulness on the face of a snake.
Of course.
Ling Qi nodded.
As long as it didn't interfere with work, he naturally wanted to spend some time with Chen Tianyi.
Meichem, I'm leaving then.
The black snake instantly dissolved into a pool of black water and then dissipated. It seems my place is still quite safe.
Mo wasn't worried at all now.
That may be so, but we still need to be extra cautious.
Jade didn't think things were that simple.
Besides the common awakened, there were special awakened with all sorts of bizarre abilities. If someone appeared who could track Mo's location, things would turn ugly. Mo thought about it and agreed he'd better hurry up and get to enchanting equipment.
I'm going to work. Are you two heading back or staying here?
Staying here, of course.
Wherever Mo is, they must be there too.
In addition to them, the 3 teams from Xiang have also returned, currently positioned less than a kilometer away from here. They are guarding 3 different directions respectively.
Fine then.
Mo arrived at the room, and that folding screen had returned to its post once again. However, this room was quite small, and no counter had been arranged directly opposite the entrance.
Mo took out the enchanting forge.
Then, he brought out the phantom sneak that had just been enchanted to plus 100.
SM 500 common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 100. Success rate, 16.51%. Proceed with enchantment? Ding. 83490 points enchant. It hurts. It really hurts. Each enchantment costs over 80,000 points. 50 attempts would require at least 4.5 million points. Mo looked at his points balance with a bit of trepidation. 5 million plus should be enough, right?
If Chen knew that Mo was using resources capable of enchanting 12 plus 100 weapons just to enchant a single plus 150 weapon, he would probably cling to Mo's leg and wail at the top of his lungs.
82,000, 83,000, 74,000.
An hour later, the weapon reached plus 110. 3 hours later, the weapon reached plus 120.
Mo glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Gurgle. Forget it, let's finish this tomorrow.
Sister Zhang, brother Lingqi, let's go grab a bite to eat. The next day, Mo arrived at the shop early. Judging by yesterday's situation, it would likely take the entire day to successfully complete the enchantment. Of course, Mo could also choose not to care about points, which would make the speed much faster. He wants to as well, but his current strength simply doesn't allow it. I thought that over 5 million points would be enough, but who would have imagined having to be so stingy just to enchant a single piece of equipment? Mo became increasingly convinced that there was a ceiling to the enchantment equipment levels, and that this limit was defined by the maximum capacity of his points. Team Lingqi had already purchased the house next door. As before, the other 4 stayed there, while Lingqi and Jade remained in this room to accompany Mo.
Mo took a deep breath and began his spending spree.
It wasn't that he hadn't considered using the rainbow enchantment stones, but those stones were far too rare, and Mo didn't have many left in his possession. Of course, if he were to ask Chen, the other man would surely give them to him. It was just that he didn't want to. Perhaps he would encounter a suitable forbidden tool in the future. He had already reserved spots for those rainbow enchantment stones in his mind. Since the plaque had been replaced and the house had undergone an artificial aging process, combined with its geographical location, outsiders wouldn't even spare it a glance.
Have you noticed? Mo's enchanting speed has slowed down significantly this time.
Listening to the sound of successful enchanting that rang out only after long intervals, Jade felt somewhat puzzled.
Lingqi rubbed his chin. I'm not sure. Maybe, it's a weapon with a higher enchant level.
Thinking of this, Ling Chi couldn't help but think of that weapon. Even he couldn't use it was simply ridiculous.
And now he was pushing for an even higher enchant level. Who could possibly use such a weapon?
At 12 noon, Mo was still standing behind the screen, with no intention of coming out. By this time, the weapon had already reached plus 130. I hope my theory is correct, otherwise, all the work on this weapon will be for nothing. After all, it had cost over 5 million points. This wasn't the first time Mo had thought about the points. With every successful enchant, he would think of those hard-earned 5 million.
Well, it certainly wasn't easy. How many pieces of equipment had he enchanted, and how many people had contributed to him for it?
It wasn't until 7 p.m. that, with the final ding, a plus 150 weapon was successfully produced.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for enchanting a plus 150 piece of equipment for the first time. The system level has increased, and the refinement function has been upgraded. What a beautiful sound. Luckily he had guessed right. If he had been wrong, he probably would have cried himself to death in the bathroom.
Mo hurriedly opened the system's personal information. Host Mo. Age, 18. Point 66123. Skill, EXP Leech, Refinement. Enchant success rate, plus 310%. He didn't know what the refinement function had upgraded into yet, but he did know that the enchant success rate had surged by 200%. That meant if the base success rate was 10%, it would be 41% for him. Just try to find someone better. Most importantly, it could save him a lot of points. Right now, points were his life. Mo opened the refinement function and clicked on the introduction. Holy crap! Is it really this overpowered? What's so overpowered? Jade stood behind him, looking puzzled. The sound of Jade's voice from behind made Mo tremble all over. Sister Zhang, you're going to scare me to death. Sister Zhang, please head out first. I still have work to do. We'll go grab a meal together later. Mo hurriedly pushed Jade out. I just saw you staring at the weapon for so long, I thought you were finished, Jade said, looking a bit embarrassed. Normally, when Mo was enchanting equipment, they would never step forward to disturb him. It was just that Mo's dazed expression earlier had made Jade a little worried. After all, enchanters sometimes fall into self-doubt due to enchantment failures. And for someone like Mo, who had been consistently successful, a single failure would be the most dangerous of all. No, I'm almost done. After Jade left, Mo looked at the system interface. Refinement, you may lock up to 2 attributes and refine the others, including but not limited to additional attributes and special attributes. Furthermore, any weapon can be refined, regardless of its grade. Hiss. Holy crap, holy crap! Mo's eyes widened. If the initial refinement was just a somewhat useful ability, then right now, this was a disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine-level ability. He randomly pulled out a piece of blue equipment, tossed it into the enchanting forge, and selected refinement. Common, superior, rare, epic, mythic plus 50. Cost, 50,000 points. Confirm refinement? It's just 50,000 points. Do it. Mo locked in 2 additional attributes and pressed his hands together. It has to be what I'm thinking of, please. 50,000 points deducted. A flash of light flickered, and Mo hurriedly drew his weapon. It worked. It actually worked. The skill in the special attribute column had changed. Although it turned into a rather mediocre ability, it had indeed changed. Even though this system upgrade didn't provide a brand new ability, the enhancement of this refinement ability made Mo more excited than gaining a new one would have. Who cares about being a mere enchanter? From now on, he was a one-of-a-kind enchanter who could perform refinements. Wait, that doesn't sound quite right. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Compared to refinement, that socketing ability was nothing. Mo took out his weapon and placed his eye of the mind into the interface. He could still lock the attributes. Next, he placed a forbidden tool inside. He could still lock it. In other words, he could refine away the cost of use. Holy crap, doesn't this make me invincible? However, when Mo saw the numbers displayed on the screen, he froze. Crystals of Wisdom plus 50. Cost 500,000 points. Proceed with refinement? Are you serious right now, man? 500,000 points? It costs 500,000 for a single refinement? If luck isn't on my side, couldn't this potentially cost millions or even tens of millions? Mo truly didn't know how to begin complaining.
He thought his prime had arrived, but it turned out to be a cold snap and spring. Mo took out the forbidden tool and placed his iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic weapon inside 50,000. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson 5. So, forbidden tools cost 500,000, while iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic could be either 500,000 or 50,000. Iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic and iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson common, superior, rare, epic, mythic were 50,000, blue was 5,000, and as for green and white, they didn't really matter. It didn't seem entirely unacceptable. Sigh. Fine, let it be expensive as long as it's the real deal, anything is negotiable. Back in that warehouse in Kyoto where the forbidden tools were kept, Mo had spotted one particular forbidden tool. To be honest, Mo really liked the effect of that forbidden artifact, but the side effects were simply too extreme. That's why Mo didn't even bother picking it up before, but this time, he is determined to get it. Sister Zhang, I need to go to Kyoto. Put. Cough, cough. Jade, who was drinking water, was nearly scared to death by Mo's words. Right now, that place was a powder keg where combat could break out at any moment. What did you say? You're going to Kyoto? Can't you wait a while? I could skip it, but I'm worried Director Chen won't give it to me, Mo said, looking a bit sheepish. Impossible. Director Chen will give you anything you want. If he said no, he was just joking as long as you ask, he'll definitely hand it over, Jade said hurriedly. She wasn't wrong. If it was something Mo could use, Chen would find a way to get it for him, even if he had to snatch it from someone else. Really? Really? Jade nodded vigorously. Anything was fine, as long as he didn't go to Kyoto. Of course, Mo didn't actually want to go to Kyoto, but that specific forbidden artifact was unique, and he was worried Chen would be reluctant to part with it. It was a teleportation item. Even if it could only be used once a month, something that could save your life was worth it even if it only worked once a year, let alone once a month. It's a forbidden artifact jade pendant called the Traveler's Jade. Do you think you can get Uncle Chen to send it over tomorrow? Jade nodded. I'll call him right now. She pushed open the door and walked out. Ling Chi walked over to Mo, his eyes scanning him intently. Brother Ling Chi, why are you looking at me like that? Ling Chi stared into Mo's eyes and said, Is there something special about that jade pendant? Ha, you guessed that? A man who can artificially age his own house the moment he hears people are looking for him, the enchanter wouldn't just head to Kyoto for any old forbidden artifact. I suspect that pendant's ability is exceptional, but its cost must be incredibly high. Mo raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect Brother Ling Chi to be so clever. The corner of Ling Chi's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Why did that sound so backhanded? What did he mean by actually so clever? He was plenty smart to begin with, he just usually couldn't be bothered to use his brain. But when he did use his brain, he still couldn't compare to Jade. Why was it that even though his intelligence attribute had increased, his brain didn't seem to follow suit? Outside the door, Jade grimaced and held the phone as far from her ear as possible as Chen's roar erupted from the speaker. This script wasn't playing out the way she had imagined. Why was the reaction so explosive at the mere mention of that forbidden artifact, the Traveler's Jade pendant? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Jade? Jade, are you there? Yeah, I'm listening. That jade pendant cannot be given to Mo. But if you don't give it to him, Mo is going to head to Kyoto himself. Chen fell silent. Mo going to Kyoto was definitely not a good thing. Even if Mo came to Kyoto, Chen couldn't possibly give him that pendant,
because its cost was a reduction in lifespan with every single use. MO was far too important. Letting him use such an item would be doing him a grave disservice. Ask him if he has a way to resolve that side effect. Is the side effect of that forbidden artifact really that severe? It reduces your lifespan. What do you think? Jade froze in shock. It actually drained one's life. No wonder MO was planning to go to Kyoto personally. No wonder he had specifically asked her if the information was genuine. He had known all along. I'll ask him. Since he didn't take it last time, it must have been because the side effect was too great. He's asking for it now, so he must have found a solution. That was the only logical explanation. About that side effect. Don't worry, I've already figured out a way to handle it. He had already tested the refinement ability. Although he hadn't performed the actual refinement yet, being able to target specific attributes meant it wouldn't be a major issue. Even if the attempt failed, it wouldn't matter, he just wouldn't use the item. Alright then, I'll have Director Chen send the item over, Jade agreed after a moment of hesitation. She trusted that MO wouldn't gamble with his own life. MO watched his steadily increasing points and nodded with satisfaction. At this rate, reaching 500,000 points would only take a week. On the third day, a milky white jade pendant appeared in Mo's hand. Traveler's Jade Pendant. Quality, Forbidden Tool. Level, None. Effect, random teleportation within a specified distance range of up to 500 kilometers. CD, 1 month. Cost, each use deducts 310 years from the user's lifespan, depending on the distance. This is exactly why MO didn't take this last time, the cost was simply too high. If there were no negative consequences, MO would undoubtedly choose this life-saving forbidden artifact. Ignoring the current situation to teleport within a specified distance range, how powerful an effect that is. However, given the drawback of the cost, MO decisively chose the crystallization of wisdom, which possesses the ability to enhance attack power. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. As long as your attack power is high enough, your safety coefficient will be high enough. But now that his refinement has leveled up, this forbidden tool couldn't be more perfect for him. If it weren't for Mo's repeated assurances, Chen would never have given it to him. Ring ring. Mo looked at the name above, a headache beginning to brew. After receiving the items, this was already the third time Chen had called. On the phone, the conversation kept circling back to the same single point. Director Chen, what is it now? Mo lay on the recliner, looking utterly drained as he listened to Chen's incessant nagging. Mo, can you really eliminate those side effects? Honestly, you don't even need that thing, you have so many squads protecting you after all. If you feel unsafe, I can assign a few more teams to you. Don't worry, I have a way to handle it. Mo couldn't even remember how many times he had repeated those words. How about I swap it for something else? There's a shield-type forbidden artifact that's quite good. The price is much lower, just a bit of weakness. No need, I think this one is perfect. The main reason was that he already had a shield, and a 3-hour invincibility shield at that. Alright then. Chen finally ran out of things to say. After hanging up, Mo looked at Chen's number on his phone and asked Ling Qi, what do you think would happen if I blacklisted his number? Then you'd be seeing him in person by tonight, Ling Qi replied without a second thought. Sigh. Mo let out a heavy sigh and tossed his phone onto the small round table beside him. The space was too cramped. Mo didn't even have a counter in front of him, which made him feel quite out of place. Meanwhile, outside the capital city. Out of a gate in a remote area emerged a group of figures dressed in black robes. Jia Jia Jia. I bet no other organization is as fast as we are. The speaker had a raspy voice and a wide, distorted grin. Heavenly King Fu, can you stop laughing like that? It makes me really want to hit you. The woman beside him looked at him with clear dissatisfaction. Widow, I'll laugh however I want. It's none of your business. Enough, stop bickering, both of you. Hurry into the capital. Find that enchanter who can create plus 16 weapons. A burly man stepped between the two, breaking their eye contact. Is the person really in the capital? I have a feeling they wouldn't be here. If it were me, I'd definitely relocate someone like that to another city rather than keeping them here.
Widow shook her head, unable to fathom what the higher-ups were thinking.
I know they won't be here either. We're just here to go through the motions.
Dispatching 3 Heavenly King class members is just to make everyone else believe our target is the capital.
On the western side of the capital, another team appeared.
There were only 8 of them, and their target was also the city. In almost a single day, 7 or 8 teams had gathered near the capital. Inside a conference room in the capital, an elder slowly opened his eyes.
There are 12 teams in total.
The weakest among them are Tier 8 awakened, and every squad has at least one Tier 9 awakened.
Second elder, are you certain? The second elder nodded. Certain.
At least, that is the situation in Kyoto.
Chen helped the second elder to his feet. Thank you for your hard work, second elder. Let me see you back. The second elder waved him off. No need. You two go and get prepared. The elder's council office. The second elder walked back, swaying slightly. How is the situation? Do you still doubt my ability?
A small matter like this is well within my grasp.
The second elder sat back in his seat with a smile on his face. The second elder's God's eye is indeed trustworthy. God's eye, the eye of a god. Everything within a 300-kilometer radius of Kyoto was under the second elder's control. While it could not provide detailed observation, the God's eye could detect energy fluctuations. The second elder only needed to observe areas where energy shifted to discover any anomalies. Sigh, I'm old now, I'm not what I used to be. In the past, I could have settled this in 10 minutes. I have no choice but to accept my age. The second elder shook his head. Every person present was aging. The eldest among them was already 80 years old.
It's not that they don't want to retire, but rather that the unique nature of their class makes retirement impossible.
Fongjing remains peaceful, with not a single foreigner in sight. Mo toyed with the jade pendant, watching the points increase, though the speed was still a bit too slow. I want to work. Mo stood up and looked toward Jade.
Jade blinked at Mo, confused as to why work was suddenly starting.
Hadn't this week's batch of weapons already been finished? Sister Zhang, I need a batch of weapons. I'm starting the enchantment now.
Word from above is to stop enchanting for a while. There won't be any weapons for you to enchant for at least 2 months. All weapons have been allocated to other enchanters, there are none left for you.
Mo looked at Jade speechlessly. Even for the sake of protection, this was going a bit overboard. This wouldn't do. He needed points.
I won't do high-level enchants, I'll just go up to +10. An enchanter needs to maintain their feel for the craft. If I don't enchant for a long time, the difficulty might spike significantly when I try to hit +50 again.
Mo spoke with a deadpan, serious expression. Jade wasn't an enchanter, so she couldn't tell if Mo was telling the truth or not.
But even if there were only a 10% chance he was right, she didn't dare take the risk.
Only up to +10, do you understand? Machem, don't worry, I'll only enchant to +10.
In truth, Mo hadn't planned on going too high anyway. After all, the usual supply of +16 or +20 weapons wasn't that large to begin with. The next day, a batch of weapons arrived in Fongjing. Jade handed the bag to Mo, there's no rush for this batch.
Take your time. If possible, the higher-ups didn't want Mo to take action at this time.
However, considering it was only +10, it shouldn't be much of an issue.
Mo looked at the bag in his hand, his eyes shining. Points were beckoning to him. Since the system had upgraded, Mo could successfully enchant weapons to +10 with his eyes closed. There were 200 weapons in this batch.
If Mo went all out, he could finish them in a single day. However, he still dragged out the time as usual, taking 4 days to complete them.
Here you go, Sister Zhang. Get these distributed as soon as possible. This is equipment for the garrison force. There's no rush. What? Don't they have to fight monsters?
We do fight, just not as frequently as the other 3 departments. Generally speaking, the garrison force only needs to keep the monsters contained within a certain area. As long as we control their numbers and range, we can just leave them be.
Mo looked at his backpack. If that was the case, what was the point of enchanting this stuff himself? He couldn't help but turn his gaze toward Ling Chi. Seeing Mo's look, Ling Chi quickly shook his head. Don't look at me. Jade has always been in charge of this, I'm just a bodyguard. Mo felt deflated, all that excitement for nothing. Jade was somewhat puzzled, did it really matter whether the weapons were used or not? Whatever, better to just get these weapons sent off first. Phew, alright, we've reached Kyoto. Chen Xiaoming felt a wave of relief as he looked at the familiar buildings in the distance. He had finally delivered these people to their destination. Split up into groups of 2 or 3 and enter from 4 different directions. If anyone gets caught, I'm sorry, but no one is coming to save you. Remember the objective, find that enchanter. Do not do anything unnecessary, Shin Tianyi warned. Understood. The groups had already been formed, and everyone scattered. Only Chen Xiaoming and Shen Tianyi remained, standing there as they watched the 3 teams depart. Quick, open the portal, we're going to Fengjing. Chen Tianyi urged with a joyful smile on her face. Ah, we're just leaving like that? What else? Am I supposed to stay here and do the mission? But Fengjing is too far away, it's over 1,000 kilometers. My energy is almost completely drained, I need at least a day's rest, Chen Xiaoming said, spreading his hands. Chen Xiaoming. If you want to die, just say so. They'll be in Kyoto for 3 days at most. You'd better not waste my time. Don't think I don't know your capabilities, you've used them before. Even a slave driver wouldn't work someone this hard, Chen Xiaoming sighed, taking a deep breath and pressing his hands together. A current of air radiated from him, and his gaze sharpened. As he pulled his hands apart, a rift of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson slowly tore open. A minute later, a gateway large enough for 2 people to enter side by side appeared before them. Let's go, milady. Chen Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his forehead. Opening a portal like this would require eating at least 3 extra steamed buns, it was exhausting. Chen Xiaoming could open a portal of this distance 3 times a day. However, within this organization, he would never admit to that. It was only because he had previously learned of Chen Tianyi's true identity that he had used it in front of her last time. The 2 stepped through the portal, and upon emerging from the other side, they found themselves in Fengjing. Phew, this is much better. The tunnels you usually use only cover 500 kilometers at a time, that's way too short. Seriously, what's the maximum distance you can open a gate for? She was well aware of Chen Xiaoming's overall strength, but she knew very little about this specific space tunneling ability. She only knew that he could use the 500-kilometer gate twice a day, and the cooldown between uses was quite long. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them this long to reach the capital. Well, that's a secret. Chen Tianyi didn't really care as long as she could use it, it was fine. Worst case, she'd just push him harder next time he detox sooner or later. After entering the city, Chen Tianyi headed straight for Mo's shop. Huh, did they move? Why is the location so remote? When he saw the storefront, Chen Xiaoming began to question reality. This is the enchanter Mo's shop? Dilapidated. It was far too dilapidated. He had never seen an enchanter's shop look this rundown. Even the lowest level enchanter's shop would be much better than this. Chen Tianyi looked at the door with some doubt. Although she had visited once through her snake, she hadn't paid much attention to the exterior then. If she hadn't sensed Ling Chi's presence inside the room, Chen Tianyi would have doubted whether she had come to the wrong place. Yes, this is it. Chen Tianyi pushed the door open, and the first thing she saw was Mo lying on a lounge chair. Mo looked up briefly, seeing it wasn't a customer. He went back to playing dead. Tianyi? What are you guys doing here? Is your organization's target Fengjing? Ling Chi hadn't expected them to come to Fengjing. No, the teams are still searching for people in the capital. I just came because I missed you, brother Ling Chi.
Standing behind her, Chen Xiaoming vigorously rubbed his arms. Cold and aloof toward everyone in the organization, yet she puts on this high-pitched, cutesy voice for this Ling Chi guy.
Women are truly terrifying.
A snake of iron, silver, violet, gold, and crimson materialized at Chen Xiaoming's feet, slithering up his body and coiling tightly around him.
Hey, hey, hey! That's dangerous, lady. The black snake vanished, and the crushing pressure dissipated.
Chen Xiaoming scrambled away, squatting down next to him. Oh, this madwoman was not to be trifled with. Jade watched the scene with amusement, her phone camera constantly pointed at Chen Xiaoming.
Noticing this, Mo glanced at the somewhat handsome Chen Xiaoming. Brother Chen, are you wearing a disguise?
Ah, why do you say that?
I just feel like you shouldn't be handsomer than me.
Chen Xiaoming took a long, hard look at Mo, at his nose, his eyes, his whole face.
His lip twitched. What exactly gave you the confidence to think I'm not as handsome as you?
Sorry to disappoint, but I'm not wearing a disguise this time. I really am just this handsome.
Mo shook his head. There was no talking to this guy.
He figured Jade must have taken a liking to him, otherwise, why would she keep filming him?
Jade, Tianyi just told me that most organizations are targeting Kyoto and Modu. As for Fengjing, no organization has set their sights here yet.
Is that so?
That's good, at least our intuition was right.
Jade put down her phone, pulled up her messages with Chen, and reported the situation.
Understood, but don't let your guard down.
The information from the border doesn't match the number of people discovered in Kyoto and Modu, Chen replied instantly. It seemed people from other organizations had headed to different cities. It remained to be seen if any had come to Fengjing. Ling Chi and Chen Tianyi stood outside Mo's shop, looking at the people inside through the window.
Is this really okay? Chen Tianyi asked, feeling a bit at a loss.
The two of them had just been chatting inside before being pushed out by Mo and the others.
Since we finally managed to get away from the organization, let's go out and enjoy some shopping.
After all, it was only 2 days, so every moment had to be cherished.
It should be fine, right?
Ling Chi was actually quite tempted, but he was still concerned about Mo's safety.
Ding!
Ling Chi picked up his phone. Jade had sent him a message.
Go on your date and don't worry.
Tyson's team of 4 is here, plus Fang Yu, Chen Luo, and Xiang's 3 squads.
One more or less of you won't make a difference. Go ahead. Since Jade had put it that way, what else could he say? Let's go, we're going shopping.
I've never actually taken you to a movie before, so we'll shop and grab dinner first, then catch a film.
If they were going to have fun, they might as well do it right. Hearing this arrangement, Chen Tianyi's face turned bright red. This was a real date. She was overjoyed.
Okay, whatever you say.
Inside the shop. Hiss. This woman actually knows how to blush. That's a rare sight indeed. Chen Xiaoming's eyes widened. Was the Chen Tianyi standing before him really the same one he knew? Why? Is she not usually like this? Mo asked.
The moment the words left Mo's mouth, she regretted them.
In a place like that, who would be blushing for no reason?
Cold and ruthless is her middle name. Decisive killing is her code of conduct, Chen Xiaoming said gloomily. Within the organization, there was no telling how many fiends she had killed. Back when Chen Xiaoming didn't know her true identity, he thought she just had a volatile and moody personality, which had scared him half to death at the time. But once he learned who she was, he understood. The woman was simply using it as an excuse to kill. It had nothing to do with being moody. Unfortunately, she didn't dare lay a hand on those with code names, so she could only kill the newcomers who hadn't been there long. Better than nothing, he supposed.
Exactly what kind of organization is yours?
Jade had accessed some files regarding overseas organizations. Most of that information was essentially public and transparent, available to anyone with a bit of status.
However, there was no record of Chen Xiaoming's organization. Chen Xiaoming shook his head. I'm not entirely sure of the specifics.
I haven't been a member for less than 2 years. All I know is the name is the Poker Club, the boss is called the Joker, and there are 54 core members in total. As for the organization's ultimate goal, I have no idea.
Jade's mouth twitched. So your time as an undercover agent was basically for nothing? 2 years, and you know absolutely nothing? You don't have to look at me like that.
Even though my code name is the Ace of Spades, I'm not the strongest.
The Joker has never made a move, so his strength is unknown.
Currently, Chen Tianyi is the strongest in terms of raw power, yet her code name is only the King of Spades. As for the specific strength of the other 3 aces, I haven't seen them, but I believe they are likely stronger than Chen Tianyi. In the organization, no code name is ever assigned by mistake.
Except for him.
Then it seems your organization isn't all that impressive.
Ha, you couldn't be more wrong. This organization is ranked 15th in the world. It's already a formidable force. Jade rubbed her chin. 15th? Then why was there no record of it? That's not right. Any group with a name and reputation is recorded up there.
Your poker club doesn't exist at all. She trusted the records far more than the information coming out of Chen Xiaoming's mouth.
The intelligence officers of the Dragon Kingdom had never been wrong with their information. This was because the Dragon Kingdom's intelligence personnel were under the direct leadership of the Council of Elders.
Anything associated with the Council of Elders had never seen a failure.
Well, I wouldn't know about that.
At noon the following day, Chen Tianyi and his companion had to leave Fengjing. 2 organization members in the capital had been killed.
Brother Ling Qi, I'll come find you again when I have time. Ling Qi nodded, I'll be waiting for you.
Chen Xiaoming opened a massive door. The 2 stepped inside, and the door closed behind them.
Where did they just say they were going?
Jade murmured, staring at the closed passage.
The capital. I think? Mo said, sounding somewhat uncertain.
So, they're using this passage to go to the capital?
Just like that?
Jade's voice grew louder, her face full of disbelief. Among the known awakened in the Dragon Kingdom, there shouldn't be anyone with this kind of ability. Even a space-type ability user shouldn't be able to create a functional passage for people to use.
Chen Luo, can you construct a passage leading to the capital?
Jade called Chen Luo immediately, without a word of greeting.
Inside a building in the distance, Chen Luo answered the phone, looking completely bewildered. What are you talking about? How could it be possible to construct a spatial tunnel? He could manage things like dimensional slash or spatial partition, but building a tunnel? What kind of crazy idea was that? Alright then, goodbye.
Jade hung up the phone and looked at Mo and the other. It seems there's a good reason he has a codename in the organization.
This kind of ability is incredibly effective for infiltration and decapitation strikes. Yeah, I didn't expect a demonic human's ability to be so unique. Does that mean we can get a group of people out of the demonic human prison?
Ling Qi immediately thought of the prison.
It should be possible. Didn't Mo prepare a batch of plus 50 mind's eyes?
I think it should work. As the days passed, most of the organizations that entered the Dragon Kingdom were wiped out without causing much of a stir. Everything was remarkably peaceful. Mo finally reached the moment he had been waiting for. His points had finally hit 600,000. He took out the enchanting forge and placed the traveler's jade pendant inside.
Effect locked. Refine. 50 points. The light flashed. Ding. Mo hurriedly took out the forbidden tool. Traveler's jade pendant. Quality, forbidden artifact. Level, none. Effect, random teleportation within a specified distance range of up to 500 kilometers. CD, 1 month.
Cost, after the user selects a single visible target, a random amount of the target's lifespan will be deducted based on the teleportation distance.
How lonely it is to be invincible. How hollow it is to be invincible. As long as it didn't deduct his own lifespan, this forbidden tool was invincible.
Since it deducted random lifespan based on distance, Mo guessed the maximum would still be 10 years, but that didn't matter.
He could enchant it.
After enchanting, the teleportation distance would increase, and the deducted lifespan would increase accordingly.
This was no longer just a defensive forbidden tool, it was a dual-purpose tool for both survival and offense. Mo's breathing quickened, even he hadn't expected to succeed on the very first try.
Ling Qi and Jade looked at each other and shook their heads. They had grown accustomed to Mo's occasional bouts of eccentricity. If Jade were to see the changes in the information on the jade pendant, she would likely end up in the same state as Mo. And of course, if Chen found out about this, he would probably make the trip here personally. This ability means that the forbidden artifacts gathering dust in the warehouse will finally see the light of day once again. However, Mo has no intention of mentioning this for the time being. He doesn't have enough energy points for himself yet. He'll wait until he's finished upgrading his own gear and has saved up at least 10 million points. Yeah, this is the place.
Bang! Woman, do not test my limits.
Humph.
Heavenly King Fu, I told you it's best if you don't laugh like that. If you do it again, I wouldn't mind giving you a taste of my blade. The widow glanced at Heavenly King Fu's lower half with a chilling expression.
She slowly withdrew her leg. Heavenly King Fu looked on with regret as the enticing view vanished just like that.
That's enough, you two.
Heavenly King Che looked at the pair with dissatisfaction, wondering what the higher-ups were thinking by making these two work together. Heavenly King Che, this has nothing to do with me.
It was the widow who started it.
Heavenly King Fu shrugged his shoulders.
Heavenly King Che didn't respond, but instead looked toward the distant city.
Are you certain the source of those weapons is right here? You should trust my abilities. I am the Supreme Soul Emperor. Heavenly King Fu was quite displeased by Heavenly King Che's doubt. As the possessor of a special class Soul Emperor, querying soul information was a simple matter. It should be noted that Soul Heavenly King was his true title. Fu was merely his name.
Mei Chem, I understand. Heavenly King Che nodded. However, getting inside wouldn't be an easy task. Heavenly King Fu, go find the target yourself. If you can locate them, we will break in by force. If you can't, it means the target has likely left the city. With so many organizations acting at once, the Dragon Kingdom would certainly have a counter-strategy. The most effective method would be to move this enchanter to another city. Therefore, he didn't hold very high expectations. Jia, leave it to me.
To the side, the widow's brow furrowed, and her hands involuntarily clenched. Heavenly King Fu glanced at her sideways and sat cross-legged directly on the ground. Shortly after, an invisible figure departed from his body and drifted toward Fengjing.
Humph. I'm going to take a walk around the city. You keep an eye on him. Heavenly King Che gave a helpless instruction, be careful.
Rest assured, my goals are far more modest than yours. The Azura Palace is on record within the Dragon Kingdom, but there is virtually no information regarding the widow, simply because everyone who has ever seen her is dead. Heavenly King Che watched the widow as she walked away, then glanced back at Heavenly King Fu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground.
What a mess this is. Next time, no matter what, I'm not coming out with these two again.
He couldn't help but think of the group left behind in the capital, wondering how things were going for them. Mo was in high spirits all day. He remained happy even though no customers had come through the door.
Today is a good day for the common folk, such a happy day, today is. Mo sang to himself while sipping tea, thoroughly enjoying the moment.
Ling Qi continued to wipe down his weapon, while Jade played on her phone.
As long as the other three pairs remain silent, it means there isn't much of a problem.
A string of mysterious information flickered in Jade's ear, causing her to freeze for a moment. She hurriedly opened a piece of software to verify the message.
Splash!
Jade suddenly stood up, her chair clattering against the wall behind her. She then looked at Ling Qi and said, "Keep an eye out for strangers.
I need to head out for a bit."
Ling Qi looked at Jade with a hint of confusion.
What's wrong? I'm not sure. Anyway, just stay alert.
Jade put on her coat, stepped out of the shop, and headed toward a nearby street. The December air carried a chill, and the crowds on the main street had thinned out considerably.
Jade made several turns before arriving at a secluded, deserted alleyway. A figure loomed indistinctly in the darkness. 8343. Shadowless.
The figure's voice was strange, making it impossible to discern their age or gender. The figure's voice was filled with doubt.
A Tier 4 operative for this job? What was leadership thinking? Jade almost choked on her breath. Did you call me all the way here just to insult me? I am merely the contact person in Fongjing. Others will handle the actual execution. The figure nodded.
People from the Azura Hall have arrived in Fongjing.
They tracked down the source of the enchanted weapons.
Jade's pupils trembled slightly, and cold sweat began to pool in her palms. To think an organization had found the location so quickly, even though they had been incredibly careful. Whether it was receiving or delivering goods, Jade handled everything personally. The only others who could possibly have this information were Ling Chia's squad and the garrison force.
There was no reason to doubt Ling Chia's squad, but the garrison force was indeed a possibility. How many of them came? 3.
All of them are Tier 9, and each has their own unique specialties.
Jade breathed a sigh of relief. If there were only 3, it would be manageable. Are you one of them? What if we accidentally hurt you when we make our move?
The air was filled with a sense of tranquility.
You're overthinking it, Wu Ying finally managed to squeeze out after a long silence.
If someone who reached the level of a heavenly king could still be harmed by someone of the same tier, what kind of heavenly king would they be?
But we are all using enchant weapons, you. Say no more. It's not like we haven't seen enchant weapons before. They are useless against us. My time is running out. I must leave.
Wu Ying stepped into the shadows of the alley and vanished. Jade reached out her hand, wanting to call him back, but he was already gone.
But our equipment isn't just plus 16.
If it were plus 16, Jade truly wouldn't be worried about him. After all, anyone capable of infiltrating wouldn't have subpar abilities. But now, 4 teams were entirely equipped with plus 50 gear.
The damage bonus from that was incredibly high. Moreover, with an unpredictable factor like MO present, she was genuinely worried he might die here. Jade hurriedly pulled out her phone and dialed Chen's number. Director Chen, Wu Ying contacted me. Wu Ying who? Chen asked, sounding somewhat bewildered. For a moment, Jade was speechless.
She took a deep breath and explained the situation regarding the Azura Palace to Chen.
Is that so? We actually have someone in the Azura Palace? Huh? You didn't know?
Jade was genuinely surprised.
Of course not. Managing 4 teams is already enough of a headache. How could I possibly oversee everything?
Don't worry, I'll go check with the Council of Elders. They've always been in charge of matters like this.
Once I have news, I'll contact you. Chen hung up the phone and headed straight for the Council of Elders' office. This was a matter involving MO, after all.
Jade also rushed back to the shop and summoned Chen Luo and the other 2.
What? People from the Azura Palace are here. Chen Luo looked at Jade in shock.
It wasn't that he was shocked by the Azura Palace coming to the Dragon Kingdom, but rather that they had actually managed to find Fongjing.
One must realize that Fongjing wasn't a particularly famous city. There were far too many cities ranked ahead of it.
The fact that they were still able to find this place proves that this organization has some tricks up its sleeve.
Are there any other organizations besides them? Fong Yu asked.
If it were just the Shura Palace, it wouldn't be much of a problem. But if other organizations were involved, things could get a bit complicated.
Jade shook her head. As of now, it seems not.
However, Director Chen has already gone to look into it.
We should have an answer by tonight.
She was actually quite anxious. If other organizations were involved, they should probably take their people and leave immediately. Even if there was an undercover agent, it was impossible for every incoming organization to have one.
Kyoto. After receiving the call from Jade, Chen hurried to the Elders' Council office.
Undercover agents were almost always members of the intelligence organization, and the intelligence organization had always been controlled by one of the elders in the council.
Knock, knock, knock. Enter.
Upon entering the room, Chen got straight to the point. Another person named Wu Ying contacted Jade, claiming that people from the Shura Palace have headed to Fongjing.
The members of the Elders' Council looked toward the second elder. Don't look at me, he was still there when I checked.
Besides, My range is only so large I can't cover the entire country, the second elder said with a wry smile.
Although he possessed the God's Eye ability, he couldn't oversee everything at once. Eighth elder, this matter still needs to be handled by you. The first elder looked toward an old man sitting in the corner.
The eighth elder nodded, his jet black hair signaled to everyone that he wasn't particularly old.
I'll check on the situation. A wave of energy rippled from his body. Looking at the eighth elder, Chen felt a surge of envy.
If he had that kind of ability, his work would be twice as efficient with half the effort.
A moment later, the eighth elder opened his eyes. I have discussed the matter with him. You can attack boldly and without reservation. He will escape at the appropriate time. Then I'm relieved.
I was worried Mo and the others might accidentally injure him. After all, you know what most situation is like.
After Chen left, several elders looked at the eighth elder. Are there any others besides them? The eighth elder shook his head. Wu Ying said he hasn't encountered any other organizations.
Even if he does, he'll help take care of them. The first elder looked at the eighth elder with envy. That ability of yours is truly useful, being able to communicate regardless of distance. The eighth elder shook his head. My ability has no use other than communication, which is why it's only an F rank ability. When I first experienced awakening with this power, I questioned my life for a time. I truly didn't understand why such an ability would be classified as a unique ability until I took over the intelligence organization. He only builds spiritual paths between human minds, acting as a central relay station where all spiritual paths must pass through him, receiving information transmitted from various regions. It's a pity that even though he is now a Tier 9 awakened, his combat strength remains quite poor. Furthermore, the number of people he can connect via the spiritual path has not exceeded 1,000, though this number is already sufficient.
Great isn't important, utility is the bottom line, the great elder said, shaking his head. Is his ability powerful? Very much so.
But it is only powerful on an individual level. For the nation as a whole, his ability doesn't actually have a massive impact, yet he still holds a seat as an elder. Of course, none of this would be possible without everyone's cooperation and professional guidance.
After Chen returned to the office, he relayed the information to Jade.
Jade hung up the phone and looked at the others. The higher-ups want us to proceed as normal, so just use plus 50 weapons.
As for Mo, you probably won't get a chance to make a move. Mo looked disappointed the submachine gun hadn't been tested yet.
That impregnating glance effect looked incredibly satisfying. 500% damage meant a casual shot would deal 1,500 damage.
A one-shot kill should be achievable, right?
However, Tier 9 awakened have quite a few life-saving skills.
After all, humans aren't monsters that just stand there and let you shoot them. Outside the city,
Heavenly King Fu opened his eyes and glanced at Heavenly King Che.
The scout is done. That shop has already closed down.
There are two possibilities. First, they moved to a smaller city. Second, they are still in the city. I personally lean toward the first option. After all, the risk of staying in Fengjing is simply too high. Heavenly King Che frowned. He also favored the first possibility in his heart.
The question was, which city would they go to?
Due to the appearance of the gates, small cities in most countries had almost entirely disappeared. Even so, within a country as vast as the Dragon Kingdom, the number of small cities was still countless.
Let's wait a bit longer. A scouting awakened will arrive here shortly.
Hearing this, Heavenly King Fu nodded.
With a scouting awakened, they would know instantly whether that enchanter was there or not. Whereas that old woman?
Heavenly King Che's mouth twitched.
Old woman?
You might not fear her poison, but I certainly do. She went into the city to go shopping.
She probably won't be back until tonight.
Pfft, a member of the Shura Palace actually dares to enter a city in the Dragon Kingdom. If she's exposed, I wouldn't mind stepping in to finish her off, King Fu said, licking his lips. It was clear that, deep down, he desperately hoped the widow would be exposed. King Che shook his head. That woman wouldn't be so easily compromised. The next day, a figure clad in a black robe arrived at King Che's base.
Use your ability to check things out.
Yes. With a wave of the black-robed man's arm, countless flying insects swarmed out from his clothes, heading toward Fongjing City. The three kings simply ignored this in their Shura palace. There was no shortage of strange abilities. They were just bugs.
However, the black-robed man then opened his mouth, and another swarm of flying insects poured out from within.
King Fu's eyelid twitched as he looked at the widow. Are all you people who play with bugs this disgusting? As the Poison King, poisonous insects were something the widow inevitably dealt with.
Soul King, I advise you to talk less.
I wouldn't mind having the organization replace one of its kings, the widow snorted coldly. An old woman is an old woman, her temper is just terrible, King Fu muttered under his breath. The widow clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and slowly relaxed her grip. Her eyes remained fixed on the distant city.
Mo opened the shop on time as usual, but there were still no customers.
The three of them were in the shop, each doing their own thing. Chen Luo's team had also moved their position, now less than 100 meters away from Mo's shop. Captain Chen, there's a faint psionic reaction. It should be a scouting method, a team member in front of Chen Luo said, pointing to a 10-inch television screen. This was a psionic detector. It could only detect psionic changes within a 1-kilometer range, but its sensitivity was the highest available.
Do you know what class it is? Chen Luo hurried over to the machine.
The psionic signals on the screen were scattered like starlight, and there were many of them.
It's highly likely an insect tamer awakened. But the quantity this person has is simply too much.
Based on the count within this 1-kilometer radius, the number of spiritual insects in his possession must be in the tens of thousands. Chen Luo took out his phone and quickly contacted the others.
Outside the city. Found him.
The target is in a corner of the city's second ring road, the man in black robes said, looking utterly exhausted.
Controlling so many spirit insects to search for a target was no easy task. He was currently suffering from both mental and physical exhaustion. You've done well. Go down and rest, Heavenly King Che said with a wave of his hand. Heavenly King Fu glanced at the member with a hint of confusion. Does it look like he's lost weight to you?
Perhaps.
Let's move. An insect master. Jade looked at the insect clinging to the window. This was bad. All right, I understand.
You guys head over here. It's too late to leave. The spirit insects have already locked onto this location. Once a spirit insect finds its target, it will follow them relentlessly until its master rescinds the order.
As for killing the spirit insect? That wasn't a good idea.
Even the most common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic insect controlling awakened has hundreds or thousands of spirit insects. How could you be certain of exterminating them all, unless you used a large-scale fire? But this was the city. Clearly, that method was not feasible.
Ling Qi, protect Mo in a moment. Leave the fighting outside to Chen Luo and the others. To prevent any accidents, Kyoto had sent another team.
However, this team was not one that specialized in combat.
Suddenly, 3 powerful auras descended.
Then, Chen Luo and his 2 companions appeared, while the members of their squad moved to the front of Mo's shop. A battle of this caliber was not something they could interfere with. To think the 3 of you dare to stand in our way.
Do you have no respect for the members of our Shura Hall?
Heavenly King Fu's raspy voice rang out.
We actually think quite highly of you.
A soul king known as the Soul Emperor, a great strength king who has mastered power awakened to perfection, and one more. Chen Luo looked at the widow, momentarily unsure of who she was.
Jia, you don't know, do you? Want to find out? I'm not telling. Chen Luo's eye twitched. Was this really the Soul King who toyed with souls? Why did he seem a bit mentally challenged? Don't you know villains die because they talk too much? Let's just do this.
King Che's energy overflowed as his muscles instantly bulged, tearing his clothes apart. Ignoring Chen Luo and the other 2, he charged straight toward the shop where Mo was located.
Chen Luo did not stop him.
At a distance of 10 meters from the shop, King Che was blocked by a yellow light screen.
A barrier master.
King Che retreated hastily.
Why was there a barrier master here? Shouldn't they be guarding the monsters? Eliminate these three first, then destroy this barrier.
King Che quickly adjusted his battle plan. They had originally intended to kidnap the target directly, but they hadn't expected to encounter such an exceptional circumstance.
The other two nodded.
Widow extended her right hand, and a wisp of green gas flew toward Chen Luo's group. A space of iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson instantly appeared, sucking the green gas directly into a different dimension. Fang Yu vanished on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the Soul King.
Jia, have you forgotten my title?
An invisible surge of energy attacked Fang Yu, but a shield enveloped him, causing the energy to dissipate instantly.
What a nuisance.
To think you actually have a forbidden artifact that protects the soul. Giant strength and old woman, hurry up and finish those two off. I'll hold back this assassin for you. Having said that, the Soul King led Fang Yu away to shift the battlefield, moving to a corner to duel.
Xiang took up his bow.
Chen Luo, you deal with the poison user.
I'll handle this big guy.
An energy arrow shot out instantly, streaking toward Giant Strength King's face at an incredible speed. Giant Strength King didn't care, casually reaching out his hand to block it. The moment he touched the arrow, a massive force surged through, knocking him back 6 or 7 meters and tearing a gash in his palm.
This. Giant Strength King looked at his opponent in shock. What was going on? How could someone at Tier 9 Level 5 push him back and even break through his defense?
This made no sense at all.
Although he was called the Giant Strength King, defense was his greatest asset.
Let alone a Tier 9 Level 5, even someone at Tier 9 Level 9 might not necessarily be able to break his defense. A sudden feeling struck his heart. It seemed like they were going to fail this time. Inside the room, Mo watched the distant battle with great interest, though the outcome didn't seem to be matching his expectations. So this is the so-called Shura Palace?
Their strength doesn't seem like much.
It's not that they lack strength, it's just that the disparity in weaponry is too vast.
Otherwise, why would everyone be so obsessed with high enchant weapons?
Individual combat awareness has a significant impact on the battlefield, but in the face of absolute power, it's all just a paper tiger.
Moreover, as a top-ranked team, could their strength possibly be considered weak? The three heavenly kings of the Shura Palace were completely pinned down, even showing faint signs of imminent defeat. This is absolutely impossible.
The great strength heavenly king gasped for breath, his body covered in wounds. These wounds weren't fatal, yet they were hard for the great strength heavenly king to accept. Information on the woman Xiang did not appear on the Shura Palace's list, suggesting her strength was merely average. And yet, such an unlisted person was actually suppressing him.
Now is not the time for this.
We need to find a way to get out of here. Forget about that enchanter. Compared to the enchanter, Widow preferred to stay alive. She glanced at the Soul Heavenly King in the distance, who was actually being held at bay by an assassin.
High enchant weapons really do make a difference. On the other side, Xiang arrived at Chen Luo's side. Aren't the barrier masters ready yet?
Sealing barriers are inherently common, superior, rare, epic, or mythic skills, and they take a long time to cast.
After all, this isn't about fighting monsters, it's about fighting people.
Chen Luo also hoped the barrier masters could move faster, but this process simply couldn't be rushed.
5 minutes was already considered a very short amount of time. The great strength heavenly king's eyes scanned the surroundings.
He took a deep breath, and a circular stone appeared in his hand. Widow's pupils constricted. She hadn't expected him to bring such a thing.
Why did you bring that?
I was worried something might go wrong, so I asked the higher-ups for one.
I didn't expect I'd actually have to use it. Soul Heavenly King, prepare to retreat.
Hearing the great strength Heavenly King's words, the Soul Heavenly King paused his movements and instantly disengaged from the battlefield. Upon seeing the object in the great strength Heavenly King's hand, he gaped. It's actually a gate-breaking positioning stone. In the room, Jade was suddenly startled. She rushed out and shouted at the top of her lungs.
It's a gate-breaking positioning stone. Deactivate the barrier, quick.
Unfortunately, her warning came too late. The great strength Heavenly King had already crushed the stone. A violent aura materialized out of thin air, and the barrier shattered instantly. The barrier masters immediately spat out blood, suffering from the backlash of the barrier's sudden destruction. An iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson shattered spatial gate appeared. The great strength Heavenly King glanced at Jade before turning back to the other two. Let's go. We're giving up on this enchanter. What grade of gate-breaking stone did you use? The Soul Heavenly King frowned. Disaster, calamity, catastrophe, blight, apocalypse, divine. A cold sneer played on the lips of the great strength Heavenly King. The Soul Heavenly King's body stiffened. So, if they couldn't have it, they would destroy it? In his view, this place was now practically waiting for annihilation. The three of them retreated hastily, otherwise, they would be caught in the fallout as well. They managed to leave, but Chen Luo and his group had no way to escape. Get the barrier masters to safety first. Ling Qi, take MO and withdraw from the battlefield. We'll handle things here. As he spoke, a massive head poked out from the iron, silver, violet, gold, crimson spatial rift, forcing the crack to widen further and further. A giant monster, 3 meters tall, landed on the ground, followed by one monster after another emerging from the rift. Chen Luo was shocked. It's an SS rank monster. MO had just been brought out and was startled upon hearing those words. SS rank? What's going on? Could it be caused by the world-breaking stone Jade mentioned just now? Ling Qi, take MO and leave. This is an SS rank monster, it's different from S rank. Wait, let me try taking one shot first. MO immediately brought out the Phantom Stalker. I know your weapon is powerful, but this is an SS rank monster. Its natural defense is already staggering, Jade said earnestly. In the distance, Zi Yang and the others had already made their move. Weapons that once dealt tens of thousands of damage to S-rank monsters were now only dealing around 7,000. The damage had been reduced by more than half. Yet, this was still much stronger than their initial weapons. Their old gear would probably have been lucky to deal over 2,000 damage. The expressions of Chen Luo and the other two were exceptionally grim. One might not encounter an SS rank monster once in an entire year, yet 5 had appeared here at once. The gate world-breaking positioning stone. How could they be so lucky to actually have something like that? What do we do now? The world-breaking stone attracts high-tier monsters. Surely there isn't anything higher than SS rank? Zi Yang looked worried. This was no joking matter. There shouldn't be. This is already SS rank. Ling Qi, hurry and take him away. Jade, have the garrison force sound the alarm and evacuate everyone nearby. All right. Rat-tat-tat. A line of fire swept toward the three monsters walking in front. 49.21 million, 44.12 million, 52.13 million. MO immediately activated the weapon's built-in ability. With the plus 150 bonus damage and the glare of pregnancy ability, the damage reached 50 million. The three leading monsters couldn't even withstand it for a single second before collapsing directly to the ground. Strictly speaking, they couldn't even withstand a single shot. What use is high defense? Can your defense reach the tens of millions? His skills were exhausted, and his damage output dropped, but MO did not stop. Ding! Slain level 87 SS rank monster, experience plus 88,000, points plus 88,000. Ding! Slain level 83 SS rank monster, experience plus 36,000, points plus 36,000. Ding! Slain level 81 SS rank monster, experience plus 21,000, points plus 21,000. How could he possibly listen? He wished as many monsters as possible would pour out of this portal. Chen Luo, who had originally planned to direct the battle, lowered his hand and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Did you guys see the numbers that popped up at the very beginning? Xiang and Fang Yu nodded in silence. We saw them. An average of 50 million damage. In all their lives, they had never seen damage numbers that high. Actually, they had when a super nuclear bomb detonated. That damage could reach 70 million, hitting everything in sight for 70 million. But that was a nuclear bomb.
Was every single bullet from the gun in Mo's hand a miniature nuclear bomb? What followed was Mo's personal one-man show.
As soon as a monster emerged, it instantly turned into a corpse and collapsed to the ground. 5 minutes later, over 50 monster corpses lay scattered across the ground.
Chen Luo wiped the sweat from his forehead.
Fortunately, Mo was there without him. Everything within a 5-kilometer radius of this place would have been lost. Currently, only the ground had sustained some damage, but the impact wasn't too severe.
Seeing the spatial portal close, Mo looked disappointed.
In just that short span of time, Mo had reached Tier 6 Level 6, and his points had soared to 2.8 million. One had to realize, this was only 5 minutes of work. His eyes burned with fervor. If he could get his hands on something like this, could he? Unfortunately, Chen would definitely never give him such an item.
Still, he could try asking sometime, you never know.
This so-called world-breaking positioning stone was most likely a strategic item. They probably didn't have many of them.
Otherwise, they wouldn't have been so shocked.
Chen Luo and the others acted as spectators the entire time, watching Mo maintain a constant stream of output all by himself.
Hiss. That's terrifying. If I had a weapon like that, forget SS rank, I'd dare to take on an SSS rank solo, Fang Yu said, his face full of envy. Nonsense.
Anyone could win a duel with this weapon, but don't even think about it.
If it could actually be mass-produced, we would have gotten our hands on it long ago. Chen Luo saw through it clearly.
The fact that Mo could arrange a bunch of plus 50 weapons for them upon their arrival proved that plus 50 was nothing difficult for Mo. Anything beyond that, however, was likely a challenge for Mo. Otherwise, why weren't their weapons plus 60 or plus 70? In the end, though, they were still the ones who had to take action. Clean up the battlefield and gather all usable materials. Jade stood beside Mo without saying a word, while Ling Qi looked like he was questioning his entire existence.
They wondered if they were even real awakened. Chen Luo and the other two approached Mo. Could I give your weapon a try?
Since the ground was all